never expected you to dodge my cursed spirits. I simply had to test your limits against a flesh-devouring curse attack. Consider it an evaluation of your strength. We needed to know if you could handle our island's dark crisis. Rest assured, I had no intention of claiming your life today. Wait a minute, Antland stared at the Dark Knight ghost with sheer disbelief. What kind of legendary armor is that phantom wearing? It completely nullified my blood curses. Ignoring her shock, Li Yan casually dropped to the floor. Li Yan casually stated his terms. As long as you can keep my stomach full, I can solve whatever impossible disaster is currently plaguing your little village. Antland's wrinkled face broke into a welcoming smile. Please accept our absolute highest respect, esteemed guests. Soon after, a roaring bonfire illuminated the dark night. The villagers danced and sang in a wild, hypnotic rhythm. A heavily intoxicated Dan Yang giggled with flushed cheeks while the beautiful Xinong shyly offered a cup of fragrant wine. But Li Yan gently pushed the cup away. Let us skip the pleasantries and discuss the actual mission. Antland let out a knowing chuckle. Commander Li Yan, I am well aware of your deep ties with Madame Ten, but this is simply Guangyi Island's traditional hospitality. She leaned in with a sly glimmer in her eyes. Besides, the great Madame Ten has already passed on to the afterlife. Surely she wouldn't curse you to lifelong celibacy. Beside him, Xinong seductively traced her lower lip, shooting Li Yan a heart-fluttering gaze. Oh really? Li Yan boldly rested his hand on Xinong's thigh with a playful wink. The Red Flag faction is in crisis right now. I will gladly accept your hospitality another time, but the mission comes first. Antland nodded, shifting the heavy atmosphere. Commander Li Yan must be extremely curious. Xinong is barely in her 20s while I am approaching 70, yet we address each other as sisters. Do you know why? It's all about our sacred bloodline. The hierarchy within our tribe is strictly dictated by the purity of our connection to the almighty Granny Wu. Xinong and I are both direct offspring born from Granny Wu and the Islanders. As first-generation descendants, we are technically blood sisters bound by the exact same supernatural heritage. But for our descendants, the divine blood thins out. Their spiritual power and status drop dramatically. If Granny Wu were to birth another heir tonight, that newborn baby would instantly outrank my own grandchildren as my sibling. Leaning on her cane, Antland's face turned serious. We have a terrifying crisis requiring your absolute strength, Commander Li Yan. Please follow me. Li Yan glanced back. Xiao Dao, you're coming with me. Under the glittering starry night, Antland led them toward the island's forbidden zone. Reaching a hidden sanctuary, Antland revealed a mind-bending truth. Granny Wu's original form was actually a cursed piece of pitch-black driftwood eerily shaped exactly like an old man. To properly honor her, every household carves that same terrifying old man from dark mystical timber. Slowly pulling back a heavy velvet curtain, Antland revealed the ancient entity's true vessel. A raspy breath echoed from the lifeless wood. Ha Li Yan felt a sudden chill, while Xiao Dao simply stared, completely paralyzed by the overwhelming aura. The system flashed. Granny Wu is a legendary netherwood, one of 3,000 mystical marine trees. Centuries ago, the ancestors of Guangyi Island dragged this divine anomaly from the stormy seas. Over hundreds of years, it ascended to godhood. System warning: absolutely do not provoke this being. True terror lies in monsters whose power levels are completely unreadable to the human eye. You've survived enough death games to know the drill. Suddenly, the system isolated a massive white tumor on the wood. Target identified: Old Man White, the physical manifestation of Granny Wu's severed earthly obsessions. For decades, Granny Wu silently endured this agonizing parasitic rot. Her only temporary relief came from draining the pure life force and relentless worship offered by her loyal bloodline. System log: this spiritual cancer is basically a divine incurable disease. Antland's eyes filled with deep, devastating sorrow as she gazed at the corrupted holy relic. This parasitic tumor erupted during the sacred ritual night. To end her eternal torment, Granny Wu passed down a divine edict. We absolutely must rip this white monstrosity right off her back. Li Yan and Xiao Dao exchanged heavy glances. Antland warned them of the deadly catch. Any ordinary human who touches the tumor will instantly have their flesh and blood completely drained dry. Even elite martial artists with surging aura can only survive a few agonizing breaths. The devouring power is absolutely overwhelming. Antland dropped to her knees, pleading, "We beg you, mighty warrior, rip out this disgusting parasite." Li Yan smirked sarcastically, nudging his friend. "Hey, want to give it a shot first? You've got pretty thick skin and plenty of blood to spare," Xiao Dao scoffed, crossing his arms. in your dreams. If anyone's doing it, it's you or that Dark Knight ghost. Count me out. Li Yan carefully calculated the risks. Even the Dark Knight ghost wouldn't work. Despite its overwhelming supernatural strength and curse-immune obsidian armor, this devouring force was completely different, but his combat methods were completely vague. This Granny Five's terrifying scale disease did not sound like something anyone should ever provoke. Using the Black Knight as my loyal summon was incredibly convenient, plus his growth potential was massive. Missing out on this hidden opportunity, because I lacked understanding, would be an absolute tragedy. Clack clack. The imposing Black Knight marched forward with heavy steps. Li Yan pondered deeply in his mind. This summon possessed practically zero self-awareness. Aside from pure combat instincts, it entirely lacked basic human emotions like desire, burning rage, or pure joy. Yet right now it desperately wanted to rip out that bizarre white tumor. System alert, you have triggered a special Yanfu event, Awaken Old White. The primary objective is extracting the old man. The strict evaluation criteria requires fully awakening the independent consciousness of Old White. Clearing this Yanfu event will drastically increase your purchase quota and include a bonus lottery reward. Li Yan chuckled to himself. Combined with plundering the government treasury and the Xiang River Yushi sacrifice, this was already the third Yanfu event originating from this strange fruit. The Black Knight reached out its armored hand. A fierce red aura violently erupted, crackling wildly with a deafening sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Granny Five's eerie voice echoed through the air. Rip it out. The Black Knight grabbed hold and pulled with brutal force. Suddenly, its shadowy shoulder armor violently shattered. Crack. System warning. The dependent entity you summon is undergoing an unknown and critical mutation. Immediately consume Yanfu points to forcefully stabilize this dangerous mutation. Cold sweat completely drenched Li Yan's anxious face as the system blared another urgent warning. Unidentified mutations may trigger catastrophic consequences. The summoned spiritual link could shatter completely the entity might. Fast total destruction or grotesque deformation, and extracting Old White will inevitably fail. Li Yan desperately shouted, Little Dao, how many points do we have left? Little Dao quickly replied, over 300 points. I will transfer them to you immediately. Current Yanfu points sit at 3,408. The Black Knight ruthlessly yanked at the tumor, and the points plummeted violently down to 2,500. The Black Knight continued its brutal pulling, rip, rip, rip. The remaining balance flashed to 1,500 and then nosedived straight to 500. Li Yan thought in despair, 3,000 Yanfu points is practically the entire payout of a mid-tier survival event. Li Yan bit his lips so hard it almost bled. Was the Black Knight even worth 3,000 points to begin with? At this devastating rate, I am going to lose absolutely everything. The Black Knight finally yanked free the pulsating, levitating white tumor. Suddenly, beside its dark shoulder, a bizarre white vortex began to unravel, emitting a terrifying tearing sound. Sizzle, crackle, pop. Granny Five exhaled a heavy breath of relief as her tense body finally relaxed, dropping her head low. Sister Lan immediately dropped to her knees, desperately praying for divine protection. Meanwhile, that chaotic white vortex beside the Black Knight kept spinning out of control. Swish, swish, swish. The Yanfu points plummeted into the abyss. Ding! Your current balance is a miserable 150. The spiraling white vortex accelerated to a blinding speed before abruptly freezing and letting out a remarkably bizarre noise. Clack! Everyone stared in absolute shock and breathless anticipation. A strange old man with silver hair suddenly materialized from the void. Whoosh! A silver-haired old geezer was completely naked, tightly clenching a single red rose between his butt cheeks. The three onlookers instantly burst into uncontrollable laughter. The naked old man proudly stood on the Black Knight's shoulder. Li Yan watched in utter disbelief as the system flashed. You have overachieved this Yanfu event. Objective complete. Awaken Old White. You have successfully unlocked the ultimate purchasing rights for Granny Five's hidden bloodline. Please review the system interface for further details. Flawless evaluation achieved at 100%. Your newly acquired total is 3,258 Yanfu points. The overall tier rating for this epic Yanfu event has been drastically upgraded. Li Yan stared at the ridiculous old geezer in complete bewilderment. System scan, symbiotic summon name, Old White primary proficiency spear mastery at 83%. Passive ability unlocked, curse enchantment granting total immunity to physical damage. Maximum growth limit reaches the 9 luminaries realm. The naked old geezer suddenly started spewing vicious curses. Blah, blah, blah. Li Yan stood, dumbfounded. What on earth is he saying? Sister Lan just shook her head helplessly. Li Yan desperately tried to stay optimistic. At the very least, he gained an extra opportunity to draw a legendary inheritance. But his blazing rage couldn't be contained. Bullcrap. Over 3,000 Yanfu points was practically his entire life savings. Veins popping, Li Yan ruthlessly grabbed the old geezer. Murderous intent radiated from Li Yan's dark expression as he glared. All that fortune just to exchange for this totally useless, completely naked old freak. The towering Black Knight slowly turned its terrifying head, its massive armored frame actually trembling. A sudden realization hit Li Yan. This emotionless demon was actually trying to beg for Old White's miserable life. Unbelievably, the old geezer aggressively flipped him the middle finger in pure defiance. Li Yan was so furious he choked. With zero hesitation, he yeeted the old freak headfirst into a solid wooden pillar. Wham bam! Humph, you dare provoke my wrath. The battered old geezer comically slid down the wooden pillar in agony. Swish. But the second he hit the floor, he violently vaulted right back onto the Black Knight's massive shoulder. Whoosh! Standing tall, the crazy old man started barking absolute nonsense commands. Wah wah ooh ooh, charge forward, my glorious Pikachu. Wah wah ooh ooh, mecha robot, activate your ultimate super transformation sequence. Suddenly, an incredibly bizarre and out-of-character expression crossed the terrifying Black Knight's face. Everyone held their breath, watching with intense anxiety, and then, the terrifying Black Knight let out a massive sneeze. Achoo, disgusting spit and snot violently exploded everywhere. A devastating awkward silence descended upon the room while the defeated old geezer slumped dejectedly on its shoulder. Thud. Sister Lan beamed with overwhelming joy and respect. Leader Li Yan, on behalf of the great Granny Five, I offer our deepest gratitude. From this magnificent day forward, Guangdi Island shall forever remain loyal, blood brothers to your red flag. Fleet. Beneath a crimson sunset, the entire village gathered to see the red flag fleet sail away from Guangdi Island. Li Yan intensely studied the mysterious artifact resting in his hands. System analysis. Granny Five's wooden carving rarity rating exceptionally rare classification, mystical anomaly. First, divine ability, Sea Calmer. It can forcefully suppress roaring storms down to a manageable scale. Second, divine ability, Howling Gale. Conjures a fierce, raging sea gale that lasts for 15 minutes, granting absolute control over the wind's direction. Third, divine ability, Phantom Guardian, form an impenetrable shield to resist heavy artillery cannon fire restricted to. 3. Ultimate uses. Activation method requires setting up a dedicated shrine upon the ship to unleash its power. Monthly tribute strictly demands sacrificing 10 massive pigs or goats. Li Yan gazed across the endless ocean deep in thought. What if I forge an ultimate warship, combining Granny Five's wooden carving with the heavy artillery fabricator? The resulting destruction wouldn't lose to the legendary ship Furious Wrath. Unfortunately, with the current primitive shipbuilding skills of our red flag fleet, crafting a colossal dreadnought like Furious Wrath is practically impossible. Meanwhile, the silver-haired geezer chilling on the Black Knight's shoulder was aggressively devouring a giant drumstick. Nom, nom, nom. The old geezer tore into the meat like a beast. Chomp, chomp, chomp. He swallowed every shred of meat before tossing the bare bone away. With a swift leap, he landed on the wooden deck. Thud. The naked geezer furiously tried communicating with the Black Knight in his bizarre alien gibberish. He aggressively pointed a bony finger at Li Yan, dramatically pantomimed, viciously slicing a throat, then violently choking himself before, dramatically flopping over to play dead. Flop. The old geezer sprang back up, eyes burning with determination. But the Black Knight simply shook its head in flat refusal. The old man slumped over in pure despair. Ding. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of inspiration struck his crazy mind. He desperately struggled to yank out his massive long spear. Clack, hugging the weapon, he dragged the razor-sharp tip across the wooden deck to furiously carve an inscription. Scribble, scribble, introduction to Granny Five's forbidden dark arts, strict requirement possess Granny Five's bloodline. The exhausted geezer wiped sweat from his brow. The Black Knight stared in complete bewilderment. Meanwhile, vibrant music echoed through the fortress city. Clang, 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 clang. Beautiful dancers twirled their elegant movements, flowing perfectly in sync with the enchanting rhythm. Clang, clang. Tai Khan bowed low and confessed, this worthless servant has completely failed. General Fu Lin exploded with blazing fury. You want the imperial government to hand money over to filthy pirates. Just to ransom back Lin Yuan Fu Humph. That reckless Li Yan bastard certainly has some massive guts. General Fu Lin sharply turned around and demanded, if I mobilize the entire Guangzhou naval fleet to completely annihilate Lantau Island, right? Now tell me, what are our exact odds of total victory? Tai Kan stuttered completely, paralyzed by sheer terror. General Fu Lin roared with overwhelming authority. Spit it out, I demand the absolute truth. Kai Kan dodged the truth completely. He ignored the Five Banners Alliance's backup support. Instead, he pointed directly to the Red Flag Syndicate. Mount Dayu was an absolute impenetrable fortress. They boasted 3 massive battleships, over 1,000 swift assault boats, hundreds of cannons, and tens of thousands of warriors. Almost all of them carry the heavy burden of their family's survival. Kai Kan laid out the brutal reality. If the mountain fell, their families would be entirely slaughtered. That sheer despair forged the Red Flag pirates into unyielding, terrifying monsters in battle. That was the first point. Kai Kan continued his grim report. A massive suppression raid required deploying a massive army. The resulting cost would absolutely devastate the local citizens' lives. The Five Banners Alliance had spies scattered everywhere. If Li Yan possessed enough guts, utilizing their fleet network would be a terrifyingly fast move. Guerrilla warfare in Haikou had already severed the royal food supply. He feared the flames of war would swallow the entire coastline. That was point 2, he warned with a trembling voice. Furthermore, the Royal Navy severely lacked real combat training. Base defense was manageable, but an offshore extermination raid was incredibly difficult. That was the third point. Bang! Fu Lin smashed his hand onto the table. The wood groaned under the impact. Are you telling me to just surrender, to hand over the ransom money obediently? Fu Lin roared, his aura flaring with intense irritation. Kai Kan bowed deeply, explaining with utmost respect, My lord, the core issue stems from the Guangdong Navy's previous raid on the mountain. That operation deployed an overwhelming amount of high-level forces, yet in the end they only destroyed a handful of enemy vessels. Instead, our elite troops suffered catastrophic losses. You know this dark history better than anyone else here. In his mind, Kai Kan scoffed entirely. Yan Gu's sudden death from old battle wounds was a stroke of absolute luck, a divine gift dropping straight from the heavens. Fu Lin scowled darkly. I hear you hold a legendary status on the seas. Your merchant escort fleet outnumbers even the Five Banners pirates. Kai Kan bowed lower, sweating. This false fame is entirely thanks to your grace. Dropping to his knees, Kai Kan played the absolute victim. I am merely a humble merchant. How could my forces match the monstrous Red Flag Syndicate? Please see the truth, Lord, he pleaded with a tragic face. Their cannons and ships are forged by Western masters. Both in quality and destructive power, they represent the absolute peak. You must seriously reconsider this suicidal raid on Mount Dayu. Fu Lin's intense aura faded slightly. Shun Guan, my friend. I completely understand the heavy burdens you carry right now. Last year, you dropped 500 silver taels for a rank 3 backup official title. Kai Kan swore his allegiance instantly. Though a merchant, my soul burns with absolute loyalty to the Empire. Fu Lin burst into booming laughter. What magnificent loyalty to the nation, he smirked coldly. I plan to spend heavily to hire the British and Portuguese fleets. We will obliterate Mount Dayu together. Didn't the British forces clash with that demonic pirate before? Their firepower is exactly the overwhelming force we desperately need. Fu Lin's eyes burned with fierce ambition. The Portuguese lease our lands. Why shouldn't they beg their king to deploy a naval strike force to the South Seas? Kai Kan broke into a cold sweat. My lord, those foreigners are entirely untrustworthy. If the capital discovers this foreign military deployment, we are doomed. Fu Lin snapped back. My word is absolute law. I will bear all consequences. The general issued his final ultimate command. The royal treasury covers a fraction. You cover the rest. Hand over 30. No, make it 500,000 silver taels. Kai Kan bowed his head low. Yes, your word is command. Nearby, a dancer moved with fluid, mesmerizing grace. She brushed her hair back, revealing breathtakingly delicate, flawless features. Fu Lin was completely absorbed in an intoxicated trance. Kai Kan leaned in, his voice dropping to a sinister whisper. My lord, everything is perfectly arranged for you. Tonight, the #1 Imperial Suite is entirely yours. I will send the elite guards back to the estate. Fu Lin smirked inwardly. Nobody else possesses such terrifyingly sharp foresight. Handing him control of the 13 trades was an absolute masterstroke. Fu Lin smiled lazily, his tension melting away. Excellent work. Now help me to my feet. Ken watched the general's arrogant shadow disappear. Heavy footsteps echoed from behind. Yan Ajiu hissed, venom dripping from his voice. Boss, his greed is boundless. Demanding 500,000 this time. Yan Ajiu's hand hovered over his hidden blade. Should we use this perfect chance to assassinate him permanently? Kai Kan's eyes glowed with pure dark ambition. Ah, finding a puppet with royal blood is incredibly rare. Whatever insane amount he desires, I will gladly provide. The very next dawn at the East India Guild branch, Ambrose pondered the grim situation deeply. Our missing heavy-class cannon remains utterly lost. But the Shadow Broker was right. The ocean conceals terrifying mysteries waiting to be unsealed. At this exact moment, neither Zhu Ben nor Zhang. He can block our path, Ambrose, the ultimate guild master of the Guangzhou branch, declared coldly. Ambrose slammed his fist down. The original master plan required 2 massive battleships. We lost one before the raid even started. Do we still recklessly push forward? The hooded figure spoke with absolute chilling calm. One supreme vessel is more than enough. The 2 ships were merely a basic contingency plan. Bang! Ambrose violently smashed the desk. This entire branch will face the executioner's block for this disaster. Furious. The next time you face that dark sorcerer, Zhang, he must obliterate him completely from existence. Ambrose's brow furrowed with extreme heavy tension. The Empire will never let British forces easily breach the South Seas, let alone the Portuguese fleet. The Shadow chuckled with a dark knowing tone. You will witness the shocking truth soon enough. Suddenly, on May 15, year 14, General Fu Lin contracted foreign navies for 150,000 silver to exterminate the pirates. Both empires instantly accepted the epic quest. Their elite soldiers sailed straight from the Mandu Strait in India, plunging straight toward the legendary Mount Diyu. Elsewhere, Lin Yuanfu chanted ancient profound wisdom. Good and evil bear true names. The awakened soul refuses to be bound by trivialities. Heaven's law is an absolute constant. A clear-minded warrior never stoops to lowly deeds. Zheng Shu absorbed every single word. Zhang Wei nudged Xu Zhaoyi nervously. Is this really safe? Zhaoyi crossed his arms defensively. It was her specific request. What could go wrong? Besides, old Lin is putting his heart into teaching. Lin's voice boomed out. A careless hero invites destruction, while a silver-tongued villain reaps rewards. Zheng Shu's brush danced beautifully across the parchment. Snaplin slammed the ancient tome shut abruptly. Little girl, this forbidden text is definitely not suitable for your current level. He tossed the heavy manual onto the wooden desk. The Mirror of Withered Glory, authored by the legendary Grandmaster Feng Dao himself. He survived 5 chaotic empires and 8 generations. No matter how many banners fell, he always ruled from the shadows. A man utterly despised by righteous scholars across all eras. Zhang Xiu smiled brightly, completely unfazed. Master, just focus on leveling up my skills. Lin shook his head with a heavy sigh. You are merely a novice, yet you reject the path of the holy sages. You are far better off grinding basic arithmetic. Absorbing these dark philosophies too early will absolutely corrupt your mental stats. Zhang Xiu pouted in pure dramatic frustration. Old man, you nag way too much. Stop wandering off or I'll take the massive penalty for your mistakes. Zhao Yi already scolded me today. If you hate teaching me, then just drop the quest. Lin Yuanfu let out a heavy sigh. He grabbed the ancient tome. Forget it. It doesn't matter anyway. His face darkened with intense calculation. Even the royal court, standing strong for over a century through 7 dynasties, has never seen a villain quite as cunning as Feng Dao. I shouldn't have said that, he thought to himself. But since I'm already trapped in enemy territory, holding back is pointless. Forcing a wry smile, he flipped the pages. Now where did we leave off? Zheng Xiu swung her legs with a bright smile. Paragraph 2, line 6. The next phrase is about faking fear to hide your true strength. Respectful on the outside, but plotting in the shadows. Lin Yuanfu was utterly stunned by her sharp intellect at such a young age. Outside, the sunset painted the sky blood red as birds returned to their nests. Zheng Xiu tilted her head in sheer curiosity. Are you homesick, old man? Or missing someone special? Lin Yuanfu's eyes softened. When I was young and practically penniless, my wife washed clothes for our neighbors just to keep us alive. She suffered from terrible rheumatism. By my calculations, the agonizing pain should be acting up right about now. Zheng Xiu kept chewing her snacks, making a wild guess. You're a high-ranking official. You must have a small army of servants to care for her. Servants are still strangers, he replied coldly. Zheng Xiu blinked in confusion. Wait, don't you have a son or a daughter-in-law? A crushing wave of sorrow washed over his face. I am completely childless. We had a baby girl once, but I was just a useless scholar back then. We couldn't afford medicine and she passed away. Desperate to break the heavy tension, he forced a teasing grin. If she had lived, she would be exactly your size right now. Zhang Xiu choked violently, spitting out her water. Rage blazed in her eyes as she screamed, "Spit it out! Spit it out! Are you cursing me to an early grave, you crazy old man?" He just chuckled and patted her head, reminiscing about catching 15 pounds of ocean crabs with a lotus net. Meanwhile, the scene shifted. Little Dao grinned with pure excitement. "We're almost there, right?" Li Yan smiled, pointing his finger toward the horizon. The crashing ocean waves roared like thunder. Dead ahead was Quanzhou, also known as Carp City. It was one of the legendary 8 districts of Fujian province. At the desolate wild harbor, the wooden ships creaked ominously. Old Black, a towering figure sitting on the docks, bellowed out, "Are you newcomers, the brothers from the Red Flag Fleet?" Old Gu stepped up with a cheeky wave. "Old Black, you stinky old geezer," he mocked playfully. "You're ancient now, but your aura is still incredibly fierce." Old Black leaped down, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Old Black was a legendary veteran of the Red Flag. He had washed his hands of the bloody pirate life long ago, now only watching over the ships for his sworn brothers at Mount Dacian. Old Black's piercing gaze scanned the group. "Old Gu, these faces are totally unfamiliar." Stepping forward with absolute confidence, Li Yan bowed respectfully. "I am Li Yanzi of the Red Flag Guild. Greetings, senior." Shock rippled across Old Black's weathered face. "You are Li Yanzi, the current supreme leader of the Red Flag." Li Yan's smile never wavered. "That is absolutely correct." Without warning, Old Black dropped to one knee in a booming show of submission. Former enforcer of Quanzhou, Old Black greets the guild master. Li Yan rushed to help him up. "Senior, please rise." But the old man's body was immovable like a mountain. Li Yan's danger sense instantly flared up. Old Black launched a rapid-fire interrogation. "This old man has a question for the guild master. The 10th madam just passed away. What are your exact plans for the young girl Shu? Now that you hold the throne of the Red Flag, do you still desire the title of Supreme Alliance Leader of the 5 Fleets?" A suffocating silence completely swallowed the harbor. Li Yan broke the tension with a light-hearted laugh. "Senior, you are incredibly direct, but I have absolutely zero interest in that." He forcefully pulled the old man to his feet. "With so many eyes on us, please don't test me. Just stand up." Little Dao scanned their surroundings. The current fighting force of the Red Flag Guild was terrifyingly young, averaging around 30 years old. Every single warrior standing here was a die-hard loyalist. They were the ultimate pillars of support for Li Yanzi. Little Dao's mind raced. The older generation, over 50, lacked the physical power to fight, but their burning ambitions remained untouched. They projected their bottomless greed onto the younger generation like Li Yanzi, secretly plotting to dominate all 5 fleets. Old Black's aggressive test was a perfect reflection of those power-hungry elders. Little Dao smirked inwardly. At least this old fox is smart enough to know when to back down. At Shangyan Temple in Quanzhou, the legendary battle for the Buddha statue was about to begin. Every single family in the city joined this brutal annual tradition, a blood-pumping custom dating back to the Northern Song dynasty. This sacred ground was home to Master Yunyi, a monk whose mastery over Buddhist martial arts was truly god-tier. Upon his death, the world elevated him to the absolute status of a living Buddha. According to local lore, whichever territory claimed the golden Buddha statue would trigger a massive system-like buff guaranteeing an overwhelmingly flawless harvest. Because of this supreme reward, countless warriors flooded the temple on the moon god's birthday, ready to wage war for the golden prize. Li Yan confidently strode into the sacred halls. Monk CG pressed his palms together. "Amitabha. Welcome, merciful benefactor." Old Black quickly made the introductions. "This is the Grand Master of the temple, Abbot CG." Li Yan offered a respectful martial salute. "It is an absolute honor to meet you, Grand Master." Dropping over 1,000 silver taels in donation money definitely pays off, Li Yan thought with a sly smirk. Money ruled everything no matter the era. He revealed a mysterious item from his inventory. "Grand Master, does this artifact look familiar to you?" Abbot CG's eyes widened in sheer shock at the ancient scroll. "Mr. Li, where on earth did you acquire this masterpiece?" Li Yan replied without a second of hesitation. "It was a gift from a very close friend." The abbot's mind raced as he analyzed the item. This scroll definitely originated from our Xiangyan temple. However, I distinctly recall my junior brother Si-Hang taking this specific frozen-tailed eagle painting outside our walls. It was supposedly hanging in Jiuwen Temple in Human Town. But just days ago, the vicious red flag pirates completely raided Human, and this exact artifact vanished into thin air. The abbot tested him with a razor-sharp glare. Benefactor, if this was a friend's gift, could your friend possibly be the notorious pirate Li Yanzi? Li Yan let out a charismatic laugh. You must be joking, Grand Master. I am a perfectly law-abiding citizen. His voice dropped, dripping with hidden meaning. Besides, if I truly knew that legendary pirate, do you think I'd just casually waltz through your front doors? If you recognize me as a threat, a bloody battle would be inevitable. That would be incredibly unlucky for everyone. The abbot narrowed his eyes. Then what exactly is your main quest here today, Mr. Li? Li Yan instantly cut to the chase. This painting is part of a 12-piece set. Where are the remaining 10 artifacts hidden? The abbot meticulously examined every single detail on the ancient canvas. He decoded the legendary beasts one by one. The frozen-tailed eagle, the orchid-struggling tiger, the leaning demon, the laughing pulse, the demon owl, right down to the mountain mandrill and the frightened lizard. These 12 mutated beasts were illustrated by our temple's master Millie. But here is the chilling truth. No human has ever laid eyes on these creatures, nor do they exist in any known historical system records. They were dismissed as mere fantasy doodles. But Master Millie was an elite figure with an S-rank reputation across Fujian. In this sanctuary, his power level was second only to Master Yuni himself. The abbot carefully rolled the scroll shut. These mystical artworks were merely kept as nostalgic souvenirs, nothing more. 6 of the remaining items are scattered across other temples. 2 have already been purchased by unknown buyers. The abbot offered a generous smile. However, we still have 3 unclaimed scrolls in our inventory. If you want them, they are yours for the taking. A triumphant thrill surged through Li Yan's veins. Leveraging the massive intelligence network of the Red Flag Guild, he immediately dispatched his top scouts across Zhejiang and Fujian to track down the missing pieces. Over the past 3 days, through ruthless, cunning, and brutal raids, they finally secured 9 legendary beast paintings. However, 2 remained missing. An English merchant had purchased one. Its whereabouts were completely unknown. The final painting was locked away in a Japanese Buddhist temple. Li Yan dispatched elite scouts to retrieve it, but their trail had gone cold. But right at that critical moment, a deep-cover spy delivered catastrophic news. The Guangzhou general had just spent an astronomical 150,000 silver taels. His goal, hiring the British-Portuguese alliance to annihilate Dassi Island. Li Yan could not afford a single second of delay. Abandoning his current mission, he ordered an immediate, desperate voyage back to defend their home turf. Li Yan's eyes flared with intense light. The system activated. You have discovered a hidden log left by a Yanfu walker. This encrypted message is strictly visible only to other walkers. My name is Mi Li. I am an ancient intersect disciple, a rank 8 walker from the heavenly realm inheriting the Azure Dragon lineage. All right. While similar realms might spawn in the distant future, as of right now, the heavenly realm is the absolute only fruit capable of producing true Yanfu walkers. Yanfu events do not directly execute walkers. However, during ultra-critical quests, the danger of failing and being permanently trapped is horrifyingly real. Yes, that is exactly what happened to me. I really thought I had secured a flawless victory this time. Looking back, my own greed poisoned me. A rank 8 walker supposedly has the absolute freedom to choose their Yanfu event, yet I walked blindly into Zhang Yuejian's deadly trap. That absolute bastard played the harmless fool, but in reality he was a poisoned blade slowly slicing away my flesh. The Yanfu event I triggered offered an astronomical reward pool. It was directly tied to a supreme Yanfu treasure vault that only this specific realm could generate. The core objective traced the 1,000-year origin of the Heavenly Mother crossing the sea, and to top it off, fulfill the ultimate wish of the Heavenly Mother herself. Before diving in, my confidence was sky high. The scouting reports stated that despite this realm's massive scale, its overall power level was pitifully below average. The martial arts standard here was utter garbage, likely not even reaching the 10th tier. Even though their magical foundation was complete, barely anyone ever cultivated to a threatening level. Those infamous pirate lords ruling the skies, and those lurking sea monsters, if they even matched the strength of a rank 9 walker, that would be a total miracle. But the moment I crossed over, the horrific truth hit me. That below-average power rating completely ignored the coastal deities and the legendary divine servants guarding this cursed world. Even the tame sea beasts commanded by these gods possessed terrifying might. They were easily on par with the sixth-rank entities or ancient coastal deities like Dadao, Gong, and Mazu. The Buddhist ice spirit alone held the devastating power of the five-direction elders, maybe even something far more monstrous. Factoring in these unfathomable god-tier beings, this realm easily ranked in the top 20 of all celestial worlds. Zhang Yuijian. That snake set me up on purpose. Still, the Yanfu system never issues a completely impossible quest. I prepared an ultimate trump card to welcome the Heavenly Mother and miraculously escape the Sea Dragon King's wrath. At last I uncovered the true origin of her sea-crossing Macau. Macau was the absolute epicenter, and the legendary Yanfu treasure vault was hidden right there. The divine wish of Yoshimazu was simple yet impossible. Eradicate all Portuguese forces from Macau. Damn it all, a single person could never pull off such a slaughter alone. I had to manipulate local factions, the pirate lords, corrupt officials, or even the East India Company, but weaving that kind of massive political web required decades of agonizing time. Higher-tier realms suffer from crushing time dilation. The flow of time here compared to the heavenly realm was already a brutal 2-to-1 ratio. If I rotted here for 18 years, my home world would be entirely unrecognizable upon return. So I decided to gamble my very soul. The log abruptly glitched into corrupted text. Li Yan fiercely narrowed his gaze, assuming the heavenly realm represented the real world. In reality, there were no second chances. Death meant absolute terrifying oblivion. Knowing the chaotic nature of the Yanfu system, I knew my legacy items would scatter. Let the scavenger walkers fight over the scraps. I intentionally left this encrypted truth behind. I only beg you for one favor. Find a walker named and Sing in the Yanfu network. Hand her the Water Demon Bloodline scroll. You have my eternal gratitude. Li Yan pieced the terrifying puzzle together. His original reality was indeed the sole universe capable of birthing true Yanfu walkers. A memory flashed in Li Yan's mind. The high priest had mentioned Zen Master Mi Li vanished without a trace over 20 years ago. The brutal time dilation laws matched up perfectly. During the last bloodbath in Yandu Ible leaked a massive secret. Zhang Yuejin only claimed his title as a 10th lord within the last 2 years. Li Yan's expression turned incredibly grim. That meant 11 years ago, before Zhang Yuejin even became a realm lord, he ruthlessly sacrificed Mi Li. He trapped him in this hellish realm, forcing him into a suicidal gamble that cost his life. Li Yan's mind raced. His own dragon and tiger aura had evolved into the Divine Nine Phoenix Axe, violently skyrocketing his awakening percentage. It also boosted his 9 Phoenix enhancement stats. The upgrades to his Guhuo Bird, the Corpse Demon coin buffs, even the Wushan 5 Elements power. All of it was the sheer overpowered effect of the Yanfu treasure vault. Li Yan stepped toward the door of destiny. Mere awakening levels were just the absolute beginning. These Yanfu system treasures truly separated the weak from the legendary. He pushed the doors open, bathing in the brilliant light. 10 years ago, he was a lone level 8 walker. Now he stepped out to a massive fleet and loyal comrades. Tens of thousands of elite warriors now stood at his command. With an army this formidable, clearing this Yanfu world event and claiming its ultimate treasure was finally within reach. A confident, dangerous smirk played on his lips. It was time to drive every last foreign invader straight out of Macau. Meanwhile, aboard the Envy, one of Heron's 7 massive dreadnoughts, the Macau port was swarming with heavily armed guards. High-ranking officials whispered in the shadows, plotting their next move. Cardinal Tang's eyes burned with ruthless ambition. This expedition to capture Li Yanzi had to be absolutely flawless. Magistrate Zhang chimed in. Orders from above. Your forces need not gather at the Guangzhou port. Proceed directly to Lantau Island. Captain Bastet of the British Royal Navy and the Imperial Fleet will follow shortly. We shall rendezvous at Lantau. Cardinal Tang sneered, his displeasure obvious. What exactly do you mean by that, Lord Zheng? Our forces are helping you slaughter pirates, yet we are barred from entering your precious port. Official Zhao stepped forward, his gaze sharp. As a humble scholar, I have a question. Care to enlighten me, Cardinal? The General's request for military cooperation was issued a mere 15 days ago. Are you telling me your nation assembled such a colossal armada in just 2 weeks? Zhao's eyes narrowed with suspicion. My question is simple. Were these naval warships already lurking in the southern seas long before the official alliance was ever proposed? Insolence, Magistrate Zheng roared. But Cardinal Tang raised a hand, a cold smile forming. Let it be. Official Zhao appreciates directness. We received the general's urgent plea and dared not waste a single second. The cardinal lied smoothly. These warships were abruptly diverted from their sea routes, sailing relentlessly day and night to arrive on time. Zhao chuckled, dripping with sarcasm. Oh, if memory serves, your homeland is currently engulfed in war. Rumor has it your borders are incredibly tense. With such an overwhelmingly powerful navy, why aren't you fighting off the French? Why cross the ocean just to help us hunt pirates? The cardinal's faux polite facade instantly crumbled into pure hostility. What exactly are you implying, official Zhao? Nothing much, Zhao replied coolly. But if your nation truly wishes to assist the imperial court, you will submit to our strategic arrangements. Allowing such a massive foreign fleet into our port is far too risky. I beg your understanding. Cardinal Tang's eyes turned utterly pitch black. Lord Zhao, you and I have quite the history. Over the years, your imperial customs and our naval authorities have clashed relentlessly. Your name is constantly cursed by my subordinates. Tang offered a chilling hollow smile. In the year 1804, 24 of my church's men were detained. You personally stormed our gates, taking back 4 of your countrymen before I even returned. Zhao stood in stoic silence as the cardinal continued his grim tally. May 1806. Under your jurisdiction, a native Macanese soldier fatally shot 3 of your people. We formally requested 3 days to handle the matter internally. You denied us outright and executed him on the spot. I eat the emperor's grain, so I execute the emperor's will, Zhao answered fearlessly. Murderous aura erupted from the cardinal. I'm just saying. You become a massive thorn in my side. Suddenly, a terrifying blur sliced through the air. It pierced straight through official Zhao's skull. Thud. The righteous official collapsed in a pool of his own blood dead. Magistrate Zhang paralyzed with absolute terror, but a second projectile instantly shattered his throat. Splash. Cardinal Tang casually wiped his hands. Pathetic heathens. The 14th year of the Jacking era. How could they possibly resist? It was all a futile struggle against the crushing wheel of fate. The imperial defenses crumbled instantly upon impact. They stood no chance against such devastating ironclad artillery. Their arsenals were entirely depleted, their warships ancient and rotting. The coastal navy had become laughably obsolete. Just before Governor Lin took command of the region, he had drafted a desperate midnight petition to the emperor. But it was too late. In June 12, Vasco-class dreadnoughts commanded by the British Captain Booster mercilessly bombarded the port. A catastrophic sea of fire engulfed the entire coastline. Nearly 100 imperial vessels were dragged to the ocean floor. Every surrounding fortress fell in a single day. By day 3, British explosives had utterly shattered the impenetrable walls of Guangzhou. In less than 5 agonizing days, the great city had fallen. Commander Yi sacrificed his life defending the motherland. General Fullen was forced into a desperate, humiliating exile. Reinforcements from neighboring provinces rushed to help but were ruthlessly intercepted by the Portuguese naval blockade. The imperial court had boasted a grand fleet of 900 patrol ships, but when the flames of war finally ignited, the reality was horrifying. The main warships had been scrapped years ago. The remaining vessels were hopelessly stranded on the beaches, decaying into useless driftwood under the endless wind and rain. The European invaders were overwhelmingly vicious. Their blitzkrieg was so sudden the imperial forces had absolutely zero power to fight back. Meanwhile, on Lantau Island, a man wearing a blood-red bandana scoffed at a tactical report. Ridiculous. Inviting a pack of wolves to hunt a snake, Governor Lin was so devastated by the news he collapsed from illness, refusing to eat. The man casually tossed the military reports into the ocean breeze. The legendary pirate lord Kai Qian had sent a cryptic winding letter, but its underlying message was crystal clear. In a secret hideout far away, the exiled General Fullen screamed in absolute desperation, sweating profusely. A ransom. I'll pay double triple. I promise to abandon the pirate extermination campaign. I'll grant you royal pardons, official titles, limitless wealth, and eternal glory. Whatever you desire, it's yours. Not just the Red Flag Fleet, but all warlords of the southern seas. As long as you slaughter those despicable western invaders and retake Guangzhou, I accept every single one of your conditions. Li Yan's gaze sharpened into a cold, murderous blade. The broken general fell to his knees, pleading, "Deploy your fleets, save me. No, send your unstoppable armada to save our nation." Early June, the 14th year of Jiexing, the absolute ruler of the underworld, boss Kai Qian, finally made his move. Using his monumental influence over weapons, rations, and black market channels, he issued a legendary blood-sealed summoning order, calling upon the Red Flag Fleet's Li Yanzi, the Anim Protectorate, the demonic rogue Zhang He, the Ship King Lin Ajin, the Righteous Blade Chu Ben, the Yellow Flag Fleets Shu Longxi, the Crimson Lotus Coalition, and the Phoenix Vanguard. The Redheads, the White Bands, and apex predators from every underworld faction, the greatest pirate lords in history, converged at the Kai family's floating sea fortress, preparing for an apocalyptic war that would shake the heavens. Li Yan sat in heavy silence, his mind racing. What was this negotiation really about, with Western forces plotting to seize Guangdong should he even get involved? And the bigger question remained, if they actually joined forces, who would sit on the ultimate throne? A burning rage ignited within him. That bastard Kai Qian was nothing but the imperial court's loyal attack dog. He had absolutely zero redeeming qualities. Why should they attend? Who the hell did this Kai guy think he was? Wait, no. Why shouldn't they go? The Five Flags Alliance held absolute power at Dayu Mountain. This time, the fate of everything rested entirely in their hands. Li Yan's eyes narrowed, flashing with a deadly, murderous intent. The real dilemma was their troop count. Actually, screw it. It was time to let these rookies witness true warfare. Load the heavy cannons onto the main warships. They were rolling out. Old Goose slammed his fists on the table, veins popping on his neck. Are you out of your damn mind? This is a political summit, not a full-scale bloody war. Dragging heavy artillery just makes us the prime target, that brain-dead Zhang. He will attack us on sight, but wait, we still hold the Third Flag's leader hostage. How could we possibly show up with a weak escort? Li Yan's voice dripped with absolute ice. Brother Shu Chaoyi, you insist we make this trip. So tell me exactly whose lives are we gambling with today? Shu Chaoyi fell into a heavy silence, a terrifying calculation flashing in his dark eyes. He slowly waved his hand. Bring whoever you want but little. Ah, Shu must be part of this convoy. She carries the pure bloodline of the Zheng family. Across the entire southern seas. No. In this entire world, absolutely no faction dares to disrespect the Zheng dynasty's heirs. Bringing her is our ultimate trump card. Hearing this grim strategy, Li Yan slowly shook his head. She is far more than just a mere pawn. Chao Yi froze, completely stunned by Li Yan's declaration. Slamming his hands on the table, Li Yan's eyes blazed with fierce determination. Move out. We don't need an army, I'll handpick the squad. He smirked. Our only mission crowning Ah Shu as the Grand Alliance leader. Without missing a beat, he began barking out orders, carefully selecting the absolute best fighters to join his elite vanguard. Chao Yi was ordered to guard Mount Dassi. Meanwhile, Li Yan's strike force was assembled. Lin Yuanfu, Old Jiaodao, Black Flag Ghost, Old Man Bai, Ghost Head Zhao Zhao, A Uncle J Dan Niang, and of course Zheng Ah Shu. With his legendary crew gathered, Li Yan led them straight toward the Grand Summit. They mobilized an overwhelming force, 20 lightning-fast assault ships, 200 roaring cannons, 100 demonic grappling hooks, tens of thousands of elite warriors, and over 50 descendants of Wu Bazi, including Qi Nong. As Li Yan grasped Ah Shu's hand, gazing at their massive armada, the system suddenly chimed in. Ding! Supplemental Yanfu event triggered. Legendary pirates. The birth of a pirate queen. The notification left Li Yan completely speechless. The holographic text continued. Mission objective: crown Zhang Ah Shu as the supreme commander of the Grand Pirate Alliance and completely obliterate the Western invaders from these waters. Li Yan's gaze shifted to Ah Shu, whose carefree laughter echoed in the wind. The system clarified that his final rank depended on the Alliance's sheer scale and his success in crushing the Western fleets. Transitioning to the aftermath of their massive preparations, the Kai family's grand ship city stood as the absolute pinnacle of commerce across the entire Nanyang Seas. A legendary sanctuary where nothing was unattainable, it hoarded mythic treasures and rare artifacts from every corner of the globe. Need devastating 32-pound French heavy artillery, they had it. Looking for the latest mechanically triggered mercury mines, or massive 7-masted Portuguese galleons, they even trafficked the highest-grade illicit narcotics on the black market. They boasted legendary crimson tea from Mount Wuyi, mystical color-shifting porcelain from the Ming dynasty, towering gladiators from the fortress of San Miru, mountains of silver, exotic spices, gleaming ivory, flawless jade, radiant pearls, and blinding emeralds. If it existed on any continent across this vast world, the grand ship city could summon it right into your hands. Spanning a mere 3 to 4 hectares, This maritime fortress commanded a staggering one-third of Guangdong's entire naval traffic. Anchored east of the Ryukyu archipelago, it flexed a monstrous fleet of 80 massive Manila galleons. Lined up like an impenetrable wall, ships were bound by heavy iron chains. 8,004 elite Kai family soldiers guarded this floating fortress day and night. This floating empire was ruled by 4 generations of the illustrious Kai family under Lord Hao Ding. It carried over a century of blood-soaked history since the founding emperor's reign. Though recently fading from glory, fate took a wild turn when control passed to Kai Qian. At the time, he was a mere 15-year-old boy. This young prodigy single-handedly manipulated the imperial court, forcing them to establish the legendary 13 trading posts in Guangdong, monopolizing the massive porcelain trade network. He controlled the flow of tea, raw silk, and exotic foreign wool for over 2 decades. He didn't just build an empire, he completely resurrected the dying Kai family ship city. Suddenly, aboard the imposing Yeling galleon, a raspy voice shattered the silence. "Zhang He, my bitter rival." "His forces rival our own," the voice growled. "Not long ago, he absolutely crushed the kingdom of Annam, skyrocketing his infamy to terrifying heights. Rumor has it a point-blank cannon blast vaporized the king of Annam. Yet Zhang He walked away without a single scratch." Old Gu stabbed a fierce finger onto the map. Even crazier, he unlocked an ancient coffin beneath the bloody altar. In front of thousands, he crushed a massive British warship at Qinong with his bare hands. Old Gu's face darkened completely. "Honestly, our madam could never wield such apocalyptic power in her entire life. That monstrous pirate Zhang He nearly crushed his throat that day." Old Gu rasped, his voice trembling. "Now this terrifying legend has consumed the Nanyang seas. It's no longer just about fleet size or sheer numbers. When it comes to pure devastating one-on-one combat and ungodly supernatural abilities, the demon pirate Zhang, he is the undisputed king of these waters. Mountains of corpses pave the path beneath his feet," he continued. "Then there's the treasure ship king Lin Ajin, the absolute tyrant of the Shijiang River, hailing from a legendary bloodline of master shipwrights. He hoards ancient mythological ship blueprints passed down through centuries. Elsewhere, Lin Ajin's trembling hands brushed the dust off an ancient scroll. His ancestors were top-tier master craftsmen holding staggering power within the Imperial Ministry of Works. Legend states that the colossal treasure fleets of the great eunuch Sanbao were masterfully engineered by the Lin family's ancient genius ancestors. Snapping back to reality, Old Gu lowered his gaze and pushed on. "Lin Ajin possesses a terrifying intellect. Over the last 2 years, he's drained Western countries of their rarest materials just to mutate and upgrade his monstrous fleet. And then there's the righteous warlord Zhu Ben. His fleet might be slightly smaller than the Red Flag gangs, but his crew is a terrifying melting pot of deadly misfits. He's recruited bloodthirsty warriors from India, Annam, and the savage coastal islands. He even commands rogue mercenaries from America and the depths of Latin America." Absorbing this massive lore drop about Kai Qian's absolute dominance, Li Yan's eyes narrowed with fierce intrigue. This Kai Qian, he's playing an entirely different game. Absolutely terrifying. Old Gu nodded grimly. "Exactly. To the imperial court, he's the supreme overlord of the Nanyang pirates, but to the pirates themselves, he's the golden goose nobody dares to cross. And his ties with the Westerners, the warships and state-of-the-art firearms he secures are straight-up military-grade weapons of mass destruction. Rumor has it when Booster's forces violently conquered Guangzhou City, the corrupt local generals had to beg Kai Qian's manager just to negotiate a pathetic peace treaty to survive. The bastard is playing all 3 sides like a fiddle. It's absolutely sickening." Master Xiaodao's voice sliced through the tension like ice. "So what you're saying is, Kai Qian is a master of shadows. He's even deeply entwined with the invading Westerners. Even if Guangzhou crumbles into ashes, his empire remains completely untouched. So why the hell is he summoning the entire Nanyang pirate underworld here? Is he truly aiming for a peaceful negotiation?" Catching his drift, Old Gu closed his heavy eyes and sighed. "It's not that simple. No matter how outrageously wealthy his 13 trading posts become, he is still completely chained to the imperial court's whims. If the emperor demands your execution, your wealth means nothing. I bet my life that Lord Fu Lin crushed Kai Qian under immense political pressure, forcing him to host this very summit." Li Yan pierced Old Gu with a razor-sharp glare. "Based on your intel, If we are to absolutely dominate this summit and claim the throne, then the demon pirate warlord Zhu Ben and the treasure ship king will simply have to be crushed and tossed aside, right, making Kai Qian our ultimate mountainous obstacle. Am I right? Old Gu shook his head ominously. That's barely scratching the surface. In the blood-soaked world of pirates, raw, unadulterated power is the only absolute law. Kai Qian's influence is overwhelmingly massive, and the elite mercenaries he's bought are just as fiercely lethal as our own vanguard. However, there is one critical flaw. The entire crew leaned in, hanging on his every word. He exhaled slowly. His men are bound by family ties. They sail just to survive. They lack the ravenous hunger of fearless outlaws like us. Furthermore, at his core, Kai Qian is nothing but a merchant. He relies heavily on sluggish cargo ships and standard-issue artillery. Over the years, his trading empire has grown too massive, forcing him into a purely defensive stance to protect his treasures. At this revelation, Dan Niang locked onto Old Gu with dangerously piercing eyes. The old man finished his grim warning. If you intend to violently seize the absolute throne, I'm terrified your current strength simply isn't enough. Li Yan scoffed, a dangerously confident smirk playing on his lips. Do you honestly believe that? Old Gu's eyes lit up with wild excitement. Decades ago, the imperial court laid down a heavy decree. Building private twin-masted ships was an offense punishable by death, yet that law was nothing but empty wind to us. Kai Khan might just be a corrupt merchant, but the crazy bastard actually built them anyway. Boss Li Yan, just think about it. That snake Kai Khan practically lives in the government's shadow. The imperial officials aren't total idiots. Why would they let a lowly broker parade around with such power? He tapped his own eye with a knowing smirk. From my intel, the court is watching Kai Khan's trading posts and shipyards in Jiangsu and Zhejiang like hawks. They are clinging to him like a death curse. Chilling, right? Li Yan's tone remained utterly relaxed. Based on your brilliant theory, the government is obsessing over those 13 massive trading hubs. Do you honestly think the court has the manpower to monitor our floating fortress? It has dominated the Ryukyu archipelago's borders for over a century. Simply put, everyone desperately needs a broker with this level of wealth and resources. He is the golden goose. Li Yan's gaze sharpened into a vicious glare. That is exactly why the five flags are tearing each other apart for the leader's throne. Kai Khan runs the shadowy markets. When 10th Madam and Zhang, he took over the purple flag. Kai Khan saw another massive profit opportunity. The government crushes bandits while Kai Khan keeps raking in gold. You really are blind to the true game being played here. That crushing reality check left Old Gu completely speechless. By the very next dawn, whispers spread like wildfire. Master Li Yan had been maneuvering from the shadows, successfully shattering the legendary Tiger Gate's defenses for the first time. Traders guided the Westerners' assault on Guangzhou, leading to the capture of the Third Flag's boss right off Zhang He's flagship. The informant gulped. The Five Flags Alliance is bleeding in pure chaos. They already anchored at Guanyi Island days ago. As the timeline dragged on, the Red Flag faction aggressively scoured Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Fujian. They even sparked violent clashes with the Japanese fleets hunting for an unknown world-shaking artifact. Zhang, he slouched on his bloody throne, his voice dropping to a menacing growl. This Li Yan from Guanyi Island is dangerously clever. He knows damn well that 10th Madam is dead. The Red Flag fleet is nothing but trash against my power. So now he desperately wants an alliance with 5th Granny's descendants. Pathetic. That upcoming apocalyptic war might just be 5th Granny's twisted demand. But who cares? Let him flex his pathetic muscles. He is beneath me. Zhang, he snapped his gaze to his trembling lieutenant. You were telling me he actually assaulted the Tiger Gate. If my memory serves me right, and Ming and his elite squad set sail at that exact moment. The lieutenant swallowed hard, trembling in pure terror. Yes, my lord. Right when the monstrous Heavenly Mother's storm swallowed the sea. Zhang, his face contorted into a mask of demonic fury as he pieced the puzzle together. Nguyen and Ming simply vanished inside that apocalyptic typhoon. And just days later, his dogs kicked down my door demanding some legendary artifact called the Heart of Wrath. Word is Zhou Ben got dragged into this hell too. The heavens are finally watching this bloodbath. Two massive factions, yet they couldn't even salvage a single wooden plank from the wreckage. God knows who is being set up as the ultimate scapegoat. The Heavenly Mother storm doesn't erase existence. There is absolutely no reason the missing cargo was not recovered. Someone swept that entire bloody battlefield clean. His mind raced through the deadly implications before he finally scoffed. I don't have hard proof yet, but my gut screams that I am taking the heat for Li Yan's master plan. Forget that for now. What is the exact location of the red flag fleet? Have his forces already breached the coordinates? The loyal subordinate bowed low. They haven't even survived the crushing currents of Watertail Canyon yet. Zhang, his lip twitched with absolute malice. So, they are still stuck at Watertail. That canyon is a death trap of razor-sharp jagged rocks. Zhang, he leaned forward, a sadistic grin forming. Does that mean they haven't crossed into Kai Can's territory? Meanwhile, aboard the mighty Yaoling warship, one of Li Yan's pirates screamed in pure panic. Boss Li Yan, a fleet of pitch-black ghost ships is blocking the ocean path. It is absolute chaos out there. Li Yan narrowed his eyes. Let's step out and witness this spectacle. Right before Li Yan's colossal vessel, a lone figure was literally surfing on a single bamboo reed. His aura was overwhelmingly calm. Li Yan's gaze turned absolute zero. It was none other than Yan the Fourth. The old martial master looked up with a piercing stare. Am I looking at Li Yan, the legendary boss of the Red Flag Fleet? There stood old Yan, a frail shadow, fearlessly opposing Li Yan's towering warships. Recognizing the master's insane strength, Li Yan respectfully clasped his hands. I am indeed Li Yan. To whom do I owe this honor? The old man chuckled softly. I am merely a humble servant working for Master Li Yan. You can just call me Old Fourth Yan. That name struck a massive chord in Li Yan's memory. It instantly reminded him of the terrifying woman who completely saw through his ultimate technique. If he remembered correctly, her name was Yan Ajuo. Old Fourth Yan plastered on a fake, painfully polite smile. Here is the deal. My master invited all you great leaders here for a simple negotiation. We want to unite our powers to kick those red-haired Western invaders out of Guangdong. But we know you big bosses have rivers of bad blood between you. I bet you brought a massive army for protection, didn't you? Too many armed men just breeds bloody conflict. If an all-out war sparks, how the hell are we supposed to negotiate? Li Yan's entire crew burst into a roaring laughter at the old man's naive logic. Watching this circus, Li Yan leaned over the ship's bow with a chilling grin. So what is the grand plan? Is Kai Can seriously asking me to abandon my fleet and walk into the tiger's den alone? Do we look that incredibly stupid to you? Old Fourth Yan maintained his sickeningly sweet facade and softly replied. Exactly, that is exactly what I told my boss too. These men are absolute overlords of their territories. Just getting them to accept this invitation was a miracle. Forbidding them from bringing their personal armies into the Tiambo Guild. They will never agree to that. If things go south and we end up taking the hit, are you really going to sit back and watch us lowly servants get slaughtered? Old Yan flashed a cryptic fox-like grin. But my boss gave me the perfect counter-strategy. He said their refusal boils down to two simple fears. First, they do not trust Tai Khan, fearing a deadly ambush if their numbers are too low. Second, they suspect a trap. Bottom line, a massive armed escort is their only security blanket. Li Yan's aura grew incredibly cold at the useless chatter. Old man, cut the historical riddles. Spit out your real objective before my patience runs dry. Old Yan's eyes gleamed with sly calculation. Now, Commander Li Yan, if you truly trust my master, I will let a single 50-man warship pass right now. But if your paranoia demands a larger fleet, fine, I will stand right here on the water's surface. Use any martial skill you possess. If you can force me to step back from this fishing rod, one step backward buys you one 50-man ship. Push me back 2 meters, that unlocks 2 massive 100-man galleons. You do the leveling math. With a surge of inner ki, he spun his bamboo rod into the water. The old man stood like an immovable mountain facing down Li Yan's fleet of 1,000 warships. Whoosh! A massive iron anchor launched through the air with devastating force. Clang, and hooked dead center onto the bamboo rod. A muscular pirate roared, veins bulging with raw explosive power as he desperately yanked. You gave your word, old-timer. One step buys one ship right. Old Yan casually nodded, his aura unfazed. Exactly. One step, one ship. Hearing the answer he craved, Zheba gripped the rope and yanked it with brutal force, flashing a wicked, toothless grin. Zheba channeled every ounce of his strength, but it was completely useless. Despite the desperate struggle, Yan Laosi refused to budge an inch. The old man actually looked like he was thoroughly enjoying this pathetic display. Completely drained and powerless, Zheba collapsed in sheer exhaustion, panting heavily like a wild dog gasping for air. Seeing this, Li Yan commanded, ignore him. Just drive the ship straight over his body. At their leader's word, the fleet roared to life, violently tearing through the roaring waves as they surged forward. Li Yan's massive warship barreled ahead mere seconds from crushing Yan Laosi. The old man's relaxed demeanor vanished instantly. His eyes darkened with lethal intent as he locked onto the unstoppable vessel. He simply raised his hand with a casual flick. Boom! A deafening shockwave erupted as the massive warship collided head-on with his bare palm. The terrifying impact shook the heavens violently, throwing everyone on the deck completely off balance, including Li Yan and Little Knife. Inside, the cabin objects shattered into pieces. Dan Niang, gripping Xu Ning's hand, was literally tossed into the air by the earthquake-like tremor. Panic-stricken, Xu Ning cried out, "What in the world is happening out there?" The speeding ship screeched to a dead halt, completely suppressed by his monstrous force. Yan Laosi slowly relaxed his grip on the hull before casually pushing the colossal vessel away. A mere touch had forced the massive ship backwards across the turbulent sea. Realizing the deadly threat, Li Yan activated his system. Skill. Crimson Swan's glimpse, his eyes flaring with a blazing red aura. The system panel glowed. Status Fire Cauldron Sea Suppressing Rongyuan. Overall combat evaluation 10 capitals peak level target acquired Yan Laosi. Yan Laosi put on a fake, merciful smile and mocked Boss Li. "Yan, why do not you turn your little boat around, back up a bit and try ramming me one more time?" Little Knife stood beside him, completely stunned. "Tell me, could you stop a speeding ship with your bare hands?" Li Yan replied awkwardly. "I could punch a massive hole through it, but stopping it is another story." Hearing this, Little Knife stroked his chin in deep thought. "I could probably pull it off if I pushed my limits, but it would not look anywhere near as effortless as him. Because the connection between muscle groups and skin is incredibly tight, the inherited strength transferred through physical traits is far greater, granting superior muscle elasticity and a terrifyingly high explosive power." Li Yan chuckled darkly. "Haha, raw physical defense is not exactly the strong suit of a Yanfu walker anyway, so it does not matter." But internally his mind was racing with lethal strategies. His Crimson Swan's glimpse system scan had completely confirmed the horrifying truth. Yan Laosi was definitely not a normal human being. That sea-suppressing Rongyuan title is directly linked to the fire cauldron arts worshipped by the ancient masters. The fatal flaw here is that his true abilities and dark origins remain a complete mystery to me. Old Gu, who had been dead silent, finally spoke up. "Hey Li Yan, no matter how monstrous his strength is, do you really think his flesh can withstand the deadly slash of blades and axes? If we shower him with arrows, he will be turned into a bloody sieve in seconds." Not wanting to waste breath, Li Yan smirked. "Be my guest, try it." Hearing the green light, Old Gu instantly drew his heavy bow. Overflowing with bloodlust, he shouted, "Listen here, old man, you are the one blocking our path. If you end up dead, do not go crying to the heavens about your fate." With a sharp twang, the arrow tore through the air, at lightning speed, aiming straight for the arrogant Yan Laosi. But inches from his face, the arrow violently shattered into fine dust. Ding! Li Yan's system interface suddenly flashed with a new holographic notification. "You have successfully unlocked crucial hidden intelligence." The sea-suppressing Rongyuan possesses a unique demonic aura. It projects a specialized force field onto non-living objects within a specific radius exclusively over the treacherous open ocean. Yan Laosi's face twisted into an even more arrogant smirk. The system continued. "Note, this yokai is exclusive to the southern seas, hijacking passing merchant ships to extort them for precious food and water. However, ever since the glorious invention of explosive artillery shells, most of these oceanic yokai have gone completely into hiding, utterly terrified of modern firepower." Watching Old Gu frantically notch more arrows, Li Yan patted his shoulder. "It is useless. Save your energy." Frustrated, Old Gu replied, "Brother Li Yan, why do not we just blow him to hell with the cannons?" Li Yan smirked coldly. "One man stands alone on the ocean to block our entire fleet, and you want to use heavy artillery. Have you no pride?" Suddenly, his entire aura shifted drastically as he called out, "Yan Laosi, earlier you arrogantly claimed that for every step you are forced back you would allow one ship to safely pass. Is that right?" Crack! Li Yan cracked his knuckles loudly. "But I brought exactly 20 ships with me today." "How will you calculate that?" Yan Laosi sneered with absolute disdain. "Do your worst, boss. Whatever is lacking, I will personally compensate." The words barely left his mouth before Li Yan vanished. Swoosh! He materialized instantly, his heavy blade crashing down right before Yan Laosi. The devastating shockwave violently churned the ocean, slicing past the old man's bloodshot eyes. Clang Yan Laoxi's rock-hard muscular forearm blocked the legendary blade dead in its tracks. The explosive impact blasted seawater into the sky like a raging downpour, yet the old monster had not taken a single step backward. Boom! Li Yan kicked off the crashing waves, landing back down with an explosive splash. Standing effortlessly on the ocean's surface, he spun his blade rapidly, radiating a completely suffocating murderous aura. Yan Laoxi narrowed his eyes in utter confusion. How is he not sinking? Crackle. The dark water beneath Li Yan instantly froze solid into a thick sheet of ice. This was the terrifying domain power of the nine-fold ice frost. The raging ocean had completely transformed into a frost-covered battlefield. Standing amidst the freezing mist, the elderly Yan Laoxi actually shivered his heavy breaths, instantly turning into thick clouds of white frost. But the true nightmare was just beginning. Dropping into a low martial stance, Li Yan unleashed a mighty roar, aiming his fearsome spear straight at his enemy. With this ferocious battle cry, he summoned his legendary guardian spirit, the Guhuo Bird. A breathtaking half-human, half-beast spectral entity manifested from the void. The Guhuo Bird fused seamlessly with Li Yan's divine polearm as they became one unstoppable force rocketing straight toward the arrogant yokai. The overwhelming offensive pressure distorted Yan Laoxi's face as he violently coughed up dark blood. Before the old monster could even counter, Li Yan slammed a devastating palm strike directly into his chest, forcing a massive geyser of crimson into the air. Driven by pure survival instinct, Yan Laoxi subconsciously took a pathetic step backward to dodge the catastrophic force. Seeing the old fool stubbornly refusing to retreat any further, Li Yan instantly leaped high into the freezing sky. Suspended in the heavens, Li Yan and the Guhuo Bird achieved absolute synchronization. The spectral bird spread its massive wings as they dive-bombed like a raging meteor toward the defensive yokai. Li Yan's eyes suddenly flared with a savage predatory blue light. He unleashed a merciless lightning-fast barrage of deadly kicks, relentlessly battering Yan Laoxi's completely crumbling defenses. Li Yan's entire crew watched in absolute jaw-dropping shock. Little Knife was the most dumbfounded of them all, secretly trembling as he thought boss Li Yan has grown terrifyingly stronger. This power is absolute insanity. Boom boom. A chain of catastrophic explosions violently shook the frost-covered ocean. Completely trapped within Li Yan's glacial prison, Yan Laoxi desperately tried to block the storm of incoming spear thrusts, but it was hopelessly futile. Sensing the arrogant yokai's energy finally hitting rock bottom, Li Yan fiercely spun his divine polearm, raising it high into the freezing skies above. Reaching the absolute peak, he brought his foot crashing down with heaven-shattering force, delivering a fatal strike upon Yan Laoxi. The once mighty yokai's clothes were shredded. Covered in bloody gashes, he collapsed heavily onto the thick ice, desperately gasping for air like a dying animal. Xiao Dao watched Li Yan with pure awe, showering him with praise. The man was finally mastering his terrifying power. Sheathing his spear with a slick spin, Li Yan stood tall like a conquering warlord. The annoying pebbles blocking his path were completely crushed. The frozen ocean surface began to crack, revealing the dark, freezing waters below. Knowing his life had been spared, Yan Laoxi bowed in endless gratitude. "Thank you, Commander Li. Thank you for showing mercy." Li Yan paused his steps right in the middle of the fracturing ice. Throwing a freezing glare over his shoulder, Li Yan spoke. "I no longer need the 42nd Fleet. We are done here. Tell your boss to send 20 ships to Mount Dayu. Since you are loaded, I will not hold back." With that absolute authority, he leaped onto his massive ship. "Set sail, brothers." Left behind in the cold, Yan Laoxi dragged his feet back to his vessel, watching Li Yan's fleet disappear into the horizon. The majestic ships surged past Yan Laoxi. Clamping a cigarette between his lips, Xiao Dao asked, "With a peak level 10 ally, do Kai, Qian, and Zhang, he really want the 9 luminaries? Our side has Xu Chaoyi and a few heavy hitters. We have roughly 13 warriors at level 10, but that is literally it." Li Yan took a drag of his own smoke. "The 9 luminaries, Zhang, he is somewhat capable, and Kai Qian might be hiding something too. Brute force alone will not win the Overlord's throne. Both monsters and pirates rely on Zhang He's typing scroll, making his absolute dominance totally expected. Meanwhile, Kai Qian is just a scheming merchant. Manipulation and underhanded tactics are his true weapons. Plus, he controls the Fire Tripod faction as his foundation. His personal combat power is probably pathetic." Igniting his cigarette, Li Yan's mind raced with tactical calculations. "In both brutal strength and cunning schemes, I am vastly superior, so what about the 9 luminaries? It all comes down to the Yanfu system's power scaling. Honestly, progressing forward does not scare me, only hitting a bottleneck does. The sheer variety of weapons and artifacts in this realm is mind-blowing. Basic inheritance sits at 39% peak level, 10 at 40%, and the 9 luminaries at 69%. Dividing them into just strong and weak sounds incredibly flawed. In reality, only one thing limits a Yanfu walker's true potential, and that is their inheritance skill. Watching the burning ash, he recalled his 2 massive power awakenings. The first legendary breakthrough was when I unlocked the Blood Howl. It allowed a normal martial artist like me to shred through demons, ghosts, and aura-shielded warlords. The second explosive surge came from the Phantom Feathers. Landing 3 strikes summons a mystical feather that multiplies my damage instantly. His gaze sharpened. The 9 Phoenix and Corpse Dog augmentations were absolute game-changers too. Weapon manifestation, dark spirits, and rare artifacts definitely boost my stats, but they are just secondary buffs. Therefore, the Yanfu system's true ranking is dead simple. Break past the peak limit, claim a new inheritance skill, and watch your combat prowess skyrocket. Applying this logic to the current realm, the gap between the 9 luminaries and peak level 10 is purely physical stats, but raw stats can easily be countered with other overpowered perks. That makes measuring the real power difference almost impossible. The true terror is not the gap between peak level 10 and a standard 9 luminary, but facing a peak 9 luminary. Li Yan exhaled a cloud of smoke, lost in deep thought. The southern seas are flooded with endless crews, overflowing wealth, and countless cannons. Yet overwhelming individual strength can still absolutely dominate any battlefield. A flock of screeching crows snapped Li Yan back to reality as they approached Kai Qian's heavenly anchorage. A scouting parrot fluttered overhead, squawking out the arrivals. Ma family stronghold entering port, single mast 48 feet tall, 50 men. The Taiwan White Fleet has arrived. Single mast 48 feet, 50 men. The Bayou tribe from Luzon Island is docking 12-foot mast, 1 ship holding 7 warriors. Madura tribe from Sumatra entering port, 20-foot mast, 30 men. Cheung Chau Island's Blue Flag Fleet has arrived. 90-foot mast, 2 ships, 87 men. Suddenly, the parrot froze as a colossal armada eclipsed the horizon. Li Yan's grand fleet was docking, pointing a menacing finger at the bird. Ba roared out. Red Flag Fleet of Mount Diu entering port, twin masts towering 200 feet, 20 warships, and 928 men. The terrifying numbers sent the parrot fleeing in absolute panic. It frantically echoed the announcement across the harbor. Realizing a true behemoth had arrived, the surrounding crews broke into absolute chaos. Li Yan is here. Are all 20 warships really entering the port? Another pirate shrieked in shock. Bro, look at those cannons. I have never seen firepower that massive. Over in a quiet sector of docked ships, a rugged man bit down on the tip of his spear. So that is the legendary Red Flag Fleet. With a massive crash, he shattered the silence instantly, drawing the Red Flag Fleet's deadly gaze. This suicidal fool was Hu Laosan of the Blue Flag Fleet. Red Flag dogs, give me back my brother. He barked, completely unaware he was begging for death. A chilling voice echoed back, are you eager to die? A colossal iron hammer smashed into his spear with a deafening screech of metal. Trembling from the recoil, Hu Laosan gasped. What horrifying raw power! He forced his eyes open to see who possessed such monstrous strength, only to be utterly stunned. His attacker was just a child. Before he could even blink, Ba swung again with devastating force. Dodging by a hair, Hu Laosan leaped back hundreds of feet, but the hammer-wielding demon boy charged right after him. Steel clashed violently against steel in a chaotic symphony of destruction. Watching from the deck, Li Yan smirked in approval. Now that is a heavy strike. It is like watching legendary warlords clash. Behind Li Yan, someone clenched their fists in blazing fury. It was Zhao Xiaoyi, fuming over an unfulfilled promise to free the Black Flag Fleet. Technically, Li Yan kept his word by releasing hundreds of captive sailors. However, he cruelly refused to let Xiaoyi's brother walk free. Grinding his teeth, Xiaoyi boiled with rage as he remembered Li Yan's arrogant smirk. If you want to bow back, you will have to serve me for a few more voyages. While Hu Laosan and Ba continued their earth-shattering brawl below, Li Yan casually turned to the tense, furious boy. I trained him myself. What do you think? He smirked, sacrificing its raw ferocity for a mere drop of spiritual energy, not worth the trade. Li Yan clarified his stance. I need brothers who can survive the long war. Not disposable pawns meant to be thrown away. Clack. The sharp sound of sparring echoed between Zhao Xiaoyi and Li Yan. The onlookers watched in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Li Yan casually pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Lighting up, he took a drag and muttered, "And Tianlu has finally made his move." Boom. A massive explosion shattered the tension. From the thick smoke emerged, and Tianlu, the Black Flag's second in command. With Guhuo imprisoned by the Red Flag, this ambitious usurper had already stolen half their forces. He crushed all opposition ruthlessly, completely ignoring the mission to rescue his imprisoned boss. His betrayal was obvious. Traitors are always worse than enemies. Xiao Xiaoyi frowned, his aura flaring. "If that bastard shows up, I will crush him myself." As he stormed off, Li Yan just stood there silently exhaling a cloud of smoke. Suddenly, the battlefield shifted. Zhao Xiaoyi confidently marched forward, his deadly spear aimed right at the two brawlers. He dashed forward like lightning, unleashing a masterful martial skill. He forced the fighters apart. Clang! Both Xue Ba and Hu Laosan had their weapons instantly disarmed. Zhao Xiaoyi stood like an immovable mountain between them, while their disarmed weapons sank into the dark ocean below. "Damn you, Zhao Xiaoyi!" Xue Ba roared. "What is your problem?" Zhao just ignored him, pointing his spear at the other man. "Hu Laosan, do you have a death wish?" Panicking, Hu Laosan yelled back, "You crazy bastard, Li Yan captured your boss and now you are helping him fight our Blue Flag faction." "Yeah," Zhao Xiaoyi coldly agreed. Without warning, he delivered a devastating kick, launching Hu straight into the unforgiving sea. "I do not have time for your garbage. Get lost." Floundering in the water, Hu pointed up in pure rage. "You absolute traitor, I curse 18 generations of your ancestors." Seeing this, Old Gu immediately ordered his men to open fire, but the target had vanished. "Chi!" Old Gu spat furiously. "The rat dives fast." Old Gu marched right up to Zhao Xiaoyi. Pointing an accusing finger, his eyes narrowed with deep suspicion. "Did you let that scum escape on purpose?" "The heavenly silver gathering has not started," Zhao replied calmly. "Spilling blood now ruins everything." Meanwhile, Xue Ba scratched his head awkwardly. "Uncle Gu, my hammer sank. What do I do?" Old Gu glared at him. "Who lives and dies is our business. Keep your mouth shut." Zhao confidently crossed his arms. "I stepped in to stop a pointless slaughter." Frustrated, Xue Ba aggressively jabbed a finger at him. "Hey Zhao, you tossed my weapon into the ocean, you better dive in and fetch it." Old Gu remained unconvinced, his glare piercing. "You are clearly hiding ulterior motives. A clear conscience fears no accusation," Zhao fired back. "I am loyal to the Black Flag." Completely ignored, Xue Ba whined in the background. "Seriously, are you two just going to pretend I do not exist?" Clap clap, slow mocking applause suddenly echoed, instantly shattering the chaotic tension. Li Yan stepped from the shadows. "Let it go, Old Gu. He just spared a spineless coward." The group finally backed down. Someone patted Xue Ba's head with a grin. "Go ask Brother Zidao to forge you a new hammer." Li Yan's eyes gleamed with intense curiosity. "That move. What was it?" Zhao met his gaze proudly. "The flying carp, 3 stances. An ancestral technique designed purely to shatter an opponent's weapon." Li Yan smirked, his battle spirit igniting. "Any hidden secrets to it? How about we spar and find out?" System notifications flashed in his mind. Defeating Zhao head-on could trigger a massive reward. He could completely copy this overpowered skill directly into his system arsenal. But learning it directly through a spar, that would save him a massive amount of precious system points and time. "Bring it on," Zhao accepted instantly. After 2 brutal hours of intense bone-rattling combat, Li Yan was finally relaxing in a hot bath with his little rubber duck. Closing his eyes, Li Yan mentally replayed the entire fight. This guy. He really did not hold back a single secret. The flying carp's spin strike and leap techniques, Zhao had explained every hidden flaw and core secret of his ancestral martial art with absolute detail. While impossible to master perfectly in just 1 hour, the mechanics were already permanently burned into his combat memory. He visualized every lethal strike. Later, under the pale glow of a crescent moon, a lone figure sat quietly in the shadows, smoking a cigarette. The peaceful silence was suddenly broken by approaching footsteps. It was Li Yan. The 2 system users locked eyes and began to talk. "You look way too relaxed," a man noted. "The showdown with Kai Kan is tomorrow, yet you keep letting Old Gu and Zheng Shuer handle all the approaching guests." Li Yan smirked dismissively. "It makes my life easier. Plus, it stops the annoying rumors that I am controlling Zhang Shuer and merely using her noble bloodline as a puppet shield. Even if that is totally true, we still need to maintain a professional facade in this world. Li Yan fell completely silent. Zidao finally asked the burning question. Why are you so obsessed with Zhao? Are you trying to drag him into the Yanfu system as your loyal subordinate? Subordinate Li Yan raised an eyebrow. Zidao pressed harder. Is that not exactly what you did with Dan Niang? Binding her through a Yanfu system contract, sharing life and death, allowing you to drag her across dimensions into entirely different worlds. Li Yan's thoughts immediately raced. Dan Niang was an incredibly unique anomaly in the system's rules. They had absolutely no subordinate contract. The Yanfu realm never even witnessed their bond. She slipped into this dimension like a shadow hacking the mainframe. Coughing to hide his thoughts, Li Yan stood up to leave. You are overthinking it. We cannot stay in this instance forever. The red flag lacks nothing but a true powerhouse since their boss died. We put Zhang Shuer in power, but ambitious rats are already plotting in the shadows. She needs a legendary guardian. Zhao's character and insane combat skills are perfect. Zidao waved his hand dismissively. Why are you stressing over this? Just teach that girl some dark curse arts. Letting her protect herself would be way more efficient. Crossing his arms, Li Yan rejected the idea. The curse arts backlash is too devastating. Madame Ten drained her life force and perished at 37. Ah, Zhu will not repeat that fatal mistake. Hearing this, Blade scoffed. There's no free lunch in this world. Aren't we risking our very lives just to claim the system's rewards? Besides, look at her age. She lacks any defensive magic to protect herself. Even if you elevate her to the throne, how can she possibly secure the Grand Alliance leader position? Li Yan's gaze sharpened. On absolute loyalty, the Red Flag Guild's foundation, the Zheng clan's legendary prestige, and the elite forces, I leave her. Why wouldn't she survive? Stunned by this epic declaration, Blade gasped. Li Yan, do you seriously view yourself as her actual father now? Memories flashed of her dying wish to protect Ah Shu. Blade grabbed Li Yan's shoulders, his eyes wide with absolute shock. Wait, you aren't the real Heaven's child. Blade's jaw completely dropped. Li Yan smirked. Correct, I'm an imposter. And you're right, how could an ordinary person randomly inherit such a massive empire? Meanwhile, little Ah Shu sat sulking with crossed arms. Li Yan approached, offering a gentle compromise. I promise to return the magic grimoire to you. Hearing this, her teary eyes widened with hopeful light. Really, you mean it? Raising one finger, Li Yan set his absolute condition. But you must swear not to learn it yet. Ah Shu scoffed, frustration burning in her eyes. Until when? Are you tricking me again? Li Yan tenderly ruffled her hair gently, pressing his forehead against hers. Just 2 months. Wait until I annihilate these impending threats. Truly, you're absolutely sure? Ah Shu pressed. Sensing his unwavering resolve, she finally yielded. Fine. Pinky, promise me, brother, Li Yan. The sacred pinky promise sealed, Ah Shu sprinted away in pure joy, but in her reckless haste, she crashed right into someone's legs. She froze immediately, noticing a soft, fragrant scent. It was Dana. The graceful woman crouched down, her voice overflowing with warmth. Are you hurt, little one? Covering her mouth, Ah Shu nervously stumbled backward. I am fine. Seeing her panic, Dana stepped forward with elegant caution, ensuring the child felt zero threat. Bending gracefully, Dana revealed some premium sweets. Want a treat? These horseshoe pastries are perfectly crispy. Suddenly, Ah Shu visualized Dana and Li Yan sharing a romantic sunset at the beach. Jealousy flared instantly. Rejecting the sweet offer, she dashed away. No thanks, I don't need it. Back in the present, Li Yan recalled their forehead touch. A sharp needle gleamed in his hand. He pierced his pinky, letting dark crimson drops fall as his mind raced. Madame Ten claimed Ah Shu as the Heaven's Child's daughter. There are still countless mysteries regarding this identity the system forced upon me. Staring intensely at the dripping blood, his aura flared. Let's uncover the true origins of this so-called Heaven's Child. Just then, Dana elegantly entered. Are you busy? Li Yan shook his head. No. You've been cooped up inside lately. Are you struggling to adapt here? In response, Dana raised her slender hand. A mystical emerald flame erupted from her palm. Actually, it's quite perfect, she smiled. For a mountain spirit like me, recovery is incredibly swift here, but I came to deliver urgent news regarding the Black Knight's condition. Since escaping the Guanji Island, he's been acting bizarrely. That eerie old ghost on his shoulder is teaching him some terrifyingly dark, forbidden magical arts. Li Yan's lips curled into a wicked smirk. Oh, that is excellent news. He thought those 3,000 system points definitely weren't wasted after all. Dana then softly added, Li Yan, I must venture west to the Okinawa Islands for a highly personal matter. His eyes narrowed with deep concern. Is it life-threatening? Do you need my elite vanguard to escort you? Touched by his fierce protectiveness, Dana smiled gracefully. I'll go solo for 3 days. I will return before your war ends. But stay vigilant, this Heaven's Child faction reeks of hidden danger. Crossing his arms, he projected absolute confidence. Worry not, I've conquered countless solo battlefields. I have survived far deadlier hellscapes than this. I slaughtered my way through the massive Imjin War. Mere pirates are nothing. Suddenly, an overwhelming anomaly forced his eyes wide open. Staring at the perfectly fused blood droplets, he gasped. How is this even possible? As he froze, Dana inspected the bowl. I actually sense your soul imprint's share of 40% synchronization. While not definitely father and daughter, an undeniable bloodline connection binds you both. Li Yan clutched his spinning head in absolute disbelief. This shouldn't ruin my master plan, but I'm not even married. How did I suddenly spawn a daughter? Am I a literal babysitter now? Panicking, he desperately chugged a whole teapot to calm his racing nerves. Dana stifled a laugh, thoroughly amused. That water was boiling hot, she thought, covering her mouth. Li Yan shot her a deeply confused, wide-eyed glare. Flustered, he blurted out, Madam Ten and I are completely innocent. Dana blinked at his highly suspicious, unprompted confession. Realizing his massive slip-up, Li Yan groaned. Dana immediately caught on, crossing her arms with a knowing smirk. Blushing furiously, Li Yan defended himself. I swear I've never visited the southern seas before. I grew up in another dimension. Remember, Dana just rested her chin, nodding teasingly. Yeah. Defeated by fate, Li Yan released a heavy sigh and accepted the bloodline. Whatever. Shu is pretty adorable anyway. Wagging her finger, Dana turned serious. True. But with the curse art's deadly backlash, you cannot just stand by idly. Li Yan scoffed darkly. I never plan on doing absolutely nothing. Dana smiled in pure satisfaction. Good. The chaotic blood test bowls and teacups were soon neatly organized back on the wooden table. Deep in thought, Li Yan stroked his chin. The terrifying truth was finally clear. He was the Heaven's Child, and the Heaven's Child was him. They say a sick scientist in one universe might be an elite athlete in another dimension. So my alternate world self is a legendary pirate. But if my theory holds true, since I descended into this realm, where did the original Heaven's Child vanish to? Suddenly, 3 sharp knocks shattered his concentration. Old Cole reported urgently from outside. Shaw from the Blue Flag Fleet demands an audience. He specifically requested the Heaven's Child. Hearing this, he stroked his chin with a sinister smirk. Tian Junxiao of the Blue Faction, fascinating. He considered pawns like Feng Wei, New Redhead, and White Soul mere cannon fodder. But in the brutal war for the Grand Alliance leader's throne, these lowly grunts suddenly became priceless strategic assets. As for the Yellow Faction's Xu Longxi, we can definitely crush him. After all, he is still Xu Er's uncle. He wondered if anyone among the 3 great factions possessed the same tactical brilliance as Tian Zhengxiao. The current battlefield favored them completely. The 4 great factions were isolated and powerless. They were the ones begging on their knees, not the other way around. Out on the windy deck, Tian Junxiao calmly stroked his chin. He recalled his brutal capture by Li Yan, a bloody clash that decimated his most loyal elites. Just like the black and white factions, the blue faction had plunged into a devastating civil war. At 39 years old, Tian Zhengxiao was nothing more than a desperately distant relative to the legendary Bahai. For years, he scraped by as a pathetic fisherman in Fujian, too poor to even afford a wife. When he crawled to Bahai for shelter, the leader treated him like absolute trash. But the blue faction had spare rice, so they kept the useless stray dog around. Yet this pathetic middle-aged nobody possessed absolutely 0 combat skills, 0 political connections, and 0 prospects for the future. Amidst the blue faction's apocalyptic chaos, he rallied desperate bottom-tier grunts to wage war against his own clan. He rescued the leader's sacred banner and ruthlessly executed all the treacherous rebels. Through brilliant tactics, he dragged the crumbling blue faction back from annihilation. Armed with a mere fishing spear, Tian Zhengxiao personally slaughtered the 2nd and 3rd commanders. That legendary bloodbath permanently etched his terrifying name into Nanyang pirate history. In a mere 3 days, he violently crushed at least 6 rogue pirate divisions that dared to declare their independence. Absolute order had been violently restored. Now Tian Zhengxiao sat like a king lounging with 2 breathtaking beauties in his arms. He was no longer the pathetic beggar in ragged clothes. The days of being a shameless village creep were over. He had transformed into a supreme warlord commanding a terrifying army of over 20,000 blue faction elites. A single cold glare from his eyes could mobilize an ocean of loyal soldiers. Countless stunning maidens practically lined up for the mighty pirate king's ultimate approval. His newfound throne was incredibly fragile, and the threat of assassination loomed constantly. Yet achieving such godlike power in a single bound was nothing short of legendary. Back on the heavily guarded ship, old Gu respectfully clasped his hands and delivered Li Yan's absolute decree. Our glorious leader Li Yan formally invites you inside. However, Brother Tianjun, please forgive us. Your legendary fishing spear cannot enter these chambers. The same rule applies to your elite guards. Surrender your weapons to enter. Hearing this harsh ultimatum, Tian Junxiao Hu Laosan and his deadly crew stood in suffocating silence. Without warning, he surrendered his sacred weapon to his subordinate. Hu Laosan, you are coming inside with me. The subordinate flinched in shock. Wait, seriously? Fine, I am right behind you. Tian Zhengxiao confidently stepped forward, bowing his head with practiced respect. Forgive my hesitation, Brother Gu. This divine spear was gifted by Yushi Mazu herself during the Heavenly Mother's ocean crossing. I never let it leave my sight, but to respect leader Li Yan, I gladly leave it behind. With one final respectful bow, the newly crowned pirate lord stepped into the lion's den. Among the monstrous warlords attending the legendary Heavenly Wealth Summit, Li Yan remained the absolute strongest contender for the supreme throne. His elite competition included old Gu blood tyrant Xiao Dao's father Si Zhaoyi and the 10th Madam. The terrifying reputation of the Red faction sent shockwaves across the Nanyang Sea, while the shifting tides of the 5 great alliances constantly changed the balance of power. The absolute dominance of the Red faction remained an immovable mountain. The Red faction boasted nearly 60,000 warriors, all deadly masters of aquatic combat and firearms. Furthermore, their massive war galleons and heavy artillery easily dominated the other 4 alliances. Most importantly, the 10th Madam brilliantly led the Red faction for years. They were the only pirate force bold enough to recruit desperate ocean refugees. She united scattered sea tribes and established civilian settlements on Lantau Island. Meanwhile, the rival White and Yellow factions barely maintained 10,000 men each. The Blue faction wielded 20,000 ruthless fighters, while the Black faction possessed 30,000. However, the Black faction had violently shattered into An Tianlu and Commander Guo Po's warring camps. And Tianlu, the snake who publicly betrayed Commander Guo Po, controlled over 10,000 blood-soaked rebels. The remaining Black faction survivors were forced into a pathetic life of wandering. Glancing down at Tian Zhengxiao's bizarre trident, old Gu scoffed internally. Our glorious Red faction is swimming in riches. We would never stoop to stealing a rusty weapon like that. Gu led the 2 visitors deeper into the beast's belly, his mind racing cynically. During the Heavenly Mother's sacred crossing, I personally cracked open 20 cargo crates. Why didn't I find a divine weapon? Trailing behind in a cold sweat, Tian Zhengxiao realized Li Yan's newly revealed aura was purely demonic. One single spear thrust had blasted Yan, the 4th, back 42 steps, nearly shattering both of his arms. That terrifying legend had already spread everywhere. Tian Zhengxiao vividly recalled that explosive battle choreography, his heart hammering. Even with my ultimate ship formation, I barely pushed Yan the 6th back a single inch. Meanwhile, the legendary treasure ship king had arrived, commanding 9 massive warships. The righteous river lord brought 12 heavily armed vessels. Yet pathetic warlords like An Tianlu and himself only possessed enough power to dock 2 measly ships. 2 godlike figures completely eclipsed the rest, Li Yan and the terrifying demon pirate. One commanded a devastating fleet of 20 warships, while the other ruled 18. Thinking of the demon pirate Zhang, he sent a violent shudder down his spine. He dragged every single elite master here, leaving absolutely no one behind. They kept walking silently. Inside, Li Yan was methodically polishing his blade. Meeting his cold gaze, all color instantly drained from Tian Zhengxiao's face. He sweat profusely, realizing that just stepping into this oppressive domain chilled him to the bone. The Nangyang Queen Mother's adopted son, the 26-year-old Red faction leader, this legendary pirate emperor actually controlled 60,000 elite killers and 500 massive warships. Completely crushed by the overwhelming aura radiating from Li Yan, Tian Junxiao violently smacked Hu Laosan's head. Hu Laosan, you absolute fool, he roared furiously. Have you lost your damn mind? Who gave you the absolute audacity to swagger into the spirit-suppressing vessel? Beg for leader Li Yan's forgiveness right this instant. Clutching his bruised skull, Hu Laosan stammered in total confusion. Yes, sir. Of course. Ignoring the pathetic theatrical display, Li Yan's merciless voice cut through the air. Let us cut straight to the bloody chase. Bahai. Release him, or should I execute him? The dim-witted Hu Laosan instantly blurted, Release him. Obviously, Tian Junxiao froze in sheer horror. Noticing the silence, Hu Laosan blinked. Big cousin, why are you so quiet? Tian Junxiao's face contorted hideously, looking like he had just swallowed a mouthful of deadly poison. Murderous intent boiled deep within his darkened heart. If Bahai returns alive, my throne turns to ash, but I possess zero political backing. I desperately need the righteous excuse of saving my leader, just to legitimize my absolute rule. Swallowing his blazing rage, he forced a deeply pained expression. Without Commander Bahai's supreme generosity, I could never join the Blue faction. His kindness toward me is an unpayable debt. If Chief Li Yan promises to release our boss Bahai, I will walk through hellfire to make you the Supreme Alliance leader. Suddenly, Li Yan tossed a bleeding captive right at Tian Junxiao's feet. Li Yan smirked. What profound loyalty. You have my absolute word. Once this Tianbo Guild summit concludes, take this token to Mount Dalu and ransom your master. Tian Junxiao tightly gripped the token of absolute authority. He stared at it in stunned silence. Finally bowing his head, he muttered, Thank you, chief. But his mind raced. Did he really agree that easily? Is Bahai actually returning? Pointing at Hu Laosan, Li Yan casually asked, By the way, is this guy yours? Or Bahai's? Catching on quickly, Tian Junxiao replied, He belongs to the Three Flags faction. Understood, Li Yan chuckled, sending shivers down Hu Laosan's spine. Suddenly, a brutal slashing sound echoed. Tian Junxiao flinched in pure terror. Spinning around, Tian Junxiao gasped in absolute horror. What did you just do? Li Yan nonchalantly waved his bloody hand. I asked if he lives or dies. You hesitated. That is completely normal. I perfectly understand your pure loyalty, little brother. But if a paranoid man saw your hesitation, things could easily get fatally twisted. Leaving Tian Junxiao completely speechless, Li Yan elaborated. This fool was not your man. Dead men tell no tales. Imagine if Bahai discovered you paused before saving him. I simply could not bear to watch a fiercely loyal brother like you suffer a deadly rift with his boss over such a trivial mistake. With a devilish smirk, Li Yan added, It is simple. I will shoulder the villain's reputation here. Go out and tell the world my story. Tell them Hu Laosan paid the ultimate price for daring to infiltrate the Yaoling ship. Say I admired his suicidal bravery so much that I agreed to release Bahai. Turning away, Li Yan casually tossed over his shoulder, If this angers you, brother Xiao, just blame it on my meddlesome nature. Then clamping a heavy hand onto Tian Junxiao's shoulder, he whispered, Brother Xiao, a true man cannot survive a single day without absolute power. Tian Junxiao's mind spiraled into a chaotic storm. The red was his bloody quest for wealth, remembering the devastating stab wounds Lan Kier left on his chest. The white was the pale, alluring skin of Guilin Pavilion's top beauty, Xiao Jinbao. Trembling with newfound ambition, he bowed deeply and declared, Tian Junxiao awaits your absolute command. Li Yan silently stared down at his new pawn, his expression darkening with terrifying calculation. The tides of war had drastically changed. General Fulin was practically cornered by Western forces. His only desperate lifeline, the savage pirate fleets that Kai Kan could rally. As Guangzhou's leading General Fulin was hopelessly trapped. No matter how outrageous Kai Kan's demands were, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and accept. Their secret negotiations remained a complete mystery. But right before the Tianbo Guild summit, Chai Khan broadcasted Fulin's heaven-defying terms to every pirate crew. First, every Western invader killed earns a massive 20-tael silver bounty. Second, once the war concludes, the royal court will officially recognize their merits. Pirate captains commanding over 5,000 men will be crowned as fifth-rank imperial generals. Smaller faction leaders will also receive life-changing royal rewards. Third, after driving out the Westerners, the massive pirate armada gets 7 full days to freely pillage the wealthy city of Guangzhou. However, Fulin had one unyielding condition. The Westerners must be eradicated within a single month. If imperial envoys arrive before the deed is done, his authority crumbles and all promises turn to dust. These god-tier rewards instantly ignited a raging inferno of greed spreading across the entire pirate underworld. On the dramatic eve of the Tiambo Guild summit, the harbors buzzed with restless energy. Faction leaders constantly swarmed the massive galleons of the pirate kings. The legendary Red Flag faction demon pirate Zhang He, treasure ship king, and righteous warrior Chu Ben. Every savage island tribe and outlaw fleet had gathered. Placing high-stakes bets, these pirate lords ruthlessly pledged allegiance to potential supreme leaders. Shadowy backroom deals were being forged in every corner. For instance, Qianlu, the Black Flag's second-in-command, secretly visited demon pirate Zhang He. He desperately sought backing to usurp the Black Flag's ultimate throne. The Red Head and White Base factions pledged thousands of thugs to the demon pirate's army. Meanwhile, Tian Zhengxiao shocked everyone, publicly swearing the Blue Flag's absolute loyalty to Li Yan. Even defectors from the White Flag faction crawled to Li Yan. Their current chief Shi Tianying was proving to be a disastrously weak commander. 10,000 White Flag members had shattered into a dozen useless sub-factions, yet their ambitious captains secretly lined up to bow before Li Yan. They begged the Red Flag to recognize them as the true White Flag heirs, plotting to massacre their own rivals. As for Shi Taiying, he was completely forgotten. The Phoenix Tail boss boarded Chu Ben's vessel, while the illusory Ox faction gambled on the treasure ship King. Yet amidst this chaos, Kai Kan remained eerily silent. He had burned through decades of underworld connections, luring every southern sea pirate to this very spot, throwing endless fortunes into orchestrating this century's greatest summit. Only a fool would believe he simply wanted to fight Westerners, especially with the terrifying Yan family blockade crushing every strait. This obscenely wealthy merchant hid an abyss of dark secrets. Finally, in the dead of night, Dan Niang vanished from the Tiambo Guild, sailing silently toward the Ryukyu Islands. Fueled by bloodthirsty schemes and hidden agendas, the Southern Sea's ultimate showdown, the Tiambo Guild summit, had officially begun. Thousands of imposing warships and sleek scout vessels choked the harbor. A tidal wave of vicious outlaws and legendary captains flooded into the colossal central plaza. As a mysterious figure lazily stroked a crimson parrot, Li Yan's heavy-hitting crew made their grand entrance. Xia Xiaodao, Zhao Xiaoyi, Shuba Dainong, and Zheng A Shu marched proudly behind him. Cupping his hands, Li Yan smirked. "Boss Kai, long time no see." Smiling like a viper, Kai Kan returned the gesture. "Brother Li Yan, you give me too much face." Standing beside him was the lethal Yan Ajiu. Kai Kan's eyes gleamed with sinister intent, noting the terrifying army marching behind Li Yan. Meanwhile, a mountain-like silhouette dominated the deck of the Yaoling ship. It was old Gu, casually smoking his pipe while radiating immense bloodlust. Demon pirate Zhang. He commanded a massive bloodthirsty horde, just waiting for his deadly signal. Elsewhere, righteous warrior Chu Ben warned his elite guards to stay razor-sharp. Even the legendary treasure ship king Lin Ajin, despite his decaying old age, slammed his cane down and marched into the Tiambo Guild. The atmosphere today was vibrating with intense killing intent. Years ago, Li Yan had dominated the battlefield during the Five Flags Alliance's legendary monster hunting campaigns. Meanwhile, Lin Ajin's father had aided the Empire in conquering Treasure Island. The Five Flags warriors despised the Lin family fleet with a burning passion. But isolated by the vast ocean, their bloody feud had remained dormant. Then there was Chu Ben. He had forged a deep brotherhood with Zhang Yiguai over drinks at a brothel, securing a powerful alliance with the Red Flag gang. However, the righteous Lady Ten absolutely despised Chu Ben's human trafficking syndicate. The moment she awakened as the guild's leader, their diplomatic ties instantly froze over. To make matters worse, Lin Ajin and Zhang He were locked in a deathmatch feud. Both of Lin's elite heirs had been brutally slaughtered by Zhang He. With Lin's arrogant high-tier status, he viewed Zhang as nothing but bottom feeder. Trash. As for Tai Kan of the Tiambo Guild, he acted like a peaceful, neutral NPC. He possessed terrifying hidden influence but held zero official authority. Expecting a ruthless mob of max-level pirates and bandits to bow down to a mere merchant as their Grand Alliance leader, it was statistically impossible. The faction politics were a chaotic web of backstabbing. On the surface, everyone emitted hostile red auras, but beneath it all, secret alliances were shifting. Today's battle for the supreme throne was completely unpredictable. Tai Kan stood humbly at the base of the grand podium, guiding these absolute monsters to the legendary round table. "Please take a seat," he beamed. As Li Yan approached, his smile widened. "Brother Li Yan, the honor is yours." Li Yan leaned down, his voice a calming anchor for the little girl. Ah, Shu, take your rightful throne. Do not let their auras intimidate you. I am your ultimate shield. Empower. The tiny girl marched forward with absolute bravery. Being physically underleveled for the massive warlord's chair, Ah Shu literally had to climb up onto it, yet she sat proudly among the realm's deadliest bosses. Suddenly, Zhang He released a heavy mocking scoff. Chi. Instantly, the little empress snapped her gaze away. She projected an ice-cold, impenetrable defense, ignoring his disrespect. Out of nowhere, the terrifying Lin Ajin flashed a warm, grandfatherly smile. Offering her a slice of mandarin orange, he gently asked, "Care for a stamina boost, little one?" Ah Shu raised a tiny hand, perfectly blocking the gesture. "I will pass, but thank you." Chuckling at her high guard, the old master popped the fruit into his own mouth. Meanwhile, Li Yan's killing intent locked directly onto Zhang He. He swaggered over and demanded, "Hey, old Zhang, switch to the other seat. I need room to kick my feet up." The pirate boss crossed his arms, his mana flaring defensively. "This throne is forged from heavy iron. I simply cannot move it. Why don't you try?" Boy Li Yan's eyes narrowed with dark amusement. "Oh, is that a challenge?" Without hesitation, Li Yan slammed his palm against the armrest. He unleashed a burst of pure physical power to shove it, but Zhang, he smirked inwardly, secretly activating his ultimate defensive skill, the typing immovable mountain stance. Sensing the explosive power clash, old Lin Ajin sighed. He smoothly slid his own chair backward. "Brother Li Yan, if my spot does not disgust you, take it." Retracting his aura, Li Yan offered a respectful martial salute. "I appreciate the assist." Zhang He's face twisted into a mask of pure seething fury. Looking around the legendary round table, the power hierarchy was clear. The highest level veteran was Lin Ajin. Right beside him stood Li Yan, radiating main character energy. Then came the tiny prodigy Zhang Ah Shu, anchoring her throne. Beside her sat the venomous Zhang He, followed by the massive Chu Ben. Finally, hovering beside the chairs like a system moderator, was Tai Kan. The low-level mobs in the crowd began buzzing with frantic whispers. "That little girl holds the ultimate bloodline, the daughter of Boss Zhang and the Nightmare Empress." Another chimed in, "Well, it proves Li Yan is not some traitorous snake. After all." A rogue near them flashed a greedy, calculating grin. "Honestly, having the Zhang family bloodline unlock the Grand Master title is not a bad outcome for us." With a commanding presence, Tai Kan finally initialized the main event. "Lords of the Sea, zero out your old aggro. I summon you here to stop an apocalypse and to farm unimaginable wealth. We must delete our past rivalries and form a unified raid party against the red-haired invaders." His voice echoed with system-like authority. "A guild cannot function without a guild master. To clear this impossible raid, we need a supreme commander at the helm. But this rank does not grant absolute tyrannical power. Every major tactical strike will require a majority vote. However, in the heat of battle, we need a trusted proxy to lock in those final decisions." Instantly, a rebel's aura flared up from the crowd. "Hold on, Boss Tai, I get the whole we need a raid leader mechanic. We grunts are only sticking around for the massive loot drops and the insane bounty on the red-haired fleet. No matter which S-rank boss claims the throne, low-level fodder like us will never get a say." The master of the White Crest gang unleashed his killing intent, but there is exactly one player sitting at that VIP table who absolutely does not deserve to be there. Ah, Shu's breath hitched, a debuff of pure panic washing over her. Was this hostile mob targeting her low level? Trembling, she looked up at Li Yan for guidance. Instantly, he beamed an overpowered, reassuring smile that shattered her fear. Absorbing his unshakable aura, Ah Shu's determination stats skyrocketed. She furrowed her tiny brows, locking herself into a resolute boss-like posture. Unfazed by the outburst, Tai Kan smoothly responded, "We are listening. State your grievance." But the plot twist hit like a critical strike. His target wasn't Ah Shu at all. "The fraud I refuse to acknowledge is you, Boss Tai," the gangster roared, his enraged voice sending shockwaves through the hall. "Your wealth could literally buy an entire server. Every single NPC working under you is secretly a max-level assassin. But the glitch in your logic is obvious. You are not a pirate. To be brutally honest, you are not part of our outlaw faction at all." Blinded by uncontrollable rage, the man completely threw away his filter. "Furthermore, you are just a shady middleman for the Royal Empire and the Nanyang fleet. If this quest is just the Empire hiring us as mercenaries to wipe out the red-haired fleet, fine." Yet, amidst the verbal barrage, Tai Kan simply maintained his cryptic smile. He didn't even bother to launch a counterattack, his expression as tranquil as a perfectly still lake. Veins bulging with absolute fury, the White Tai gang leader roared, Even with endless gold, my clan will never bow to you as our Grand Alliance leader. Following his lead, his subordinates erupted into a chaotic frenzy of fierce rebellion. Exactly, Kai Kan is nothing like us. You have absolutely zero right to claim the Alliance leader's throne. Amidst the deafening roar of protests, Li Yan locked his eyes on Kai Kan, claiming Kai Kan's hands were completely clean, pure garbage. To survive these brutal seas, you had to be a ruthless monster with a heart of ice. He remembered the dark days when corpses piled up like mountains. Back then, Kai Kan's ancestors served the legendary Fire Cauldron Lord. They ruthlessly sacrificed countless native tribesmen and traveling merchants alive. They did not just steal their precious cargo. They stripped their victims bare, throwing them into massive cauldrons to burn to ash. Their blood-soaked methods easily rivaled the most demonic pirates in history. Crossing his arms, Li Yan shifted his gaze to the demon pirate Zhang He. Everyone knew the White Tide leader boarded that demon's ship last night to stir up chaos. Suddenly, an elder with a cane stepped forward. Who dares say Kai Kan lacks the qualifications? Seeing the treasure ship King Lin Ajin speak up, the riotous crowd instantly froze. Gasps echoed around the deck. It is actually Master Shu. Master Shu. The legendary Guandaozi himself. Approaching 90 years old, this Grand Master had washed his hands of the martial world 30 years ago. His bloody legacy was nothing short of terrifying. Over a century ago, the Imperial Army ruthlessly conquered Treasure Island. The Eastern Ning Kingdom collapsed, forcing the Zheng family generals to flee into exile toward the Pearl River. They plotted multiple grand rebellions, but fate crushed every single attempt. As their power withered, the descendants finally faced reality and took to the open seas. Shouting noble slogans of restoring the empire, they ultimately embraced the ruthless path of piracy. For over a century, the bloodthirsty pirates who lived by the blade all united under one legendary banner, the Zheng family Treasure Island. Naturally, this reign of terror completely shattered the noble reputation of that once great national bloodline. But these awakened pirates built a maritime empire, reversing their decline to expand their territory. They became the feared Five Flags Alliance. And this elder Guan Daoxi was one of the legendary founding commanders. Guan Daoxi trembled as he slowly descended the steps. Seeing this, Tai Kan quickly rushed over, bowing deeply, as he called out, "Adoptive father." Leaning heavily on his cane, the elder simply grunted. Guan Daoxi's aura flared as he demanded sternly, "Tai Kan is my adopted son. Are you daring to say he is not a true pirate? Which faction do you belong to?" Hearing this overwhelming pressure, the White Whale Gang leader and his men froze. Cold sweat dripped down their faces in sheer terror. Boss Tai sweat profusely, grinding his teeth in fear without daring to speak. Tai Kan then supported Guan Daoxi, ordering his men, "Quick, escort the master to rest." His loyal retainers bowed respectfully, shouting, "Yes, sir." Tai Kan kept his head lowered until the elder completely vanished inside. Watching this, Li Yan smirked inwardly. Hey, so he still had this hidden card. System senses fully alert, Li Yan immediately shifted his gaze. He locked eyes on Zhang, he carefully analyzing the dangerous man's reaction to this sudden shift in power. Meanwhile, Li Yan's party, including Xue Bajao, Xiao Yijia, Xiao Dao, and Ji, all sneered at their rivals. They thought smugly, "That guy's pride just took a massive critical hit." Tai Kan confidently strode back to his original position. Assuming control once again, he crossed his arms and addressed the tense crowd. "I would like to negotiate the alliance leader position. What would be the fairest method?" Just then, Zhou Ben subtly winked at his subordinates. Catching the signal, one man took a deep breath. He suddenly roared, "Boss Tai, hold on a minute." Unfazed, Tai Kan extended his hand. "This brother looks unfamiliar. Please speak your mind." Seeing his pawn take the bait, Zhou Ben flashed a sinister, calculating grin. Pointing aggressively at Xiu, the man demanded, "What qualifications does this little girl have to fight for the leader's throne?" Zhou Ben watched, smugly waiting to see Li Yan's counterattack. "The 10th Madam and Li Yan are conspiring. They claim they only got close after Commander Zheng Yiguai died, but I do not buy that trash for a second." These vile insults made Xiu's eyes widen in absolute horror and betrayal. Maybe this brat is actually Li Yan's bastard child and not a true descendant of the Zheng family at all. The entire room erupted in shock. Everyone listening thought the exact same thing. This villain Zhang, his faction was truly ruthless and venomous to the core. Suddenly, Li Yan launched himself from above like a triggered cannonball. Xiu was too stunned to stop him. His murderous aura locked onto that foul-mouthed trash. Li Yan struck with terrifying speed, completely shattering the man's defenses. The lackey's eyes rolled back, his vision fading into empty darkness. Xiao Dao watched this brutal execution nervously. He thought, if someone values their underworld reputation, shouldn't they stay calm, find the mastermind, and take revenge properly? But Li Yan had always been incredibly arrogant. Why would he care about rumors? Damn, it does. He need permission to chop someone up. Hit by Li Yan's overwhelming strike, the trash instantly dropped dead. Li Yan's killing intent flared as he glared back. Defending his stance, Zhang, he spoke up. Lately, I have been terrified of taking the blame. Zhang, he sneered, boss Tai, keep putting on your little act. I will just turn a blind eye. The White Whale Gang plotted against me, and I will settle that score later. But what about this mess? Li Yan remained dead, silent, letting Zhang, he continue his rant, spreading such pathetic rumors. Are you trying to make the Five Flags hold a grudge against me? Stop calculating for your own gain. Zhang, he have never needed to rely on such filthy, low-level system tactics. Locking his predatory gaze on Zhou Ben, he threatened, if you have a skill, use it to my face. Try these dirty tricks against me and you will be utterly destroyed. Stop playing dumb. Feeling the pressure, Zhou Ben's sweat dropped. Governor Zhang, just say what you want. Why keep staring at me? Meanwhile, Li Yan walked past Zhou Ben with a blazing aura. Tai Kan then asked, does anyone else have a problem? Pointing firmly, Tai Kan declared, for over a century, the pirates of the Nanyang Seas have only grown more chaotic and powerful. The Red Hairs brought an army of 6,000, plunging this region into absolute chaos. Everyone here has fought in Nanyang long enough to know the terrifying stats of their foreign ships. I will not sugarcoat it. To complete this grand raid, we absolutely need a supreme commander. Li Yan simply stood there like a statue, analyzing Tai Kan's every word. If we are talking about pure specs, we must look at the troops, ships, and heavy artillery of Lantau Island's Red Flag Gang. They are the top tiers of the Five Flags Alliance, the true trump card of Nanyang. Hearing Tai Kan's praise, Zhou Ben flashed an incredibly wicked, arrogant grin. In terms of manpower, Brother Zhou Ben commands the massive horde of over 70,000 high-level fighters. As for Brother Zhang He is the majestic governor of Annam, a powerhouse above 10,000. He is the most influential player in Nanyang. You have all heard about the epic bloodbath between Annam and the East India Company a few days ago. Nearby Elder Lin Ajin coughed violently due to his failing health, quietly listening to Tai Kan's deep analysis on the naval fleets. The legendary ships crafted by Wang Zu's divine techniques are mostly in the Lin family's possession. They are the ultimate pride of our Nanyang pirates. Even against foreign dreadnoughts, they can completely dominate without fear. Adjusting his glasses, Tai Kan smirked. As for gold coins and resources, if I did not claim the top spot, I would be a complete hypocrite. Tai Kan then laid out the current meta. This makes things extremely difficult. Including myself, every faction leader here has their own maxed out strengths and critical weaknesses. If I try to buy the commander title with gold, you would all eliminate me instantly. If we count heads, Zhou Ben would easily win. Meanwhile, the Red Flag Gang and the Treasure Ship King both control elite shipyards. For awakened pirates who bleed in battle on the ocean, our survival strictly depends on our ships. If Zhou Ben becomes commander just through sheer numbers, Elder Lin definitely will not hand over his legendary vessels. And if Zhang, he gets annoyed and logs out back to Annam, our alliance is doomed. Hearing this flawless tactical breakdown, the crowd erupted into chaotic whispers. Tai Kan slammed the table, demanding, so how do we decide? He proposed the ultimate solution. We settle this with a duel. Hearing this, Zhang He scoffed. I do not object, but is that your trash tier idea? A simple one-on-one duel will not convince anyone. Unfazed, Tai Kan gleefully clapped his hands. Suddenly, a whole new squad stepped out from the shadows. Tai Kan explained with a sly smirk. Tianbo Port is a bustling merchant hub. If you want to know the true value of anything, my elite appraisers are the absolute best in the business. Right on cue, a long line of figures stepped forward in perfect formation. Every single one held an ancient abacus tightly in their hands. These are the veteran pawnshop masters of Tianbo Port, Tai Kan declared proudly. Each possesses over 20 years of elite experience in ruthless calculation and appraisal. He continued his grand explanation. Whether it is heavy cannons, massive warships, or sheer manpower, every single asset used for warfare can be instantly converted into its exact market value in cold, hard cash. As for the warriors, they must fight in the arena. A soldier's life is valued at precisely 3 months of my workers' standard wages. Tai Kan chuckled darkly. Hey, after all, lives are easily lost on the battlefield. Hearing this, Lin Ajin narrowed his eyes. So you want to convert all our alliance assets into pure currency? Exactly, Tai Khan replied. The victor of a single match claims 200,000 taels or an artifact of perfectly equal value. Even a loser can wager 100,000 taels in men's ships or cannons. The abacus tracks it all. Ultimately, whoever secures the most victories will be crowned the supreme leader. No matter who wins the throne, whatever hits the abacus stays locked in. These absolute resources will fuel our war against the foreign invaders and fund our ultimate military conquest. Any surplus will be fully returned. Tai Khan then raised a single finger to the sky. If there is a tie in victories, the one who contributed the most weaponry claims absolute power. All military gear must be wagered openly in the arena. Anyone caught hiding assets will face severe consequences. Furthermore, a reigning champion can mercilessly fight consecutive battles. Spreading his arms wide, Tai Khan announced, even if you do not desire the supreme leader's throne, you can still dispatch your fiercest warriors into the bloodbath. Once this grand alliance is forged, your future hierarchy depends entirely on your combat prowess. The more blood you spill in victory, the higher your legendary status. Li Yan listened silently, his mind racing. This cunning Tai Khan had plotted everything flawlessly. Sending out an elite master to win would yield absolutely zero tangible rewards. Sure, you get the glorious aura of victory, but the wagered treasures remain permanently locked. A total waste of effort. He scanned the roaring crowd below, their eyes burning with battle-hungry excitement, using arena victories to forge the pirate hierarchy. These intoxicating words easily manipulated the scattered power-hungry factions into falling for his trap. Zhou Ben glared at the scheming Tai Khan. 300,000 taels on the abacus for a single match. Absolutely insane, Lin Ajin snapped back. You fool, he wants your collateral assets, not raw cash. Cannot you understand? Zhang. He crossed his arms, his sharp mind calculating the odds. A true supreme leader never makes a losing trade, and their ultimate battlefield would be the legendary Guangdong, an unimaginably wealthy paradise hoarding a full quarter of the entire world's silver, standing as the apex ruler of the alliance, naturally granted absolute authority over infinite manpower while securing the ultimate chance to plunder the most breathtaking rewards imaginable. Zhang, his brow furrowed deep in thought. Moreover, the glorious title of Supreme Commander of the Nanyang Pirate Alliance, the legendary Pirate King status alone was worth shedding rivers of blood. Finally, he declared, I have no objections. Lin Ajin nodded sharply in agreement. I have no objections either, Zhou Ben grunted heavily. Just get on with it. Meanwhile, a flustered Ah Shu desperately sought guidance from Li Yan by her side. Tai Khan flashed a predatory smile at her. And what about you, little niece? She stammered nervously. I will follow whatever Uncle Tai says. With absolute unanimous agreement echoing through the hall, Tai Khan roared. Excellent, then I shall cast the first stone to catch the Leviathan. My warrior takes the vanguard. Fighters step into the ring of death. A hulking, heavily pierced behemoth of a man stomped forward. Carrying a monstrous long blade on his mountainous shoulders, it was Yan Laoba, Tai Khan's most terrifying enforcer. Yan Laoba violently slammed his colossal blade straight into the solid stone floor. The bloodthirsty crowd surged forward, creating an overwhelmingly suffocating atmosphere of anticipation. Lin Ajin stared at the terrifying weapon in horror. That man's agility is frighteningly monstrous. A single devastating swing from that mammoth blade could effortlessly slice 3 of my warship's sails into shreds. Seated nearby Zhang, he ground his teeth in burning frustration, cursing bitterly in his heart. Even my most elite disciples and the blood brothers who fought countless wars by my side. Their combat prowess is undeniably formidable, yet even they hold absolutely zero guarantee of surviving a clash against a monster like Yan Laoba. A devastating loss in the Vanguard match would absolutely shatter our morale. Losing means throwing away 100,000 taels, but fighting him personally right away would utterly destroy my supreme authority. Daozi suddenly noticed Li Yan gesturing from the shadows, their eyes locked in a silent exchange of pure martial intent. Go. Daozi caught the signal instantly. I will fight, but you are covering the absolute losses if I fail. Li Yan shot back sharply. Stop talking trash. A single defeat costs 100,000 taels. I refuse to flush that fortune down the drain. Daozi smirked, the cigarette dangling effortlessly from his lips. Cheapskate. Then you go face that beast. What kind of guild master steps onto the battlefield for the very first Vanguard match? Li Yan retorted. Daozi shook his head in defiance. I'm just a lowly pawn of the red flag faction. We have a mountain of elite masters. Look at Zhao Xiaoyi. If I take the stage now, those red flag cowards will backstab me and gossip for days. I have absolutely zero interest in their pathetic drama. Li Yan let out a defeated sigh. Lowly pawn my foot. Fine, we split the epic bounty 9-1. Keep smoking down here. I promise I will not force you into the bloodbath. Completely swayed by the legendary loot, Daozi sighed heavily. He raised his hand high into the air, declaring, I will crush him. Sitting beside Li Yan, Zheng Xiu gasped in sheer disbelief. Wait, brother Daozi. She turned to Li Yan, her voice trembling with intense anxiety. Brother Li Yan, can brother Daozi actually survive this? Suddenly, Daozi began reciting an ancient poetic verse into the tense air. Third, watch strikes under the glowing moonlight, blessing the deep affection of star-crossed lovers. Intertwined mandarin ducks play endlessly in the silver waters, while I sit here bearing my weary soul, gripping my beloved's hand as endless tears fall freely. Stepping out from the shadows, Thai Khan placed a heavy hand on Yan Laoba's shoulder. Laoba. Less words, maximum impact. Yan Laoba furrowed his brow, glancing back at his sinister master. He thought to himself in shock, we of the Yan family are the boss's most trusted enforcers. Never once has he directly micromanaged our combat methods before. So why this unprecedented warning? Tai Khan subtly pressed a finger against his lips. Show absolutely no mercy. This challenger's hidden depths are unfathomable. As Daozi assumed his battle stance, Yan Laoba gripped his monstrous hilt. Understood, boss. Yan Laoba locked the terrifying blade between his ironclad elbows, unleashing a sadistically wicked grin. Suddenly, an explosive phantom strike launched forward, catching Daozi completely off guard. With terrifying precision, Yan Laoba brought the colossal blade crashing down mercilessly. Miraculously, Daozi evaded the lethal blow. Daozi desperately blocked the devastating onslaught with his own blade, a thrilled smirk crossing his face. A true poet forced into the bloody way of the sword. Even amidst this deadly clash, he continued his lyrical verses. Fifth watch breaks into dawn's light. If mother discovers your secrets, you shameful girl will ruin our noble family. Today I must brutally punish you, dipping the cold whip in water with absolutely zero mercy. Yan the Eighth gritted his teeth, bringing his blade down with explosive force. Daozi barked a laugh. Popping corn. Now it was Daozi's turn to strike. Wielding twin blades, he dashed forward like a phantom, leaving Yan the Eighth utterly stunned. Gluttonous mortal consumption at 59%, Heavenly Chief's grace at 10%. With a single devastating slash, the heavy blade was blasted right out of Yan the Eighth's grip. Incredible, Daozi possessed two rare inherited skills. Reaching the absolute peak of the 10 capital realm, Yan the Eighth crashed to the ground in agonizing pain. Eyes flashing with killer intent, Daozi ruthlessly pressed his attack. Daozi's twin blades swung fiercely toward his opponent's neck. A torrent of summoned water exploded from the razor-sharp edge, but Yan the Eighth had slipped into his blind spot, preparing a lethal sneak attack. Daozi did not panic. Wiping a streak of blood from his cheek, he spun around, casually reciting a poem. The silenced maiden, consumed by bitter wrath, plunges into the abyss. Kai Qian watched, completely bewildered. This red flag pirate had forced the Eighth Master to reveal his trump card in just a few moves. Ignoring the chaotic battlefield, Daozi remained lost in his poetic trance about the endless autumn rain. Frost bites the river waters. How beautifully tragic for lovesick souls to drown together. Kai Qian turned his head, whispering to Li Yan. Brother Li Yan, your subordinate truly fights with an unmatched eccentric flair. Li Yan chuckled softly. Singing in the middle of a death match, he is way too reckless. It is absolutely ridiculous. Clang. Daozi's blade shattered, hitting the floor. Yan the Eighth delivered a bone-crushing palm strike to Daozi's chest, forcing him to cough up blood. Yet Daozi flashed a wicked, victorious smirk. I have finally caught you, Yan the Eighth roared triumphantly. And then what? Daozi sneered. With a sharp swish, Daozi unleashed his bizarre dumpling-kneading technique. The crowd stared, utterly dumbfounded. What in the heavens is that arcane magic? Even the demon pirate Zhang. He was caught off guard. One fighter radiated demonic aura while the other was clearly just a mortal. No, wait. That is the distinct scent of starlight. Just what is his true background? A violent bubbling sound echoed like a boiling cauldron. Suddenly, a monstrous pillar of fire erupted. It was his self-created supreme technique. Heavenly soaring fire lotus. Yan the Eighth was instantly blasted into a scorched mess, his clothes crackling with residual flames. His panicked comrades rushed the arena, screaming his name. Old Eighth, The medical squad frantically scrambled forward. Another man desperately wailed for the fourth master. Daozi casually lit a cigarette, puffing out smoke. I held back. It is not fatal, he just passed out from the shock. Yan the Fourth's eyes burned with raging fury. You struck with such lethal force, he is practically cooked alive, and you dare say it is not fatal. Yan the First stepped forward, his voice dripping with deadly sarcasm. This brother truly has the merciful heart of a bodhisattva. How fitting that our magical arts are so similar. Tossing his hat aside, a terrifying flame ignited right above his head. It was the legendary Kai family's fire ploy technique. Yan the First, a terrifying peak, 10 capital powerhouse, growled deeply. This untalented old man requests a bloody lesson in your supreme skills. Daozi, however, completely ignored his killing intent. He casually turned his head toward Kai Qian. Boss Kai, I just secured a flawless victory against that guy, right? Am I wrong? Kai Qian nodded smoothly. You are entirely correct. Hearing that, Daozi immediately cupped his fists toward Yan the First, leaving the old man stunned. I am no match for you. Goodbye. Both Kai Qian and Yan the First watched the eccentric rogues stroll away, their minds racing with hidden schemes. The surrounding crowd completely erupted, celebrating Daozi's epic triumph. Congratulations, incredible victory, absolutely flawless. Watching the chaos unfold, a sharp, amused smirk curled onto Kai Qian's lips. Yan the First glared daggers at Daozi's back in total silence before slowly melting back into the buzzing, gossip-hungry crowd. Kai Qian finally raised his voice over the noise. 100,000 taels. I hold the deed to the Kai family's legendary 7-masted galleon, a Portuguese masterpiece measuring a full 100 meters. A monstrous vessel like this is utterly priceless on the black market. Using standard Guangdong ships as a baseline, the heavy artillery and facilities alone easily cross the 100,000 mark. Let my subordinates calculate the exact appraisal. I will claim the very first one. Any objections? A loyal subordinate leaned in, whispering urgent details into Li Yan's ear. Even our fleet of 80-meter warships crafted by the imperial shipyards barely hit 100,000 taels. They cannot even begin to compare with this brand-new 7-masted foreign juggernaut. By pricing it this low, Kai Qian is taking a massive bleeding loss. Li Yan waved his hand dismissively. Let them run their mouths. Process the deductions first and only summon me when the gold is counted. The record keepers frantically started crunching numbers, their abacuses clacking in a chaotic symphony. Just then, Zhou Ben stepped out of the shadows, flashing a grin at Li Yan. Ha, the Red Flag clan truly hides terrifying crouching tigers. My own men are itching for a bloody fight right now. Who wants a piece of this action? With those challenging words, his predatory gaze locked directly onto Zhao Yingshen. If you have the guts, let us settle this with a deadly spar. Catching Zhou Ben's lethal stare, Zhao Yingshan replied with absolute unyielding confidence. Since Boss Zhu craves a battle, my Phoenix Tail faction will gladly crush you. Suddenly, Lin Ajin appeared from nowhere, eager to crash the bloody party. What did you say? Zhao Yingshan, if you are feeling so incredibly cocky, why do our two factions not clash first? Zhao Yingshan awkwardly scratched the back of his head, suddenly sweating. I wouldn't dare. I truly wouldn't dare. A dangerously sinister smile crept across Lin Ajin's face. Old Zhou, it looks like it is just down to the two of us now. Zhou Ben shot back instantly. Surnamed Lin, we have no ancient grudges nor any recent blood feuds. If I am challenging someone else to a deathmatch, why in the hell are you interfering? Lin Ajin chuckled darkly. Brother Zhou, we have swum in these treacherous waters together for years. Who is secretly plotting against who? Whose sacrificial pawn is this? We both know exactly where the rotten roots lie. In a flash, both Zhou Ben and Lin Ajin's eyes narrowed into lethal slits, their expressions masked in terrifying, unfathomable shadows. Lin Ajin's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. Boss K already set the ironclad rules. I do not fear being used as a blade because ultimately blood must be paid with cold, hard cash. After all, you are a legendary warlord of these seas. You cannot afford to lose face now. Just try it. Keep it, and let's talk. A violent coughing fit suddenly struck Lin Ajin, forcing him to cover his mouth. Cough, cough. Meanwhile, Bai Ruyu stepped onto the martial arts arena, his aura ablaze with fighting spirit as a system panel suddenly materialized. Target Quanlang breed. Affiliated with the Lin family's treasure fleet, one of the 5 great Quanlang breeds. Combat specialization, 84% naval warfare mastery. Danger level red. The crowd below erupted into nervous whispers, immediately sparking Li Yan's curiosity. To be clear, the Goryeo ghost and the Quanlang breed are the only two supreme body-refining arts in the entire Southern Ocean region. Legend has it both arts originated from a single ancient source. They were brought back across the western seas during eunuch Sambao's legendary westward voyages. Their true original name was the Quanlang Sea Demon, acting as the divine guards of Yushimezu. Over countless generations, this ultimate body-refining technique was split into two separate paths. The Goryeo Ghost volume fell to the Five Flags Alliance, while the Quanlang breed volume remained with the Lin family fleet. Even today, these two factions fiercely battle to prove absolute supremacy. Chu Ben dragged his heavily chained legs onto the arena. The entire crowd watched his every imposing step in dead silence. Qinong was also present, her sharp gaze locked on the stage. Bai Ruyu confidently offered, "I will wait for you to take off those chains." Chu Ben coldly spat two words, "No need." Suddenly, Daozi activated his dual rainbow needles to see through the illusion. Another terrifying figure emerged, Granny Longzi. A system panel flashed, Thunder Origin Forbidden Hag. Peak limit 9 demons, tier danger level absolute 10. Daozi frowned in deep confusion. What exactly is a forbidden hag? Qinong chuckled softly, "Brother Daozi, you have incredibly sharp eyes." She shifted her icy gaze toward the eerie old woman. "I am exhausted dealing with your family's dark arts. They practice goose sorcery and commune with demons. Any mortal daring to approach such evil will face devastating backlash." His life essence had completely withered away. He couldn't even compare to the 10th madam, who remained flawlessly youthful until her final breath. Up on the arena, Bai Ruyu and Granny Dragon faced off. Qinong hesitated before declaring, "A mere martial artist with an incomplete body tempering technique is absolutely no match for that old hag." Zhao Xiaoyi suddenly interrupted. "I'm a martial artist too. I haven't fully purified my body, but I still survived 100 exchanges against Li Yan. If you're so arrogant, why did your wrist get instantly shattered?" Qinong shot him an icy glare and scoffed. 90% of the Southern Ocean's ultimate skills originate from the Heavenly Mother's voyage. Just days ago, leader Li Yan and Blade embarked on that exact legendary expedition. I'm uncertain of the details, but it definitely wasn't Quanlang's doing. The Goryeo demon might compare, but Li Yan was merely toying with some fools who actually thought they were strong enough to brag. Zhao Xiaoyi sneered coldly and turned away. Suddenly, a deafening shout violently startled the trio. "Ruyu!" The previously imposing Bai Ruyu was now being dragged off the stage by two men. They desperately yelled to Lin Ajin, "Old Bai is critically injured. Bring him down," Lin Ajin commanded with chilling indifference. Meanwhile, Granny Dragon unleashed her dark arts. Terrifying phantoms materialized under her sinister control before melting away into grotesque toxic puddles. Zhu Ben sneered, "HMF, does that Lin bastard have anything left to say?" Lin Ajin simply smirked and bowed. "The show has just begun. Be patient." Zhang He leaped powerfully onto the higher platform. "Zhang Hui, you're up next." Zhang Hui immediately stepped into the arena, offering his opponent a respectful martial salute. His opponent was a brutal pirate from the Tribute clan. Let the monsters tear each other apart. They faced off, one radiating murderous intent, the other flashing a deeply arrogant smirk. Li Yan yawned out of sheer boredom. Still, he had to admit Lin Ajin and Zhu Ben had managed to recruit some genuinely terrifying subordinates. The five great leaders and their pirate crews wagered legendary weapons worth hundreds of thousands of silver taels. 300,000 taels meant surviving over 30 brutal death matches. While the arena exploded with violent clashes, Li Yan was completely lost in his own tactical calculations. Depending on the shifting weather, this bloody tournament might just conclude today. Zhang Hui unleashed the legendary Great Luminous Jade technique. Scorching flames erupted from his mouth, but the pirate countered by playing a mysterious bone flute. Spears thrust forward with devastating momentum. The fighters collided in a spectacular clash. Suddenly, the wind howled violently. With bloodshot eyes, Zhang Hui launched a lethal strike. Slash! The pirate's severed head flew through the air, landing violently right at Zheng Axiu's feet. The young girl didn't even flinch. Standing nearby, Li Yan carefully analyzed every micro-expression shifting across Axiu's face. Suddenly, Xiu kicked the bloody head away with deep annoyance. 2 brutal death matches later, 5 fierce pirates had each secured a bloody victory. Kai Qian and Lin Ajin casually tossed another 100,000 silver taels into the pot. A mysterious fighter wrapped entirely in white bandages stepped forward. "I want to play a game too." Zhang He shot him a warning glare, but stayed silent. Li Yan instantly recognized the masked freak. The man casually called out to Zhang He as cousin. Li Yan slowly closed his eyes, forcefully suppressing his rising aura. So this arrogant bastard is Zhang He's cousin, he realized. He had mastered 5 volumes of the Heavenly Peace scriptures. His system combat rating had easily broken into the top 10. Even compared to the terrifying Yan Laoba, this guy's power level was no joke. Our red flag faction has barely fought, but my blade is already thirsting for fresh blood. Whether it matters or not, sitting back makes us look incredibly weak, and the others are hesitating. So why don't I test the waters? Tian Junxiao suddenly manifested and announced, I have an urgent question for Boss Kai and the esteemed faction leaders. The girl sitting on that throne is the true heir of Zhang Yiguai and the 10th Madam, the absolute rulers of our Five Flags Alliance. She isn't just Li Yan's subordinate. Hearing her legendary bloodline invoke Zhang Shu's piercing gaze finally snapped toward the arena. Tian Junxiao pounded his chest with absolute conviction. If the Red Flag Fleet intends to seize the Alliance leader's throne, our Blue Flag Fleet won't violently object. But if the rightful heir, the daughter of our former Alliance leader, steps up, then our Blue Flag faction will pledge our lives and loyalty to Lady Shu. That is only fate's natural order, is it not? Kai Qian slowly turned his head. Brother Zhang He, what is your stance on this dramatic shift? Zhang He locked eyes with Kai Qian, keeping his dark thoughts hidden. This pathetic old fisherman possesses garbage-tier martial arts, he thought. He doesn't even hold the Five Flags Alliance's legendary Goryeo demon token. How could trash like you ever unite the mighty Blue Flag Fleet? Despite his inner disgust, Zhang He plastered on a fake smile. I believe that is perfectly acceptable. Taking his cue, Tian Junxiao roared in agreement. He gripped his mythical weapon and stormed the stage. Blade narrowed his eyes, his system interface flashing wildly. Impossible. Tian Junxiao's threat level just spiked from light blue to a devastating dark red. His combat rating skyrocketed straight into the terrifying M rank. Judging by the blinding intensity of his aura, he might actually surpass the legendary Yan Laoba. Zhang He, Li Yan, and Blade all completely froze. Their eyes were locked onto Tian Junxiao's terrifying trident system scan, complete item class, mythical quality, legendary rank, weapon category, polearm sharpness level 99. System lore updated. This divine artifact is the lost relic of the demon ancestor, used to completely obliterate the Meishu yokai. It was cast into the endless abyss by ignorant fishermen centuries ago. Miraculously recovered by Tian Junxiao during the Heavenly Mother's voyage, Blade's eyes practically burned with overwhelming greed at the sight of this supreme tier weapon. His face twisted with urgent desperation. Holy crap, that bastard is completely monopolizing the loot that belongs in our inventory. A literal legendary grade weapon. I've survived the Yanfu realm for 2 whole years and I've never witnessed one drop. Li Yan sighed, utterly exhausted by his friend's greed. Do you even possess a trident mastery skill? Blade smirked with absolute shamelessness. Who cares? We can auction it for millions. It's not like we're friends with that dead man anyway. The ultimate loot is literally right in front of us. Li Yan massaged his temples in pure frustration. Are you completely insane? That is literally the definition of killing the golden goose. If we actually establish our guild's territory here, legendary weapons will drop eventually. Securing a massive political foothold in this realm is our true objective. If we assassinate him now, we destroy the delicate balance of power. Blade guiltily scratched his cheek, suddenly realizing the fatal flaw in his logic. You're right. If we ruin the quest line and fail to unlock the fast travel gate, we'll be totally screwed in the short term. Still, after grinding this entire raid, we absolutely refuse to log out empty-handed. The 2 ruthless players exchanged a highly suspicious glance. A wicked demonic grin slowly spread across Li Yan's face. Alright, I'll engineer a brilliant scheme. If negotiations completely fail, we'll invite him for some poisoned drinks. According to the system, lore, doesn't that demonic trident passively corrupt the user's sanity anyway? We'll simply frame him for going violently berserk and trying to assassinate us. With the mythical trident firmly in his grasp, Tian Junxiao offered a deeply respectful bow to Zhang Shu. His eyes burned with an overwhelming destructive aura as he locked onto his next victim. His power level was surging exponentially, yet strangely, his opponent didn't feel the chilling touch of death. Perhaps because they were distracted by Li Yan and Blade's incredibly predatory glares. The 2 system players were aggressively drooling over Tian Junxiao and his glorious legendary weapon. Tian Junxiao charged forward like a beast. Zhang He's cousin dropped into a combat stance, his eyes blazing with power. Above them, thunder cracked through the sky. They launched into the air, hurtling toward each other as a massive lightning bolt shattered the heavens, setting a terrifying apocalyptic scene. Steel sang against steel in a symphony of destruction. Attack and defense blurred in an endless cycle. The battlefield trembled as they fought to an absolute deadlock standstill. Tian Zhengxiao spun his mighty trident, leaping high to lock onto the bandaged enemy. He activated the Spirit Blood Amber technique. With every vicious thrust, his weapon lashed out with a devastating arc of crimson energy. A single graze from this bloody aura guaranteed severe continuous damage. The enemy raised both arms to block corrosive blood, splattered violently from the trident. The bandaged man was forced backward, but Tian Zhengxiao pressed the assault, spinning his weapon with relentless fury. He unleashed a deafening, battle-crazed roar. He brought the blade crashing down. Caught off guard, the enemy instinctively threw up his hands. Desperate, he leaped back instantly, chanting an ancient spell, typing Phantom Art Substitute Body Illusion. Just as the trident violently cleaved into his neck, the enemy's body suddenly split into two perfect clones. The lethal strike hit empty air, completely neutralizing Tian Zhengxiao's devastating blow. Tian Zhengxiao's eyes went wide with shock. In that split second of hesitation, the clone delivered a crushing kick. Channeling maximum power, the enemy blasted Tian Zhengxiao backward across the battlefield. Skidding wildly, Tian Zhengxiao jammed his trident into the earth to anchor himself. Without missing a beat, he awakened his second deadly technique, Spirit Demon Bone. A demonic beast's joints far surpass human limits. This mutation allowed him to execute physically impossible high-speed combat maneuvers with ease. The Demon Bone boosted all special melee stats by 2% to 9%, though it capped his ultimate potential. As Tian Zhengxiao thrust his empowered trident forward, his opponent vanished into thin air. Tian Zhengxiao flinched. Wait, the real one was behind him. The bandaged man raised his hand, unleashing another deadly typing Phantom Art Void Swallowing Blade. The blast knocked Tian Zhengxiao off his feet. Seizing the opening, the enemy launched a follow-up strike. But Tian Zhengxiao's reflexes were inhuman. He swung his trident, shattering the incoming attack into sparkling dust. Now it was the bandaged freak's turn to go all out. He raised his hands rapidly, chanting ancient incantations to summon his ultimate martial art. Tian Zhengxiao darted like lightning, dodging every lethal barrage. Pushing his body to the absolute limit, he swung back with a blood-curdling battle cry. Watching from the sidelines, Zhang He analyzed the fight. Historically, every Heavenly Mother's crossing triggered a violent power shift in the South Seas. Legends fell, and new monsters were born. Zhang He himself was living proof, having awakened his strength during a previous crossing. This Blue Flag Gang rookie Tian Zhengxiao was just starting to flex his true power, reminding Zhang He exactly of his own savage beginnings. The system's status window suddenly flashed before him. Target Tian Zhengxiao. Snapping Turtle Power State. Naval Combat Mastery 89% Demon Power, 69% Active Skills, Spirit Blood, Amber Demon, Bone Roar, and Turtle Bubble Kill. Li Qian frowned deeply. Two massive area of effect abilities and his specialized skills were already hitting double digits. Even a trash-tier weakling could achieve terrifying godlike power in an instant with these stats. However, the demonic beast core was clearly devouring Tian Zhengxiao's sanity. Combined with his body's low compatibility rate, his movements were glitching. His clumsy technique transitions revealed a reckless, uncontrollable rage. That 89% naval mastery had a fatal flaw. He himself possessed a couple of rare-grade anomaly artifacts, and both had incredibly high combat utility value. But compared to this demonic turtle power, the difference was like heaven and earth. Still, compared to wielding a flashy trident, the firearms and blades he had mastered since childhood felt much more lethal. Suddenly, Zhang He's voice boomed. "That is enough." The command caused Tian Zhengxiao to drop his guard for a microsecond. Out of nowhere, a colossal, terrifying purple dragon materialized behind him, locking onto its prey. Sensing the lethal danger, Li Qian dashed forward. The majestic dragon summoned a devastating hurricane, the howling winds tearing through the battlefield. The dragon rocketed straight into the heavens as apocalyptic thunderbolts hammered the earth, piercing the sky, shattered the dark clouds. The rain stopped, daylight pierced through, and the entire crowd erupted into shocked whispers. "Did I just see a real dragon?" Li Qian instantly reappeared behind Tian Zhengxiao, asking with urgent concern, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Filled with gratitude, Tian Zhengxiao bowed. "Thank you for the save, boss." Suddenly, Yan Aju emerged from the blinding dust cloud, radiating an overwhelming badass aura. Kai Qian stepped up, demanding, "Brother Zhang, what is the meaning of this?" Clenching his fists, "Zhang," he declared, "we forfeit this match." His cousin gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with unyielding, bitter resentment. Staring at Tian Zhengxiao, Zhang, he thought to himself. When that kid summoned his trident, his killing intent exploded so intensely that even I could barely suppress it. A blood feud like this would not end peacefully. A victory was highly improbable anyway, but a defeat meant my own men would be slaughtered without mercy. Zhang, he frowned, but quickly forced a charismatic smirk. "Li Yan, I heard you achieved a complete bodily rebirth during the last Heavenly Mother's crossing. How about you show me a fraction of your power?" In the arena, Tian Bao wielded a blazing golden sword. He smirked arrogantly. "Since you are practically begging for my guidance, I suppose I can reluctantly teach you a lesson." The imposing man wrapped in facial bandages was actually Zhang, he himself. He stared at Tian Bao, calculating his next tactical move. However, just as their auras clashed, a fierce girl named Yan Ajiu stepped into the ring to interrupt the fight. "Hold it right there." Assuming she wanted to fight Zhang He, Tian Bao stepped back. "You two go ahead first. I will enjoy the show for a bit longer." But Yan Ajiu pointed her blade straight at Tian Bao. "Commander Zhang, I demand a duel with boss Tian Bao first. Please forgive my brazen attitude." Zhang He nodded in agreement while Kai Qian stepped up as the official referee. Tian Bao tilted his head in sheer confusion. "Teaching you a lesson is easy, but I really do not understand why Miss Ajiu is specifically targeting me today." Yan Ajiu's eyes darkened with a deadly warning. "Both of my sworn brothers were brutally wounded by your red flag gang lackeys. I am here to unleash my absolute fury on their behalf. Is this reason enough for you, boss Tian Bao?" Hearing her killing intent, Tian Bao slowly nodded in understanding. The tension peaked. A bystander tossed a pristine sword toward Ajiu. Catching it flawlessly, she shattered the stone ground beneath her feet and exploded forward like a missile. Sword named Mars, prepare to die. System warning. The enemy possesses an unknown counter-attack skill. Your stunning glance ability cannot analyze their hidden stats. Refusing to wait for her strike, Tian Bao aggressively charged in. "Come at me, returned dragon." Their blades violently clashed. From the edge of the arena, Zhang He locked his eyes on their terrifying sword dance. Analyzing the fight, he could not help but admire Tian Bao's raw talent. His footwork and sword techniques synced together with absolutely flawless, jaw-dropping precision. Keeping such devastating skills hidden made perfect sense. Otherwise, there was no way Miss Yan could ever let her guard down. Suddenly, a lethal slash cleanly severed Aju's braided hair, but her blazing strike tore right through Li Yan's defense. A sharp pain gripped his abdomen, forcing him to stagger backward. His guildmate watched from the sidelines in absolute shock. How was a guy with his elite tier of swordsmanship getting completely overwhelmed by such basic attacks? Clutching his bleeding wound, Li Yan's mind raced for a counter-strategy. This woman's piercing speed wasn't just fast, it was absolutely terrifying. Her blade danced with the lethal grace of an awakened dragon. In that brief explosive clash, his dragon blade and her fire star had already collided 10 consecutive times. He thought he had completely read her attack pattern. But with just one devastating swing, she shattered his entire defense, almost slicing him right in half. Li Yan gritted his teeth. If it weren't for his lightning-fast reflexes and stacked system buffs, his reinforced body would have definitely been torn to absolute shreds just now. Hanging around the Yan family, she was most likely a terrifying fire cauldron variant. Regardless of her true identity, her swordsmanship mastery had to be pushing at least 90%. While his mind raced to calculate the odds, Li Yan's sharp eyes analyzed her every single micro-movement. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Was it just an optical illusion? Why did Yan Aju's beauty mark seem to shift lower down her cheek? Noting Li Yan's pale complexion, Yan Aju smirked with genuine amusement. So, the legendary boss of the Red Flag Gang had actually been hiding elite Wudang swordsmanship all these years. Li Yan chuckled, masking his probing intent with polite charm. "Haha, I have cultivated the blade for years, yet I have never witnessed such an unpredictable sword path. Tell me, Miss Aju, where did you master such deadly arts?" Flashing a mysterious smile, she gripped her hilt and slowly advanced forward. Back on Mount Dassy, while Boss Li Yan was busy playing Peeping Tom, I realized your eyes possessed heavenly perception. If you were truly that desperate to uncover my secrets, why don't you see for yourself? Before the words even settled, she launched a devastating sneak attack. Sparks flew as Li Yan barely deflected her lethal strike at the very last possible second. Their blades clashed in an explosive symphony of steel. Neither warrior held anything back, though Yan Ajiu's bloodlust was growing noticeably more ruthless by the second. As she unleashed a barrage of venomous strikes, Li Yan was forced on the extreme defensive. Activating his piercing analytic eye skill, he instantly identified her terrifying technique as the Dragon Wash. For context, the washing stance is one of the 4 legendary pillars of elite sword mastery. Yan Ajiu had evolved it into her own signature deadly art capable of instantly shattering sword styles that theoretically ranked way above her own combat tier. Seeing completely through her martial flow, a confident smirk returned to Li Yan's face. She had completely bypassed the system's counterattack restrictions. This Dragon Wash technique was undeniably top tier. Looks like the Yan Fu event rewards just got another insanely rare addition, and piece by piece, Li Yan was completely deciphering Yan Ajiu's entire combat pattern. Victory now rested entirely on his raw awakening power. Their relentless clash escalated into a savage, breathless deathmatch with absolutely zero room left for mercy. Yan Ajiu relentlessly spammed her lethal signature strikes. Even though Li Yan possessed the analytic advantage, he was still trapped in a brutal defensive loop of parry and retreat. Steel scream against steel. Holding the lock, Li Yan offered genuine praise. Miss Ajiu, your mastery over the washing stance is truly a spectacular sight to behold. Coincidentally, the absolute essence of my sword art also revolves around the wash principle, emphasizing pure devastation. Their aura-infused blades clashed repeatedly, echoing like thunder across the arena. Shifting her footwork, Yan Ajiu vanished and struck from his blind spot. Yet, relying on pure instinct, he instantly parried the lethal blow, aiming his own blade straight at her throat. Releasing her grip mid-air, her dark hair cascaded beautifully down her shoulders. She pirouetted with mesmerizing deadly grace as the 2 warriors danced perilously close to the edge of death. The entire audience held their breath in dead silence. Then an explosive wave of chatter erupted. So that monster is truly Li Yan, the notorious boss of the Red Flag Gang. Haha, I have personally never even crossed paths with Miss Ajiu, but hearing he stalked her up Mount Dasi, I knew some crazy drama was bound to unfold. Their banter sounds like a casual, friendly chat, so why the hell are they trading such bloodthirsty, fatal blows? Standing on the sidelines, Li Yan's trusty guildmate Sha Xiaodao caught wind of the wild gossip, his brow furrowing in deep, absolute sheer annoyance. When I fight, it is as simple as singing a tune. But look at this guy shamelessly flirting while trading lethal blows. Meanwhile, inside the ring, the 2 titans completely blocked out the noisy crowd. Lost in their combat trance, neither warrior felt fatigue. They exchanged such devastating strikes their blades were literally carving apart the solid arena floor. The stone stage was pulverized by their heavy footwork. Pausing for a split second, she suddenly unleashed a brand new ability. As mystical tears fell, the beauty mark beneath her eye literally slid down her cheek. Li Yan stared at that unnatural weeping beauty mark, a wave of pure dread washing over him. Out of nowhere, she abandoned her blade, launching a brutal bare-handed assault. A single aura-infused punch sent Li Yan flying across the stage. As he crashed violently into the dirt, a chain-smoking Sha Xiaodao dropped his jaw in sheer disbelief. Holy crap, she is channeling her absolute deepest rage into these strikes. Her mystical tears kept flowing effortlessly, yet her lips curled into a terrifyingly triumphant smirk. Boss Li Yan, you better unleash your ultimate skills immediately. Keep holding back and I promise you will not live to regret it. The terrifying magic array she just activated was the legendary Fire Cauldron Weeping Dragon variant. Just then a devastating aura spear rocketed straight toward Yan Ajiu, funneling explosive mana into her bare fists. She punched right through the incoming strike, triggering a shockwave like absolute dynamite. Peering through the dense smoke, she instantly realized Li Yan was airborne. Moving with the terrifying speed of a hurricane, he countered with his own devastating bare-handed strike. Both powerhouses were now absolutely covered in bloody wounds and bruises, yet refusing to back down, they clashed again and again, desperate to claim absolute supremacy in this brutal deathmatch. Their high-speed mid-air brawl literally defied gravity. Seizing a split-second opening, Li Yan aggressively thrust his recovered spear toward her vitals, but the lethal tip barely missed its mark. Narrowly dodging the thrust, she retreated to retrieve her fallen blade. Both fighters were now heavily panting, completely drained of stamina. Resting the heavy spear on his shoulder, Li Yan smirked. Let us save our energy for the next round. If the 2 of us actually go all out in a death match, I am terrified we might completely level the Tai clan's entire Tianbo bureau. Shall we just call it a draw? But inwardly he was cursing. My dragon blade is chipped. Winning this Yanfu event is totally hopeless now. Damn it, what a massive disadvantage. However, Yan Ajiu completely ignored his tactical truce proposal. Instead, her intense glowing gaze was entirely fixated on the upper balcony. The one standing there was none other than Yan, the second down below the arena. Kai Qian stepped up to announce the battle results. Ah, Jiu hasn't mastered sword flight yet. That blazing blade was my second brother's doing. He just panicked and pulled her away. Please don't be mad. Commander Li Yan, the Red Flag faction wins. As Li Yan claimed victory over Yan, Jiu, the crowd erupted. Amazing Lord Li Yan is invincible. Epic. Congratulations. Based on the current score, the Red Flag faction takes the lead with 3 victories. Following Jiu's defeat, Mr. Zhang Peng sneered mockingly. Boss Li Yan, you need 600,000 silver for those 3 wins. I doubt your Red Flag crew has enough. Healing his wounds, Li Yan calmly issued a command. Send 10 Guangdong ships from Mount Daci, 2 80-meter masts, 15 cannons, 100 muskets, and 50 crossbows each. Stack every ounce of silver on the table first. We will settle the rest later. As Li Yan finished Zhang, he stepped forward. I will take the next match. Who dares to challenge me? Sha Xiaodao puffed his cigarette, calculating his next move. He knew Li Yanzi already fought, avoiding a rematch. Facing dead silence, Zhang, he smirked in absolute disgust. What is nobody brave enough to step up? Before he could finish, Li Yan raised his hand. Hold on until I finish applying this ice pack. Zhang, he froze. Suddenly, a man stepped up respectfully. I have heard rumors about the Anim Demon Thief. This old man wishes to spar. Please go easy on me, brother Zhang. Li Yan and Zhang. He locked eyes, instantly recognizing Boss Yan Zhang. He turned and approached him. Come on, outsiders might be clueless, but I know exactly who you are. The Kai family always hides a few legendary masters in the shadows, Li Yan calculated silently. Kai Qian possesses massive wealth and incredibly powerful allies. Right now, the Red Flag faction swept 3 matches cleanly, 600,000 silver perfectly spent. Meanwhile, Kai Qian fought 3 but only won the second, burning 400,000. So far, Kai Qian only deployed reckless brutes who fight without any real strategy. Whether it was Jiu against Li Yan or Boss Yan fighting Zhang He, the Yan family fought brutally every time. It was never certain if Kai Qian would actually win. But this definitely is not the tactic of a smart businessman. It only gave Lin Ajin and Li Ben enough time to conserve their absolute strength and watch. Meanwhile, crimson flames erupted violently around Boss Yan in the arena. Zhang. He stepped back, entering his combat stance as blinding blue fire flared from his entire body. Boss Yan gathered infernal heat in his palms, unleashing the legendary blazing cauldron strike technique. Simultaneously, Zhang He's left eye glowed azure, counterattacking with the wind-drinking fire spell. The 2 devastating skills collided with a massive shockwave. Watching from the sidelines, Li Yan analyzed the clash. Their power levels seem perfectly matched. If I am right, both are definitely at the 9 luminaries rank. Sha Xiaodao glanced at Li Yan and lit his cigarette. If a brawl breaks out, leave Jiu to me. You handle one of those 2. Li Yan chuckled softly. You overestimate me, never underestimate Yan Jiu. Her power level might actually surpass Boss Yan. Sha Xiaodao frowned darkly. My flaming blade arts are completely useless against a fire master like Boss Yan, and I have no guarantee of beating Zhang He. You think I want this? The epic battle raged on until a heavy rainstorm suddenly poured down. Li Yan noticed Zheng Shu'er looking incredibly anxious before turning back to the fight. This sudden storm just shattered the entire deadlock. The heavy rain instantly extinguished Boss Yan's dozens of fire serpents, draining half his stamina. Even without the rain ruining his attack, Zhang He still would have won this brutal fight eventually. Just then, Zhang He summoned a massive boulder, violently blasting Boss Yan away. Completely overpowered, Boss Yan could only bow and admit crushing defeat. Protector Zhang's supreme peace scroll truly lives up to its legendary name. Kai Qian immediately ordered another 100,000 silver worth of cannonballs, armor, and rations. Zhang He spoke up. 20,000 silver and 4 3-masted Anim ships is enough. From this moment, tens of thousands joined the chaotic brawl. Red Flag led while others stared them down. Li Yanzi kept his mouth shut, refusing to send anyone else. He wanted to use other players to steal an easy advantage. But Demon Thief and Li Ben snatched the chance. Someone suggested attacking Red Flag first, and Li Yan stopped fighting for the loot. Li Ben was also a level 10 powerhouse. He instantly crushed Zhang He's top disciple. His subordinate Dragon Granny defeated a minor boss's elite, securing 3 total victories. The recorder announced that Yi Shou wagered 1,000 guns and 50-50 meter-lock ships. The rain finally stopped, sparking the explosive duel between Xia Xiaodao and Yan the fourth. They clashed fiercely, perfectly matched. Only when the referee declared a draw did they finally stop. Li Yan and Kai Qian exchanged polite bows afterward. Returning to the red flag side, Xia Xiaodao sat down, smirking proudly to himself. With my culinary skills, just one dish of double crispy stir-fry, and my eating technique will restore 80% of my power in 30 minutes. I can fight again. Meanwhile, Yan the Fourth lacks this system ability. If we kept exchanging blows like that, it would have been a total losing business deal for me. Beside him, Shui Ba relentlessly begged Li Yan to fight. Helpless Li Yan patted his head and agreed. Shui Ba marched up excitedly, rolling his shoulders. All right, just watch me destroy them. Following the previous fierce battles, the next showdown was between Zhang He's cousin and Shui Ba. Both were panting heavily before truly clashing. A total draw, neither one costing them both 100,000 silver. Walking past Li Yan Zhang, he stared intensely, locking onto him as his ultimate target. On the other side, the treasure ship king shocked absolutely everyone with his terrifying potential. Lin's Quanju Wolf brothers took turns dominating the arena. They consecutively crushed Red Flag's Korean ghosts, a Mongolian warrior from Yi Shui, and the demon thief's elite disciple. Unbelievably, Lin Ajin took the lead with 4 wins. Recalling Commander Li Yan's epic fight earlier, Lin Ajin's face showed nothing but deep admiration. I think Commander Li Yan's method is perfect. Calculating after every single win is too annoying. The Lin clan wagers 500-meter ships and 1,500 elite sailors. Put that on the table instead of silver and we will talk. After the battle, the announcer on the podium read the massive wager. The Lin clan's treasure ships bets 500-meter vessels and 1,500 elite sailors. Total value is 1,600,000 silver. As the sun set, Lin Ajin took a shocking lead. Kai Qian and Zhang. He locked their deadly sights on him. They both handed Lin Ajin a bitter defeat. The treasure ship king still held 4 wins, while Zhou Ben secured 3 victories. Zhang Shu claimed 3 wins. Demon thief Zhang He took 3 and Kai Qian held 2. The total silver wagered reached an insane 4,500,000 taels. Inside the waiting room, Commander Li Yan ordered Dai Nong into the arena. She accepted instantly. He knew his elite fighters had already fought. Both Dai Nong and Madame Wu possessed bizarre dark arts. Against an opponent only slightly stronger, she still had a solid chance at claiming absolute victory. Besides, the truly terrifying opponents were supposedly gone, but her challenger was none other than Zhang He. Everyone froze in shock, including Li Yan. Furious at this shameless move, Li Yan glared, "Zhang, have you no honor?" The villain sneered with raging fury over their ancient blood feud. "10th Madam slaughtered my adoptive family just to lure me out. Why should I ever play fair with your pathetic red flag gang?" Suddenly, Zhang He coughed up blood. He quickly realized Dai Nong had secretly struck him, yet the attack barely scratched his overwhelming aura. Unleashing his devastating magic array, Zhang, he roared, "Die!" But in a flash, Li Yan yanked Dai Nong away, dodging the catastrophic strike. Fearing for his comrade's life and recognizing Zhang He's ruthless malice, Li Yan swallowed his pride and forfeited the brutal match. The red flag lost. As Zhang He walked away, Xiao Dao calmly smoked. He realized a terrifying truth: the last speaker held the ultimate advantage. By shamelessly refusing to step up early, a fighter could handpick a weaker opponent later. It was a brilliantly toxic strategy. These warriors were blind to their enemy's true strength. Without guaranteed victory, they sealed their lips tight like absolute cowards. Every pirate here was a scheming viper, desperately clinging to their fragile pride and face. Only that villain abandoned all shame. Amidst the whispering crowd, Lin Ajin smirked, "Hey Zhou, I am keeping track of the score. You have not sent a single champion out yet. How can you become the Grand Alliance leader acting like a cowardly turtle?" Cold sweat drenched Zhou Ben's face. Gritting his teeth, he barked, "Dragon Granny, get onto the battlefield." Since everyone else failed, only Dragon Granny had 2 wins. But her opponent was Yan the Second, Kai Qian's notoriously lethal subordinate. Dragon Granny roared, but Yan the Second's blade flashed with a deadly aura. He unleashed a storm of relentless, devastating slashes toward her. Hump spent arrows. The verdict echoed loudly. Kai Qian tied the score with 3 wins. Seeing this, Zhang He could not sit still anymore. He snapped at his subordinate Ruan Ping. You are up next. The minion fiercely nodded, understood boss. But stepping onto the stage was Li Yan, Commander Li Yan himself, Zhang. He cursed, while Ruan Ping's face drained of all color in pure terror. Commander Li Yan smirked with overwhelming dominance. Come on, let us fight. Li Yan was a terrifying mountain, especially to weaklings like the trembling Ruan Ping. Ruan Ping locked his fingers to cast a spell. But shock widened his eyes. Li Yan was already charging his spear, unleashing a devastating storm. With blazing determination in his eyes, Li Yan roared, "Time to send you packing." A massive explosion erupted. Ruan Ping coughed, blood blasted away. The crowd gasped in sheer horror. The referee shouted, "Li Yan of the red flag, gang wins." Zhang. He smashed his cup into pieces. Such a ruthless, bone-shattering strike. Li Yan Zhang, he snarled, grinding his teeth in furious wrath. Triumphant, Li Yan spun his mighty spear in a flawless circle, slamming it onto the arena floor with a deafening crack. Pointing directly at Zhang He, Li Yan issued a bold challenge. Enraged, Zhang He gripped another cup, cursing internally. "Li Yan, you arrogant bastard." "Li Yan Zhang," he muttered darkly. Chugging his drink, he sighed, "Whatever, forget it." He slammed the cup back down with heavy frustration. "Master Qi, it is your turn." The second in command, Qi Daoji, hobbled up. "Understood, boss." Li Yan's eyes narrowed. It was not Zhang He. Li Yan coldly analyzed his new foe. Qi Daoji was originally a wandering spiritual master possessing deep mysteries. Since Zhang He could not read the ancient magic texts, he learned from this very man. This second in command was Zhang He's absolute trump card. Li Yan instantly saw through the plot. Zhang He was sacrificing his trump card to test Li Yan's lethal techniques. The arena now held Li Yan and Qi Daoji. As Li Yan smirked, Kai Chen suddenly ordered, Ju, go test this Master Qi. Furious, Zhang He shot up. "Kai, are you trying to offend everyone here?" Kai Qian simply raised his hand, maintaining his cool composure. "We fight for leadership with raw power." Ju stepped up, her sword drawn and eyes blazing with challenge. Li Yan stared back at her. Li Yan simply turned away, taking a bathroom break. Xiao Dao smoked quietly, watching Li Yan leave while Ju and Qi Daoji clashed in an epic showdown on stage. As night fell, Xiao Dao lit a cigarette for Li Yan. Watching the fierce battle, he smirked. That Master Qi is truly formidable. But this Ju is a ruthless psycho. She fights like a beast. No wonder you admire this crazy woman. Except for Zhou Ben's 3 wins, everyone else secured 4. Just wait, Xiao Dao grinned. An apocalyptic bloodbath is coming. Xiao Dao continued his strategic commentary. After top-tier monsters fought multiple rounds, exhaustion crept into every faction. Weaker disciples were sent out to die, dialing back the explosive tension of the opening fights. With the elite vanguards of the major pirate fleets completely exhausted, the minor captains in the arena grew thirsty for blood. The previous clashes were battles between gods, leaving no room for mere mortals. But with the titans bleeding through their war chests, the stage was finally set for the underdogs. The tension in the air was thick enough to slice. The Red Flag and Demon Pirates were destined blood enemies. Like 2 blades locked in a deadly parry, every fighter sent to the arena was met with absolute lethal intent. Neither side would yield a single inch of ground. Yet like a phantom weaving through the chaos, Kai Kan kept violently disrupting their bloody rhythm. This Kai Patriarch was playing a twisted game. He didn't seek absolute victory, only perfect equilibrium. Whenever the Red Flag claimed a violent triumph, he would aid Zhang He's brutal counterattack. And when Zhang He gained the upper hand, Kai Kan instantly flipped his blade against him. Meanwhile, Lin Ajin and Zhou Ben stood frozen in the shadows, the chilling wind howling around their silent figures. This 3-way war of attrition completely sidelined the weaker factions. By the time dawn threatened to break, the 5 great pirate overlords had each secured 8 bloody victories. The mountain of wealth staked in the center had reached an astronomical peak, over 1,200 taels of silver. On the surface, the 5 houses appeared evenly matched, but the dark reality was far more twisted. Factoring in the brutal stalemates, Li Yan, Kai Kan, and Zhang He had deployed their forces twice as often. Every single warrior had been pushed to their absolute limits. Little Knife observed the battlefield with eagle eyes. Li Yan stepped onto the deathmatch platform, standing face-to-face with Kai Kan and Zhang He. Taking a slow drag of his cigarette, Little Knife calculated the grim truth. No complex math was needed here. His master Li Yan, along with Kai Kan and Zhang He had completely bled their treasuries dry. Staring at the three titans locked in a tense standoff, Little Knife deduced that Kai Kan had deliberately incinerated his own fortune. His insidious scheme had forced both the Red Flag and demon pirates to gamble away their entire armadas. Li Yan's voice boomed like thunder. The Red Flag wagers 7 Guangdong warships and 100 heavy cannons, value 800,000 taels. The staggering bet was instantly etched into the ledger. Refusing to lose face, Zhang. He roared back, the Annam Protectorate stakes 2 naval shipyards, value 800,000 taels. The ink stained the paper like fresh blood. Kai Kan spoke with a venomous smirk. Honored leaders, your remaining stakes barely scratch 200,000 taels. Do you wish to mortgage your very souls to continue? A heavy, suffocating silence fell over Zhang He and Li Yan. Casually lifting his steaming teacup, Kai Kan mocked them. Gentlemen, your pockets are looking terribly empty. As their killing intent focused on him, Kai Kan simply chuckled. What a perfect coincidence, I am completely broke as well. Demonic rage blazed in Zhang He's eyes. Kai, what sort of treacherous game are you playing? Suddenly, a chilling realization struck the demon pirate. This cunning fox had dragged them into a pit of mutual destruction. By bleeding all 3 empires dry, even scraping the bottom of the barrel would only fund one final pathetic clash. Meanwhile, if Zhou Ben and Lin Ajin simply grit their teeth and dumped 800,000 taels, they could easily crush the minor factions and steal the ultimate victory. Zhang He's blood ran cold. The 3 greatest powers were about to be utterly eliminated. The throne of the pirate lord would fall into the laps of those second-rate scavengers. Savoring the aroma of his tea, Kai Kan whispered cryptically, the wheel of fate is still spinning. Until the final drop of blood falls, no one can predict the victor. Soon after, a fierce warrior of the Red Flag stepped up, brutally crushing the vanguard of Tianlu. The Black Flag faction had officially fractured to forge their own path. Kai Kan's forces effortlessly dismantled an elite of the White Hoof Gang. Meanwhile, Zhang He personally shattered the arrogant young master of the Oxtail Syndicate. But with those final strikes, the wealth of the 3 titans was completely decimated. Ominous moonlight pierced through the storm clouds, illuminating the flickering courtyard lanterns. Holding the blood-stained ledger, Kai Kan announced the devastating results. 5 Flags Alliance, 9 victories, 5 stalemates, 7 defeats. Total stakes 3 million taels. Annam Protectorate, 9 victories, 5 stalemates, 6 defeats. Total stakes 3 million taels. The Kai Clan, 9 victories, 9 stalemates, 6 defeats. Total stakes 3,300,000 taels. Treasure Ship King Lin Ajin, 8 victories, 4 defeats. Total stakes 2,200,000 taels. Righteous Water Zhou Ben, 8 victories, 4 defeats. Total stakes 2,200,000 taels. Coughing into his fist, Kai Kan locked eyes with the other 2 kings. Well, gentlemen, how shall we resolve this deadlock? Shall the 3 of us squeeze out a little more blood? Li Yan and Zhang He exchanged a sharp, calculating glare. I pass. Zhang He spat coldly. Let the Lin and Zhou dogs bite each other. If they wish to flaunt their wealth, they must wager raw military power. Useless garbage like silver, silk, and land deeds are no longer permitted. Li Yan simply shook his head. I will not raise. Since you 2 lack the spine, I shall hold my hand as well. Zhang He finalized, a dangerously sinister smirk, twisting his lips. Whispering secret orders into Shu Era's ear, Li Yan abruptly turned his back on the arena. Where do you think you are going, heavenly boss? Ah Ju shouted from behind, tilting his head. Li Yan nonchalantly replied, Nature calls. In truth, Li Yan was issuing a covert command to his shadow guards. Sprint back to the ship and unleash Old Man Lin. The board is set. He knows exactly what to do. The terrified grunt shoved a comrade forward, ordering him to sprint for his life. Catching this subtle movement, Kai Kan adjusted his glasses, a shadow of dread washing over his face. Meanwhile, Zhou Ben cruelly mocked the sickly Lin Ajin as he leaned heavily on his cane. Who would have thought, old Lin? In the end, we are the ones holding all the cards. How many more matches can your fragile treasury sustain? Lin Ajin shot back a chilling glare. The number of my victories is completely irrelevant. What truly matters, Boss Zhou, is that from this moment on, you will not taste a single victory. Lin Ajin offered a terrifyingly cold smile. Let us test the limits of your arrogance. Brother Tai. He slaughtered them. Zhou Ben's monstrous enforcer stepped onto the platform. Gripping a heavy saber in one hand, a grotesque demonic skull tattoo throbbed viciously across his muscular chest. Tai. He sneered down at his prey with bloodthirsty delight. From the Lin clan's shadows emerged their ultimate weapon. Tossing aside his woven bamboo hat, the man revealed an aura of pure dread. The Quanlin sea ghost Ao Hung, prepare to meet your maker. Shockwaves of absolute terror ripped through the spectating crowd. The Quanlin sea ghost wasn't that legendary martial art lost to the abyss of time. Alongside the Goryeo ghost technique, this was a legendary forbidden art. Only the true bloodline inheritors could ever master such monstrous power. Ao Hung locked his piercing gaze onto his target. In a fraction of a second, the air itself exploded with a deafening sonic boom. Roaring like a beast, he swung his heavy saber with earth-shattering force. Yet Ao Hung stood as unmovable as a mountain crash. The sickening sound of shattering steel echoed as the blade violently exploded against Ao Hung's bar skull. Without shedding a single drop of blood, the sea ghost had obliterated the forged steel. Jaws dropped to the floor as pure panic seized the audience. Good heavens, is that monster even human? Casually twisting the broken blade like melted plastic, Ao Hung whispered, "My turn." Demonic crimson light flared in his eyes. Thrusting his palm forward with the force of a hurricane, just the sheer air pressure from his strike viciously warped his facial bones. The devastating palm strike landed He was launched through the air like a broken ragdoll. Dusting off his hands, Ao Hung stared straight at the terrified pirate boss. "Boss Zhou, I suggest you send your next victim." Watching from the high ground, Zhang He's eyes narrowed in calculating respect. To shatter a blade with his bare flesh. This sea ghost is a genuinely terrifying force of nature. This brute was definitely a first-rate master, though perhaps not at the absolute pinnacle. His strength rivaled the deadliest vanguards of the heavenly palace. If the three supreme kings hadn't exhausted their war chests, this sea ghost would never have dared to flex his power. Humiliated and enraged, Zhou Ben commanded his remaining fighters to attack, tear him to shreds. But one by one, Ao Hung swatted them away with overwhelming godlike supremacy. Chuban ordered another meat shield forward. "Kill him," he roared. But the result was identical. A thug charged with a battle axe only to be sent flying backward. The heavy weapon embedded right into his own skull. Yet another lackey rushed in, but his fate was sealed. He was blasted back just as brutally with a spear thrust deep into his chest. "Attack him together," Chuban commanded in blazing fury. A cocky subordinate struck a martial arts pose trying to intimidate Ao Hung. But Ao Hung just scoffed. "Is that all your strength?" Ao Hung hoisted the man by his throat. Sickening crunches echoed through the air. A flurry of devastating slaps followed, leaving the thug's face swollen as he collapsed. "You useless trash," Chuban spat in utter humiliation. Ao Hung's aura was absolutely overwhelming. Lin Akin secured 11 consecutive victories. Chuban bellowed wildly. "I wager my massive warship worth 200,000 silver taels. Who dares face me, Zhang?" He glared at the raging fool. "Who would fight you now? Have you completely lost your mind?" "Zhang," he stepped forward to declare the final results. "Listen closely, everyone. The Lin family fleet claims the most wins. By the rules of the Heaven Anchorage Assembly, Lin Akin is our newly appointed alliance leader." "Hold on," Akin interrupted. His wrinkled face showed deep exhaustion. "My aging body is too frail to endure the brutal storms of warfare. How can an alliance leader fail to defend the front lines?" Akin's voice trembled slightly. "The Lin fleet cannot bear this heavy crown. Our victories were merely a stroke of luck. Therefore, I officially withdraw from this fierce battle for the alliance leader title." Chaos erupted through the massive crowd. "This is completely unacceptable. Is Boss Lin making a total fool of us? What is our next move?" Finally, Boss Yen broke the deafening tension. "Since Boss Lin surrenders his position, the Five Flags Alliance, Boss Chu and my master each hold 9 legendary victories. However, my master offered the highest bounty. According to the established laws, the leadership belongs to my master." Veins bulged in Zhang's furious eyes. "You cunning snake Tai Can, you and Lin Akin planned this scheme together." Tai Can coolly adjusted his glasses. "Brother Zhang, if everyone insists on my ascension, refusing the throne would simply be terribly disrespectful." Jiu instantly drew his blade, shielding Tai Can from harm. Zhang He's glare turned utterly murderous. "Keep dreaming, you absolute bastard." Chu Bon pointed a trembling finger at Tai Can. "He's absolutely right. You rigged this entire tournament." Tai Can maintained his chilling composure. "Brother Zhang, do you reject my rightful leadership?" Zhang, he barked back flawlessly. "Tai Can, I know you have been plotting this wicked scheme for a very long time. Your deadly connections and ruthless tactics are undeniably impressive, But hear my warning right now. Zhang He aggressively pointed at Akin. If Lin refuses the crown, so be it. I don't care about the pathetic rules you try to forcefully impose upon this sacred assembly today. Zhang, he established his absolute bottom line. But one thing is certain, we will never accept that manipulated ranking system. You want to rule the Anom pirates, I will be the first to stop you. Tai Can smoothly replied, I am merely a humble merchant surrounded by extremely trustworthy and honorable companions. Besides, you are the glorious governor. You command thousands of elite men. Your promises hold absolute monumental weight in this world. You cannot simply break your given word now. Zhang He's eyes radiated pure demonic bloodlust. I will say this once we restart the duels. Tai Can pushed his glasses up, radiating extreme defiance. That is completely impossible. Instantly, Zhang He vanished, leaving only a thick cloud of dust. Moving with lightning speed, he launched a devastating strike at Tai Can's face, but Aju intercepted the lethal blow just in time. Safely shielded behind Aju, Tai Can smirked. Do you have something else to add? Zhang He's gaze was lethally sharp, but Aju's aura matched his intensity perfectly. Dao Ji shouted furiously, but Boss Yan firmly held him back. Move and you die, he warned coldly. Zhang He's subordinates glared with untamed wrath. You think we fear you? Crush them, Tai Can's forces roared back. Bring it on, cowards. Chu Ban aimed his blade. Tai Can, I will destroy you. Suddenly, Ao Hung materialized right beside Chu Ban. Akin leaned heavily on his cane, sighing deeply as total anarchy erupted. Warriors brandished their blades and smashed furniture in a chaotic, bloodthirsty massacre. Want to fight? I'll bury you, tear them apart. Zhang Shu stood completely paralyzed amidst the terrifying battlefield. Li Yan's loyal men panicked deeply at the sight. Miss Siu, what are your orders? Seeing the little girl's stunned face, reality struck the soldier hard. Wait, boss, Li Yan is not here yet. I let my sheer panic take over. He gritted his teeth bitterly. Why am I asking an 8-year-old child? But suddenly an intimidating shadow fell over Zhang Shu's face. Her eyes burned with unshakable resolve. Protect me first. The Red Flag Fleet brothers instantly formed a defensive circle. They stacked heavy tables to block stray bullets. Strike down anyone who steps too close. We hold the line until Boss Li Yan returns. The loyal subordinates smiled fiercely. Understood. The savage mob continued their blood-curdling screams. Slaughter them all. Suddenly an earth-shattering boom erupted, lighting up the sky with a brilliant golden flame. The terrifying explosion sent massive shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone shielded their faces from the blinding light and thick ash. Are those Western cannons? The Westerners have invaded us, Chu Ban shouted in horror. Tai Can, you doomed us all, both Tai Can and Zhang. He shot him a murderous glare. Shut your pathetic mouth, Chu Ban stood frozen in sheer trembling confusion. A majestic warship emerged on the dark sea. Their remaining explosives were dangerously low. Old Gu laughed wildly behind the massive cannon. Lu Zuo's craftsmanship is absolutely god-tier, simply spectacular. Zhang He finally realized the shocking truth. Li Yan, your cannons just blasted my men. What is the meaning of this? Li Yan casually strolled in, waving his hand. Everyone was just getting hyped up. Didn't that little firework add to the glorious fun? The surrounding lackeys erupted in sheer fanatic cheers. Boss Li Yan is back. Tai Can stepped forward with a chilling gaze. Legends speak of a mysterious golden powder from Europe. It possesses destructive power, far surpassing black powder, yet leaves virtually zero smoke behind. A weapon of terrifying lightweight efficiency. A deadly shell fires every 6 breaths. The East India Company's director paid an astronomical fortune for this sacred formula but failed to obtain a single clue. To think the Red Flag Fleet wields this legendary powder, Chu Ban gritted his teeth in seething jealousy. Since when did Li Yan acquire such devastating god-level artillery? Li Yan spread his arms wide, dominating the scene. Will everyone just listen to my humble words? His voice commanded absolute authority. No matter the brutal circumstances, rules are rules. Zhang He, when you push your biggest bet, you try to abandon the game. Do you think life is that simple? Zhang He sneered back. If the Red Flag Fleet disagrees, attack me together. Suddenly, deafening metallic snaps echoed. Heavy iron chains shattered into countless pieces, triggering a massive domino effect. Shui Bao was tearing the massive ship bonds completely in half. Shui Bao watched the warship drifting away perfectly. Well, it's floating off now, he flashed a triumphant thumbs up. Boss Li Yan, the mission is complete. Tai Can narrowed his cunning eyes. What are you planning, brother Li Yan? Li Yan smirked confidently. Old Tai, don't be so incredibly stingy. I merely borrowed your ship, so nobody gets caught in the glorious crossfire. He shot Zhang He a chillingly dominant smile. Zhang He, you talk too much. Do you really think winning 4 battles makes you worthy only to cry about Kai Kan's scheming costing you the leader position? Li Yan pointed forward. If that's the case, let's settle this on that ship. Win and you do as you please. Lose and keep your mouth shut. Han Shi agreed instantly. Kai Kan chuckled, giving a thumbs up. Brother Tian Bao, how noble. Li Yan patted Zheng Xiu's head. Our little Xiu is the current leader. Zhang He, you want a preemptive strike. As if it would be that easy, Zhang He burst into arrogant laughter, pointing at Kai Kan, mocking his sheer ignorance. Zhang, he sneered. Li Yan Yangu saved you from me once. Have you forgotten? Li Yan smirked, stepping onto the water. Ice bloomed beneath his feet as he leaped into the air. Li Yan sprinted across the ocean's surface, his every footstep freezing the water instantly, leaving a breathtaking trail of solid frost in his wake. He moved like a phantom Zhang. He narrowed his eyes, tracking Li Yan's explosive and frosty approach. Kai Kan and Ah Jiu watched intently. If Tian Bao brings Ling Yuan Manor here, should I, a mere broker, replace Guangxi's top factions with a pirate lord? Should I collude with the officials? Ah Jiu's face turned dead serious. Boss, what are your orders? Pushing up his glasses, Kai Kan replied casually, just wing it. Don't be so tense. Kai Kan continued, I spent months convincing the Black Flag Gang to conquer Guangdong and Guangxi. It took immense effort to forge this very situation. Fu Lin is terrified out of his wits, letting me dictate the terms. Kai Kan stroked his chin. For 13 years, Guangdong brokers won't be hindered by government officials anymore. As for the islands, the pirate lord title is already in my grasp. I won't let some unappointed governor ruin my grand masterpiece. Kai Kan's eyes gleamed with lethal intent. If Tian Bao dares to interfere, tell our guys to completely obliterate Ling Yuan Manor. The crowd stared at the shadowy ship in the distance. Did they start fighting? Everyone squinted through the impenetrable pitch-black fog, waiting for the clash. I can't see a damn thing through this fog. Suddenly, a rich, intoxicating aroma drifted past. What smells so good? Ji Nong asked Xiao Yi. Brother Daozi, what are you eating? Daozi sat comfortably crossing his legs while devouring his meal. Try some. Shuba stood nearby, drooling uncontrollably over the food. Boom. A colossal roar echoed as a dark energy beam shot into the sky. Li Yan dashed across the water, forging a path of solid ice. Li Yan landed heavily on the deck. Zhang. He blitzed through the air, crashing onto the ship with devastating force. Li Yan instantly drew his weapon. He wielded a legendary spear. This 1,000-pound artifact, claimed from the Heavenly Mother's Ghost Sea, never left his side day or night. Zhang Yu also obtained the typing scroll from the Ghost Sea long ago. I wonder if you brought it with you to your grave today. Zhang He clapped his hands. My Nanyang army is ready. If my divine cannons blast you to pieces, your grand plans are doomed. If I accidentally kill you, well, accidents happen. Li Yan sneered coldly. In 7 or 8 years, this is the very first time someone has dared to talk to me with such absolute arrogance. Li Yan lunged, his spear dragged across the deck, sending sparks flying with an ear-piercing screech. Zhang He counterattacked, summoning a roaring monstrous beast from the shadows. Li Yan dodged the beast's lethal strike. Zhang He unleashed another wave of dark monsters. Li Yan retaliated with a devastating slash, parrying Zhang He's furious assault. With an earth-shattering horizontal sweep, Li Yan's spear cut through the air. Zhang He barely evaded, his eyes wide in absolute shock. What? He skidded to a halt. Zhang, he gritted his teeth. The typing scroll granted heaven-defying magical prowess, but it possessed one fatal flaw. It only cultivated spells, leaving his physical body completely vulnerable. The tome offered magical shields, but they were merely external defenses. Li Yan's eyes burned with feral intensity, gripping his spear tightly, ready to deliver a catastrophic blow. Li Yan unleashed the Guhuo Bird's 9 dragons technique. A spectral bird materialized behind him. Zhang. He desperately chanted a spell. Trying to cast, Dream On, Li Yan smirked. Thrusting his spear, the spectral bird's eyes glowed with demonic light. Li Yan coldly executed the hidden flight strike, sending Zhang He flying backwards with devastating force. Crash water dripped slowly from Li Yan's trembling spear. A victorious grin crossed his face. 10th lady, this is exactly how you saved me back then. Zhang He coughed up blood, a glowing red seal burning violently on his stomach. Very good. A magical circle suddenly erupted directly beneath Li Yan's feet. Zhang He's eyes blazed crimson. The array beneath Li Yan exploded, blasting a torrent of dark energy skyward. It was the typing scroll's ultimate curse. The entire crowd gasped in pure horror. Even Daozi's jaw dropped. Such overwhelming power, Kai Kan and the others watched the catastrophic clash unfold. In the distance, the burning ship was rapidly sinking. Kai Kan adjusted his glasses coldly. Those who live by the sword will inevitably perish by it. Kai Kan sneered internally. Zhang He rose to power with magic and he would die by it. Meanwhile, Li Yan desperately clung to the ship's shattered mast. Hanging perilously in mid-air, Li Yan smirked. He had grown totally addicted to finding survival in the jaws of certain death. He stared down at Zhang He, who was clinging to floating debris. Zhang He furiously hurled glowing talismans into the air. He unleashed another wave of devastating magic, typing scroll blue demon seal. Void-trapping force dragon head illusion Zhang He roared, pointing his blood-stained finger forward to command the overwhelming magical assault. Zhang He sweated. Li Yan's spear possessed demonic properties. One strike could shatter a man's very soul. Suddenly, a dark Qilin manifested, snapping its jaws at Li Yan, who swung higher up the mast. Damn it is Zhang He. Emptying his entire arsenal, Li Yan cursed, glaring at the incoming Qilin. Instantly, his Guhuo Bird erupted with the immense power of 9 winds. The phantom bird clashed violently against the dark Qilin. A blinding flash of catastrophic light erupted. Blood violently burst from Zhang He's trembling fingers. Veins bulged in Zhang He's eyes before he violently coughed up blood. Li Yan's spear pierced through, sending him crashing onto a floating plank. The sheer impact blasted water high into the air. Kai Kan watched in absolute shock. Li Yan's spear was firmly pinned into the drifting wood, trapping Zhang He underneath. "Do you yield?" Li Yan demanded. Li Yan's gaze was ice cold. "I heard you consume an immortality seed in the Ghost Sea." Pinned down and broken, Zhang He spat blood. "No, nothing is ever that easy." Li Yan pressed the spear down harder, crushing Zhang He mercilessly against the wood. His eyes gleamed with ruthless intent. "Do you yield?" Defeated, Zhang He gasped. "Today I completely submit." Li Yan pushed himself up. He ripped his spear from the splintered wood. How many more miraculous victories could his body endure? Kai Kan narrowed his eyes. "Elder Yan, did you see his technique?" Elder Yan replied, "That monstrous thief possesses an aura like a roaring ocean of flames, but Master Li Yan is like refined iron. He is using that exact fire to level up his own physical stats." "Has his body been fully awakened?" Kai Kan asked. Elder Yan shook his head. "The heat might destroy his core instead." Kai Kan gazed at the victorious Li Yan. "The people's will is like iron, yet incredibly fragile. The imperial system's law is a blazing furnace. In this ruthless world, there is absolutely no steel tough enough to resist being melted down and entirely reforged." Elder Yan respectfully cupped his hands. "Boss Kai, you are a shrewd merchant. But in this chaotic world, some ordinary folks have witnessed the darkest depths of human nature since childhood. If they fail to respect the burning furnace of the Empire's law, every single step they take will lead straight into a dead end. We outcasts were born into a brutal battlefield where the strong devour the weak. If we didn't forge an absolute iron will within our souls, we would have turned to graveyard dust a long time ago." Elder Yan's gaze sharpened into daggers. "Master Li Yan of the Red Flag Fleet is far from simple. His hidden depths are terrifying. He might have gotten lucky, but a victory is still an absolute victory." Kai Kan frowned in deep thought. What kind of secret technique did he just use? Was it the legendary Phantom Sea Swallow art or something else entirely? Elder Yan shook his head. "It is completely unreadable. His aura feels familiar yet entirely alien. But I am absolutely certain of one thing." Li Yan landed gracefully, exuding an overwhelming presence while a battered Zhang He desperately struggled to his trembling feet. "This Master Li Yan is an absolute monster." Dawn finally broke, casting a brilliant golden light across the endless ocean. After a sleepless night, Li Yan looked at Little Dagger. "Thanks," he muttered. Little Dagger handed over some chopsticks. "Here, take these." Li Yan grabbed them, but his fingers trembled violently from the battle's aftermath. "Yeah." He gripped the wood tightly. "That Boss Kai is unbelievably cheap. We sat here all night eating nothing but plain melons. I am starving to death, and that stingy bastard expects us to cook our own meals." Little Dagger burst out laughing. "Look at you acting tough when you can barely hold your chopsticks." From a distance, Kai Kan silently watched Li Yan's crew sharing a lighthearted moment of joy. Kai Kan approached with a fake smile. Brother Li Yan speaks the truth. We clash all night long and everyone's energy is drained. Let the feast and wine flow. We can discuss official guild business later. Li Yan wiped his mouth with a smirk. Oh, hold on, boss. Kai, time waits for no man. We should settle this alliance leader tournament right here and right now. Kai Kan simply stared, utterly speechless. Kai Kan turned sharply. Brother Zhang, did you have an objection earlier? Slumped in his chair, Zhang he weakly waved his hand. You guys decide. I am completely out. Kai Kan made his final call. By the official system rules, the Lin clan has forfeited. Chu Ben is down by 1 win. As for Brother Li Yan, your military assets fall short. Therefore, my humble self claims the ultimate victory. Li Yan suddenly raised his arm. The red flag fleet still has military assets to wager. He slammed a massive silver tray onto the table, piled ridiculously high with shiny silver ingots. Kai Kan gritted his teeth. But the final match already ended. Li Yan grinned wickedly. Everyone here is my witness. I merely stepped out for a bathroom break. When I came back, you were all arguing over nothing. My previous words were crystal clear. The final results were pending. At no point did the red flag fleet surrender or agree to your little arrangement. Boss Kai, weren't you a bit too eager to end this? Li Yan instantly summoned 50 newly forged cannons, 8-inch barrels, plus 1,000 explosive shells, and a massive treasury of 200,000 silver taels. Nothing crazy, right? Kai Kan forced a strained smile. Brother Li Yan, if my memory serves me correctly, your current ship is already completely loaded down with cannons of every single size. I know the red flag fleet boasts overwhelming power levels, but are you seriously trying to spawn another 50 heavy 8-inch cannons out of thin air right now? Li Yan chuckled darkly. Whether I can produce them or not will be proven soon enough. Do you think I would dare cheat the system? Kai Kan's face darkened with rage. That is fair, but Fleet Master Li Yan completely misunderstands my actual point. What I mean is right now, Kai Kan's eyes gleamed with a mix of calm calculation and arrogant expectation. There is absolutely no one left who would dare step into the arena against you. Li Yan scanned the silent room. Having overwhelming military power is just the basic requirement for survival in this chaotic war. But exploiting the hidden system rules, that is the true key to ultimate victory. Beyond the savage law of the jungle, a brilliant tactician knows the golden rule. You must deploy all your powerful weapons before your enemies even get the chance to upgrade their own gear. Yet Master Li Yan had stumbled into an insanely awkward, unforeseen trap. He was fully prepared to burn his wealth for dominance. But in this twisted game, his rival's resources had already been completely bled dry. Once the other players realized their win probability was literally at 0, they had absolutely no motivation to challenge his overwhelming awakened might. Li Yan's piercing gaze analyzed the battlefield. As for the cunning Kai Kan, under these exact system conditions, he didn't even need to risk sending a fighter against the red flag fleet. He only had to stall the match. By simply hoarding more weapons than the entire Five Flags Alliance, he could automatically secure the leader's throne. After all, Kai Kan was a ruthless merchant at heart. Even if his established rules appeared completely fair on the surface, he always manipulated the system to guarantee his absolute advantage. Kai Kan crossed his arms, glowing with smug satisfaction. Li Yan turned to Chu Ben. Boss Chu, do you want to challenge me? Chu Ben wildly waved his hands in defeat. No way, I already lost. I am entirely out, Chu Ben calculated quietly. Among the 5 great pirate factions, even though my current power level is the lowest, those pathetic low-level commanders are light years away from catching me. Wasting any more gold on this death match would be completely pointless. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the shadows, "Let me fight." Master Li Yan, gasps erupted. It was Xu Longxi, the supreme boss of the Yellow Flag Fleet. His infamous mutiny on Mount Datu had ended in utter disaster. Xu Longxi had crawled back to Mount Datu in absolute disgrace. He and the legendary 10th Lady were actual cousins. Blood is always thicker than water. Yet when the 10th Lady was on the absolute brink of death, she didn't curse him. She didn't condemn his treacherous backstabbing. She didn't even beg him to protect her precious daughter Zheng Xuer. Instead, she refused to grant him a single final glance. That suffocating silence was worse than death. It was that very soul-crushing rejection that dragged him back to this brutal battlefield. Since childhood, Xu Longxi harbored a deep primal fear of his terrifying cousin. Back in their youth, simply watching her play with demonic goo insects triggered a phantom fever that haunted his nightmares. The young Longxi would violently shake in sheer panic, absolutely paralyzed by terror whenever she summoned her demonic parasites. He never dared to step a single inch closer. Deep down, Xu Longxi fiercely looked down on both Zheng Yi and Master Li Yan, but towards the 10th lady, his twisted heart boiled with a toxic cocktail of terror, raging jealousy, blood ties, and crushing guilt. This emotional storm exploded the very day she ruthlessly banished him from Mount Datu. On that fateful day, Longxi wept tears of sheer agony. However, his old friend coldly rejected his pleas. Every single excuse he offered dissolved into absolutely worthless ash. Zhang Shuer's icy gaze locked onto the newly arrived challenger. Longxi fiercely met her stare. With heavy, confident steps, Li Yan marched forward. The second-in-command smirked and loudly questioned the rules. Previously, the Blue Flag Fleet claimed a victory for Zhang Shuer under the Five Flags Alliance banner. The Yellow Flag is also part of the Alliance, so how on earth will the system calculate this match's points? Longxi fired back with a chilling response that instantly silenced the commanders. If your logic holds true, my past 2 duel victories should be credited to the Five Banners Guild, just like Xiao Zhengxiao's winning streak. Long Ti glared fiercely at Boss Kai. Tell me your judgment. Kai Kan smirked coldly. The Banners rebelled days ago. The Five Banners Alliance is already a dead faction. Xiao Junxiao pledging his loyalty to Lady Xu is his own free will, but the Yellow Banner operates as a solo guild. They have every right to challenge the Red Banners. Kai Kan's eyes gleamed with dangerous calculation. But Brother Xu, make your terms clear. What legendary weapons are you wagering on the betting table? Long Ti roared his stakes. Previously, I bet 20 heavy cannons, 10 warships, and 10,000 Yellow Banner elites. Now I am adding 2,000 Epigon rifles, 15 more ships, and 500 bags of black powder. Is that enough? Kai Kan casually countered. Your Mychar Island cave still holds 400 pristine Epigon rifles, looted directly from the Tianjin Manufacturing Bureau's transport. Even betting half leaves you with 2,000 weapons. Kai Kan pushed up his glasses, a menacing aura leaking from his frame. Your Yellow Banner inventory shows 5 ships under repair plus 10 undocumented vessels. I am expanding my merchant empire to Jiaozhou Bay. 15 ships perfectly cover your 20,000 tael deficit. Brother Xu, you have truly exhausted your stats to please your niece. Kai Kan's tone darkened. Your sister-in-law currently manages the dark human trafficking routes for those 10 ships. Did you even negotiate with her before wagering her system assets? Long Ti froze, his jaw dropping in absolute shock. Even the top-tier commanders of the Yellow Banner Guild were completely clueless. How did Kai Kan uncover such high-level intel? Jin gripped his cloth tightly. The Tianjin Bureau raid was a legendary unsolved quest. To think the Yellow Banner secretly orchestrated that massive underground raid. Long Ti's expression darkened like a thundercloud. The Five Banners claimed dominance over the Treasure Island. Operating these shady underground routes was a highly controversial guild strategy. Li Yan turned his head. Invite them in. His subordinate obeyed instantly. Long Ti ground his teeth in blazing fury. Kai Kan, do not think your pathetic bluff can intimidate me. Once I hunt down the traitor, I will deliver absolute destruction to your doorstep. Kai Kan feigned innocent sorrow. Brother Xu's threats shatter my heart. I merely offered a friendly system warning. Holding the absolute advantage, Kai Kan smiled victoriously. You probably missed this stat, your eldest son's massive gambling and opium debts. He paid them by secretly liquidating your cave's Epigon rifles. Those legendary rifle crates are now stuffed with useless leaves. Even worse, your precious heir still owes my faction over 10,000 silver taels in gambling losses. Naturally, I will not pressure you for the gold, considering our deep guild relationship. How about I just wipe that 10,000 tael debt clean? Kai Kan then mercilessly targeted Madame Sun's 10 ships TSK. How do I even say this? Years ago, Madame Sun learned Eastern Sea pearls were high-tier loot in Japan, so she exploited my merchant network, borrowing 2 massive trading vessels to smuggle that precious cargo. But the market crashed, burying her in over 100,000 taels of debt. Kai Kan smiled chillingly. Madame Sun refused to pay up, so I simply confiscated those ships to balance the system deficit. For years, I have graciously let her lease those vessels. Being incredibly generous, I never even charged her the base rental fees. Long Ti's rage gauge utterly exploded. Drawing his blade, he roared with devastating fury, I will slaughter you, you absolute bastard. But an overwhelming force instantly intercepted Long Ti. A single blade blocked his strike. Li Yan asked calmly. The vice captains are making a move. Kai Kan adjusted his glasses innocently. Brother Shu, why hurl such toxic accusations? Your wife and I run purely legitimate quests. Why twist it like this? Kai Kan sighed deeply. I simply cannot fathom your logic. Jinong whispered a crucial detail to Li Yan. Su Longti's wife secretly blew 10 ships behind his back. In the end, Kai Kan was the shadow boss who cleaned up her mess. Anyone hearing this massive scandal would instantly realize Xu Longti had practically been equipped with the ultimate green cuckold hat and horns. With his reputation utterly decimated, Zhu Longti lacked the face to continue the guild war. He trembled with volcanic wrath while the spectating mob laughed ruthlessly. A mysterious figure cloaked in darkness suddenly entered. Indeed, your lack of guild management experience has triggered your humiliating rage. The shadowy entity reached for their hood. Boss Kai's trade empire dominates the twin provinces. Holding immense political rank in Guangxi, he fiercely protects his honor. The cloaked figure then dramatically revealed his face. It was the legendary Yuan Fu. Why would he ever covet your aging wife? The guild masters and vice captains were thoroughly stunned. Ah Jiu gasped in pure shock. Boss. Zhang Xiu blinked in confusion. Who is this high-level NPC? Li Yan feigned total ignorance. Kai Kan narrowed his eyes. Your words are bold. How should I address you? Yuan Fu smiled mysteriously. You fail to recognize my avatar. Kai Kan ground his teeth. Today you are a complete stranger. Yuan Fu chuckled darkly. Oh, then when exactly will you acknowledge my presence? Zhu Buong's gaze darted between the two heavyweights. What kind of hidden lore did this old man possess? Kai Kan clearly knew his true identity. Zhang, he stared at Kai Kan's back. This man remained unfazed even if Mount Tai collapsed before him, yet his normally invincible composure was violently shaking. Kai Kan's gaze turned lethally cold. When I report to the Imperial system, it will say you were slaughtered by rogue rebels. Boss Yan and Ah Jiu launched a synchronized raid shout-out perfectly parried Ah Jiu to protect Yuan Fu. Meanwhile, Li Yan landed a critical strike right on Boss Yan's face. They stood together as an impenetrable shield. Li Yan taunted them mercilessly. Boss Yan wiped the blood from his bruised face. Yuan Fu roared in absolute fury. Kai Kan. Suddenly, elite assassins ambushed Yuan Fu from the shadows. Warning enemy ambush, Li Yan shouted. He instantly unleashed a devastating spear strike to crush the attacker. But a massive horde of hidden mobs swarmed in to assassinate Yuan Fu. Li Yan's guild members charged into the fray. An all-out chaotic battlefield erupted. Li Yan desperately shielded Yuan Fu from the onslaught. Escorting this VIP NPC was turning into an absolute nightmare quest. The Imperial system would never allow a Red Hat merchant to hold such power. A dangerously unpredictable wildcard like Kai Kan could never be crowned the Southern Ocean pirate boss. Li Yan's mind raced at maximum speed. Regular pirates were just low-level bandits. But Kai Kan wielded god-tier influence across both the government factions and the criminal underworld. His personal wealth rivaled an entire nation's treasury. If he successfully united the Southern Ocean pirates, his combined guild power could completely shatter the empire. Li Yan's spear danced like a dragon, blasting assassins away with devastating AoE strikes. His original strategy was simply forcing Kai Kan to make a brutal choice. Claiming the title of Alliance Boss meant abandoning his 30 massive trade hubs in Guangdong. He would have to permanently delete his entire hard-earned merchant empire to take the throne. Li Yan spun his spear into a raging cyclone. He offered two choices. Either submit to Lin Yuan Fu and become a government lapdog, or publicly drop out of the alliance leader election. With one devastating strike, Li Yan sent them flying. Once Ah Shu took over as alliance leader, this matter would be set in stone. Li Yan remained lost in deep thought. He had not solved his core problem. Damn it, he just could not figure it out. Kai Kan completely flipped his script. His eyes darkened with absolute malice. You brought your men here to cause chaos. Then I will slaughter him immediately. Subordinates, wipe this trash out. Anything is better than letting Lin Yuanfu return to Guangdong. If he becomes the overlord of Liangguang, he will definitely return to execute me. Kai Kan flashed a sinister grin. You 5 banners are nothing but a bunch of rebels. I am an official candidate in Guangxi. I have already bribed every single mouth inside and outside the imperial court. If you say I killed Lin Yuanfu, who would believe you? Li Yan charged forward, unleashing his wind swamp technique. He thought to himself, I cannot kill him yet. I will capture him first. Li Yan pressed his spear tip against Kai Kan's throat. Li Yan halted his movement. Tell your men to stand down, Kai Kan demanded. He reached out with his jewel-adorned hand, gently touching the tip of Li Yan's deadly spear. If my eyes do not deceive me, this is the #1 spear of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. Known as the Siji, the legendary weapon of Gao Siji. Kai Kan stroked the blade. The last time this artifact appeared was during the Wanli era. I never expected to witness it today. Li Yan suddenly realized something. Back when Kai Kan visited Mount Desu, he brought 0 bodyguards. When they arrived, Yan Ajiu waited on the boat. Kai Kan walked onto the island completely alone. A vicious glint flashed in Kai Kan's eyes. Li Yan, do you know why I call you precious? Ah, shoo, my niece. Suddenly, the expensive ring on Kai Kan's finger cracked and shattered entirely. Kai Kan's aura exploded with terrifying malice. It is because even when your 10th madam defeated all the heroes of Nanyang, she still had to call me Big Brother Kai. Shock filled Li Yan's eyes as the 9-headed bird spirit manifested. In just a few breaths, his threat level escalated from white to this monstrous state. Li Yan stared at Kai Kan's overwhelming aura. This was Mioding Peak's true power. Li Yan smirked fearlessly. Well then, Big Brother Kai. Let me as your brother-in-law test just how much combat weight you actually hold. Li Yan dashed forward, igniting a bloody battle. Brother Li Yan, Kai Kan declared. In all these years, I have rarely been determined to obtain anything. But today, I absolutely must claim the Alliance leader position. Forget about bringing Lin Yuanfu here. Even if you drag the current emperor himself to this island, I would slaughter him without mercy. If you are smart, recognize reality and submit. Frantic shouts interrupted their fierce clash. Boss, boss, a voice shrieked wildly. A parrot squawked at the top of its lungs. The fire cauldron matriarch has descended. The fire cauldron matriarch has descended. A whole flock of parrots burst into the sky. The fire cauldron matriarch has descended. Tears streamed down the faces of the crowd as they instantly dropped to their knees. Everyone from the Kai faction knelt and bowed deeply. Even the ruthless Kai Kan did the same. He bowed 3 times, then kowtowed 9 times. Tears rolled down his cheeks. Li Yan watched the massive crowd worshipping on the ground. They were all bowing toward the distant Okinawa Islands. The other factions watched in utter bewilderment. Kai Kan suddenly shouted, I, Kai Kan of the Kai faction, officially withdraw from the Alliance leader competition. I have urgent matters and cannot entertain you further. Please make yourselves at home, brothers. Once you have chosen the new Alliance leader, just send word to me. Kai Kan glared at his subordinates. We are leaving this instant. Set sail now. Zhou Ben looked completely confused. Boss Kai, what kind of nonsense is this? The crowd murmured among themselves in shock. Kai Kan clasped his hands and walked forward. Gentlemen, forgive my offense. Zhang Hang watched intently from his high seat. Ah Jin closed his eyes, grasping the hidden truth. Li Yan stroked his chin, his mind racing to analyze the clues. Okinawa, the fire cauldron matriarch. Dan Niang. The beautiful image of Dan Niang instantly flashed through his mind. Li Yan looked at Ah Jin and asked, Boss Kai is backing out, so what is the Lin faction's move? Ah Jin replied calmly. During this gathering, I received a massive favor from Kai Kan. Now our debts are fully settled. I believe everyone here has their own hidden agendas. But since I already declared my withdrawal, I naturally will not go back on my word. Zhang Hang crossed his arms over his chest. I have absolutely nothing to say. Li Yan rested his hands on his hips cheerfully. Zhou Ben slammed the table and stood up. Gentlemen, Li Yan called out. Li Yan addressed the chaotic infighting that had turned everyone against each other overnight. But our boss Kai is truly a master tactician. Even before this assembly started, everything that needed to be said and done was arranged perfectly. We all came here to strike it rich, not to be chained down by someone's orders. The massive crowd listened closely to Li Yan's speech. For years, the government has been pushing us into a corner. That is right, the higher-ups have already been replaced 3 times. The fleet and manpower that the Red Hairs mobilized from everywhere are growing more terrifying by the day. The situation in recent years has been incredibly rough. We absolutely must have a strong leader. So who should this leader be? You all have observed for an entire night, and your hearts already know the truth. The 10th madam just passed away. We of the Red Banner stepped up with me as chief. But I, Li Yan, know my limits. Among the respected lords present here, there are close brothers who have shared meat and wine with me. Conversely, there are those who hold bitter grudges and have clashed with me before. If I become Alliance leader, some of you will never sleep peacefully again. Zhang Hang and Zhou Ben exchanged loaded glances. Someone in the crowd shouted, Chief Li Yan is an honorable man who speaks no hidden words. But putting a little girl on the Alliance leader throne, how is that any different from you taking the seat yourself? In the end, won't you be the one pulling all the strings? Li Yan fired back with a sharp question. Based on your words, my brother, are you suggesting I should just become the Alliance leader? Someone in the crowd coughed awkwardly. The man who asked the question looked back. An old man wearing an eye patch spoke in a gentle tone. Chief Li Yan, Long Ye is truly righteous. We all clearly see little Ah Siu taking up this Alliance leader mantle. Old leaders Zhang and the 10th Madam's spirits in heaven will surely rest in peace. The young man glared with extreme displeasure. Zheng Yiguan was the Alliance leader of the 5 banners. We do not owe him any lingering favors. After spitting those words, he abruptly turned his head away. Li Yan stared at him with razor-sharp eyes. The young man suddenly clasped his hands and roared. Today I only submit to Chief Li Yan. The crowd below chuckled in loud agreement. That is right, Chief Li Yan is the only one worthy of that supreme throne. I also swear loyalty to Chief Li Yan. Li Yan stood tall amidst the showering praises. Chief Li Yan possesses peerless martial arts and legendary stats. Why should he ever bow beneath anyone else? Exactly. In terms of raw combat power and absolute prestige, Chief Li Yan is flawlessly unmatched. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the atmosphere. Li Yan fired his gun straight into the sky. His eyes darkened like a storm as he grabbed Ah Xiu's hand. I grew up in the Red Banner Fleet. At age 9, the sailors handed me artillery shells, and I have been bound to this ocean for over 10 years. Zheng Xiu's gaze sharpened into blades. Li Yan gripped her hand tightly. Whether joining the underworld or the Eastern faction, the ancient rules remain absolute. If little Xiu of the Zheng bloodline refuses the Grand Master throne, I will surrender the Red Flag sect's leadership to her. Li Yan's aura flared with terrifying intensity. Do you expect me to surrender the Red Flag's sacred sea charts, to abandon our treasury and banner at Lantau Island just to become a wandering clanless pirate? Zhang He, Ah Jin, and Kun froze in absolute silence. They traded heavy, nervous glances. Exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, the one-eyed elder cupped his fists respectfully. Yu Wei of the Serpent Sect greet Grandmaster Xu Zhao. Xiao Yi quickly followed suit. On behalf of the Black Flag's Granny Guo, I bow to Grandmaster Xu. Zheng Xiu's pure eyes widened in awe as these legendary figures submitted to her rule. Suddenly, Ah Jin rose from the shadows behind her. Ah Jin bowed his head in absolute submission. The Lin clan fleet acknowledges Grandmaster Xu. Li Yan shifted his deadly gaze toward Zhang He. Defeated Zhang, he closed his eyes and approached the girl. Crossing his arms, Anim's Zhang, he pledged his undeniable loyalty. I greet Grandmaster Xu. Zhou Ben ground his teeth in frustration before finally surrendering. The Yi clan bows to Grandmaster Xu. The overwhelming pressure nearly shattered the little girl's spirit. Zhang Xiu trembled. Brother Li Yan, what should I do? In response, Li Yan dropped to one knee and cupped his fists. His voice echoed with power. Li Yanzi of the Red Flag sect pledges allegiance to Grandmaster Xu. A massive wave of relief washed over her. Gripping his hand, determination ignited in her eyes. The entire hall erupted in a deafening roar. Lin Flag Sect's Commander Xiao bows to Grandmaster Xu. White Flag Sect's Golden Fire bows to Grandmaster Xu. White Flag Sect's Iron Sickle Ming bows to Grandmaster Xu. Thousands of warriors below unleashed a battle cry that shook the heavens. All hail Grandmaster Xu! All hail Grandmaster Xu! Long live Grandmaster Xu! The endless chants echoed. Her innocent eyes now burned with the ruthless authority of a true sovereign. For 100 brutal years, the Southern Ocean pirates had thrived in chaotic, endless bloodshed. Now, for the first time in a century, a single supreme ruler had finally emerged to unite them all. Backed by the fearsome Red Flag sect and Li Yanzi's legendary might, 6-year-old Zhang Xiu became the pirate queen. She forged the entire Southern Ocean's terrifying naval force into her own personal unstoppable weapon. In the Southern Seas, Yushimazu's divine influence reigned supreme. But other ancient entities wielded immense cosmic power too. The life-protecting Emperor, the ancient Ice Buddha, and the legendary Fire Tripod deities were among these terrifying immortal forces. While slightly less renowned globally, the divine name of Lan Sha commanded absolute overwhelming reverence across the entire Quanzhou territory. Recently, mortal faith in the Fire Tripod deities had exploded exponentially. This sudden awakening of divine energy was solely fueled by the Kai clan's century-old unbroken bloodline legacy. Having worshipped these gods for generations, their sacred bamboo seeds absorbed pure divine mana. This celestial blessing shielded the Kai descendants with an impenetrable aura of protection. Kai Kan's great-grandfather, once a lowly magistrate's servant, mysteriously awakened unimaginable wealth overnight. Rumors claim he obtained a legendary artifact, a mystical tripod engraved with two comical deities possessing the reality-bending system's skill to manifest infinite gold. This bizarre comical art style originated from ancient northern storytelling techniques, once wildly popular across the mystical cities of Shanghai, Suzhou, and Hangzhou. Expanding his merchant empire across the treacherous seas, the ancestor swore a blood oath to eternally worship the fire tripod deities. To secure a system-like fortune, he relocated the clan's supreme sacred relic to the distant Okinawa Islands. On his deathbed, the patriarch released a powerful dying decree binding his future descendants to a supreme cosmic mission. Even if our bloodline burns to ashes, you must guarantee the physical reincarnation of the fire tripod lord and lady. The Tianbo division's century of absolute dominance stemmed entirely from this divine magic. Meanwhile, on Okinawa Island, sacred wind chimes and colorful talismans danced around a colossal totem pole piercing the azure heavens. Deep within the Kai clan's ancestral shrine, Kai Kan and Dan dropped to their knees in absolute reverence. We welcome the supreme fire tripod lady's glorious reincarnation. Bowing until his forehead touched the stone, Kai Kan trembled. Our clan's century-old destiny is finally fulfilled. Suddenly, a pair of delicate feet in crimson silk shoes gracefully floated onto the earthly realm. Your unworthy descendant Kai Shengquan bows before the Yushi. The majestic woman was draped in crimson robes. Her ethereal beauty radiated an overwhelming otherworldly charm that could captivate nations. To Kai Kan, she was the divine Yushi reborn. But in reality, it was Dan Niang herself gripping the mythical treasure tripod. The suffocating divine aura made everyone from Kai Kan to Ajiu shiver uncontrollably. In Kai Kan's fanatic mind, his sacred bamboo awakening and every ounce of his supernatural power were absolute gifts from these twin deities. I could never be mistaken. This goddess who stepped right out of an immortal painting is undoubtedly our deity. You granted me this ultimate system awakening. Dan Niang blinked awkwardly. Little Kai, but the fanatic elder ignored her. The first patriarch ascended over a century ago. I am merely his fourth-generation heir, the humble Kai Shengquan. Dan Niang's eyes widened in absolute shock. Passed away. Wait, where exactly did you just come from? Kai Kan bowed deeply. The Tianbo division, my Yushi. Merely handling trivial mortal conflicts unworthy of your divine attention. With a flick of her wrist, anti-gravity magic activated. Kai Kan and Ajiu suddenly floated into the air. Stand up first. Tell me what exactly is transpiring at the Tianbo division. Kai Kan replied respectfully, merely pathetic mortal squabbles over power. It means absolutely nothing compared to your glorious resurrection. Though my grand scheme suffered a minor setback, I possess the strategic intelligence to recover. Thanks to a monstrous anomaly named Li Yanzi, the Tianbo division is facing an unprecedented apocalyptic shift in power. Dan Niang completely froze. Did you just say Li Yanzi? Mr. Kai Kan's sharp gaze immediately detected the anomaly. Mr. Kai, realizing her massive slip-up, Dan Niang coughed awkwardly to cover her modern slang. Ahem, I mean little Kai, could you perhaps summon this Li Yanzi to my domain? Meanwhile, back at the chaotic Tianbo division, Old Gu piggybacked a totally exhausted Zheng Shu alongside Li Yan's crew. Li Yan's aura softened. Old Gu, escort our grandmaster to her chambers immediately. As Old Gu hauled the sleeping prodigy away, Uncle Sui trailed behind, throwing a casual peace sign toward Li Yan's squad. Li Yan turned his piercing gaze to Yuan Fu. Master Lin, your spiritual energy is completely depleted. Go rest. Yuan Fu clicked his tongue. Tesk. The Emperor is miles away. As the Supreme Viceroy, my divine authority is as untouchable as the legendary Monkey King's mountain. Li Yan chuckled softly at the old man's boasting. I heard you've been grinding little Sue's intelligence stats by teaching her classic literature. Honestly, that monster prodigy grew up surrounded by us bloodthirsty brutes. Unlocking an education from a max-level scholar like you is an absolute cheat code for her future. Yuan Fu nodded proudly. Her talent eclipses the celestial sun and moon. She is undeniably a supreme S-rank seed of destiny. Li Yan's expression instantly darkened into a lethal mask. I decoded Fu Lin's hidden message. Tell Kai Kan to hand over the ransom and legal decrees first. Only then will my fleet obliterate the red hair invaders. The funds drop in 48 hours, but until then you and your master remain my high-value hostages. Once the red hair faction is completely wiped out, I'll guarantee your safe extraction. Yuan Fu narrowed his eyes. What overpowered reward did Fu Lin promise you? Li Yan stayed silent, merely scratching his head with a knowing smirk. Even without an answer, Yuan Fu mirrored his grin. Deep down, Li Yan scoffed. Trying to trap me, you old fox. Meanwhile, Yuan Fu was cursing him just as fiercely in his mind. The sly old fox, Yuan Fu finally spoke. Spending so much time with you lot is corrupting my spirit. Sometimes I wonder, rather than waiting for Fu Lin to pay my ransom, maybe I should just let you end my life right now. Li Yan replied with cold indifference. Those corrupt officials have the greed of thieves but lack the actual courage. He is probably calculating his next move, knowing full well that exposing his crimes won't be a simple task. The man is of royal blood. No matter how explosive the imperial reports are, they will inevitably be censored. However, if a high-ranking envoy were to suddenly die on his watch, his entire life would be completely over. Yuan Fu smirked. Li Yan, do you wish to be a noble general? Absolutely not, Li Yan shot back instantly. As long as you leave my people alone, our blades will not cross. Yuan Fu sighed, masking his profound disappointment. What an absolute shame. Once the ransom arrives, could you release my disciple Zhang Dong first? Li Yan nodded without hesitation. Consider it done. Suddenly, his sharp gaze shifted toward the misty horizon. A lone figure was steadily rowing a small boat across the rippling water. The mysterious boat glided to a halt right before them. It was Ah Jiu. He bowed respectfully and declared, Boss Li Yan, the great Lady Fire Cauldron humbly requests your presence. The title echoed in Li Yan's mind. Lady Fire Cauldron, could it be? He immediately pressed Ah Jiu for answers. Who exactly is this goddess? Ah Jiu offered a cryptic smile. You will understand once you arrive, boss. My master is already waiting there with the utmost respect. Li Yan turned to Little Knife. I will return shortly. With a swift motion, he leaped onto the waiting boat. Let us go. Kai Kan smiled warmly. Brother Li Yan, forgive the intrusion. As the boat docked, Li Yan just crossed his arms, glaring back. Boss Kai, cut the pleasantries. Just tell me exactly what you are plotting. Li Yan demanded coldly. Meeting his fierce gaze, Kai Kan calmly replied, My bloodline has worshipped the fire cauldron deities for countless generations. Everyone across the southern seas knows this ancient truth. Kai Kan's eyes darkened with absolute gravity. I am not playing games with you. The great goddess herself demands an audience with you. Li Yan smirked, his aura unflinching. Very well. Lead the way. Boss Yan led the way. Right this way, boss. Li Yan followed him without hesitation. Kai Kan turned to Ah Jiu with a booming voice. Order a massive 9-day banquet for Li Yan. I am in excellent spirits today. Fetch the legendary Crimson Cloud wine from the deep cellar. Tonight I am breaking all of my sacred vows. Ah Jiu hesitated. Boss, let me have the fourth brother handle those trivial tasks. I cannot safely leave you unguarded here. Kai Kan's expression instantly soured. What exactly are you so worried about in my own territory? Just go, he snapped. Ah Jiu bowed and vanished into the shadows. Left alone, Kai Kan removed his glasses. He gritted his teeth, venom dripping from his voice. Lady Fire Cauldron. Meanwhile, deep within the ancestral shrine, Dan Niang stood in absolute silence. Dan Niang stared at the sacred cauldron. Surging with fierce aura, she clenched her fist, instantly shattering it. From the shattered remains, 3 distinct streams of mystical energy exploded outwards. The vibrant azure mist contained her entire century of rigorous cultivation. The sinister purple aura was the corrupted core inheritance of the almighty Yu Shu. Memories of Uncle Yu's words echoed. This artifact holds no use for me anymore. Consider it a temporary loan for your journey. With this power, you can freely traverse the Yanfu realm without being bound by its absolute laws. Think of it as compensation for harvesting 300 years of your spiritual foundation. Back then, Dan Niang had glared at him fiercely. Uncle Yu just chuckled. Why are you staring daggers at me? Do not be so fiercely stubborn. Just follow that loyal general of yours. Ha, these 3 streams of primordial energy will perfectly restore all of your depleted vitality. Uncle Yu casually took a long gulp from his flask. Learn from this experience. Little mountain god, untamed spirits like you are notoriously known to flee the moment you acquire a true inheritance. He wiped his mouth with a knowing grin. The Yanfu realm may seem like a heavy prison, but it offers far greater protection than wandering aimlessly. The Yushu sphere and that boundless incense magic will completely transform you into an ordinary human. As Uncle Yu's chilling warning faded from her mind, Dan Niang stared down at her trembling hands. Hovering right above her empty palms were three terrifying forces, the awakened spirits of the fire cauldron deities themselves. An ancient voice echoed inside her. We cannot wait anymore. If we lose you, how many centuries must we suffer? Shuling desperately hopes you will carry us to witness the ultimate realm beyond, just as the Heavenly Mother prophesied. However, forcibly possessing your mortal body right now might trigger some chaotic complications. You will likely inherit fragments of our ancient memories and divine soul marks. We deeply apologize for the heavy burden. Dan Niang clenched her jaw tightly. Uncle Yu, what kind of twisted game are you really playing? A subordinate knelt outside. Yushi Liyan is in the hall, concealing the three mystical auras. Dan Niang steadied her breathing. I understand. Leave us. Dan Niang cast a sharp glance at Boss Yan. And Azyu never addressed me by that divine title again. He stammered, completely bewildered. But how could I possibly disrespect you like that? Walking past him, she replied coldly. There is absolutely nothing forbidding it. Ensure the others know as well. The fire cauldron Yushi is dead. Gripping a steaming cup of herbal tea, Dan Niang finally stepped into the room. Hearing her soft footsteps, Li Yan locked eyes with her. A heavy, breathless silence filled the air. Li Yan finally shattered the crushing tension. Dan Niang, what on earth is happening here? Is your situation identical to the bizarre connection between me and Li Yan? Dan Niang shook her head. Our circumstances are completely different. That divine vessel phenomenon only occurs with natural-born flesh gods like yourself. The foolish Kai family simply mistook my spiritual aura for the ancient goddess they blindly worship. Li Yan scoffed. I saw their ugly clay idols. Even a completely blind man would never mistake you for that monstrous thing. Dan Niang looked down in deafening silence. What is wrong? Li Yan pushed. Her eyes shimmered with a profound, undeniable sorrow as she whispered, My general. A sudden chill ran down Li Yan's spine. She only ever used that formal title during life or death crises. Her gaze pierced right through his soul. Look me in the eye and tell me the truth. Do you genuinely know absolutely nothing about Uncle Yu's master plan? A nostalgic smile tugged his heart. Has it really been half a year since we met? I do know, Li Yan confessed casually. I told Uncle Yu I would gladly help her escape, but only if he rewarded me with a beautiful bride afterward. So the old bastard literally tied you down here. Dan Niang's cheeks instantly flushed crimson at his shameless teasing. Li Yan chuckled, enjoying her rare flustered expression. His tone softened significantly. Listen, if you want to share your burdens, I will listen. If you wish to keep your secrets hidden, my lips are completely sealed. Dan Niang met his gaze. It is nothing dramatic. It is not that I want to hide the truth. My mind is just trapped in a state of absolute chaos right now. She sighed. Uncle Yu gave me the spirits of the fire cauldron deities. Li Yan was stunned. Are you saying those two legendary entities willingly allowed you to consume their terrifying power? They agreed to let me carry their essence, she explained, but my body cannot handle two souls. Li Yan frowned with deep concern. Will this dangerous fusion permanently affect your core? Massaging her temples, she sighed. My head feels messy. Floods of foreign memories keep crashing into my consciousness, but the overwhelming pressure has thankfully stabilized for now. Li Yan awkwardly scratched his cheek. So, are you planning to remain here? Dan Niang looked confused. Why would I stay in this prison? Caught off guard, Li Yan laughed evasively. Ah, never mind, I just thought your new dress looked stunning. I asked casually. Dan Niang giggled at his clumsiness. Regaining his aura, Li Yan asked, What is your judgment for the Kai family? Lady Dan calmly replied, I think little Tai is not as happy as he seems. Once I leave, he will feel a massive weight lifted off his shoulders. Li Yan thought to himself, mountain spirits rarely interact with outsiders from birth, yet Lady Dan's judgment is terrifyingly sharp. Indeed, Tai Can acting as the fire cauldron instructor meant he largely ignored their cult's strict rules. Li Yan sank deeper into his strategic thoughts. If Lady Dan had not intervened, I honestly am not sure I could have smoothly crowned Shu as the alliance leader. Li Yan had to admit the harsh truth. The Tiembo Bureau possessed overwhelming military might. Tai Can's personal combat power was utterly terrifying, far exceeding his expectations. His wealth could rival an entire nation. He had dark connections with corrupt officials and red-haired pirates alike. His scheming mind was practically unmatched. He commanded 9 powerful subordinates, the weakest being at the 10 capitals rank. Worse, his true depth remained completely hidden. Li Yan previously assessed Zhang He's threat level at the purple tier representing the 9 luminaries realm, but Tai Can's mere presence radiated a light black threat level that meant he stood at the absolute peak of the 9 luminaries. Li Yan turned to ask Lady Dan, what level of power have you actually reached? Lady Dan tapped her cheek, pretending to think deeply. Lady Dan smiled warmly. If that man Xian Fengji ever returns, I swear to protect you with my very life. Winking playfully, she added, Little Tai's fire cauldron's secret arts burn through insane wealth. Just one strike costs 20,000 taels of silver. You do not need to worry at all, especially with me around. Li Yan awkwardly turned away, making Lady Dan laugh in amusement. She immediately showered him with endless praise, inflating his ego until his pride stretched longer than the Great Wall. Besides, she continued, the Red Flag Gang holds immense power. With a brilliant and godlike leader like you, here the Alliance leader position is absolutely guaranteed. If the Tiambo Bureau dares to fight you, it would only end in mutual destruction. Li Yan waved his hand dismissively, secretly thinking, keep the compliments coming, I am not that modest. Out loud, he noted, furthermore, I have zero reason to make an enemy of Tai Can. Li Yan stated firmly, cooperation benefits us both. Plus, I still need to completely crush Macau. He strode forward boldly, closely, guarded by Boss Yan and Fourth Yan from behind. Spotting Ah Ju in the distance, Li Yan called out loudly, Miss Ah Ju. Do you know where Boss Tai is right now? I need to have a serious word with your boss. Ah Ju, hugging a wine jar, replied with a freezing tone, my boss said he is refusing all guests today. Li Yan merely smiled. In that case, could you pass along a crucial message for me? Li Yan's voice echoed with absolute terrifying confidence. Tell Tai Can. I have the power to take her away. Ah Ju froze, utterly stunned. Understood. Li Yan waved his hand and walked off. That is all. Just make sure he hears it. Under clear blue skies at Tai Can's luxurious manor, the medicinal brew had almost run dry. 13 years ago, Guangdong issued a strict ban on opium smoking. Ever since that fateful day, the British opium trade shifted from the port of Calcutta directly to our Tiambo Bureau. From here, it floods into the southern ocean coast. Tai Can narrated with a cold, calculating glint in his eyes. In this massive scheme, I secure 40% of the profits. If Hastings were to abandon me, I would have to burn 10 times the manpower and blood just to reach my current empire's scale. System note: Hastings serves as the Governor-General of India, currently residing in England. He is the ultimate supreme director of the East India Company. Li Yan downed his wine in one massive gulp, yet his mind sharply analyzed this Taiking Hongyun brew. It was a legendary tribute wine dating back to the Han Dynasty. Though originally low in alcohol, centuries of aging gave it an overwhelmingly potent kick. Slamming his cup down, Li Yan stated boldly, Boss Tai, your business empire is booming. But opium is pure poison. It destroys the people and ruins the nation. He casually tossed a peanut into his mouth. Your mountain of wealth could easily last for dozens of lifetimes. His sharp gaze pierced Tai Can. So why continue to dirty your hands with such wicked deeds? Sitting across from him, Tai Can coldly countered, I believe Brother Li Yan's words come from a sincere heart. However, those are just the empty, hollow cries of a naive conscience. Tai Can leaned forward, his philosophy dark and unyielding. Every mortal in this world is bound by greed. A mantis trying to stop a carriage will only be crushed. Only those who adapt to the shifting tides can ride the absolute crest of the wave. Li Yan felt a massive wave of exhaustion wash over him. Debating morality with this tyrant was pointless. He decided to just sit back and let him talk. Tai Can continued his arrogant lecture. Those foolish court officials only see the poison of opium. They are completely blind to the unprecedented chaotic nightmare lurking right behind it. The red-haired nations rule the Western world. So where does the East India Company find such endless supplies of opium? Li Yan narrowed his eyes. India. Tai Can smirked in grim acknowledgement. Exactly, 10 years ago, Hastings orchestrated a brutal, devastating conquest in Mysore, India. Tai Can's voice darkened. Brother Li Yan, open your eyes and take a good look at what this world has truly become. Beyond our borders, the skies already belong entirely to the British Empire. Within 50 short years, India ceased to exist as a sovereign nation. Mountains of corpses piled high engulfed in raging flames, all while the British flag fluttered triumphantly above. Tai Can paused, his eyes narrowing. But the red-haired devil's terrifying cannons are not just aimed at India. Right now, across the 10,000 miles of the southern seas, foreign nations sail freely. They trade without restriction and spread their foreign beliefs entirely unchallenged. From India to the Southern Ocean and from the Southern Ocean to China. On the surface, they fly the polite banner of friendship, but in the shadows they are maliciously plotting complete domination. Tai Can frowned, his aura radiating absolute authority. Those corrupt government officials will not understand the deadly truth of my words for decades. My Tiambo Bureau could easily stop selling opium. If I gave the absolute order, not a single ounce of East India Company opium would ever breach the Southern Ocean. The result is exactly as you witnessed. Guangzhou Bay is completely engulfed in a raging sea of fire. Li Yan swirled his wine glass. You already knew those foreign invaders planned to conquer Guangdong. Kai Kan smirked. Brother Li Yan, just be direct. You want to know if I manipulated this massive invasion right? Britain, France, Russia, and Portugal. Those four great empires are calling a truce, but their homelands are crumbling rapidly. I merely whispered to Hastings that his shipments were completely blocked. He is a reckless madman who chooses bloodshed. I never needed to fan the flames. Li Yan narrowed his eyes. The moment Guangdong fell, British and Portuguese forces allied together using bandit suppression as a pathetic excuse. Your knowledge of this dark conspiracy is dangerously extensive. You manipulated Fulin's faction too. Aren't you afraid of playing with fire? Kai Kan sneered. Bleeding today is far better than dying from a hidden strike tomorrow. Kai Kan pushed his glasses. The petty thief hangs, the grand usurper rules. The system is entirely rigged. Steal a coin, face execution. Steal an empire, become a king. It perfectly exposes the sheer hypocrisy of their absolute laws. Li Yan's gaze grew incredibly bored. Boss Kai, I am just a simple brute. Aside from endless slaughter, I am completely useless. But your words today taught me a valuable lesson. Li Yan's piercing gaze shifted. He stared at the man who relied on brute force over cunning strategy. Kai Kan chuckled darkly. Brother Li Yan jests. We draw our blades for you. Or rather, for Alliance Leader Xiu. Li Yan slammed his cup down. Let those words die in your throat. Down to business, Li Yan demanded. Kai Kan played the fool. What business? The protagonist's aura turned freezing cold as he uttered the cursed name. The fire cauldron Empress. The atmosphere instantly plummeted. Ah Jiu and Kai Kan froze in sheer terror. What? Li Yan mocked. Do I need to shout? Kai Kan quickly waved his hands. No, please speak your mind, Brother Li Yan. Without missing a beat, Li Yan raised 3 fingers into the air. Don't question my methods. Agree to 3 conditions and I will eliminate the Empress. Ah Jiu gritted his teeth in silent fury, but Kai Kan simply gestured for him to continue. We are listening. Ah Jiu trembled with barely contained rage, his expression darkening completely. Ignoring him, Li Yan stated his first term. Fu Lin must honor his pact. He promised a massive ransom before the deployment, 300,000 silver taels. Prepare 100,000 in rare supplies. I want glittering jewels, premium livestock, and pure jade. I will provide the exact inventory system later. The remaining 200,000 must be paid in hard silver. Kai Kan's gaze narrowed dangerously. And your next demand. Second. I know the Imperial Court hoards a legendary blueprint for a 200-meter dreadnought. It is split between the Ministry of Works and the Lin clan fleet. With Boss Kai's godlike connections in the underworld, stealing those schematics should be absolute child's play, right? Li Yan's tone remained utterly calm. I know Lantau Island hides a massive shipyard filled with master craftsmen from ancient bloodlines. Frankly, the divine materials for this dreadnought do not exist in the southern seas, so do not worry about my supply chain. A sly smirk crossed the protagonist's face. He knew this mortal realm lacked the resources, but his dimensional system inventory was completely limitless. Other system awakeners constantly auctioned off their unused purchasing permissions in the cosmic market. With enough points, any mythical material was within his grasp. He then dropped his final world-shaking condition. Kai Kan immediately pushed back. Forgive my bluntness, but cornering those foreign dogs will only trigger a suicide attack. There is zero strategic logic to this move. Furthermore, Lantau Island is basically a natural fortress. Why must the Red Flag Syndicate meddle in their affairs? Swirling the wine in his cup, Li Yan sneered. Just consider this my way of building a terrifying reputation in the shadows. Kai Kan laughed out loud, raising his own glass in mock respect. Ah, no wonder you mocked my petty schemes. The savage ambition of your Red Flag Syndicate. truly lives up to the legendary Zheng clan's domain. Li Yan downed his drink in one gulp. Spare me the flattery, boss Kai. You are a merchant chasing pure profit. I am simply a warrior forged in blood and steel. When profits are threatened, one must be ruthless. I only seek fresh blood and survival rations. I have no interest in crushing empires. Impressed, Kai Kan downed his drink with newfound respect. Slam, Kai Kan struck his cup against the wooden table. Blood and rations, Commander Li Yan, you command a staggering army of 60,000 awakened men. Why on earth do you personally need to scavenge for scraps? Li Yan's eyes flashed with a heavy burden. Precisely because I have 60,000 mouths to feed. As Aju refilled their cups, Kai Kan locked eyes with the monster before him. Then our pact is sealed. Raising his cup once more, Li Yan finalized the deal. A promise written in blood. My forces march tonight, under the cover of darkness. The ultimate mobilization order echoed across every pirate faction. Warlords Zhang He and Zhu Ben rallied their massive fleets commanding their respective battlefronts. They joined forces with 7 other legendary syndicates, including the Black Flags and Tianlu Oxtail and the White Emperor. Carving a bloody path toward Jiangshan Mountain, they unleashed absolute hell upon the Imperial Portuguese fleet. It was a total merciless massacre on the open seas. Lin Ajin locked down another deadly front. He merged the Blue Flag, Vanguard, the White Flag elites, and vicious island tribes into an unstoppable tidal wave. Over 20 fierce factions united as one colossal armada. Consolidating their terrifying numbers, they flawlessly ambushed the scattered foreign battleships, tearing through Shunde, Xinhui, and Panyu like a raging hurricane. Meanwhile, the Red Flag elites and Kai Kan launched a dual strike. They dragged the remaining Grand Army straight into Guangzhou Bay, utterly obliterating the foreign bishop's holy stronghold. They marched directly into the jaws of the main European armada down at the southern coast. The sheer number of warships blotted out the sea. Every allied faction had gambled everything on this apocalyptic holy war. 200,000 awakened warriors stood ready for slaughter. Thousands of battleships formed a literal black tide. Their suffocating aura eclipsed the sun itself, cornering the enemy against the brutal mainland cliffs. Deep within Zhang He's terrifying dreadnought, the commander was submerged in intense system cultivation. Once a lowly Hakka peasant from a forgotten village, his fate had completely rewritten itself. Relying on vicious schemes, he had conquered countless territories. But after a brutal murder went wrong, he was chained up and subjected to hellish imperial torture. Escaping through a miraculous amnesty, he clawed his way back up. Hoisting the 9-star Black Flag, he became the right hand of the underworld boss and started breeding an army of fanatical disciples. Legends whispered of his dark awakening magic. They said his cursed flesh could shatter bullets and blades. This demonic warlord now commanded thousands of bloodthirsty cultists, their war banners literally darkening the heavens. Elsewhere, Zhu Ben heavily chugged his liquor. Known as the Nine-Demon Water Lord, his lack of education pushed him into the savage pirate life. Yet his survival instincts were terrifyingly sharp. To dodge suicide missions, he cleverly allied with the Japanese corsairs. Wiping the spilled booze from his chin, he sneered. He had formed dark pacts across the Susong regions. His ultimate ambition, devouring the entire Fujian and Guangdong provinces. Over time, he had mutated into the deadliest cancer of the southeast. A true menace of the deep, Zhu Ben turned to Dao Qi and growled. I heard a nasty rumor. After the grand summit at the Heavenly Pavilion, Kai Kan dragged Li Yan into his clan's ancestral hall. Hey, that slippery rat K knows exactly which way the winds of power blow. What is your take on this, Brother Zhang He? Dao Qi bowed respectfully. The Admiral is in deep system seclusion. Commander Zhu, you must wait. Zhu Ben's sharp eyes caught a pulsing unnatural glow from behind the heavy iron door. What the hell is going on in there? Is Brother Zhang cooking up some forbidden ultimate skill? Dao Qi shook his head grimly. The Admiral's spiritual foundation was shattered by Commander Li Yan. One of his core mortal souls was heavily damaged. He is desperately healing, not unlocking secret techniques. Zhu Ben scoffed in utter disbelief. Cut the crap. Why are you hiding the truth from an ally? Everyone in the southern seas knows his true power level. On that fateful day, his magical aura was absolutely monstrous. He crushed that massive foreign dreadnought like it was a pathetic plastic toy in his bare hands. Taking another massive gulp of liquor, Zhu Ben smirked. He just had bad luck in that specific duel. His magic system was simply blocked. Screech. The heavy iron doors slowly grown open. Zhang He emerged, his aura dense and suffocating. Apologies for the wait, Commander Zhu. It is the dead of night. What brings you to my domain? Zhu Ben stared greedily at Zhang, his mystical feathered combat robes. Dressed for war, brother Zhang, still grinding those cultivation levels. Zhang. He stepped forward, his eyes burning with ancient hatred. That bastard Li Yan. He must have awakened the divine inheritance of some forgotten deity. His mastery over his skills was completely fading away. If my combat power does not level up soon, the Red Flag faction will definitely claim my head in a few years. Zhu Ben glared at Zhang He. Legend says the Dark Curse system holds a forbidden devouring art. By consuming half a master's lifespan, the user steals half their cultivation. Could Li Yan have actually awakened this? Zhang He sank into his chair. I know the 10th Madam's curse energy better than anyone, but the dark aura Li Yan unleashed completely lacked her signature magic. Zhu Ben violently smashed his fists together. Are you saying a hidden powerhouse still lurks on Mount Dassi, hoarding half of the Curse Witch's ultimate power? Zhang He's gaze sharpened. Spit it out, boss. Zhu Ben smirked slyly. Brother Zhang, our so-called alliance leader, issued a raid quest for tonight. He wants us to spearhead the assault on Xiangshan. Thoughts? Zhang He rested his chin on his knuckles, radiating an aura of absolute aristocratic authority. My guild members have already geared up with artillery and warships ready to set sail. Zhu Ben tapped the table in utter shock. Good heavens, are you seriously playing by his rules? Crushing his wine jug in pure fury, Zhu Ben spat. Zhang Shu might hold the alliance leader title, but isn't he just Li Yan's loyal puppet? I honestly want to build a shrine for this absolute joke. Ever since the 10th Madam fell, the Red Flag faction's true hypocrisy was completely exposed to me. They possess zero honor and absolutely zero tactical intelligence. The faction standing between the 5 great pirate lords, us, and Li Yan, is practically hostile. Brandishing his jug, Zhu Ben loomed over Zhang He. Brother Zhang, this pirate raid features an army of nearly 200,000 players. The foreign armada might be elite, but they are mere mortals facing our overwhelming stats. But what if we completely bypass them and head for Guangzhou Zhang? He tested the waters. Li Yan throwing us scraps is already generous enough. So what is your master plan, boss? Zhu Ben's eyes gleamed with greed. We will march on Xiangshan and deliberately leak our intel. Let the foreign armada's main fleet think they are trapped in Guangzhou Bay. The foreigners will definitely deploy reinforcements to break the siege. We fake a pursuit, kite their fleet straight into the Red Flag and Kai Can's territory, then we storm the shores and conquer Guangzhou City ourselves. Wouldn't that secure the ultimate loot drop? Zhang He stared at the man, momentarily stunned by the sheer audacity of this scheme. Suddenly, Zhang He erupted into booming laughter, clapping his hands in pure excitement. I spent hours calculating strategies only to reach the exact same conclusion as Boss Zhu. Their palms clashed in a solid high five. The raid plan was set. Once we shatter Guangzhou's defensive lines, the northern city falls under my domain, while the southern city becomes your personal territory, Brother Zhang. After we clear this massive dungeon, we could instantly retire and live like absolute kings. Zhang, he nodded firmly. A deal is a deal. I will follow your command, big brother Zhu. Dao Qi watched Zhu Ben's retreating figure. Admiral that Zhu Ben is. Zhang, he ruthlessly cut him off. Master Qi, is the intel you gathered on the system items completely verified? Dao Qi nodded sharply. Zhu Ben and our guild are framing the Red Flag faction perfectly. The heavy artillery on the Yaling battleship perfectly matches the foreign armada's weaponry. There is zero chance I misread the stats. That legendary artifact the foreigners are going absolutely insane to reclaim is highly likely already equipped by Li Yan. Think about it. When everyone's inventory was completely drained, how did Li Yan magically summon dozens of heavy cannons from thin air? Zhang He's eyes narrowed. If we secure that mythical item, how would you use it? Dao Qi rubbed his head with a greedy grin. I would stash it in my personal inventory and quietly farm infinite wealth, obviously. Dao Qi suddenly froze, his expression faltering. Admiral Zhang, he crossed his arms with absolute disdain. Zhu Ben's tactical vision is pathetically low level. Guangzhou is undeniably overflowing with gold drops, but claiming an extra piece of this loot will never change our destiny in the grand scheme of things. Even after sacrificing some pawns, Li Yan remains the undisputed overlord of the southern seas. His reputation system will just hit max level. Zhang, his gaze turned razor sharp. Once we reach Xiangshan, every single move will follow my absolute command. 2 days later at Lin Ajin's armada, the legendary Captain Ajin, disgusted by this rotting era, took to the seas as a rogue wanderer smuggling devastating weapons to foreign lands. He felt an absolute rush of dominance whenever he decimated an enemy vessel. Through countless victories, he awakened a terrifying title. The Water Ghost Commander Jin stood proudly at the helm. Staring across the vast ocean, he issued his ironclad rule. No PK allowed. They would only loot 50% of the cargo, and if the victims were just struggling commoners, the entire drop rate was cancelled, letting them go free. The server knew him as the merciful corsair. Ao Hung stepped up from behind, gritting his teeth. That bastard Kai abandoned his alliance leader rank and dragged our guild into this mess. He is nothing but absolute trash. Jin analyzed the darkening storm clouds. What is the distance to the target zone? Ao Hung checked his navigation. Judging by the destroyed shipwrecks drifting past us, we are entering the combat radius right now. Jin roared, ordering his crew to instantly cast off their debuffs and prepare for war. His men snapped to attention. Meanwhile, aboard a massive galleon, foreign officers were locking their spyglasses onto the distant Chinese fleet. Jin raised his hand, initiating the battle formation, dropped the triple sails and armed the heavy artillery, spread out the flanking lines. On both sides, fierce combat divers plunged into the dark waters like hunting wolves. The crew scrambled rapidly, loading explosive shells into their weapon slots. Suddenly, boom! A massive shockwave shattered the ocean's surface. Jin's entire guild was caught completely off guard. The foreign armada just fired the first strike. Are they trying to test our aggro range? Ao Hung panicked. Guildmaster, what are your orders? Jin remained chillingly calm. Hold your fire, signal the rear vanguard to move up, but do not trigger an all-out war yet. The fleet surged forward through the crashing waves. Inside the foreign command ship, a scout rushed in. Inspector General, our radar detected an unidentified armada. They matched the pirate faction's profile. We launched a warning strike, but their aggro meter did not drop. They had absolutely zero intention of retreating. The Inspector General was none other than Barros, the Portuguese Navy's ultimate commander. Barros glared at the smoky silhouettes on the horizon. Ah, more of these obsolete junk ships. A single volley from our advanced artillery could instantly wipe out half their fleet. Their movement speed stats are pathetically low. Even if we take our time with the reload cooldowns, 3 basic attack rotations will completely decimate their entire formation. Barros lifted his golden spyglass, his eyes gleaming with absolute arrogance. Before this quest began, Bishop Shaw had issued a strict warning. Avoid triggering unnecessary aggro with the Southern Sea Pirates at all costs. But the enemy fleet blocking their path was boldly locking into battle formation. Their hostile intent was blazing red. Through the lens, Jin's formidable armada finally came into full view. His gunners were itching for some EXP. Commander Barros brutally ordered sink them all to the bottom. The Portuguese armada launched a devastating raid against Jin's forces, with Barros commanding the ultimate firepower. Jin's crew felt a cold sweat of pure terror. Barros ruthlessly spammed the attack command. Boom boom. Jin's flagships were caught in an endless chain of critical explosive damage. Watching the enemy fleet get engulfed in a sea of flames, Barros scoffed in absolute disgust. Pathetic. They cannot withstand a single strike. Barros scoffed at the boring battle. He prepared the final blow. But as the thick smoke cleared, Jin's ship stood completely untouched. Barros stared in sheer disbelief. 0 damage. How was this possible? He instantly recalled the fragile vessels of the Imperial Court and the Lin family. Wait, something was wrong. The design mimicked Imperial ships, but these were not standard Chinese patrol boats. The draft was incredibly deep. The Portuguese galleons ruthlessly charged toward Lin Jin's fleet. We are the invincible conquerors of the southern seas. Why fear filthy pirates? Charge forward and obliterate them at close range. Ao Hung pointed at the approaching enemies. Boss, the red hairs have entered our firing range. Lin Jin raised a hand. Hold your fire. Ao Hung looked at him completely puzzled. Lin Jin calculated the odds. The Lin family crafted the finest ships in the southern seas for centuries. Yet compared to these foreign warships, their raw firepower still fell dangerously short. Their cannon range was pitifully short, weapon capacity was low, and movement speed lacked agility. Their sole advantage, absolute unbreakable durability that surpassed the foreign invaders. In this first devastating clash, the arrogant Portuguese underestimated their firepower. Used to crushing weak local boats, they would blindly rush in without a second thought. But they were dead wrong. The true masters of artillery in the southern seas were not the Imperial Court, it was the pirates. The Portuguese unleashed another furious volley at Lin Jin. Lin Jin watched calmly through his spyglass. The enemy fleet crept closer. Closer, just a bit more. He locked onto the perfect timing. Now suddenly a rogue cannonball screamed toward him. Boss, get down. Damn it, Lin Ajin cursed inward. Ao Hung violently shoved his boss aside, taking the direct brunt of the explosive impact. A deafening blast shook the deck. Lin Ajin stared in sheer horror. Ao Hung. The injured man forced a trembling thumbs up. I am fine, boss. Relief washed over Lin Ajin as he dropped to his knees beside his loyal brother. Rage blazed in Lin Ajin's eyes. Fire, he roared to his crew. Bring out the rear guard, give them hell. A devastating rain of cannonballs erupted ruthlessly, tearing massive holes through the Portuguese warships. Barrow smashed his fist against the railing in pure fury. These filthy pirate rats are using our own gunpowder against us. Suddenly, Barrows froze in absolute terror. A colossal shadow loomed over them, the Lin family's legendary fortune ship. What the hell is that monster? A single catastrophic blast instantly obliterated a Portuguese vessel. Relentless artillery fire rained down. Enemy sailors were violently blown into the sky. Shattered wood littered the blood-stained waves as the Lin family's submerged assault ship struck. Ao Hung pointed at the blazing enemy wreckage. That burning ship is their flagship. We must hijack it first. Lin Ajin stayed silent for a tense moment, gently patting his brother's shoulder. Can you still fight? Ao Hung waved it off. I will not die today. Lin Ajin gripped his weapon tightly. Lin family, brothers, commanders, he roared. This is our moment to become legends. Do not let a single red hair escape alive. Across the burning ocean battlefield, a thunderous war cry echoed. Kill them all. Meanwhile, 50 miles from Guangzhou Bay, a lone battered ship drifted aimlessly. Lin Dong, the formidable general guarding the Guangdong gates, sat on the deck and let out a heavy, defeated sigh. He thought he had finally escaped death. Suddenly, the water exploded. Lin Dong snapped his head back in horror. The British military fleet had already caught up to his fragile vessel. Damn it, they are still chasing us like ghosts, Lin Dong cursed furiously. He peeked over the broken edge. Our long-range cannons cannot even reach those bastards. These weak patrol boats will shatter in 2 hits. Hard to port, Lin Dong commanded. Days ago, this western invasion had struck like lightning. The mighty southern coastal defense completely collapsed overnight. Guangzhou Bay was the very first stronghold to fall. Guard Commander Dao Guo died a tragic hero while the terrified imperial soldiers scattered like broken glass. Now Lin Dong led the doomed remnants, exiled as wandering ghosts upon the ruthless sea. They had drifted for seemingly endless days. They could have abandoned ship, worn peasant clothes, and hidden from the red hairs. But bound by absolute honor and duty, Commander Lin Dong violently rejected such cowardice. The foreign invaders barely numbered 20,000. Meanwhile, the mighty Qing forces boasted over 70,000 soldiers in every single local camp. Yet, in mere days, the elite defenders of Xiangshan, Dongguan, Xinhui, Yuanyong, and Shunde were utterly decimated, falling one by one like dominoes. The Pearl River estuary was heavily choked with gigantic foreign warships and unbreakable cannons. With his superiors missing in action, Lin Dong and his bleeding men drifted like lost spirits in hell. Starving and exhausted with zero hope in sight, fate cruelly pushed them straight into the deadly path of the enemy's elite warships. The British captain smirked through his spyglass. Spotting Lin Dong, he locked his deadly aim. Goodbye, little darling. Under the depressing gray sky, a lethal bullet pierced the wind straight toward the commander. Lin Dong desperately raised his blade to block, but the overwhelming kinetic force instantly shattered his steel. The merciless bullet ripped violently straight through his arm. It is over. The British captain laughed in pure triumph. May God bless your soul, he watched the wounded commander through his lens. Suddenly, an apocalyptic explosion erupted. The water in front of Lin Dong blasted into fiery chaos. Lin Dong gasped in sheer shock. The legendary Red Flag fleet had majestically appeared, staring at the terrifying armada. He questioned, are they our reinforcements? Another devastating blast shook the sea. The shockwave violently threw Lin Dong across the deck as the pirate armada advanced. Reality struck him. These were definitely not allies. Among the burning wreckage, a massive phantom claw struck from the abyss. Li Yan analyzed the battlefield. The Yuhai region bred terrifying pirates, but the Heaven's Treasure crew reigned absolute supreme, commanding tens of thousands of ruthless outlaws. Their cannons roared like divine thunder, painting the sky in thick black smoke. For over 30 years, they were the nightmare that paralyzed the Guangdong governor. System window chimes, sea calming record activated, 5 demon grandmothers, slaughter wind effect summons, a devastating 15-minute hurricane bonus, complete directional control granted. The sea turned into an absolute meat grinder. Giant warships burned endlessly from previous strikes. Shattered galleons were caught in a chain reaction of catastrophic explosions. The Vasco warship billowed massive black smoke. Little Knife glared at it with deep annoyance. These damn red-hair Vasco ships, are they made of magic iron? Even completely ruined, they still possess insane combat power. System lore: red hairs, an ancient term originating from Fujian, used in this era to describe the invading foreign forces with terrifyingly unique features. Riding the system-controlled Hurricane, Li Yan's fleet closed the deadly gap with terrifying speed. The Red Flag fleet unleashed pure hellfire upon the British Armada. Enemy ships were violently reduced to smoking piles, splinters. Prepare for close combat, the British officers screamed in panic. Heavy grappling hooks slammed into the wooden decks. British soldiers wildly swung over to board the Spirit ship. The Red Flag pirates instantly roared, "Slaughter them! Wipe out every last red hair!" The foreigners ruthlessly fought back, desperate to massacre the pirates. A chaotic bloodbath completely erupted. Little Yi unleashed a stunning spear combo, his blade dripping with fresh crimson blood. "Fall back," the enemy commander shrieked. "Retreat into the lower cabins. Use the narrow halls to survive until backup arrives." As chaotic footsteps echoed, Little Knife locked eyes with Uncle Shui and Old Gu. The slaughter was finally over. The British forces stared down the remaining grunts. That man in the center, he radiated the aura of an absolute boss. Old Gu cursed under his breath. "Damn cowards hiding in their ships. What a bunch of bastards." Shui Ba casually rested his hands behind his head. "Brother Li Yan, let's bring in the powder kegs and blow these ships to kingdom come." Li Yan took a calm drag of his cigarette. "We outnumber them massively. No need for absolute annihilation. Secure the vessels, storm the cabins, and wipe out the invaders individually. Grab a few alive for interrogation. If we slaughter them all, ultimate victory is ours." Suddenly, a gunshot pierced the air. A sniper's bullet locked straight onto Li Yan. With terrifying grace, Li Yan simply tilted his head effortlessly, dodging the lethal shot. Seeing him completely unscathed, the enemy commander screamed in utter disbelief. "What the fuck?" Li Yan closed the distance instantly. The commander turned to flee, but one devastating strike sent him crashing into the cargo. Cornered by the door, the commander hissed in sheer panic. Barricading himself wouldn't buy another second. Staring at the monstrous Li Yan wielding his spear, he prepared for a suicide clash. The desperate commander shrieked at his remaining riflemen. "He's their leader. Kill him right now. Open fire." A relentless storm of bullets rained down on Li Yan. Sui Ba roared in panic. "Brother Li Yan, watch out." But Li Yan didn't flinch. A single masterful sweep of his staff deflected the deadly projectiles. The British troops froze in pure terror as Li Yan's eyes glowed with killing intent. Exploding from the ground, Li Yan launched himself forward. Gripping his spear with one hand, he thrust with earth-shattering force, sending seawater blasting into the air. Go to hell. The British invaders stood paralyzed. Li Yan's overwhelming aura completely crushed their fighting spirit, sending them scrambling like rats. "Fall back, retreat, get back." The mighty East India Company forces shattered, their warships violently torn apart. Li Yan narrowed his eyes. This foreign fleet must have been dispatched to hunt down the Imperial Army's remnants after they ruthlessly conquered Guangzhou. Over 50 Vasco warships made up a ninth of the Anglo-Portuguese alliance. With their terrifying speed and devastating heavy cannons, this elite force could rival any of the legendary 5 great pirates of the Southern Ocean. However, the Red Flag fleet's vanguard possessed overwhelmingly superior fortress-class vessels. Backed by the relentless support of the Sa clan's agile bird ships, this battle was an absolute guaranteed victory. The sheer unmatched ferocity of the Southern Ocean pirates was put on full display, completely dominating the battlefield with their superior firepower and naval tactics. The legendary Red Flag fleet stood victorious upon the bloody waves. Oh right, there were still Imperial officials drowning in the sea. Meanwhile, miles away in a luxuriously decorated office, Bishop John Jola clutched a military report, his hands trembling. "Our East India Company fleet arrived at Guangzhou port and unleashed a tempest of destruction. We slaughtered countless Imperial soldiers, mercilessly conquering towns and harbors. Driven by their twisted thirst for fame and so-called noble pride, they had finally obliterated the mighty gates of Guangzhou City." The moment the treasury vaults swung open, sheer disbelief washed over their faces. A sick, twisted greed contorted their expressions, impossible to hide. Mountains of priceless porcelain, dazzling jade, premium silk, and oceans of glittering gold and silver ingots blinded them. It was wealth beyond imagination. And this was merely the public treasury. That didn't even count General Fu Lin's sprawling estates, the secret underground vaults of the mega merchants, or the insanely wealthy sacred temples. It was an unimaginably prosperous paradise, a city dripping in absolute opulence lying utterly defenseless before them, like a flock of naked sheep awaiting the slaughter. Jola scooped up a handful of glittering jewels. I knew that to completely swallow this boundless wealth, we first had to eradicate the local enemy forces. We had to shatter the Imperial Army's ability to retaliate. Jola's face twisted in blinding rage, violently hurling the priceless gems across the room. But those incredibly foolish pirates, he wanted to tear the world apart. Those absolute scumbags. The 5 great pirates of the Southern Ocean: Zhang He, Lin Ajing, Li Yanzi, even Zhu Ben, who has always maintained a tight-knit alliance with the Portuguese. How dare they suddenly raise some righteous banner at a time like this? They actually claim they will launch a massive counterattack from the Southern Ocean to reclaim Guangdong. They dare aid the Imperial Army to crush our alliance. Jola's mind flashed to Tai Can and his recent meeting with Hastings. Tai Can, the absolute overlord of the Maritime Bureau and a longtime trading partner of the East India Company, dared to spout such hypocritical righteous nonsense. Jola vividly remembered Tai Can's booming declaration. The foreign devils dare invade our homeland and butcher our people. Every son of this empire burns with furious wrath. Even if we must drain every drop of our blood, we swear to eradicate these invaders. Jola paced his office like a caged beast. That two-faced backstabbing dog, just visualizing Tai Can's arrogant face made his blood boil with apocalyptic rage. Right now, tens of thousands of elite warriors from the Red Flag and Sa Clan Alliance were storming toward Guangzhou Bay less than 50 miles away, and Tai Can had been secretly monitoring their intelligence network all along. This devastating delay in our military operations was practically guaranteed to be Tai Can pulling the strings from the shadows. Jola ground his teeth in pure agony. He never expected Tai Can to be this shamelessly ruthless, discarding years of mutual trust. In a heartbeat, he easily sold them out to the slaughter. After flawlessly executing his 3 master plans, allying with the Southern pirates, crushing Fu Lin, and expanding his absolute authority, the Maritime Bureau's Tai Clan had long plotted to exterminate the foreign fleet. All of this bloodshed was just to carve a legendary military achievement into the Tai Clan's ancestral halls. Earning a noble title would elevate his bloodline to godlike status. Originally, before the Great Maritime Bureau Assembly, Bishop Jola was absolutely certain that even if Tai Can didn't ally with them, he would strictly remain neutral. Actually, the only reason their mighty foreign fleet pushed so deep into the Southern Ocean was because Tai Can had secretly paved the way. The man himself had practically drawn the maps, while the British commanders blindly led the charge. Once Hastings extracted top-secret intel from Tai Can about the imperial court expanding maritime trade, he spent months funneling an astronomical fortune to bribe him. Hastings played the victim, faking that his merchant fleets faced apocalyptic threats from southern pirates. He claimed he needed a massive military escort, begging Tai Can to manipulate the imperial court into approving the deployment. Cannon fire erupted in the pitch-black night. Hastings had secretly conspired with the Portuguese forces stationed in Macau, plotting to violently obliterate the imperial customs barrier once and for all. Tai Can's execution was terrifyingly flawless. Within 2 days, he actually convinced the imperial court to pay out of pocket to hire the Anglo-Portuguese alliance to suppress the bandits. A perfect trap. A stray bullet soared straight toward the British line. After the devastating western raid on Guangzhou, 13 brokers from the trading houses foolishly stormed the consulate to stir up chaos. The western invaders knew their justification was incredibly weak. Furthermore, their entire future relied entirely on the Tai Clan's mercy. So Director Hastings came personally to deliver a message. Using the most painfully sincere tone, he poured his heart out to Tai Can. He swore endless oaths of loyalty and even offered over 100 master craftsmen as an incredibly generous apology gift. The Western forces naively assumed that since the Tai Clan walked the line between merchant and pirate driven by greed but bound by honor, they would simply drop the grudge. The British troops stared in absolute horror as the incoming shell locked onto them, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. They never imagined in their wildest nightmares that Tai Can would actually forge a blood pact with the 4 great pirates. Jola aggressively caressed the towering piles of gold. 200,000 bloodthirsty pirates against 20,000 elite Anglo-Portuguese naval troops. This will be an apocalyptic bloodbath, but retreating now, not a chance in hell. Jola's lips twisted into a sinister smile. Jem Choi, you claimed Eastern merchants valued honor above all, but your treacherous betrayal will be your ultimate undoing. For context, Jem Choi was Tai Khan's English alias. Jola immediately barked orders at his subordinates. He needed absolute confirmation. Was Jem Choi truly the one commanding the 5 great pirate fleets? Staring at his own dark reflection in the glass, Jola chuckled wickedly. The Emperor, the corrupt officials, and even Lord Hastings. They were all just playing a massive twisted game. I'm starting to underestimate the sheer cunning and power of these Eastern merchants. But suddenly, a scout burst in with an urgent report. The truth was far more shocking. Bishop, we just received highly verified intelligence. The Supreme Commander, leading the 200,000 Southern Ocean pirates, is actually a young woman named Zhang Shu. Jola's eyes widened in pure confusion. Zhang Shu? Who on earth is Zhang Shu? The scout quickly explained. She is the daughter of a legendary pirate lord. Jola's gaze instantly darkened with a terrifying intensity. Bring me to General Alex. Right now. Jola marched down the suffocatingly dark corridor. Waiting for him was Alex Becky. He was the absolute highest-ranking executive officer dispatched to the East India Company for this crucial mission. An elite Eton College graduate and member of Parliament, he had served as Lord Hastings' Chief Tax Commissioner and held the prestigious rank of British Naval Brigadier General. Alex turned his expression grim. Lord Bishop, there is something you must know immediately. The Southern Ocean Pirate Alliance is closing in fast. Their vanguard forces might have already initiated combat. Jola waved his hand dismissively. I am already completely aware of this. But Alex shook his head. It is something else entirely. Jola's eyes locked onto the document, trembling in absolute shock. Meanwhile, across the European continent, the most brilliant tactical mastermind in European history had made his move. The French Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte, his trusted subordinate, famously known as the Son of Victory, was marching forward. Leading 70,000 elite French troops, they were charging straight toward eastern Portugal. And Portugal's only line of defense, a measly British reinforcement squad of less than 20,000 men. Alex stared intensely at Bishop John Jola. What is your assessment? Jola's eyes remained glued to the terrifying report. If the situation in the Far East turns into a stalemate, we might need to reconsider our entire strategy. Alex's face twisted with furious urgency. Then we absolutely cannot allow a stalemate. We need a lightning-fast, decisive victory. Alex insisted that because of this critical danger, securing their Far East assets was absolute priority. By the time this news reached them, the massive war had likely already begun. This global conflict is completely beyond our control now. But unimaginable wealth is sitting right in front of us. Lord Bishop, we are literally one step away from ultimate glory. Jola hesitated, taking a deep breath. I understand perfectly. Elsewhere, Tai Khan stood gazing at the distant horizon. The legendary Marquis of Pacification, Tai Khan, born into incredible nobility, his ancestors were legendary Southern Ocean merchants, a master strategist who recruited the finest talents and aided the poor. He famously uplifted the downtrodden and shielded disaster victims. His deep ties with foreign traders brought him wealth beyond human imagination. Recorded in the legendary Mountain Chronicles Volume 21. Meanwhile, on a brutal battlefield just outside the Gwangju Bay, dozens of massive warships had been completely reduced to floating splinters. The chaotic symphony of destruction had finally fallen silent. Over 15 formidable British fleets had been utterly annihilated. Only 22 severely damaged vessels barely managed to escape. The remaining ships were either blown to pieces by devastating cannon fire or completely slaughtered during the brutal close-quarters boarding combat. Both the enemy crew and their glorious ships were now completely captured. Tai Khan spoke up, his voice booming. The first battle is a legendary triumph, the Red Flag Fleet's unstoppable military aura. I have finally witnessed it today. Li Yan casually dragged on his pipe as Tai Khan watched him. It has been nearly a month since Li Yan assumed absolute command of the Red Flag Fleet. For the faction to build such an unbreakable foundation in this chaotic sea, it is all entirely thanks to the legendary Madame Ten. Li Yan possesses unmatched heaven-defying physical strength. He is a one-man army, but in pure naval warfare, Madame Ten's bizarre and terrifying curse magic is what truly strikes fear into their hearts. Whenever she strikes, the ocean runs red with blood for 100 miles. Curse magic is an ancient, devastating witchcraft designed to utterly destroy its victims. As long as this terrifying woman draws breath, the other 4 pirate fleets willingly cower in the shadows. The Five Flags Alliance was truly the iron fist ruling the entire Southern Ocean. They stood leagues above the other 4 pirate lords. However, those glorious, terrifying days were gone forever, never to return. Tai Kan smirked knowingly, but Li Yan simply turned and walked away. Our forces outnumbered them several times over. Our ships might be slightly inferior, but the gap is not heaven and earth. Those red hairs do not have 3 heads and 6 arms. If we could not even win under those overwhelming odds, we might as well just slit our own throats. Besides, once the bloodbath started, our crew suffered double the casualties. There is absolutely nothing to brag about here. Li Yan grabbed a captured musket from a crate, his mind racing. However, in this explosive opening clash, the Red Tai Alliance's heavy losses had yielded a massive bounty of nearly 300,000 silver taels. That insane amount of harvest is more than enough for Blade Master Cha and myself combined. We would have to fight brutal life or death battles just to earn that much. Li Yan suddenly test-fired the weapon. Bang! The cargo-carrying subordinates jumped in absolute terror. They stared trembling violently at the smoking barrel in Li Yan's hand. Li Yan smirked inwardly. This looted weapon packs slightly less punch than the Imperial musket, but with Diao Sui by my side, I have absolutely nothing to fear from pathetic firearms like this. Tai Kan strolled over casually. Right, Commander Li Yan. Now that the dust has settled, we have around 400 to 500 prisoners of war. How exactly do you plan to handle them? Li Yan coldly tossed the musket back into the crate. The battlefield is too chaotic to waste manpower guarding them. They are a massive liability. Just slit their throats and toss them into the ocean. It saves us endless trouble. Tai Kan instantly rushed forward to intervene. Hold on, slaughtering helpless prisoners like that will spark massive moral outrage from the enemy. Not to mention, it is excessively cruel. Keep them alive. Once we crush the British-Portuguese alliance, we can force the Westerners to pay a massive ransom for them. Isn't that infinitely better? Li Yan's eyes narrowed into a deadly, chilling glare. Cruel. Li Yan's voice boomed with furious intensity. Was it not cruel when those red-haired devils slaughtered our brothers? Boss Tai, your men only came here to cheer from the sidelines. Of course, you can afford to act so relaxed and merciful. But our red flag brothers suffered over 20,000 devastating casualties. If I do not slaughter them now, what am I supposed to do? Keep them around to celebrate the new year. All around them, battered red flag subordinates were desperately bandaging their bloody wounds. Li Yan stared Tai Kan down with terrifying seriousness. As for ransom money, are you absolutely certain we will even win this war? If those naval forces break loose and cause chaos behind our lines, the ones dying will not be your precious brothers. Tai Kan's imposing aura was instantly crushed under Li Yan's pressure. Brother Li Yan, this is not our first time dealing with each other. Why are you looking at me with that ruthless merchant's glare? Tai Kan snapped his folding fan open, speaking with absolute confidence. In this upcoming counterattack, I have a solid 70% chance of securing absolute victory. However much ransom money you desire, Brother Li Yan. Just name your exact price. I need Alliance Leader Xiu to spare the lives of these surrendered red hairs. Furthermore, you must hand over every single prisoner from this battle directly to me. Name any amount of silver, Brother Li Yan. Just name your absolute price. Li Yan sneered, turning his back to walk away. My brothers shed their blood and fought desperately, and you just want me to hand over the prisoners. Besides, I highly doubt the other fleet leaders would ever agree to such madness. You buy from me, then flip it to the Westerners to build connections. Boss Kai, what a brilliant scheme. Boss Kai smirked. If you were in my shoes, this deal wouldn't be easy either, right? Li Yan scoffed. Keep your silver. The Red Flag Fleet stated our terms back at Ryukyu. Boss Kai, you are pushing my patience. Li Yan flashed a calculating smile. However, there is one little favor I require your absolute power for. Oh, speak your mind, Chief Li Yan, Kai replied eagerly. Li Yan's gaze sharpened like a blade as he took a slow drag of his smoke. Li Yan dropped a bombshell. Lin Ajin's ultimate weapon. How exactly do you forge the Quanlin Sea Phantom? Boss Kai froze. That ancient art is completely inaccessible. It is the Lin family's most guarded secret, just like Yan Gu's forbidden cursing techniques. Or, Zhang, he's heavenly scripture. I simply cannot do it. Chief Li Yan, your ambition is terrifyingly massive. Li Yan turned his commanding aura, locking onto Kai. Strange, Li Yan mused. The Gaoli Ghost and the Quanlun share the exact same origin. If Lin Ajin hoards the secret, how did that bastard Ao Hung steal our alliance's forging method? Kai hesitated. Rumor has it the Black Flag faction ripped it from the dead hands of Madame Guo's most trusted confidant. But those are just whispers in the dark. Li Yan crushed his cigarette against the wooden railing. Fine. Forget the forging method. Li Yan's eyes gleamed with dominance. Negotiate with the Lin family. Make them forge one Quanlin Sea Phantom exclusively for my red flag fleet. Problem solved. Boss Kai smiled nervously. I will do my absolute best. Several days later, near the fierce waters of Guangzhou Bay, we are approaching the battle zone, Kai shouted. The deceptive calm of the ocean shattered. Straight ahead loomed the massive East India Company armada standing face to face with the Red and Kai allied fleet. Both leaders were stunned. Well, Boss Kai, they really underestimate us, Li Yan smirked, abandoning the harbor to strike with full force. They want to annihilate us instantly. A parrot squawked a warning from above. The red hairs are here. Watch their tricks. The red hairs are here. Warships sliced through the waves, heavy cannons locked and loaded. Li Yan clicked his tongue and his shattered dragon ring sword, instantly summoning his legendary spear instead. Gripping his spear with overwhelming killing intent, Li Yan let out a piercing whistle. Boom! The allied fleet unleashed a devastating barrage of explosive artillery. Cannonballs tore through the sky, splintering enemy hulls into burning wreckage. Reload the cannons, faster, his men roared. Explosions painted the sky, launching bodies into the bloody air. But the Western Empire fired back ruthlessly. Fire at will, the enemy commander bellowed. Relentless shells rained down, blasting sailors straight off the chaotic deck. The bloody ocean swallowed the fallen. Aboard the crippled East India ships, panic erupted. Impossible. That cutting-edge Dutch technology actually fell into the hands of Far East pirates. No wonder, these sea rats have firepower matching our own. Absolute chaos consumed the enemy's emergency war council room. Those uneducated brutes cannot possibly operate such advanced weaponry. We have a traitor. Commander Alex slammed the table in furious rage. Enough. Now is not the time for blame. Alex's eyes darkened with deadly resolve. I have heard the rumors of that so-called genius shipwright. Listen closely. Only the 7 great warships can destroy the 7 great warships. The Red Flag's terrifying Blackbone artillery had completely flipped the battlefield, pushing the invaders toward crushing defeat. Despite matching their firepower, taking the British head-on cost, the Alliance doubled the casualties. Traditional Southern ships were simply too fragile against the catastrophic impact of modern explosive shells. This was the harsh reality of global warfare. If they could not break through this absolute defense, all their ambitions would sink to the ocean floor. As the violent sea churned with relentless bloodshed, Li Yan locked his death glare on the enemy flagship. Cannon fire is not enough. We need a brutal close-quarters boarding assault. Standing proudly with his crew, Li Yan smiled. Thanks to Boss Kai's arrogant wealth, every rusty matchlock in the Red Flag fleet had been upgraded to Britain's deadliest flintlock rifles. These weapons were a league above even the standard percussion locks currently wielded by the mighty East India Company. Combined with their overwhelming numbers, they could finally bridge the casualty gap. Suddenly, Li Yan's pupils shrank. Wait, that colossal vessel is Envy, one of the 7 great ships, the final pride of the Portuguese royal family. An 85-meter beast weighing 820 tons, powered by forbidden phantom motion technology. Equipped with a mystical vapor shield, legendary quality, completely unique. The monstrous Envy emerged, cloaked in a massive bubble barrier directly threatening Shui Bo's warship. Shui Bo stood fearlessly at the bow. Ram that beast to hell, he roared. His ship crashed violently into Envy, but the glowing bubbles instantly swarmed upward. Gripping a heavy rope, Shui Bo launched himself into the air, but a cursed bubble latched onto his leg, violently yanking him back. What the hell is this magic? He lost his grip, plummeting into the raging waves as the bizarre bubbles consumed him. Worse yet, the parasitic spheres swarmed his entire ship, dragging the massive wooden hull underwater. The ultimate defense of the Envy, Shui Bo's panicked crew watched in pure terror as the creeping bubbles attached to their flesh. Get this demonic thing off me. The terrifying weight dragged the entire warship halfway into the crushing abyss. Screaming sailors were pulled helplessly into the black depths, drowning instantly without a trace. I cannot swim. My limbs are frozen. The Alliance stared at Envy in cold dread. The bubbles are highly infectious. Do not let them touch you. Boss Kai gritted his teeth. To conquer that ship, we need elite water phantoms to infiltrate beneath the waves. Artillery is completely useless here. If only Lin Ajin was here. Li Yan's eyes burned with ultimate confidence. Who says we need him? Those born with the flame-peaked destiny can literally walk on the ocean. Your elites absolutely dominated the Li Yan tournament, Boss K. Taking down one pathetic red-hair battleship should be a walk in the park, right? Kai nodded sharply. Done. I am sending out our most lethal deep-water assassins. Yan the First, Yan the Fourth, and Yan Ajiu stepped from the shadows. Brothers, prepare for a bloodbath. Li Yan turned to his trusted lieutenant. Old Gu, command the vanguard. Throw our best men into the sea and hijack that legendary vessel. Boss Kai cupped his hands in ultimate respect. Whether you live or die, my empire will feed your families for 3 generations. Survive this, and endless wealth is yours. His gaze turned absolutely ruthless as he ordered the assassins. Even if you cannot capture it, drag that great heron ship straight down to hell. Kai Kan spread his arms wide, his voice heavy with destiny. The fate of Guangzhou Bay and perhaps our entire nation rests in your hands. Patting Boss Yan's shoulder, he warned, stay vigilant out there. When death approaches, survival is your only mission. Handing over a mysterious artifact, Kai Kan murmured, take this. When the shadows close in this system, item might just be the miracle your squad needs to cheat death. Boss Yan's eyes widened in shock. Boss, is this? Kai Kan silenced him with a meaningful glare, leaving the hardened veteran completely speechless. Bowing respectfully, Boss Yan declared, consider it done, sir. Without hesitation, Li Yan leaped into the abyss, his crew right behind him. Into the ocean he roared as the entire squad plunged into the roaring waves. As Li Yan hit the water, a freezing barrier materialized. His Guhuo Bird awakening level had surged exponentially, amplifying the devastating output of his 9 Winds system power. The 9 Winds ability wasn't actually generating ice, but its chilling aura was absolute, freezing anything it touched to the very core. During the chaotic Yandu Guild Wars, he discovered a hidden mechanic. His ambient moisture levels directly dictated the ultimate damage output of his 9 Winds strikes. A confident smirk crossed Li Yan's face. Rivers, lakes, or oceans, these aquatic battlefields are my absolute domain. Suddenly, Ajiu dashed ahead, cannonballing into the water and splashing Li Yan's face. Wiping the cold drops away with an annoyed grimace, Li Yan's competitive spirit ignited. He activated his dash skill, racing against Ajiu. With a sly grin, Li Yan completely left his companion eating his aquatic dust. Watching them, Kai Kan was utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Barrows scoffed aggressively. Just another mutant pest. Tracking Li Yan's rapid approach with his heavy artillery, he roared, burn in hell, you cursed sorcerer. Explosive shells rained down, turning Li Yan's path into a literal minefield. Gripping his mythical spear, the protagonist lunged forward, locking his sights directly on the colossal Envy warship. Shattering the ship's defensive energy bubble, Li Yan breached the deck. Dozens of sniper rifles locked onto him, unloading a storm of bullets, but his whirling spear deflected every single strike. With a brutal thrust, his spear pierced an enemy's armor, drawing a crimson spray as it pulled back. The surviving guards froze in sheer terror as their comrade collapsed before this monstrous invader. Li Yan gritted his teeth. The bullets had only grazed his frost aura, yet the stinging pain was agonizing. The weapon in Barrows' hands was a rare magic-engineered artifact, the devastating Black Storm rifle. The Redmane mercenaries unleashed a relentless volley at Li Yan. These weren't ordinary projectiles. They were volatile mercury rounds, fueled by dark mana packing insane armor-piercing capabilities. Dodging by a hair's breadth, Li Yan felt the deadly rounds whistle past his spine. He swung his spear with cataclysmic force, snapping a massive mast in half as agonizing screams echoed across the deck. Confronting the elite Redmane squad, Li Yan cleaved through their ranks like a god of war, effortlessly claiming lives. He then cast a chilling sideways glance at the enemies creeping up behind him. These foreign naval forces were unexpectedly disciplined and calm. As Li Yan launched a flurry of relentless thrusts, he noticed their tactical formation spreading out, turning this into an incredibly grueling raid boss fight. Suddenly, a heavy grappling hook slammed onto the railing. As another awakened ally vaulted onto the deck, the panic-stricken mercenaries immediately refocused their deadly crossfire. Fourth, Bro Yan unleashed his signature skill, a low-gravity peak fire tier technique called Sand Dragon Sea Seal. As bullets showered him, he terrifyingly caught a projectile barehanded. Get back, Li Yan roared in warning. Caught completely off guard, Fourth Bro Yan took several devastating hits to his torso. Down below, Uncle Shui finally broke the water's surface, gasping, "Damn it, what kind of cursed beast is dragging me down?" A bloodied body plummeted directly toward Uncle Shui. It was Fourth Bro Yan, his heavy form pushing the old man back under the waves as the relentless enemy gun barrels kept spewing endless hellfire at them. Exploding with fury, Bossian activated his peak fire tier ancient bamboo strike. His eyes burned with unyielding wrath as he bellowed, "Slaughter them all. Wipe these red-maned demons off the map." The red-maned soldiers flinched, opening a fatal window. Aju blitzed forward, landing a devastating roundhouse kick that shattered a guard's face in a spray of blood. Drawing his blade, he began flawlessly one-shotting his foes. Second, Brother joined the massacre, deploying his legendary sword control art to slice an enemy wide open. Matching his pace, Aju summoned his peak fire tier ultimate, the yin-yang gourd sequence. Overwhelmed, the red-maned forces on the flank were forced to their knees, ceasing their fire. Old Gu's voice boomed across the chaos. "Their firepower is absurdly overleveled. Push forward with caution and leave no survivors." A red-maned sniper took the shot, instantly dropping a red flag gang member. An enraged ally charged with a raised broadsword, but the sniper coldly unsheathed a tactical blade, plunging it deep into the charging man's chest. The red flag warrior breathed his last, collapsing dead against his killer. With a disgusted scoff, the ruthless red-maned soldier carelessly tossed the lifeless corpse off his blade like mere trash. The remaining red flag members screamed bloody murder, swarming the position. Nimble as a shadow, the red-maned fighter dodged the fatal strike and gleefully raised his glowing rifle to unleash a devastating counterattack. Staring down the deadly barrel, a fearless red flag vanguard grabbed the weapon and brutally snapped it. The magical backfire triggered a massive explosion, obliterating the enemy's head while permanently scarring the vanguards. Faced with agonizing burns, absolute pandemonium consumed the battleship. Through the bloodbath, Bossian commanded intel says these red-maned ships are powered by a massive iron core hidden deep within their central engine room. Aju infiltrate and destroy it. Aju sprinted ahead. But the moment the hatch opened, a smoke-filled explosion blew the reinforced doors to shreds. Blocking the shockwave, Aju skidded backward as a monstrous silhouette emerged from the debris. The towering figure was an elite naval officer radiating an overwhelming boss-level aura. Glancing over, Li Yan muttered under his breath, "Looks like Aju just triggered a major elite encounter." Li Yan moved to assist, but Aju threw up a hand to stop him. Stepping forward, Bossian stated firmly, "Commander Li Yan, take your vanguard and push ahead. My squad will tank this zone." Bossian's eyes flared with unyielding battle intent, while Aju's soot-stained face only magnified the terrifying combat power radiating from his very core. The elite officer raised an arrogant brow at Li Yan and bellowed, "Old Gu, take half the unit and flank him." Meanwhile, the Envy's defensive bubble remained active, surrounded by a tragic graveyard of shattered wooden ships. Whispers spread across the deck as Ku Nu leaped into the dark trench below. Jola closed her eyes, knowing such a fall usually meant shattered bones and instant death, while Alex observed her quiet dread. The morale of the Southern Seas pirates was absolutely skyrocketing, and their Far East sorcery was incredibly unique. Honestly, the outcome of this raid was still teetering on a razor's edge. Logically, letting the Far East pirates breach the Envy means our faction has already lost half this war. Alex chuckled darkly. But these arrogant fools vastly underestimate this vessel. Heroes and conquerors, what a joke. Those delusional hero types are completely useless. Pure stats, high-tier gear, flawless tactics, and geographical advantage, these are the true mechanics that dictate absolute victory. Gazing over the chaotic battlefield, Alex smirked with supreme confidence. As far as the system was concerned, this match had been completely rigged in their favor before it even started. On the command deck, Kai Kan coordinated the massive fleet, dispatching 400 small assault boats to stall the enemy. The veteran ships of the Li Yan fleet were rallied, charging forward to execute a devastating ramming maneuver. "Forget the damage costs, Commander Li Yan is on the front lines taking aggro. If we turtle up in our shells now, we'll lose this entire guild war." Kai Kan's voice echoed like thunder. "If we win this raid, I can rebuild 1,000 sunken ships, full speed ahead, crush them all." Chapter 231. Slightly earlier in Jiangmen at the Xinhui port, stacks of sandbags were rapidly constructed into a defensive barricade, completely sealing off the main pathway between the fishing village and the contested harbor. Amidst the relentless roar of crashing ocean waves, enemy forces popped up from behind the sandbags like fearful mushrooms. Their hands trembled as they mounted their rifles, eyes locked onto the approaching threat, terrified to even blink. Massive sails pierced the storm-brewing sky. A fleet of towering warships dominated the horizon, bringing an aura of absolute despair. Warriors flooded from the decks like an unleashed tidal wave. Ao Hun charged the vanguard. Unleashing his devastating tiger fist technique, gunfire erupted in a symphony of destruction, as Lin Ajin's forces completely crushed the Portuguese armada. The onslaught did not stop at the shoreline, sweeping through the Shund and Xinhui outposts. They obliterated Barrows and his defensive lines, claiming a flawless, overwhelming victory. Dozens of elite battleships now choked the Xinhui harbor. As his men swarmed the conquered territory like locusts, Lin Ajin stood at the prow, observing the bloodbath with terrifying absolute calmness. This absolute victory proved his monstrous strategic genius. His flawless predictions had completely outplayed the Red Hare fleet, combining razor-sharp naval tactics with his unstoppable elite vanguard. The enemy had been so thoroughly dismantled, they could only swallow their bitter defeat in pure awe. Suddenly, Ao Hung rushed back. "Master, the situation has twisted word from Xiangshan." Hearing this, Lin Ajin's relaxed expression vanished. His brows locked together as intense calculation flashed in his eyes. In this massive three-front war, Zhou Ben and Zhang He were tasked with holding the line against the Red Hare Navy near Xiangshan. Given their overwhelming combined strength, holding that line should have been simple. And despite the Red Flag Syndicate holding superior power in the alliance, outright betrayal seemed impossible. A dark suspicion began blooming in Lin Ajin's mind. He realized the geographical trap. Zhou Ben and Zhang He were stationed the furthest from Guangzhou City, while Kai Qian and Li Yan practically sat right on the city's doorstep. The math was brutally simple. The moment victory was declared, Li Yan and Kai Qian would effortlessly sweep into the city and plunder all the greatest treasures for themselves. They would feast on the richest spoils and official tributes, leaving only scraps for the rest of us. And as for Zhou Ben and Zhang He, they would walk away with basically nothing. But that was the iron rule of the underworld. The strong feast while the weak starve. Had Zhao He seized the alliance leadership, Li Yan would be the one bleeding out in Xiangshan today. It was just the brutal nature of power. Having connected the tactical dots, Lin Ajin shifted his piercing gaze to Ao Hung. And what exactly is the excuse? From Zhou Ben and Zhang He. Ao Hung pointed a trembling finger toward the decimated fishing village. Black smoke choked the heavens while slaughtered bodies littered the burning earth like discarded ragdolls. His face twisted in pure rage as he barked. The enemy forces holding Xiangshan, alongside the scattered British units at the Vasco front. They have not suffered a single casualty. The Red Hare fleet shattered Zhou Ben's defensive blockade like fragile glass. Both sides barely even clashed. Somehow, the enemy acquired crucial intel about the base fires and instantly redirected their armada to reinforce the bay. Meanwhile, that bastard Zhou Ben abandoned his post and marched straight for Guangzhou City. Ao Hung slammed his fist against his chest. "Master, this is an absolute betrayal of the Alliance Code." The Guangzhou Bay sector was already a hellish, impenetrable fortress. With the enemy's elite armada joining that exact battlefield, the vanguard of our Grand Alliance could be completely wiped from existence. "Master, give the word. What is our move? Do we rush the city gates to secure the loot or hold our ground and observe?" Panic bled into Ao Hung's voice. Lin Ajin simply closed his eyes, a mountain of terrifying composure. After a heartbeat of heavy silence, he abruptly spun around. "Summon the commanders immediately." His voice cut through the chaos like a blade. "We are pivoting our entire force. We will intercept that Red Hare armada and crush them before they ever reach the bay." Ao Hung froze on the gangplank, absolutely stunned. "Master, why risk everything for them?" Lin Ajin's aura grew terrifyingly cold. "Ao Hung, carve these words into your soul. A true ruler must know his own limits before judging the grand chessboard. Charging blindly into that city right now is a fool's death trap." But the panic in Ao Hung's chest would not settle. "Master, even if we ignore the plunder, Kai Qian has always viewed us as a massive threat. The Red Flag Syndicate is our fated blood enemy. We are not saints sworn to charity. Why should we bleed our own men to save their useless necks? Let them be crippled by the enemy. Their destruction only paves the way for our total dominance." Lin Ajin shot him a side glance, his voice chillingly absolute. "Do you honestly believe that Zhou Ben's little betrayal will be enough to shatter the Grand Alliance?" A sinister, impossibly deep smile crept across his battle-scarred face. "It is a futile scheme. Their military might is far more monstrous than you can comprehend. By saving them now, I am forcing Li Yan and Kai Qian to owe me a colossal blood debt." But his dark satisfaction lasted only a fraction of a second. A terrifying realization struck his mind like lightning. "Wait." He whipped around his knuckles, turning white as he crushed the wooden railing. Zhou Ben unleashed the enemy vanguard. Then where the hell is Zhang He? What is his move? Hearing this, Ao Hung lowered his head, a shadow of dread crossing his face. He swallowed hard before answering. Zhang He mobilized his entire elite force straight toward Li Yan's main stronghold, Mount Daju. Cut to the raging waters of the Yangtze, a massive dreadnought tore through the violent waves heading straight for the mountain stronghold. Standing at the very bow was Zhang He, radiating an overwhelming monstrous aura as his commander's cloak whipped fiercely in the storm. Back on the ship, Lin Ajin lowered his head, an exhausted sigh escaping his lips. Li Yan, it is not that I refuse to aid you, but now only the heavens can save your wretched fate. Meanwhile, pure hell had descended upon the Grand Alliance battlefield. The deafening roar of cannon fires shattered the eardrums of everyone present. Brilliant, deadly explosions lit up the sky like a catastrophic festival, turning massive warships into blazing infernos. The ocean itself boiled under the relentless bombardment deep within the command vessel, hidden by choking black smoke. Kai Qian's most trusted subordinate violently kicked the cabin doors open, crushing a secret intel report in his trembling hands. Meeting Kai Qian's absolutely stunned gaze, he screamed, "Master, emergency transmission from the third brother. That snake Zhou Ben completely sold us out. He bypassed the blockade and unleashed the Portuguese armada straight at our throats. And while we are pinned down here, he is marching his personal army to claim the spoils of Guangzhou City. But it gets worse, Zhang. He has completely abandoned the front lines and is launching a full-scale siege on our main base at Mount Daju. To top off this absolute nightmare, Lady Fire Cauldron requested to be a guest at the mountain, and her forces have already breached the perimeter." The sheer weight of this catastrophic betrayal snapped Kai Qian's sanity. His face contorted into a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. "Zhang He, you absolute bastard, to hell with you!" He unleashed a ferocious roar, shattering the solid oak desk with a devastating strike, but completely unnoticed above him, a seemingly harmless raven was observing the entire meltdown. Through the bird's magically linked vision, Li Yan watched the chaos unfold, his own eyes turning dangerously cold. A chilling smirk graced his lips. "Oh, you have played a magnificent game, Zhang He." Standing right beside him, a heavily scarred subordinate narrowed his murderous eyes. "Brother Tian Bao, what is the situation?" Breaking the mental link, Li Yan slowly lowered his fingers from his temple. He swept his terrifyingly calm gaze over his trembling prisoners. "It is nothing of concern." Then his voice dropped to a demonic octave. "Tear this entire warship apart. Leave no survivors." Meanwhile, miles away in a high-tech command center, Alex stared with a suffocating heaviness at the active telegraph machine, watching destiny being typed out letter by bloody letter. The machine halted. Alex snatched up the intel report. His expression darkened instantly. Barros had suffered a crushing defeat. Reinforcements were inbound. The Far East pirates were tearing each other apart. Demonic corsairs were raiding the heavenly treasure lair. The situation was finally looking up. But suddenly, Alex froze in sheer panic. Boom! Outside, cannon fire lit up the night sky. Artillery shells rained down with deafening roars. Battle cries shook the heavens. Urgent news: Macau was under full-scale assault. A massive fleet of red-flag pirates was flooding the harbor. Elite fighters Jinong and Sanada Yukimura had entered the battlefield. The warning echoed loudly through the chaotic night. 500 elite vanguard troops of the Kai clan, the core bloodline of the Guanyi Island lords, black armored knights bearing the white demon star, had arrived to slaughter. The Kai clan had armed the furious citizens with muskets. They incited a massive civilian uprising. Everything was spiraling out of control. Macau was drowning in smoke and flames, transformed into a brutal war zone. The catastrophic turning point that doomed Macau Governor Aliga, the city's highest commander, was brutally assassinated, slain by dual blades wielded by an assassin wreathed in blazing hellfire. Desperate screams tore through the burning air. "Macau has fallen, Macau has fallen." Tragic flashbacks flashed before their eyes. Mountains of corpses and oceans of endless suffering. This nightmare began when Archbishop John Zola mobilized his private forces. He mercilessly executed District Magistrate Zheng Da and the Deputy Commander of Mount Qingshang. Zhao Guangji dispatched forces to seal off the central command. They completely wiped out thousands of imperial guards. Meanwhile, innocent villagers faced a horrific and bloody suppression by the occupying Portuguese garrison. The resulting tragedy was too gruesome for words. This boiling point of oppression pushed the citizens' decades-long hatred for the colonizers to an absolute explosive climax right before the Grand Cathedral. Amidst endless gunfire, the imperial envoys were slaughtered. The fragile illusion of a peaceful lease agreement was shredded. The agonizing terror of becoming slaves in their own homeland finally crushed the people's spirits. Exploiting their massive influence across the coastal territories, the Red Flag Syndicate barely lifted a finger, yet they effortlessly weaponized the rage of countless ordinary citizens. The mob aggressively stormed the Portuguese cathedral. Pushed to their absolute mental limits, the garrison fired into the crowd without a second thought. This merciless slaughter was like pouring oil on a blazing inferno, forging the furious citizens into an unstoppable united force. Black market smuggling ships from the K-clan delivered crates of muskets and cold steel. They were heavily escorted by the elite Heavenly Treasure Vanguard. 500 peak-tier warriors personally guarded the arsenal, eyes burning with pure, unadulterated vengeance. The armed rebellion charged forward like a tidal wave. Gripping crude spears and blades, legendary figures like Tianjun, Xiao Zhinong, and Zhao Xiaoyi joined the fray. The armed militia merging with the surviving imperial troops launched a bloodthirsty siege against Governor Aliga's central mansion. Beneath a jagged crescent moon, the magnificent Focus Cathedral was devoured by monstrous roaring flames. The inferno swallowed the sacred halls whole, sending pillars of suffocating black smoke into the heavens. A frenzied mob relentlessly chased down a terrified nun. Their blood-curdling screams echoed, "Do not let that red-haired witch escape." I saw the treacherous snake hiding behind the colonizer's stone statue. The desperate sister sprinted for her life, but it was useless. She was violently tackled to the ground. Gripping her hair, a rider laughed wickedly. "Got her. Ha! Let us show this invader exactly what we are made of." Smash! A jagged rock suddenly blasted through the air, striking the lead attacker squarely in the neck. The mob spun around in pure shock, instantly aiming their crude weapons toward the shadowy alley. A lone figure stood there calmly, taking a drag from his cigarette. The enraged mob leader barked fiercely, "Who the hell do you think you are?" But as his terrifying silhouette became clear, the blood drained entirely from their faces. Blade casually exhaled, framed by a raging backdrop of apocalyptic hellfire. Turning his head, one of his eyes burned with a demonic crimson glow. His aura darkened as he blew a thick ring of white smoke. Scram. That single word carried absolute icy killing intent. Terrified beyond belief, the mob abandoned their prey. They scrambled over each other, fleeing into the night while screaming in absolute panic. "Run, run for your lives." Blade took another deep drag, watching the pathetic cowards scurry away. He analyzed the situation internally. There actually are not many true colonizers stationed here. The majority of those being slaughtered tonight are merely mixed-blood immigrants caught in the crossfire. Tragically, even innocent locals were being butchered simply for following the foreign faith or associating with the occupiers. Beside his boots, the disheveled nun collapsed onto her knees. She was violently trembling, whispering desperate prayers that perfectly validated Blade's grim assessment. "O Almighty Lord, please shower your humble followers with grace and absolute protection." O Almighty Lord, please shower your humble followers with grace and absolute protection. Blade remained completely unfazed, staring into the endless sea of hellfire and the agonizing despair of shattered families. His mind stayed as cold and calculating as ever. These foreign invaders have choked Macau for over a century, but uprooting a massive tree always tears apart the soil. Once the masses are blinded by pure, unadulterated vengeance, the chaos becomes an uncontrollable, ravenous beast. Neither warlord Kai Qian nor Li Yan could have predicted this apocalyptic fallout. The cherry of his cigarette glowed crimson in the dark. Blade sank into deep thought, recalling the heavy mission Li Yan had entrusted to him. Out of the 12 legendary mythical beast scrolls, one artifact remains completely untraceable. However, this golden opportunity to massacre the foreign colonizers is a once-in-a-millennium miracle. Their central stronghold is completely wide open. I have already forged an alliance with Kai Qian. We conquer Macau first. The final beast scroll can be hunted down later. Blade, when the time comes, do not show an ounce of mercy. Flicking his cigarette away, Blade crouched down like a predator. Staring at the traumatized nun desperately hugging herself, he asked in a chilling deadpan tone, "Are you starving?" But the fragile sister's mind had completely shattered from the trauma. Her face was as pale as a ghost. Spiraling into madness, she just kept chanting the same exact phrase. "Oh, Almighty Lord, please shower your humble followers with grace and absolute protection." She repeated it like a broken record. Blade tilted his head, analyzing her pathetic state. Suddenly, a booming voice shattered the tension. "Listen up, everyone." Yan the Ninth sat high upon his warhorse. He shouted to the rioting army behind him. These damn foreign parasites slaughtered our families. They humiliated our wives and daughters. But right here, right now, the glorious day of our blood vengeance has finally arrived. Do not let a single invader escape this city alive. We must permanently erase these bastard demons before they ruin another life. The hour of judgment is here. Slaughter every last one of them. Yan the Ninth's face twisted into a deeply bloodthirsty sneer. Blade shot him a sideways glance, coldly calculating his worth. This deceptive snake never even lifted a finger during the Heavenly Treasure Summit. The Kai Warlord placed this rat in command for one simple reason. His mind is an absolute labyrinth of venomous schemes, weaponizing the local citizens into this brutal uprising. That was undoubtedly his mastermind tactic. Catching Blade's stare, Yan the Ninth waved dramatically. He broke into a sickeningly cheerful laugh. "Greetings, my blood brother. You have put in some serious work." Blade completely ignored the fake pleasantries. Instead, he violently grabbed the back of the nun's collar. Still paralyzed by shock, the sister was effortlessly hoisted right onto his broad shoulder. She flailed in sheer terror, her voice cracking in pure panic. "Please no." Yan the Ninth watched the assassin walk right past him. Smirking with nosy curiosity, he shouted, "Hey brother Blade, what exactly are you doing?" Tuning out the endless maddening prayers echoing right in his ear, Blade marched forward with deadly purpose. Meanwhile, inside a heavily fortified bunker, John Zola slammed his hands onto the desk, glaring at Alex. His voice dripped with absolute dread. "Macau has fallen. Our impenetrable city has actually been swallowed by pirates." Alex remained dead silent before finally speaking up. Sir Alex's eyes turned dead cold. "Lord Bishop, if we just crush these pirates on the main battlefield, we can reclaim absolutely everything we lost." In stark contrast, Bishop John Jola looked deathly pale. The bishop trembled. "But if we fail, Sir Alex, we lose it all." Alex's voice dropped to a menacing growl. "Then let me rephrase this for you, my Lord Bishop. Without declaring absolute war, do you honestly believe the church and the royal family can ever take back Macau?" Facing the bishop's darkened expression, Sir Alex clenched his fists and pushed harder. "Do you really think launching a massive unprovoked attack against the Portuguese crown will somehow convince the Chinese emperor to keep leasing Macau to you? Or are you naive enough to believe those lawless eastern pirates will just pack up and leave?" Bishop Jola stared at the ground in suffocating silence. Finally, realization dawned on him. He raised his head. "You are right, Sir Alex. So what is your grand strategy?" A sinister smirk crept across Alex's face. He pointed a calculating finger. "We are not the only ones suffering from internal conflict, are we?" Hearing this, a cunning light sparked in the bishop's eyes. Meanwhile, at Mount Lantau, the majestic peaks cast long shadows over a harbor packed with heavily armed warships. Standing at the summit, Commander Arthur's face was a mask of pure tension, his jaw locked tight. He analyzed the board in his mind. Whether it was a counterattack or a surprise raid on Guangzhou, the Heavenly Child was playing a massive game of chess, taking unimaginably bold steps, but greater moves meant fatal blind spots. Winning meant claiming the ultimate prize, but a single loss meant absolute annihilation. Staring at Lord Victor's endless fleet blocking out the horizon, the mountain's artillery crews scrambled to load their heavy cannons. Arthur's mind raced. Mount Lantau was completely fortified with elite forces. Logically, no single fleet in existence possessed the combat power to tip the scales against them today, if they were facing ordinary pirate scum. Relying on these legendary defensive bastions would guarantee an absolute flawless victory. But against these brutally overpowered magic-wielding monsters, all this preparation felt terrifyingly inadequate. The terrifying image of Victor swallowing entire mountain ranges flashed in his mind. The reality of Mount Lantau was heavy. They were protecting over 100,000 women, children, and elderly. Hundreds of master craftsmen and 6 massive shipyards rested on their shoulders. The Red Flag Fleet guarded the legendary Cosmic Sea Map and the regenerating heavy artillery. Even high-profile VIPs, like the former manager of the East India Company, Gordon, the ruthless boss of the Three Flags Gang, Sarah, the supreme leader of the Southern Seas, and Lady Flora, the divine fire Yushi herself. They were all visiting the Red Flag territory. Not to mention Li Yan, who had shared the same treacherous ship ride back to Mount Lantau. The stakes were astronomically high. Activating the Book of Great Peace and the 6 divinations of smoke, Victor observed Mount Lantau through a flawless magical projection. The ancient system contained 42 chapters of yin and yang and 612 magical spells, yet the absolute destructive power of the smoke divination reigned supreme. This ultimate skill was Victor's deadliest trump card. Back when the East India Company ruthlessly invaded the South, this very monster used that exact power to obliterate their forces in record time. An arrogant smirk twisted his lips. He crushed his hand, shattering the magical projection of Mount Lantau into mere smoke. Arthur, my old friend, has it really been 2 or 3 years since we last crossed paths? Projecting his terrifying mana from miles away, Victor casually crushed an entire observation tower as if it were a toy. Completely unfazed, Arthur roared back at the sky. Makes sense. My lady scared you so badly you've been hiding in the south like a pathetic turtle ever since. No wonder you haven't dared to show your face. Silence hung in the air. Arthur and his elites braced themselves, anticipating Victor's furious counterattack. Victor's voice echoed back. Am I not here right now, Arthur? I've arrived at your gates. Do I really need to burn incense for your little saintess first? Victor's booming voice shook the very heavens. The sonic waves violently rippled across the ocean. And then, without warning, a gigantic godlike hand slammed directly onto the shores of Mount Lantau. The devastating impact triggered an earth-shattering tremor. Victor's mocking voice pierced through the chaos. Where is that little supreme leader of yours anyway? After taking that massive beating, did the heavenly child drag her back to Mount Lantau to hide in her room and cry? Arthur's face turned completely black with blazing fury. He roared, "Listen to me, I might not claim to be the absolute strongest, but I can definitely smash a few of your arrogant teeth in. You treacherous snake, you tore up the alliance and turned your guns on Mount Lantau. Your reputation in the southern seas is completely ruined. Forget my red flag fleet. The Flora and Lin factions will never let you leave this place alive. Victor, you spent all this unimaginable effort just to drag my red flag fleet into mutual destruction. Are you insane?" Suspended in the sky, Victor raised his hand toward the cloud-based projection of the mountain. He let out a cold scoff, with a mere flick of his finger against the illusory tower. Instantly, a terrifying beam of light ripped through thousands of miles of ocean, instantly vaporizing the actual command tower. Victor slowly repeated the words, "Mutual destruction." His voice dripped with overwhelming contempt. The sheer speed of the strike left Arthur entirely paralyzed, his jaw dropping in absolute speech-stealing horror. Victor's voice continued chillingly casual. "Let's ignore the heavenly child for a second. That fool can't even protect his own neck. Even if he somehow magically defeats the Western Fleet, do you really think those southern pirate factions have the guts to eliminate me?" He raised his hand higher. Pure catastrophic mana began violently swirling in the palm of his hand. Victor declared boldly, "I am absolutely certain Mount Lantau is hiding a legendary treasure that is more than worth the risk." Hearing this chilling revelation, Arthur's eyes widened in sheer terror, his teeth grinding together. Aboard his massive flagship, Victor fully unleashed his suffocating magical aura. A monstrous hurricane erupted as violent crimson lightning repeatedly struck the churning ocean. A dark thought crossed his mind. Arthur's silence confirms it. Mount Lantau really is hiding an ultimate artifact. Victor's eyes gleamed with greed as he roared to his men, "Crush Mount Lantau, capture the supreme leader." In a split second, an endless storm of flaming artillery shells rained down from the sky, mercilessly bombarding the mountain fortress. Arthur gritted his teeth in burning hatred. He knew the power dynamics. The so-called kings of the south were just ruthless demons, but Victor was a peerless, heaven-defying monster. Even with their defensive magic and cursed seals, this level of absolute destruction was far beyond the limits of human comprehension. The sheer unfathomable power of this beast was literally on par with the wrath of the heavens. Arthur could easily envision the catastrophic future, Victor arrogantly reshaping the world with his ultimate system skills. The fact that Victor acquired the glorious Book of Great Peace was undeniably a twisted blessing from Celestia herself. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence approached from behind. Arthur flinched rapidly, turning his head. It was none other than Lady Dana, the legendary Yushi of the Fire Cauldron. Arthur stared at her, his mind racing wildly. This mysterious woman had crossed the treacherous divine oceans from Celestia's realm. I might not know her true origins or why she came, or why the heavenly child and Victor allowed her to disguise herself as the Flora faction's Fire Yushi, but her hidden power level is absolutely terrifying. Arthur's face turned deadly serious as he respectfully bowed his head. "Greetings, Fire Yushi." Dana offered a terrifyingly gentle smile. "Just calling me Yushi is more than enough." Her casual but intensely dominating aura sent violent shivers down the spines of all the nearby guards. Arthur remained dead silent. Then, shocking everyone, the proud commander dropped to his knees before her. He pleaded with absolute desperation. Mount Lantau has reached its final hour of survival. The fire cauldron, Yushi, had arrived. Yushi, please save us. Staring at the blazing warships in the distance, Dan Niang spoke from behind Shu Xiaoyi, the typing texts. This magic resembles incense divine power. I understand its essence, but I need Chief Shu to do me a favor. Name it Yushi. Shu Xiaoyi replied. Dan Niang's expression turned dead serious. He sits on an incense tower. I want my own incense tower as well, and mine must look infinitely more luxurious. Shu Xiaoyi bowed immediately. I will build it now. Suddenly, a tiny figure dashed out, startling the fierce leader. Seeing her face, Shu Xiaoyi gasped in shock. Ah, Shu, this battlefield is too dangerous. You need to head back inside. When Li Yan returns, Uncle Xiaoyi will ensure you get justice. Zhang Shu sighed. Pointing straight at Dan Niang, she asked bluntly, is it true our alliance leader performed the Grand Nine Bow ritual for this fire cauldron lady? Dan Niang's attendant stood tall. Neither arrogant nor submissive, he answered calmly. Yes. Instantly, Zhang Shu dropped to her knees. This drastic action shocked Shu Xiaoyi. Dan Niang stared in utter disbelief, but the young girl's face remained fiercely determined. Thud. A heavy impact echoed. Zhang Shu slammed her forehead against the hard ground. Shu Xiaoyi stood frozen, unable to process the moment. She calmly clasped her hands in desperate prayer. Thud. Another brutal strike against the floor. Only when her skin tore and fresh blood pooled did the horrifying sound finally stop. Dan Niang watched her with profound silence. As the bleeding girl stood back up, the Yushi crossed her arms and softly asked, Uncle Tai is an elder alliance leader. Yet he bowed to you. He offered the Grand Nine Bow ritual. Naturally, I must offer my 6 bows of absolute respect. Then what does Alliance leader Ah Shu seek? Zhang Shu spoke with unyielding resolve. Just like Uncle Zhao Yi, I beg the fire cauldron Yushi to save Dayu Mountain. Dan Niang's gaze sharpened into fierce intensity. Since you ask, it is my duty. Zhang Shu didn't waste another breath on formalities. The little girl spun toward her uncle. Uncle Zhao Yi, where is Brother Li Yan, keeping the 3 banner leaders locked up? Brother Li Yan promised to release them once this ends. The 5 banners are flesh and blood. This tragic civil war is nothing but a twisted misunderstanding. With Dayu Mountain facing total annihilation, you must guard those leaders. If they die, the red banner will slaughter that demon on the spot to avenge them. Shu Xiaoyi stared at the brilliant child. He thought to himself, holding the 3 banner leaders in red banner territory was like clutching a ticking time bomb. Killing them was a tactical disaster. Releasing them, absolutely impossible. If they somehow died by Zhang He's blade, it would tie up all loose ends flawlessly. Listening to Ah Shu, he knew Li Yan had long coveted blue banners Yu Zhengqiao and black banners Zhao Xiaoyi. His mind made up, he bowed deeply. Zhao Yi accepts this command. Meanwhile, in another grim location, while marching up the stone steps, Zhu Xiaoyi spotted a swaying silhouette in the shadows. The figure tilted its head. It was Lin Yuanfu. Shu Xiaoyi faltered for a mere second. Shaking off the ominous feeling, he coldly walked right past him. Lin Yuanfu watched his retreating back. A sinister smirk crept up his face. He remembers his vow. How perfectly composed. Soon devastating pillars of black smoke erupted across Dayu Mountain's coast. Inside the besieged shipyards, the deafening clash of steel sang a symphony of destruction. Utter chaos reigned supreme as massive warships capsized violently. It was a catastrophic landscape of endless despair. Meanwhile, far from the bloodbath, Zhang Shu clutched a pastry tightly. Pure anxiety and terror violently shook her tiny frame. Dan Niang gazed down at her. Her mystical eyes brimmed with profound gentleness. Inside the rustic room, a single ray of fading light pierced the heavy silence. A soft smile touched Dan Niang's lips. Want a bite? Zhang Shu didn't even hesitate. No. The Yushi simply murmured, all right. Then the crushing silence swallowed them again. Aboard the dreadnought, Anwei, under countless stunned gazes, Li Yan charged like a raging beast. Facing a horde of crimson-armored soldiers alone, he unleashed an absolutely overwhelming massacre. Suddenly, his predator instincts flared. A massive fist tore through the air toward his face. The incoming strike carried catastrophic bone-crushing power. Li Yan instantly raised his spear to block. He leaped backward, executing a flawless, evasive flip. Landing with perfect balance, his eyes narrowed into a legendary death glare. His attacker arrogantly smirked openly, mocking the lone spearman's retreat, but in a bloody flash, 3 nearby enemies dropped dead instantly. Moving at godlike speeds, Li Yan's spear had already pierced their chests, snuffing out 3 miserable lives in one breathless heartbeat. Standing tall, he wiped the sweat from his jaw. These bronze-helmeted soldiers possessed terrifyingly massive frames. Deep within their torn guts, dark gears and hydraulic pipes twisted like mechanical nightmares. Through their gaping chest wounds, a grotesque labyrinth of spinning discs and mechanical cylinders lay exposed. Raising his spear, the system's cold voice suddenly shattered his focus. Royal Guard Z eliminated orange-grade Habio Magic Drive Core, severely damaged, combat evaluation confirmed. System inheritance awakening rate currently at 39%. System lore unlocked. These crippled battlefront insects were granted a horrific second life fueled by the dark gears of European magic tech innovation. Processing this insane revelation, Li Yan smirked internally. Someday he definitely needed to witness these terrifying European marvels with his own eyes. But right now, survival came first. Stepping over the slaughtered mechanical corpses, Li Yan roared to his squad, "Move." He then exploded forward with blinding speed. His mind raced furiously. What demonic material formed the repulsive membrane wrapping this cursed ship? Sharp weapons barely pierced its impossibly sticky surface. Fire and brute force were utterly useless. Touch it, and the repulsive membrane writhed like living flesh. The truth was undeniably horrifying. This was the nightmarish secret behind the invincible Anwei. Suddenly, old Gu frantically dashed to his side. "Brother Li Yan, let me take the vanguard. You've been slaughtering nonstop without a single breath. How can we let our glorious leader act as a mere meat shield?" Li Yan flashed a fearless grin, pointing backward. "Listen up, old Gu, guard the rear and assess our catastrophic casualties. If the outer naval warfare wasn't pushing us to the absolute brink, Boss Tai sacrificed countless small boats to reinforce us, all effortlessly annihilated by this demonic Anwei ship. Without that sacrifice, I'd never risk this suicidal charge." Hearing this grim reality, old Goose sank into heavy silence. Staring at Li Yan with deeply anxious eyes, the veteran warrior solemnly spoke up. "Brother Li Yan, your aura feels completely unstable." Li Yan's expression hardened as he instantly denied it. "I am perfectly fine. Focus on the mission." Without another word, he charged forward like a bullet, leading the vanguard while the others trailed behind. His hair whipped wildly in the wind, but his face remained terrifyingly grim, his brow furrowed with heavy strategic calculations. That bastard Zhu Ben's pirate fleet was currently at its absolute peak, aggressively launching a massive siege on Guangzhou City. These outlaws were dangerously notorious. If those scumbags breached within 10 miles of Guangzhou, the catastrophic damage would dwarf the Red Hair Foreigner War by thousands of times. It would completely shatter his ultimate master plan. Just the mental image of Zhu Ben's terrifying war fleet marching toward the city walls made Li Yan's anxiety spike to dangerous levels. He could only pray to the heavens right now. Hopefully, those leftover Imperial guards he had spared earlier could act as meat shields and stall Zhu Ben's devastating advance. Little Knife took 500 elite Kai family soldiers to raid Macau, yet complete radio silence remained. What the hell was happening over there? Daozi was stationed at the Macau church, and even Yan Ajiu and the Old Master had joined the chaotic fray. Then there was the escalating crisis near Lantau Island. That arrogant Zhang, he dared to invade his absolute territory. Little did he know he was marching straight into Dan Niang's lethal trap. A demonic pirate commander going head-to-head against a terrifying wild god of incense and fire magic. Though he had absolute faith in Dan Niang's newly awakened divine fire cauldron spear Zhang, he commanded tens of thousands of vicious anim pirates. The final victor of this bloody clash was still a mystery. Li Yan's eyes snapped open with blazing resolve. If they did not hijack the NB battleship immediately and lost the Guangzhou Bay War, it was all over. They would fail the Yanfu system event and be forced to flee like miserable cowards. One single misstep meant getting blown to pieces by the Red Hair's artillery. Suddenly, a crisp system notification chimed in his mind, instantly snapping Li Yan back to brutal reality. "Ding! You have received an incoming voice request." In Macau, Daozi casually held a burning cigarette, reporting back with a shockingly relaxed expression. "Macau has been secured." Perfect timing, Li Yan pressed his back against the cold corridor wall, sighing in relief. Conquering Macau was the absolute core foundation of his entire grand strategy. As long as this crucial territory was locked down, even if every other Yanfu system quest ended in failure, he still possessed the absolute capital to restart the game. Handing over the manpower and the Black Flag Ghost to Little Knife was a brilliant gamble. The timing and strategy were perfectly aligned. Li Yan's voice hardened through the comms. "What about your status? Any critical damage?" Dowsy chuckled darkly. "Just a few scratches." Crushing this side was an absolute joke. "Li Yan, let me ask you something." But before he could finish his sentence, a sickening wet thud abruptly cut the connection. Dowsy flinched, his relaxed demeanor vanishing into pure lethal focus. What the hell just happened? Back on the Envy battleship, Li Yan was caught in a deadly point-blank ambush. Even though his spear had ruthlessly pierced the sudden red-coat attacker, the enemy's double-barreled musket was already smoking. A devastating bloom of crimson erupted right across Li Yan's chest. A direct hit, Li Yan brutally ripped his spear out, sending blood splattering across the deck. Clutching his torn, bleeding chest, he grimaced in sheer annoyance. "Damn it, I got careless and took a fatal bullet." Staring at his completely blood-soaked hand, the main character coughed violently, tasting copper before casually updating Dowsy through the neural link. "It is nothing. Just a minor glitch. I will call you back." Severing the system comms, he cursed his luck. If he had just equipped his dragon horse combat technique to boost his speed, he could have easily dodged that pathetic shot. Regardless, Li Yan leaned heavily on his bloody spear. He pinched a glowing medicinal pill with 2 fingers, tossing it into his mouth while groaning internally. "Thank the system, I still have some premium recovery jujus left to quickly regenerate my drained HP." Healing up, he turned his lethal gaze sideways. His allied crew was aggressively slaughtering the remaining Royal Guard blockades. They flawlessly executed the enemies one by one, establishing an absolute terrifying battlefield dominance. Meanwhile, at Lantau Island, a scout rapidly sprinted toward the stone altar where Dan Niang was chatting with the little girl Zheng Xu. Bowing deeply, the subordinate roared a high-stakes military report. Dan Niang's sharp eyes instantly locked onto him. "Divine Fire Lady, the sacred ritual altar and incense burners you requested are fully prepared." The massive magic platform was constructed on a terrifyingly steep mountain peak, heavily guarded by rows of fully armed disciples. The central magic altar stood tall, bordered by 4 wildly smoking incense burners. Gazing at the mountaintop ritual ground, Dan Niang gracefully stood up. "Come with me to the peak," she told Ah Shu with eerie calmness. Out on the dark ocean Zhang, he coldly glared at the Lantau Island defensive fleet. The vanguard ship floated peacefully, when suddenly the ocean beneath it violently spiraled into a massive whirlpool. Whoosh! The entire galleon was forcefully yanked right out of the raging sea. The colossal vessel literally flew right over the demonic pirate Zhang. His head remaining dead, silent, he simply raised one hand. Boom! An overwhelming wave of dark death-infused magical aura instantly obliterated the air. Zhang He sneered with absolute disgust. "Humph, they could not survive a single strike." Dan Niang's aura grew terrifyingly dark. Atop the grand altar, her furious eyes locked onto the horizon, now completely engulfed by Zhang. His endless armada. Dan Niang's voice was frighteningly calm. "Ah Shu, bring me a basin of pure water." Shu Xiaoyi frantically rushed forward. "I will get it." But the words violently choked in his throat before he could finish. Little Aju was infinitely faster, rolling up her sleeves with a deadly serious face. She grabbed the iron basin. Moments later, she climbed the sacred altar, slamming the water-filled bowl onto the magic table. "It is ready," the little girl announced. Dan Niang remained silent. With a mere flick of her divine wrist, a seemingly ordinary pebble miraculously levitated into the air, hovering with crackling magical energy. Dan Niang elegantly dropped the stone into the basin. Slowly swirling her hand clockwise above the surface, the water miraculously parted like the Red Sea. Only the black pebble remained magically suspended in the empty center. Weaving intricate hand seals, her brows locked in intense concentration, she unleashed her terrifying divine flame aura. Faint scorching embers ignited around her left hand. In perfect sync, the tiny black stone erupted into blinding crimson-orange flames, rapidly expanding in size and pure destructive power. The pathetic pebble magnified hundreds of thousands of times beyond imagination. Dan Niang's eyes snapped wide open as she chanted boom. The colossal boulder transformed into a devastating meteor, trailing dark blue death aura. It violently crashed down toward Zhang He. The Pirate King froze in absolute bone-chilling terror. Dan Niang's face darkened as she formed another brutal hand seal. The world's natural spiritual energy condensed into glowing threads, instantly morphing into a solid geometric matrix inside her water basin. Watching up close, Ah Shu was completely mind-blown. Swish, Dan Niang's arms suddenly swept out protectively, yanking the little girl into a tight embrace. Ah Shu gasped in pure shock. Dan Niang's expression turned utterly merciless, channeling a catastrophic amount of spiritual aura into her tightly clenched fist. Bam! She ruthlessly smashed her glowing punch directly into the spiritual hologram floating inside the basin. Instantly, an apocalyptic, earth-shattering rumble echoed across the world. The solid cliffside directly in front of her ritual altar aggressively caved in. Massive spider-webbed fissures tore through the bedrock rumble. An entire catastrophic section of the mountain instantly triggered a colossal landslide. It brutally snapped away from the main peak, plummeting into the abyss. Zhang He's eyes bulged out of his skull, witnessing this godlike destruction. What the hell kind of monster is she? He screamed internally. The shattered mountain debris transformed into an apocalyptic rain of gigantic boulders. It crashed down like a devastating waterfall of absolute destruction, annihilating everything below. Zhang Xiu's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. The simulated mountain terrain perfectly mirrored the brutal reality unfolding right before him. Chunks of spiritual light rained down relentlessly. With a deafening roar, massive boulders cascaded simultaneously like a wildly disturbed hornet's nest. The ocean violently convulsed, ships tossed wildly as massive waves capsized them. Helpless, tiny figures were completely swallowed, their desperate screams piercing the heavens. Boom! A monstrous tsunami devoured absolutely everything. This apocalyptic wave instantly wiped out Zhang Hai's entire fortune and his wicked lackeys. Through his heavy bandages, Zhang Hai roared in denial. How was this even possible? Crash. One single strike from Dan Niang completely annihilated the entire enemy fleet. Meanwhile, the magnificent Anwei warship stood unbroken. A flawless, transparent bubble membrane powerfully protected its majestic hull from the surrounding chaos. Deep inside the vessel, heavy footsteps echoed. Facing blazing red gun muzzles, Li Yan charged forward like a vanguard, his spear piercing through with heroic battlefield mastery. Li Yan quickly glanced at his wounded chest. Gritting his teeth, he realized he absolutely could not underestimate these cursed magic kinetic rounds. There was no blood, but his chest throbbed with agonizing pain. Suddenly feeling resistance, Li Yan looked down. A royal guard had tightly grabbed his spearhead. Ignoring his own bloody wound, the guard screamed to his comrades in his native tongue. "I got him. Shoot, I have him pinned. Shoot me." Li Yan met the man's gaze. Acknowledging the raw bravery, he smirked and boldly declared, "Now that is some real fighting spirit." Bang bang, gunfire erupted instantly. Li Yan launched himself upward to dodge, but the unfortunate guard behind him took a fatal bullet straight through the forehead. Following a mid-air flip, Li Yan drove his spear deeper into the royal guard. The man collapsed, coughing up blood, yet his hands refused to release the embedded weapon. "You stubborn mutt," Li Yan cursed. Channeling his full strength, he roared violently, spinning the spear to launch the dying guard straight into the enemy ranks. Without missing a single beat, Li Yan leaped high. He aimed his deadly spear forward, his jaw tightly clenched while absolute fury radiated from his eyes. Swallow piercing strike. A dazzling crimson aura exploded like fireworks. The devastating shockwave blasted multiple royal guards away, instantly claiming countless lives. "Fall back, retreat immediately," the enemy commander desperately screamed. Meanwhile, Li Yan frowned in confusion. His spear was completely stuck inside the corpse. Why is it so rigid? Something is wrong. Li Yan instantly realized the grim truth. The dead man's eyes and mouth were emitting a blinding, unnatural light. "Take cover right now," Li Yan frantically roared. But it was far too late. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, leaving absolutely nowhere to run. Blazing flames instantly swallowed Li Yan. The massive shockwave violently blasted the others away, with the suicidal explosion's deadly radius reaching the ship's edge. "Ah, my eyes!" An allied warrior screamed in pure agony. The uninjured quickly rushed backward, desperately helping their heavily wounded brothers. Yet Li Yan stood tall within the flames, completely unharmed. Clenching his fists, he smirked. "After the 9 winds enhancement, ordinary fire cannot scratch me anymore." He dashed forward, leaving rapid orders behind. "Sun Xiaobo, Zhao Sheng, Zhang Yazi, secure our wounded brothers and wait for my next signal." Li Yan's squad quickly pushed into the lower cabin. He completely bypassed a door, totally unaware that 2 royal guards were already lying in ambush inside. Actually, it was not just two. The entire cargo room was swarming with hidden enemies. From the upper deck, old Gu frantically yelled, "Brother Li Yan, we are surrounded." Li Yan's brow fiercely furrowed. Hearing that enemies were blocking their rear meant this battle situation had instantly turned critical. The Portuguese naval forces somehow had backup troops remaining. Facing relentless enemy fire, Li Yan suddenly chuckled. "Old Gu, your Goryeo ghost crew must be excellent swimmers, right?" Old Gu laughed heartily in response. "Brother Li Yan, do you really need to ask such an obvious question? I am not bragging. Pick absolutely anyone here. Give them two 50-pound sacks, and they can easily swim over 10 miles without breaking a single sweat." Hearing this, Li Yan's battle lust completely ignited. "Then I must apologize to you, brothers." Swinging his spear with a smirk, he shouted, "Watch this." Crash! A monstrous shockwave erupted as his mighty weapon smashed the hull. The thick, reinforced framework violently shattered and heavy seawater instantly flooded in. Terrified screams echoed loudly. The crushing water pressure forcefully washed the Portuguese soldiers right out of the room. Resting his spear, Li Yan smiled casually. "Oh, what a fantastic, unexpected harvest." The cabin doors slowly creaked open as turbulent water completely flooded the entire wooden floor. Li Yan and his men finally entered the heavily ambushed room. With water already at their knees, Li Yan walked cautiously, quickly, noticing a highly suspicious phenomenon. A rapid stream of bubbles continuously floated upward from a specific spot. This phenomenon only happened when trapped air was desperately trying to escape. One floor beneath them, a panicked soldier asked, "What is happening?" The enemy squad stared up in absolute horror at a long ceiling crack, actively dripping water. Boom! Li Yan shattered the floorboards. As raging waters poured down, he charged through the wreckage, aiming his spear with an absolutely bone-chilling glare. The Portuguese soldiers turned pale with terror. Gritting his teeth, one wildly pointed his finger at Li Yan and screamed, "Fire! Shoot him all at once!" Every single rifle instantly aimed at him. But they were way too slow. Li Yan dashed through like a phantom, effortlessly reaping their lives with graceful strikes. It was like watching a silent tragedy. No matter how wide their horrified eyes bulged, they died instantly without making even a single sound. Splashing through the bloody water, Li Yan narrowed his eyes and smirked. "I finally found you." The room contained massive tanks glowing with mysterious blue and purple hues. Dense vapor continuously billowed from the containers. Suddenly, the golden system panel appeared. Magic kinetic tech notification gas membrane generator unique legendary tier. Manufacturer Heron Shipyard. Condition absolute perfection. First effect consumes siren algae to generate a powerful bubble membrane that completely blocks all external physical attacks. Wait through the bubbles, it creates any physical object that comes into contact will violently sink straight to the dark bottom of the ocean. Second effect, siren algae possesses terrifying regenerative capabilities. Everything its bubbles touch will inevitably sink. Creator, the most brilliant microbiologist in all of Europe. The engine's roar shook the very air. Li Yan gazed at the massive glowing water tanks. This was the pinnacle of advanced technology. Rainwater dripped through the damp, oppressive space. His voice cut through the noise, cold and detached. "You are the core of this place, aren't you?" Li Yan tightened his grip and swung his spear. A deafening crash echoed as he smashed the deck. The massive force instantly split the thick wooden boards. Water cascaded down like a raging waterfall, and he dove straight into the gaping abyss. Landing on the lower support beams of the Envy ship, his eyes suddenly widened in sheer shock. A single drop of blood essence radiating pure, suffocating, killing intent seeped upward from the main hull. That crimson aura of death exploded upward instantly, swallowing his entire body. Defying the very laws of gravity, Li Yan froze mid-air, trapped in absolute stasis. Then an unexplainable phenomenon occurred. A terrifying heavy groan erupted from the depths of the Envy. The entire massive vessel trembled violently against the raging sea. Deep within the hull, grotesque bubbling clusters surged upward. They formed terrifying tentacle-like structures violently wrapping around the main backbone of the ship from bow to stern. The dense liquid-like bubbles warped the surrounding air, making the atmosphere look like a boiling cauldron of gas. A mutant monstrosity tore through the bubbling mist. It had a grotesque head and stubby arms like a newborn beast. Yet it unleashed an ear-shattering screech, instantly expanding into a colossal leviathan. Its demonic flame-lit eyes locked onto Li Yan, snapping its massive jaws wide open. Breaking free from the strange blood aura's control, Li Yan reacted with lightning speed. He whipped his spear in a brutal arc, smashing the beast's face to the side. Using the momentum, he vaulted across the gap. His feet slammed into the hull's ribbing, and he dashed forward, moving as fast as a raging hurricane. Li Yan roared with explosive power. Gripping his spear shaft with both hands, he delivered a devastating smash directly into the dense mist clinging to the hull. Channeling the soul of a grandmaster, he unleashed the swallow-piercing sickle strike. Sword aura and killing intent erupted like a violent storm. All that explosive energy gathered at his spear tip, plunging straight into the bubbling anomaly. Countless spear thrusts blurred into a phantom storm. Brilliant streaks of blue-white light fiercely bombarded the demonic gas. Li Yan then invoked his ultimate technique, Power of the Nine Winds Glacial Descent. A domain of absolute zero swept across the space, instantly freezing that sinister liquid-like mist into solid ice. Maintaining a tactical high ground, he kept a safe distance from the bizarre entity. He furrowed his brows, frustrated. That wasn't enough damage, he thought grimly. His blood aura surged into a torrential overflow. Blood/burst, he bellowed. Wrapped in crimson energy, his spear thrust forward ruthlessly, shattering the frozen demonic gas into a million pieces. The Envy's main spine instantly snapped. Stripped of their support, the side ribs began to collapse violently. Translucent iridescent bubbles helplessly floated through the chaotic air. Having destroyed his own foothold, Li Yan plummeted. He quickly adjusted his balance midair. Watching massive planks rain down around him, he calculated the threat. The structural core is gone. This ship will sink in seconds, he realized. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of pure agony hit him. The excruciating pain twisted his face into a furious grimace. Clenching his jaw, he grabbed his throbbing head. The backlash from blood slash and shadow flight, he cursed inwardly, barely keeping himself from collapsing. Amidst the storm of falling debris, Li Yan leaped upward, escaping the ruined lower deck, but without warning, a massive muscular hand lunged directly at him. Caught entirely off guard, he took the brutal punch. He was sent flying, crashing against the hull with a deafening thud. With lightning reflexes, he managed to grip a wooden plank with one hand. That quick move saved him from a watery grave. Just then, across from him, a heavy boot stepped menacingly onto the thick wooden frame. It was Friedrich, a hulking 50-year-old warrior with a menacing mechanical arm. Clenching a pipe in his teeth, his scarred, one-eyed face radiated pure malice. He tightened his metal fist, glaring dead at his prey. Right on cue, the system interface flared to life, displaying the enemy's terrifying stat panel. Identity: Royal Guard Officer. Status: Critically injured machinery overload. Warning: Short-term overload grants explosive bursts of kinetic power. Threat level: Deep Purple. Combat rating: 9 luminaries. Note: his bounty rivals half the port of Porto, according to the Portuguese king. Li Yan quickly did a backflip, landing in a flawless defensive stance. Standing firmly on the splintered deck, his mind raced. If I faced Boss Yan and his gang's ambush alone, my chances of survival would be slim. I might have even been beaten to a pulp. But this guy is a monster. He escaped the Yan family elites and still maintained his 9 luminaries battle power. Darting forward, his eyes grew ice-cold. He aimed his spear tip directly at the cyborg. If this old man was in his prime, his rank would easily surpass the 9 luminaries. Friedrich didn't flinch. His cold eyes stared down at Li Yan like insignificant trash. He threw a devastating mechanical punch. Clang! The spear tip and iron gauntlet clashed, erupting in a fierce spark-showering shockwave. Boom! A deafening explosion of fiery energy blasted them both backward. Using the recoil, Friedrich leaped effortlessly onto a heavy support beam inside the shattered cabin. Raging flames licked the air around him. Suddenly, bizarre clicking sounds echoed from his mechanical arm. Friedrich glanced down, his eye widening in absolute shock. He watched helplessly as his armored arm began to disintegrate. Gears and plates dropped like falling autumn leaves, clattering against the burning deck. Meanwhile, Li Yan landed safely on another piece of wreckage. He stared at the Envy, now severed in half and engulfed in an inferno of smoke and fire. A wicked smirk crossed Li Yan's face. He arrogantly beckoned the cyborg with his fingers. Suddenly, from the doorway right behind Friedrich, Boss Yan charged in with overwhelming fury. "You barbarian scum! Pay for my 6th brother's life!" he roared. Friedrich violently jerked his head around. The old cyborg wasn't foolish enough to fight a losing battle. Under Li Yan's watchful eyes, he instantly vaulted away to escape. But from the shadows above, Yan Ju plummeted like a hawk. "Hand over your life, you demonic freak!" she shrieked with savage intensity. Friedrich snapped his head up in alarm, gritting her teeth. Ju unleashed a lethal martial arts strike. Friedrich sharply twisted his body. His lone eagle-like eye flashed with a brutally sinister crimson glare. He halted his momentum and executed a flawless evasive roll. He dodged Ah Jiu's devastating dive with supernatural agility, leaving her completely stunned. Seeing this deadly counter, Boss Yan screamed in pure terror, his wrinkled face draining of color. Ah Jiu, watch out! With chilling precision, Frederick used his remaining flesh and blood hand to draw a sniper pistol. The barrel aimed dead straight at Ah Jiu's head. She turned around in sheer panic. Li Yan's expression darkened as he launched himself like a fired cannonball. Just in the nick of time, his spear cleaved through the air, violently knocking Friedrich's gun off target. Ah Jiu splashed safely into the churning ocean below. Using the clash's momentum, Friedrich and Li Yan slid backward. Without hesitating, Li Yan instantly activated the Nine Winds' power. Frost formed a thin, stabilizing ice layer across the ocean's surface, while Friedrich plunged straight into the freezing depths. Yaniju broke through the water, gasping desperately for air. Clinging to a piece of shattered driftwood, she croaked out, "That bastard." Li Yan stood firm on the ice, calmly replying, "The battle is decided. Never chase an enemy to their bitter end." With that, he glanced upward. Amidst the devastating ruins, the air scorched with an unyielding, raging inferno. Boss Yan stood in dead silence, his face twisted in absolute fury as spirit fire hovered above his forehead. Trembling with rage, he roared out, "You red-haired demon, this is far from over." The once magnificent ship was instantly reduced to devastating smoldering ashes, a glorious Portuguese symbol extinguished in a flash. The Envy had completely sunk. Zhu Ben and his elite fleet finally made landfall, leaving a few ruthless pirates to pillage the coastline. Suddenly, a massive imposing ox appeared on the dirt road, dragging a heavy wagon overflowing with plundered goods. Surrounding it were ordinary villagers following closely behind. Leading this bizarre convoy was a simple farmer riding a horse straight ahead. That man was Zhu Ben. He led over 5,000 elite troops, marching straight toward Guangzhou City, now less than 50 kilometers away from ultimate victory. Since the Northern Song dynasty, when legendary pirates ruled Southeast Asia, has any pirate ever successfully conquered an entire provincial capital? Zhang He had returned. Fewer people splitting the treasure is better, right? But why did I not stop him when I had the chance? The red-haired demon shipbreaker was too overpowering. I could not block it. Nobody wants to swallow a bitter defeat here. He wondered why enter Guangzhou was our main goal, not to conquer the city itself. I could not stop the red hair from breaking through, so escaping to Guangzhou was my only surviving option. Clenching his fists tightly, he muttered, "With massive wealth and elite troops, fame and status will naturally follow." Clearly, this cunning man possessed a brilliant tactical mind far beyond ordinary folks. After this epic campaign, Hong Tai will no longer be a worthy opponent. Zhu Ben's face twisted in blazing anger. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "Let the Fulan government officially grant me a higher title. With eternal glory, endless wealth, and absolute military power in my hands, why would I ever fear those weaklings?" But for now, these were just his wild ambitions. How long until they became reality remained a frustrating mystery. As Zhu Ben rode forward, lost in these power-hungry thoughts, a sudden figure dramatically crashed down from the sky, landing right in his path. A panicked scout rushed over to deliver an urgent report. Panting heavily with pure dread in his eyes, the man cried out, "Boss, the royal army is blocking our path. Their leader is Lin Dong, an official under Chen Yui of Guangdong." The scout crawled forward, dropping to his knees before Zhu Ben with absolute trembling respect. "I heard he was previously saved by Li Yanzi's men. The governor gave him gold to recruit scattered troops, but fate tragically brought them face to face with us. It seems completing this dangerous mission will not be a simple walk in the park." Hearing this devastating report, Zhu Ben's face morphed into pure shock. He furiously roared, "Since when do Guangdong and Guangxi have any royal forces capable of stopping our legendary march? How many men do they have?" Hearing his boss's raging question, the scout stood up, throwing his arms wide. "Over 2,000 heavily armed soldiers are blocking our path." That number was not overwhelmingly massive, but it was certainly a deadly threat. With only their current forces, breaking through this iron barricade would not be easy. The pirate boss completely froze in absolute disbelief. Unable to unleash his fury, Zhu Ben could only grit his teeth, his eyes burning with intense, murderous hatred. Entering the city to claim Fulan's glorious rewards was his ultimate destiny. Starting a bloodbath with the royal army now would ruin everything. What was his next tactical move? Even a legendary commander like him found his brain splitting from the mounting pressure, desperately searching for a flawless escape route. One single mistake could wipe out his entire crew. Across the raging river, an endless wall of soldiers stared down Zhu Ben's trapped forces. Below the river banks, eerie human-like decoys crafted by the villagers stood like silent, ghostly sentinels. Meanwhile, back at the devastating Guangzhou Bay battlefield, the scene was pure apocalyptic chaos. Absolutely everything was shattered into pieces. Giant warships were completely swallowed by a terrifying sea of flames. Even the legendary Envy met its absolute doom there. It no longer resembled a proud ship. It was reduced to splintered debris, shattered structures, and ruined timber floating aimlessly stripped of all its former terrifying glory. Facing this absolute carnage, Kai Qian roared an explosive command to his crew. The 7 magical warships that Hastings bragged about were nothing but weak, burning trash. All forces rally your fighting spirit and storm the British decks. But as he gave the order, he glanced down. Every single vessel was brutally destroyed, swallowed by the dark abyss, leaving behind a graveyard of unrecognizable debris. The agonizing scene was a soul-crushing nightmare. Suddenly, without warning, a pirate standing on the deck violently collapsed backward. It was not just him. The entire crew desperately dove straight into the freezing ocean, escaping their own ship that was now consumed by a raging inferno. Staying meant turning into ash within that blazing coffin. Jumping was their only desperate gamble to survive and see their families again. Glancing back, he spotted familiar faces fighting through the chaos. Bursting from the burning wreckage were none other than Boss Yan and Yan Ajiu. Kai Qian turned his head sharply as Boss Yan shouted, "Zhang. He has boarded the Red Flag fleet. He told me to pass a message. Once the dust finally settles, he will fulfill his destined promise." Hearing those heavy words, Kai Qian fell into a deep, intense silence. Seeing his dark expression, Boss Yan hurriedly stepped forward to comfort his leader. "Boss, seeing your reaction." Boss Yan approached, grabbing Kai Qian's shoulder with a heavy grip and calmly dropped the devastating news, "Old Six is dead." The heart-wrenching truth struck like lightning. Kai Qian froze like a mountain, utterly unable to process the horrifying words. Such a catastrophic blow completely shattered his defenses, making it impossible to mask his agonizing grief. He slowly turned his back, swallowed by dark sorrow. The apocalyptic backdrop framed his grief, highlighting the completely annihilated Envy ship against nature's terrifying wrath. Meanwhile, this catastrophic destruction was being watched through Tang Yala's binoculars. Assessing the devastating bloodbath, sheer panic struck his eyes as he roared a desperate command to everyone. "Disband the troops. I want the entire army disbanded right now." This all started because Hastings swore conquering the government was easier than crushing the Mogun Empire. Now the base lies in ruins and the high ground is lost. This catastrophic failure falls entirely on your shoulders. Hearing this pathetic outburst, Alex suddenly stepped forward, his aura chilling. "Lord Bishop, did you seriously swallow the blind hype from those aura warriors at the summit? Is that truly why you agreed to this suicide mission? Human will defies heaven. We haven't lost yet. No matter the outcome, the Trade Guild will carry the full weight of its own actions. Win or lose, Hastings' grand delusion of forcing the trade markets open through sheer military force could now be officially declared a massive, undeniable failure. The brutal aftermath of the battle made it crystal clear. The current board absolutely did not favor our desperate push to unlock the trade routes. Meanwhile, at the Great Temple Mountain, a colossal peak piercing the heavens, an ancient clan's battle flag fluttered fiercely above the half-sunken warships, drowning in the raging waves. Faced with this overwhelming crisis, the desperate civilians pooled their strength, frantically bailing water out of the damaged vessels to prevent a watery grave. Amidst the chaos, Zhang he spotted a mysterious glowing object. Snatching it up, he examined the artifact before bursting into maniacal laughter. "Haha, not the star-forging art, not the 10th lady." Ripping the bloody bandages from his face, he blew a sharp breath into the artifact. Instantly, a blinding surge of ethereal white smoke erupted from the ancient box. From within that blinding radiance materialized a legendary figure. The fire cauldron Yushi's shock instantly morphed into pure ecstasy as he threw his arms wide open, screaming her name. "Tuo Tang," he yelled with fanatical joy. Whatever overwhelming power this mysterious woman possessed made him lose his mind. Hearing his obnoxious yelling, the Yushi rolled her eyes. Meanwhile, the battlefield's pressure shifted as a formidable father and daughter duo stepped into the fray, Zhang Xiu and Xu Chaoyi. Shielding his daughter, he spoke with deep reverence. "The fire cauldron, Yushi's divine magic, is an absolute honor. Win or lose, the Red Flag faction owes you a massive debt. But who could have predicted such a dangerously lethal artifact would bind to my precious Xiu? What twisted fate is this?" The Yushi turned, her terrifying aura softening. "Are you hurt?" The young girl weakly nodded. "I am fine. The Yushi shifted her piercing gaze back. Commander Chao Yi, you used the demonic race to slaughter Guo Poshi's men. How will you clean this mess? Talk about a brutally direct confrontation. The demonic race is fierce, but the Great Temple Mountain can defend itself. As for the Mao gang leader's survival, that is completely out of my hands. Hearing his shameless deflection, the Yushi slowly turned her head. Her expression darkened with a terrifying pressure. And you truly believe that is an acceptable answer? Accepting his stubborn stance, her eyes flashed with absolute authority. If that is your choice, then whatever havoc the demonic race unleashes, let the Li Yan dragon head personally clean up the slaughter. With those freezing words, she turned her back on the stunned duo. Striding with godlike grace, she approached the colossal ancient bell and effortlessly hoisted it into the air. Suddenly, an awe-inspiring phenomenon occurred. A mesmerizing azure light erupted from the artifact's core. The explosive energy pulsed outward instantly, swallowing the entire spatial domain. The sheer scale of the magical shockwave forced every surviving warrior to look up in absolute terror. Even the sinking warships were completely engulfed by this overwhelming divine aura. The survivors stared at the sky in awe, gasping. What kind of monstrous power is this? Without hesitation, she slammed the divine bell downward, forcing the massive azure tsunami to completely shield the sinking fleet. Meanwhile, the desperate civilians were fighting a losing battle against the apocalyptic wrath of nature. Zhang, his battered subordinates, fell to their knees in absolute despair. Are we truly doomed to lose like this? Suddenly, an earth-shattering battle cry tore through the storm. The fire cauldron Yushi descends. You pathetic trash, drop your weapons right now. Witnessing this legendary system awakening the surviving troops erupted into victorious cheers. Showered in such fanatical worship from the crowd, the supreme Yushi actually felt quite shy. Combining the fire cauldron arts with Nishan illusion magic is explosive. However, the internal mana flow is dangerously unstable and desperately needs fine-tuning. Dan Niang fell silent, analyzing her status window. Although my vitality recovered from the divine fire's backlash, my casting speed is chaotic. Ignoring this will shatter my foundation. Nearby, Zhang Xu watched Dan Niang with stars of pure admiration. The moment Lin Yuanfu locked eyes with the duo, his killing intent spiked as he roared their names, Kai Qian Li Yan Zi, and the fire cauldron Yushi, as he signaled a suffocating demonic aura flooded the area. The toxic air physically manifested the decades of venomous hatred festering deep within his blackened soul. It became chillingly obvious. They had unknowingly stepped into a cursed domain overflowing with an unimaginable monstrous miasma. The Guangzhou Bay battlefield raged for 24 brutal hours. Hong Tai's fleet lost half its ships with over 10,000 casualties. Meanwhile, the British-Portuguese alliance suffered 4,000 elite marines dead. If this slaughter continued, the Hong Tai alliance faced total annihilation. Even missing a base, the British Empire's tactical supremacy completely dwarfed the disorganized battle power of the Southern Sea pirates. The Hong Tai alliance stormed the bay with a monstrous army outnumbering Alex's forces 6-1. Yet in a humiliating twist, their death toll was twice as catastrophic as the British. In a chilling tribute to the fallen, the scene shifted to a haunting altar. One untouched bowl of rice and 3 burning incense sticks honored the lost souls. This catastrophic reality check sent Li Yan and Kai Qian's morale crashing. The suffocating pressure from the Red Hair faction was unimaginably heavy, leaving them paralyzed with anxiety over their burning homeland. With such apocalyptic stakes on the line, Commander Alex no longer dared to carelessly sacrifice his precious naval units. Stepping forward, Reverend Tang, Yali, and Alex solemnly pressed their hands over their hearts. Clinging to his holy cross, the Reverend stood beside the commander, offering a heavy prayer for the deceased warriors. The crucial reinforcements that Alex had been agonizingly waiting for still had not arrived. Watching Reverend Tang's patience violently shatter, it became terrifyingly clear this meat grinder exceeded Hastings' grand calculations. With 0 options left, Alex swallowed his pride and hoisted the white flag of defeat. Thus, the Guangzhou Bay bloodbath crowned the Hong Tai faction as ultimate victors. Completely outmatched and humiliated, Alex had no choice but to frantically retreat across the ocean. Fiercely marching toward Guangzhou, Li Yan's forces arrived just as a furious Zhu Ben lost all patience and violently turned his blade on Guan Ping. Li Yan had 0 time for useless monologues. Unfazed, he utterly ignored Zhu Ben's pathetic and treacherous mind games. He led the elite Red Flag fleet into the fray, forcing Zhu Ben's forces deep into the mountains of western Yue before pivoting his vanguard straight toward Guangzhou. Covered in ash and disgrace, Zhu Ben fled from Li Yan's relentless pursuit, desperately gathering his scattered stragglers along the riverbank. He was backed into a corner, completely humiliated with no excuse to retreat. Returning now was a massive loss of face, and honestly, Li Yan and Kai Qian wouldn't just let him march back into the city. Clinging to foolish hope, Zhu Ben camped his ragged army by the river, sending daily envoys to the Red Flag fleet. He shamelessly begged for peace, pathetically, claiming it was all a giant misunderstanding to save his own skin. Meanwhile, Li Yan and Kai Qian were too busy dividing their massive spoils to care about his pathetic existence. Triumphant roars echoed across the seas as pirate fleets delivered glorious news. Lin Ajin had successfully crushed the Portuguese reinforcements. With the Battle of Guangzhou finally settled, absolute victory was declared. 3 days later, Kai Qian, Li Yan, and Lin Ajin proudly marched their victorious armies straight into the heart of Guangzhou. Acknowledging his crucial role in blocking the enemy for the Red Flag fleet, Li Yan generously rewarded Lin Ajin with a mountain of treasure. This ultimate gesture of goodwill officially buried a centuries-old blood feud between their families. Interestingly, the Portuguese forces had sneakily deployed small scout ships earlier. They tried bypassing the Red Flag fleet to steal riches, but their ambush failed miserably. Tian Bei and the Red Flag fleet ultimately seized around 70 merchant vessels. Whether any enemies escaped alive was a problem for another day. Meanwhile, a massive armada from Tian Bei and the Red Flag fleet anchored in Macau to block the East India Company. Sticking to their epic master plan, the Red Flag fleet and Tian Bei launched a joint strike to conquer Macau. Once the dust settled, they split the territory equally and stationed their mighty garrisons together. Kai Qian was far more obsessed with ruling Guangzhou than taking Macau, but Li Yan's ultimate goal was the exact opposite. Sure, Guangzhou was overflowing with gold, but it meant absolutely nothing to his Yanfu system progression. The legendary Yanfu secret treasure hidden in Macau was the only prize Li Yan truly desired. Kai Qian thought Macau had been corrupted by Western forces for too long. Capturing it would only make them a massive target, and honestly, the loot wasn't even worth the headache. Kai Qian's destiny wasn't just to be some random island king, so Macau was completely useless to him. But holding the mighty stronghold of Guangzhou, that was absolutely crucial for his grand ambition. Their legendary partnership worked flawlessly. Li Yan willingly gave up the lion's share of the city's sweet rewards. He handed it over so Kai Qian could appease the corrupt government, while Kai Qian completely surrendered his claim on Macau. The imperial court rewarding Li Yan wasn't a shocker, especially since the economy across Guangdong and Guangxi was paralyzed. Li Yan casually strolled through the city and effortlessly secured mountains of gold. With Macau conquered, Zheng Shu of the Red Flag fleet officially claimed the ultimate title of Pirate Lord. With both epic goals achieved, Li Yan's master plan was an absolute success. The bloody Nanyang War finally faded into the shadows, and their massive underground trade network brought in unimaginable wealth. He crushed the Western Alliance fleet and firmly grasped the legendary secret treasure of Macau in his own hands. Out of 20 mythical beast sea charts, only one final piece remained. Forging the eternal passage was now just a single breath away. He sacrificed 100,000 silver to the mighty general leading the siege on Human. Notorious pirates plundered legendary wealth, while the government burned with terrifying fury. Summoning the White Horse, he led the ultimate Nanyang pirate fleet to drive out the Western forces. These were the 5 legendary Yanfu system events. With just a few minor quests left, his epic journey would reach total completion. All that remained was reaping the glorious fruits of his absolute victory. Weeks later, in July of the 14th year of Jiaqing, Fulin purified himself and returned to the Grand General's estate in Guangzhou. The capital's decree officially commanded him to eradicate the wicked and protect their ancestors' sacred land. This humble servant shamed his royal title. Though blessed by the boundless heavens and aided by heroic warriors, the deadly Western artillery rained down on us. Countless souls perished instantly in the devastating crossfire. The Western barbarians smashed our gates to spark pure chaos, but the Imperial Guard exterminated the traitors. Long live the exalted Pirate Lord. The scene dramatically shifts to the British trading house. System notification: you have completed the Pirate Queen's Yanfu event with a stunning 90% rating. The East India Company suffered catastrophic losses. This was Hastings' most devastating defeat in over a decade. Your purchasing authority has leveled up, granting you a surprise legendary pull. So this is what it feels like to be a local emperor. Without lifting a finger, top city officials violently fought to shower him with gold and breathtaking. beauties. These corrupt elites were terrified of pirates, but they feared the ruthless Western forces infinitely more. This latest raid yielded 7 decently worn blades for backup, plus a few dusty ancient texts to boost his lore knowledge. As for the hoarded wealth, it offered 0 special system effects. If this was anything like the Lotus Illusion web exclusive items couldn't be extracted and his exchange limit was already maxed out. Since gentle beauties were practically throwing themselves at him, he gladly accepted the royal treatment. A filthy rich merchant named Yang instantly gifted him 10 heaven-defying beauties, including a pair of breathtakingly gorgeous twins. Back at the British trading house, they violently scoured the Guangzhou merchant church from top to bottom, yet the final Minnan mythical beast chart was nowhere to be found. Later, a rumor surfaced about an East India Company manager living there who was obsessed with ancient Chinese paintings. For years, countless starving artists had relied on his massive fortune just to survive. Brother Li Yan, we dug this out from a hidden compartment inside a nightstand, and something feels seriously off. His hands trembled violently as he clutched a mysterious painting, pure terror flashing in his eyes. They carefully inspected the canvas and muttered, "This is actually a pretty famous piece, The Last Supper, but it's a total fake. Why would anyone hide a worthless knockoff in a secret stash?" Without hesitation, he gripped a sharp dagger and slashed a brutal line straight through the canvas. Just as his razor-sharp instincts predicted, something was hidden inside. Jackpot, a hidden Yanfu system relic dropped out. The creepy note from Yan Si read, "Ever since I bought this cursed item, a man's voice haunted me every single night. I only found peace after sealing his soul inside this oil painting." "Then why did you even buy it? What a complete waste of my time." Suddenly, the heavy doors burst open and a panicked grunt sprinted inside, screaming at the top of his lungs. Brother Li Yan. The frantic man was none other than old Gu. He leaned in close and urgently whispered a top-secret message straight into Li Yan's ear. Instantly, a massive grin spread across his face as he laughed out loud. "Fu Lin wants to invite me to a grand banquet, got it." Seeing his terrifyingly calm reaction, the panicked grunt looked completely confused. "So are we going or not?" He anxiously turned back and practically begged for orders. "Brother Li Yan, exactly how should I reply to them?" "Didn't I just tell you?" I said, "Got it." Hearing that terrifyingly cold tone, the terrified lackey spun around and bolted for his life. "Yes, sir. I will deliver your answer immediately." A few days later, deep inside Guangzhou's luxurious Dragon Fist restaurant, Shengwen, my absolute best brother, they sat around a magnificent feast, laughing and drinking up a storm. "Take it easy, pace your drinks." Hearing the cautious warning, he heavily patted his shoulder with a confident smirk. "Shengwen, a legendary horse, truly proves its worth on the longest of journeys. True gold is tested in the fiercest flames. If you hadn't flawlessly orchestrated this master plan, I wouldn't just lose my high-ranking title. My very life would have been deleted." This imposing figure was the Guangzhou server's top commander, Royal General Fu Lin. "Relax," he smirked. "As long as I control this territory, your wealth and experience points will skyrocket." Tai Qian, the elite guild master of the 13 trades, bowed low. "Your praise is an overwhelming buff, my lord. The Lin clan's premium warships, Lin Ajin's legendary vessels. Excellent assets," he thought. "Those elite nobles in the city zone, absolute low-tier trash with 0 manners. How dare they plot to report my account and trigger an impeachment quest?" Suddenly, a furious roar erupted. "Let him go. Han mobilized the vanguard. If we breach the capital city zone, the Asinjuro clan won't be a threat," though he agreed. Deep suspicion clouded his eyes. He abruptly yanked on the man's ceremonial sash. "Shengguan, on this glorious server-wide event isn't equipping such a cursed item dragging down our luck stats." Snap. The tension snapped the instrument string like a broken combo. Panic flashed across his bewildered face. Rage instantly took over as he roared, "How could you botch such a simple task?" A young female NPC entered, dropping to her knees with a broken instrument in total submission. "My clan's elder was recently killed in action. Please, Lord Basie, forgive this debuff to my performance. Suppress your sorrow, keep your health points stable." He casually scarfed down his stamina-restoring meal. But suddenly, his eyes blew wide open, locking onto the empty throne before him. A chilling aura filled the room. Tai Qian glared at him, his irritation completely unmasked. "The Guangzhou server has been fully restored. The safe zone is active. Even if some low-level trolls spam the chat with fake quests, the Imperial High Council will just ignore the notifications." Taking a seat right across from Fu Lin, he offered a reassuring smirk. My lord, your stress levels are entirely unnecessary. But Fu Lin's expression darkened, his paranoia stats spiking. Shun Guan, didn't your intel state that the MVP who wiped out the Red Hair faction was backed by a legendary righteous pirate boss? Our health potions are half empty, yet this so-called ally hasn't spawned. The VIP banquet table was loaded with top-tier consumables. They sat there farming passive buffs, casually discussing massive server-wide guild wars. Tai Qian raised his premium chalice, shaking his head. My tracking skill failed on this one. Yesterday his player icon was at the Foreigners Trade Hub. Today he's completely off the radar. Right on cue, a sudden movement at the lobby entrance triggered a notification. A breathless scout gasped in pure awe. He spawned. The target has arrived. But the figure stepping through the portal was none other than old Gu. His aura was deadly serious, locking the room in absolute silence. Tai Qian flinched, completely thrown off guard. Brother Gu, realizing this wasn't the legendary boss he was waiting for, his rage meter instantly filled to the max. Where the hell is the Li Yan Guild Master? Our dragon head caught a critical debuff. He fast-traveled back to Lantau Island, Gu replied. He left a system message thanking Lord Bazi and Boss Tai for the loot. As the tension skyrocketed, old Gu dropped a hidden quest trigger. The dragon head left one final instruction. Lord Bazi must personally escort the VIP. Fu Lin's eyes widened in utter confusion. Escort who? The answer hit him like a devastating critical strike. He froze, completely paralyzed by the sheer weight of the revelation. The server-shaking news dropped. He had to escort the Supreme Governor of Guangdong and Guangxi, Lin Yuanfu. On the 18th, the VIP drops at the Red Devil port. Gu smirked. Don't miss the escort mission, my lord. Both top-tier elites Tai Qian and Lord Li were left completely speechless. Their strategic minds raced, trying to calculate the insane difficulty of the next phase. Meanwhile, Lin Ajin remained utterly unfazed, casually sipping his premium potion. Lord Bazi's buffs are top-notch. My stamina is fully restored. I'm logging out for now. This sudden exit triggered a massive red flag. He played the innocent fool, but his aura was deadly. Lord Bazi swore an unbreakable oath not to betray our guild after the raid. The quest is complete now. Don't even think about scamming us out of our loot, General. Feigning a drunkenness debuff, he clutched his chest and offered a mockingly deep theatrical bow. Brother Gu, my stamina is draining. Cover for me, he slurred. But then his tone turned ice cold. Once the stealth barrier is broken, you can never reset the aggro. The official coastal defense fleet utterly failed the Red Hair raid. They retreated like absolute beginners. Why would our pirate faction ever submit to a weak Guangzhou general? If our pirate guilds weren't locked in our own player versus player turf wars, we could trigger a full-scale server rebellion right now. The official admins couldn't even touch us. His drunkenness debuff seemed fully active now. He heavily slung an arm around his guildmate, completely oblivious to the tension. Tai Qian glared daggers at the duo and snapped. The fire cauldron Yushi has been grinding in the Lantau Island zone for nearly a month. Use your intel skills to find out when she's returning to the Tianbei Guild. Quest accepted. Once Brother Gu finally logged out of the instance, the remaining noble was left entirely alone. Blind rage consumed him as he violently smashed his premium goblet. Humiliation and fury tore through his mind. Ignorant low-level trash, absolute rule-breaking savages. His furious roars echoed like a boss entering its enraged phase. Shun Guan. During the Red Hair raid event, those royal fire cannons dealt massive area of effect damage. What's your current inventory count? Tai Qian asked, his eyes gleaming with deadly calculation. 0. My inventory is empty. The warships belong to the Lin clan and the artillery drops are locked by the Red Flag Guild. The Red Flags hold all the server dominance right now. We can't even spy on their alliance with Zhang He of Lantau Island. Thanks to Li Yan's massive victory reputation points, the entire Nanshan pirate faction is completely under his command. He rhythmically tapped his elite tier fan against his palm. Fail to endure a minor debuff, and you'll completely ruin the ultimate master plan. Hearing this high-level advice, the raging noble forcibly reset his temper. So there's no way to ban these low-level scrubs. Behind Tai Qian's lenses, a ruthless, piercing glint appeared. Not necessarily. I have a cheat code. With a wicked smirk, he accessed his hidden inventory. He pulled out an ultra-rare glowing blue glass vial. Inside were legendary consumable pills. Known only as Berserker's Rage, Staring at the forbidden item, a dark grin spread across his face. Li Yan, Dragon Head. Our duel is far from over. Instantly, a tactical map of the Guangzhou port generated in his mind. Brother Gu. His expression was pure, aggressive hostility. Fast travel back to Lantau Island. Meanwhile, old Gu had to hold down the Guangzhou zone. Soon Chao Yi would spawn in the city as well. Fu Lin took massive collateral damage this round. The Guangdong server was absolutely destroyed by the Red Hairs and the pirate factions. With his resources drained, he had to blow massive amounts of gold and reputation points to upgrade Nanyang pirate bosses. These system rewards were forcibly demanded by the pirate guilds for the Hong Tai and Lin clans. Distributing these massive guild perks required a high-loyalty non-player character to track every single transaction. Reaching this tactical conclusion, his aura completely leveled out. He stared endlessly into the horizon, his mind calculating a million strategies. I spawned and leveled up in the mainland zones. I was never meant to grind in the ocean biomes. Yet staring into the endless abyss like ocean in the days that followed, inhaling the sharp, salty scent of the sea breeze, an unpredictable affinity stat suddenly awakened within him. His entire avatar felt surging with newfound, unbridled power. Suddenly, Brother Gu raised his hand from behind. Brother Li Yan, aren't we leaving in too much of a hurry? Hearing this nonsense, Li Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of blazing irritation. The entire outside world is spreading wild rumors that these goods belong to the Zhang family. Shouldn't we rush back to check the situation? Mount Datu sent word that the Miao village is subdued, but you know best how that control was really established, right? Gu pointed enthusiastically at the crowd. Those beautiful girls. You are really not bringing a single one along. Clearly, Brother Gu was easily charmed by women, a weakness the stoic Li Yan absolutely did not share. Li Yan's patience finally snapped. He roared with absolute fury. If you are so obsessed with a girl, take her back to your own home. Let me make one thing perfectly clear. Some of you already have wives and children. Going out to kidnap innocent young women. Isn't that crossing the absolute line of human decency? After harshly scolding the man, Li Yan turned his intense gaze toward Little Po, who was innocently picking his nose. Little Po, aren't you going to pick a girl for yourself? Realizing he was being teased, Little Po jumped up defensively. No way, I am still way too young for that. Seeing the kid's fiercely adorable reaction, the heavy tension finally melted into Li Yan's hearty laughter. At this very moment, the ship's cargo was overwhelmingly massive. They carried 1,500,000 taels of silver alongside countless incredibly rare medicinal herbs, ancient relics, exotic furs, astronomical tools, and artillery parts. They even had 80 heavy cannons, premium dragon bone oak, and exclusive blueprints from the Guangzhou Sanhe shipyard. If it could be carried, they ruthlessly took it all. Li Yan scoffed coldly. Had Tai Qian not been watching them like a hawk, his guild would have locked up every master craftsman in the city and dragged them away too. Li Yan gazed out at the endless, breathtaking horizon, lost in deep thought. By the time we finally reached the island, my father and Ozzy's group should have already returned. I told them to wait for me at Demon Pavilion Island. Once this massive delivery is safely completed, I will head straight there to meet destiny head-on. Hearing this grand plan, Gu's expression suddenly turned dead serious. Brother Li Yan, there is one more critical thing. News arrived this morning, but I couldn't speak earlier. When Zhang He launched his sneak attack on Mount Datu, Granny Guo's group was mercilessly slaughtered by the island pirates. Not a single body was left intact. Li Yan already knew this tragic truth. Still, Brother Gu's eyes darkened with devastating sorrow as he choked out the horrific details. I already know. Fire up the engines to maximum capacity, let the other ships maintain their slow pace. We are heading back first. We must reach our destination before tomorrow evening. Early the next morning at Mount Datu, Li Yan rested a heavy hand against his forehead. His expression remained completely stoic as his piercing gaze locked onto the uncertain future. Looking down at the roaring sea, he saw every single ship completely engulfed and sunken by an overwhelming blast of azure light. That specific terrifying pattern immediately reminded him of one girl. It was utterly unbelievable. The figure emerging from the chaos was none other than the breathtakingly beautiful Lady Dan. Every time he laid eyes on her, a very particular thought always rushed into his racing mind. So this is how she establishes absolute control. Suddenly, a loud command to drop anchor echoed out. Watching her graceful silhouette from a distance, she surprisingly offered a soft but incredibly serious warning. You must tread carefully. Zhang He is merely sealed away. He chuckled softly. If I were Zhang He, I would have already fallen for your absolute charm. Why would anyone even try to resist? Hearing his bold words, her piercing eyes narrowed slightly. She looked down, lost in deep contemplation before speaking. Truthfully, everyone knew she possessed the legendary capability to eventually achieve this terrifying level of dominion. He turned his intense gaze toward Lady Dan. Using this much overwhelming power, are there any deadly side effects? Her expression remained perfectly calm, simply glancing back over her shoulder with an unreadable look. Standing against the vast, breathtaking backdrop of the ocean, Lady Dan turned her head away. Yet he pressed on relentlessly. There is no need to comfort me. Just tell me the absolute truth. Her usually composed expression suddenly shattered into profound sorrow. It is honestly nothing major, but as long as this green flame remains unextinguished, my spiritual power is completely drained from doing anything else. He pointed a finger in genuine wide-eyed astonishment. Is that really all there is to it? Right before his eyes, the swirling azure smoke tightly clutched in her delicate hand completely dissolved into nothingness. A faint breathtaking smile graced her lips as she confirmed yes. Staring fiercely into the roaring ocean ahead, she declared with undeniable authority, I have officially carved a path for you. Go in. Though completely baffled by her cryptic words, Li Yan did not hesitate for a single second. He stepped boldly onto the water's surface and marched directly into the chaotic watery unknown. For some mysterious reason, his recent words fiercely echoed in her mind. There is no need to comfort me. Recalling his striking, determined face, her heart fluttered with a sudden, joyful lightness. She walked away happily, humming a sweet tune. 17 agonizing days had passed since Lady Dan unleashed her terrifying power. Plunging downward, his mind raced with cold logic. 17 days trapped inside a blazing inferno. Their food and fresh water must be completely depleted by now. An incense burner. It seems Zhang. He is hiding on this exact ship. Locking onto his ultimate target, he charged forward without a shred of hesitation. Summoning the sky-shaking blade, he executed a lightning-fast hand strike and a devastatingly explosive kick. The enemy's expression instantly darkened, settling into a heavy, dead silent grimness. Seeing his foe, Li Yan flashed an incredibly arrogant smirk. Not a bad welcoming party. The attacker lunged, locking hands with him in a fierce grapple. In that exact moment, Li Yan realized this guy belonged to the notorious Red Flag faction. Glancing below, the surrounded enemies were desperately screaming his guild's name in pure panic. They stared up at Li Yan's sharp, dominating presence, absolutely trembling with overwhelming dread and terrifying anxiety. In a desperate final stand, the grunts formed a solid defensive line against his overwhelming aura. But it was utterly futile. They were instantly blown away, crashing to the ground as his cold voice echoed out. Drag Zhang, he out to face me. The defeated pirate scoffed, turning his bruised face away in bitter defeat. The winner becomes king, the loser becomes scum. Do whatever the hell you want to us. Witnessing his entire squad brutally wiped out, the hidden boss finally stepped out of the suffocating shadows. Staring down the imposing figure of Zhang He, Li Yan delivered his absolute ultimatum. Hand over the typing manuscript right now, do that, and I might just let you all leave Mount Datu alive. Hearing this completely ruthless demand, Zhang He gritted his teeth in bitter, unwavering defiance. Do you seriously expect me to believe a single word you just said? Granny Guo and her crew are dead. I need to keep you breathing, so you can take the heavy blame from me. Besides, Tai Qian is no easy target. Keeping you around creates the perfect annoying roadblock for him. Zhang He glared furiously toward the absolute destruction outside. Watching his entire magnificent fleet shattered and sinking to the dark ocean floor, his heavy heart burned with immense bitter resentment. Staring at his utter ruin, Zhang He turned his head and spat a bitter question. Are you not terrified that I will eventually return to conquer your lands? Facing this pathetic threat, Li Yan maintained an overwhelmingly calm aura. If Madame Zhao can ruthlessly suppress you, then so can I. Besides, your men really have the guts to invade Mount Datu again. Raising a single authoritative finger, he laid down 3 absolute non-negotiable conditions. I am giving you exactly 1 hour to decide your miserable fate. Staring at Li Yan's immensely arrogant expression, Zhang He clenched his trembling fists with explosive rage. Yet despite all his boiling power, he was completely helpless. His current strength was entirely suppressed. Struggling against this cruel fate was absolutely useless now. You want the legendary typing manuscript that badly? Fine. You win. Realizing his total defeat was undeniable, the broken boss sighed heavily and surrendered to the grim reality. Follow me. Deal. The only reason I spared you at Tiembo Market before was because I had just survived a brutal death match with Boss Yan. But if we ever fight again, if you defeat me, the Supreme Peace manuscript is yours. The terms were set. They both accepted the ultimate wager. Let's do this. With a deafening roar, they clashed. Two explosive auras collided in midair. One radiated a sinister mystic purple, while the other blazed with a blinding righteous blue. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Mount Daxi. General Zhao Yi, Li Yan, and Sui Ba stood leisurely, taking in the breathtaking mountain landscape. Among them, Sui Ba seemed entirely unfazed by the war, humming a cheerful, carefree tune as if this was all a game. Looking at the massive fleet sailing forward with the wind, he shouted orders to reel everything in. Sui Ba smirked, his eyes filled with absolute calm. Looks like that fool lost another battle. Brother Li Yan scoffed, clearly annoyed by Li Qian's glorious victory. To be fair, he muttered, if I were forced into that exact situation, I probably would have lost too. Li Yan slowly raised his hand. His intense gaze fell upon the twin mystical rings pulsating with ancient energy right in his palm. These were the legendary Supreme Peace manuscripts divided into the Yin and Yang chapters. A cultivator must choose their path carefully because only one side of this powerful duality can be mastered. The Yang chapter, a Tier 6 system artifact, evolved from the Yellow Emperor's ancient alchemy. It boasts 306 divine Yang techniques. It controls the very weather, manipulates heavenly forces, and possesses the supreme mythical art of regrowing flesh on bare bone, literally bringing the dead back to life. A master with boundless karmic merit can completely nullify the 3 great calamities, wipe out the 6 mortal hardships, and stand absolutely invincible against the 5 worldly curses. And then there is the Yin chapter, also capped at the Tier 6 limit. Forged from the dark shamanic arts of the 5 Pecks of Rice sect, this sinister manuscript contains 306 forbidden Yin techniques. It holds the terrifying power to summon malicious spirits, command apocalyptic storms and destructive lightning, manipulate demonic fogs, and even transform mere seeds into a massive, unstoppable phantom army. Li Yan's eyes narrowed with a dangerous glint. Even ignoring the permanent side effects of mastering it, the Supreme Peace manuscript was an absolute game-changer in the underworld realm. Walking this legacy upgrade path offered a massive advantage over standard cultivation techniques. Whether it was the fearsome Madame Shi or the mighty Zhang He, those veterans burned through decades of blood, sweat, and mystic arts just to reach the legendary Tier 9 level. A confident smirk touched his lips as he realized the truth. And yet, it only took me a mere 6 months to completely crush their milestones. Besides, the true limit of this system was merely Tier 6, but the dark path of the underworld realm demands facing off against monstrous Tier 4 powerhouses like Cao Yuanchao. A memory suddenly flashed through his mind. Before her death, Madame Shi had been incredibly desperate to obtain the Yang chapter. She needed its holy energy to suppress the lethal side effects of her own dark arts. Passing the Yang chapter down to little Ah Shu is definitely the right move. Whether out of his own brotherly affection or calculating the strategic benefits for the royal court, she was undeniably the perfect heir for it. As for the ominous Yin chapter, I will claim that power for myself. He decided to dive into its forbidden demonic spells once he finally returned to his base. At the sudden mention of Ah Shu's name, Li Yan blinked in surprise. A subordinate quickly stepped up to clarify. Sir Old Man Lin has been privately tutoring the girl every single night. Having gathered all the intel he needed, Li Yan turned to leave. I am heading out, he announced. Old Man Lin truly cares for the kid. Having a legendary grand scholar like Lin Yuanfu as a master is a blessing that money simply cannot buy. Still, a shred of doubt lingered in Li Yan's mind. The old geezer treats her well, sure, but she is probably too young to grasp his profound lessons. He scoffed softly. Whatever, let him be. Bitter memories suddenly resurfaced of the old man's venomous insults from years ago. He had openly mocked Li Yan's family, accusing the northerners of swooping in just to steal their hard-earned business. They would spit poison behind his back, then quickly whisper to keep him in the dark. Drowning in these toxic memories, Li Yan clenched his jaw, a storm of conflicting emotions threatening his resolve. Brother Zhao Yi, a voice echoed sharply, a man should never overestimate his own worth. Hearing this cold warning, Zhao Yi's heart skipped a beat in sheer panic. He kept walking, but his mind raced wildly. To the elites of this world, a peasant will always be a peasant, and a ruthless bandit will always be just a bandit. They might smile and agree with you today, but they will gladly annihilate you tomorrow. Just as Li Yan turned his back to leave, he threw those chilling final words over his shoulder. Meanwhile, a heavy sadness weighed on Lin Yuanfu's ancient shoulders. Lost in deep melancholic thought, he gazed at little Ah Xiu before beginning what would be a fateful lecture. Sorrow dripped from the old master's voice. Child, today will be my final lesson with you. Miraculously, Ah Xiu did not even flinch. With absolute serenity, she continued to elegantly brew and sip her hot tea. Zhang Xiu appeared to be the picture of gentle innocence. Lifting the perfectly brewed cup with both of her delicate hands, she respectfully offered it to her beloved master. The sheer purity of her gesture shattered the old man's heart. Unable to hold back his intense guilt, Lin Yuanfu turned away to hide his face. Your brother Li Yan gave the order, he choked out. Tomorrow his men are escorting me back to Guangdong. The devastating weight of those words finally broke through her calm facade. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Ah Xiu slowly lowered the teacup to the table. Tears welled up in her enormous innocent eyes, sparkling like shattered glass under the moonlight. The harsh reality was finally sinking in. This was truly goodbye. Slumping into her chair, she stared blankly at the profound notes he had just written for her. Lin Yuanfu glanced back, his own heart breaking as heavy, silent tears cascaded down the young girl's cheeks, completely soaking the ancient parchment. He let out a long, heavy sigh. Oh, silly girl. Everything you have ever wanted to learn, I have already drilled into your mind 100 times. You are still so young. Forgetting some spells is perfectly fine, but there is one absolute truth you must carve into your soul. His aura shifted dramatically into deadly seriousness. Lifelong friends will still draw blades on each other, and the powerful elites will always mock the struggling pawns. These were legendary verses penned by the ancient poet Wang Wei, a brutal warning about the hypocrisy of human nature. It meant that even lifelong companions will betray you for power, and those who strike it rich will instantly abandon their roots. Locking eyes with his crying disciple, he pressed on. Your destiny has never been an easy one, child. You were forced to grow up far too fast, so I will not sugarcoat the brutal truth. Never forget where you come from. Your mighty father Zheng Yi perished tragically in a suspicious shipwreck, and your mother followed him to the grave soon after. Engrave this into your very bones. No matter how fiercely Li Yan protects you, no matter how kind his intentions may seem, he does not share a single drop of your blood. The terrifying might of the Red Flag Fleet rests entirely in his palms. Sure, today you sit on the throne as the pirate lord of the southern seas, but what about tomorrow? What about the day after? You need to secure your own survival path, immediately. His harsh protective words struck her like physical blows. Ah Xiu choked back her agonizing sobs, weeping in absolute silence. This was not just their final master-disciple lesson, it was a permanent, heart-wrenching goodbye. Processing the overwhelming weight of his wisdom, the little girl wiped her tears. Master, she whispered with a trembling voice. Earlier you said, when pushed to the absolute brink, even the righteous must become villains. What does that truly mean? It was a dark, ruthless philosophy. It meant that when destiny backs you into a corner, your personal honor and morals mean absolutely nothing. Survival is the only rule that truly matters. Hearing this grim reality, her small chest heaved with heartbreaking sobs. Does that mean even a grand, noble scholar like you, Master, would turn into a despicable villain just to survive? The innocent yet razor-sharp question caught the old man completely off guard. His eyes widened in pure shock. What exactly are you implying, child? Tears streaming down her face, she pleaded with absolute desperation. Master, please, just answer Ah Xiu's question first. You claimed your youth was cursed by poverty, that your sisters starved and your mother's joints rotted from washing clothes. Was that tragic backstory just a system-generated lie? Master, you are Lin Yongguang, born to the Min County Magistrate, a prestigious noble of the Lin clan, betrothed since childhood to Lady Chen, the sole daughter of the Guangxi Commissioner. Your youth was bathed in golden success. At 24, you became the Siamon Prefect. You fathered 3 sons, but never unlocked a single daughter. So those sob stories were just calculated tactics to trick a naive child like Ah Xiu. Hearing her sharp deduction, his expression darkened dangerously. How did you uncover my hidden stats? He demanded. With a melancholic gaze, the girl continued. Master, you have been deliberately sabotaging the Hongqi faction's operations. Despite your overwhelming intellect, you are now locked in this dungeon. Your high level means nothing when your skills are completely sealed. Those fabricated lies were entirely calculated. You saw an orphan to Ah Xiu and tried to exploit my trauma to trigger a fatal psychological weakness. Sensing my fierce drive to win, you weaponized scholarly logic to sever my bond with brother Li Yan. Even if your psychological attack missed today, it was designed to plant a hidden debuff that would slowly poison our faction's future. My analysis is perfectly accurate, right? The master froze, completely stunned that a mere child possessed such terrifying analytical intelligence. How could I ever doubt Brother Li Yan's absolute loyalty? I have thoroughly analyzed your scholarly texts, but I only equip one philosophical truth. The lowliest fighters possess true honor while educated elites are destined betrayers. This legendary proverb reveals the ultimate truth of our server. Those with unyielding aura often come from the blood-soaked working class, while the true monsters are the refined scholars. The atmosphere shifted heavily. She was not shedding tears because her master's deception had been exposed, but because of what this final day represented. Despite his calm demeanor, he still refused to accept her tea of respect. The painful reality was clear. His affinity level for her remained at absolute zero. Trembling, she lifted the porcelain cup, offering it to him one last time as tears gathered like shattered crystals in her eyes. I seek no epic rewards, only that you accept this tea, to honor our master and disciple bond. Hearing her desperate plea, his eyes grew cold, and he simply walked away. He ruthlessly ignored the kneeling girl, stepping past her offering and vanishing through the heavy wooden doors. The sun plunged below the horizon, swallowing the room in shadow. She remained kneeling, her posture unbroken. Suddenly, a familiar hand intercepted the cold tea, shattering her tragic trance. Her eyes snapped upward, widening in shock as Brother Li Yan's imposing figure loomed over her. "The floor is freezing. Why are you kneeling? Who dared to make our Shu cry?" Her emotional barriers instantly collapsed. Launching herself into his arms, she buried her face in his neck, unleashing a torrent of heartbreaking sobs. Brother Li Yan, sensing the immense grievance in her heart, his aura softened. "Hush, now the nightmare is over. You are safe." He gently patted her back as her sorrow washed away. While his voice remained a soothing anchor for her shattered emotions, a terrifying murderous rage began to violently awaken deep within his soul. His fists clenched with bone-crushing force, a demonic glint in his eyes vowing absolute vengeance. By daybreak, his elite vanguard had already teleported ahead to Guangzhou. General Fu Lin has likely deployed units at the port. Governor Lin, your imprisonment on Great Compassion Mountain must have heavily drained your vitality. Sensing the dangerous edge in Brother Li Yan's voice, the governor smirked. "Not at all. The combat prowess of your guild members is quite impressive." Li Yan coldly cut him off. "Today is your extraction day. We struck a deal with the Empire to deliver you to the port." Resting between them was a blinding chest of gold, a staggering 300,000 tael ransom. The highest grade bounty Nanshin has seen in a century. This single quest just skyrocketed the Hongqi faction's wealth, generating more gold than 30 years of grinding. Turning his broad back, Li Yan issued a chilling ultimatum. "My rule stands. If the Empire keeps its claws off my faction, we will not trigger a server-wide war." With the extraction protocols fully complete, Brother Li Yan locked eyes with his captive. Governor Lin, board the transport vessel. The official complied without resistance. As the lone ferryman activated his oars, Li Yan stood like an unbreakable statue on the dock, watching the target fade into the misty horizon. Scene transition. Shu gripped a woven basket of spiritual flora, approaching a sacred gravesite. The atmospheric tension spiked as she noticed Lady Dan Niang already waiting there. Beneath the canopy of an ancient glowing tree, a solitary tombstone emanated a peaceful aura framed by burning incense and fresh offerings. The two warriors sat in heavy silence. "The port's chaos is overwhelming," Dan Niang murmured softly. "Would you prefer to teleport to a quieter zone?" As Yu respectfully bowed her head. "No, this area is perfectly fine." Dan Niang desperately cycled through multiple dialogue options to raise the girl's morale, but every attempt was politely blocked. The older woman exhaled a heavy, sorrowful sigh, gazing at the dirt tears, threatening to break her composure. Shu whispered. "Yushi Huading, the server legends say you are a divine incarnation who grants any wish. Could your magic resurrect my mother?" Dan Niang's eyes rippled with profound empathy. She stared at the grieving child, her heart aching as if pierced by a phantom blade. Realizing her impossible request, Shu recoiled, clutching her head in shame. "My mana is just low. Yushi, please delete that question from your memory." Unable to bear it any longer, Dan Niang summoned a blinding radiant orb from her inventory. The typing scroll. Li Yan bartered this legendary item in exchange for Zhang He's freedom. Zhang He cultivated the yin core, but this is the ultimate yang core. The ancient runes locked inside possessed the absolute power of resurrection. Gently extending the divine artifact toward Ah Xiu, she explained. Your emotional debuff was too strong last night, so he entrusted me to deliver this ultra-rare drop to you. Players worship me as an omnipotent deity, but truth be told, my fear of the mortal game over is just like anyone else's. Will the typing scroll actually break the rules of life and death? You will have to unlock its secrets yourself. With trembling hands, Ah Xiu accepted the glowing core, clutching the item to her chest as an ecstatic smile brightened her face. Thank you, Yushi. Item successfully transferred. Dan Niang backed away, her eyes locked on the young girl as Ah Xiu initiated the forbidden resurrection sequence to summon her mother's soul. Ah Xiu bowed deeply to the tombstone, then practically floated away to gather missing ritual components. Watching her go, Dan Niang exhaled a tense breath, elegantly brushing her silk-like hair. Time skipped 3 days later. At the faction's central training grounds, a massively leveled muscular arm violently swung forward, launching a devastating projectile into the air. Li Yan sidestepped the twin massive maces by a hair. He instantly countered, swinging a heavy wooden staff right at Jie Ba. But the brute was no pushover, grabbing Li Yan's weapon with an iron grip. A fierce tug-of-war erupted between them. Neither warrior backed down an inch. Impressed by Zeba's explosive growth and raw strength, a confident smirk crept across Li Yan's face. Zeba let out a goofy childlike laugh, showing off a huge missing tooth. Wasting no time, Li Yan violently yanked his weapon back. The sudden force sent Zeba stumbling backward. But that did not crush the big guy's fighting spirit. Grinning like a wild predator, he charged straight back at Li Yan with explosive speed. Li Yan's battle blood was boiling now. Tossing his weapon aside, he rushed in for pure hand-to-hand combat. They clashed at blinding speed, their palms striking together with a heavy thud. Li Yan chuckled. Not bad at all, kid. Hearing the master's praise, Jiba's face lit up with joy. But suddenly his expression twisted in absolute shock. Wait, how? Before the brute could process it, Li Yan had already hooked his leg, sweeping him off balance. But instead of letting him fall, Li Yan grabbed his shoulder, pulled him close, and raised a glowing fist. Eat this divine strike. In the end, Jiba was beaten to an absolute pulp. With a bloody nose and panting heavily, he finally admitted total defeat. Jumping to his feet, he scrambled backward in pure panic. Seeing Li Yan's fighting aura still blazing, he waved his hands furiously. No, 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 I am done fighting. Retracting his aura, Li Yan quietly evaluated the boy. His natural talent is remarkable. Unlike me and Zhang Mingyuan, who grew up in peaceful times, this kid is forged in life and death battles. His combat instincts are razor sharp. Even without the Gao Li Ghost's blessing, he would still have a 60% chance of beating me during our first encounter at that dojo. After some hands-on guidance, this brat's close-quarters combat has skyrocketed. Even his naval warfare intelligence stat has jumped up by 7%. Breaking the silence, Li Yan spoke. Listen up, Zeba. Someone from the Lin clan is coming soon. Follow him to temper yourself and grow even stronger. Once you return, I will have Brother Chao Yi find you a loving wife. How does that sound? Zeba chuckled goofily, plugging his bleeding nose. Deal. You better not be tricking me, Brother Li Yan. As the boy left, Li Yan fell deep into thought. That guy Ao Hung possesses the glaring Vajra skill. The more I think about it, the more I crave that immense power. Furthermore, evolving into the Spring Wolf Sea Ghost brings major benefits. For system walkers like us, it completely removes those permanent confinement penalties. But this single cultivation slot for the Sea Ghost must be reserved for the Red Flag Gang's ultimate fighter. Gripping his weapon, his eyes narrowed. Besides, a Yanfu walker must plunder the world to forge their own path. Judging by my past experiences and system evaluations, there is absolutely no reason I will not unlock the purchasing rights for that legendary bloodline. His plotting was cut short by an anxious voice. Li Yan, I need to ask you something. The person you sent to escort old man Lin Yuanfu back, were they from the punishment hall? It was Chao Yi. Chao Yi's face was dead serious. Were you planning to assassinate him halfway? Li Yan just gave a mysterious, cryptic smile. I think I gave that brat some instructions, but what exactly were they again? Honestly, my memory is a bit foggy. Cold sweat dripped down Chao Yi's pale face. Li Yan. The escort you arranged, I completely swapped them out for someone else. Li Yan's eyes turned ice cold. Oh, is that so? Panicking, Chao Yi rushed to explain himself. Little Ah Shu begged me. She could not bear to see the old man die. I ruined your master plan. Whatever my punishment is, just give it to me straight. Suddenly, Li Yan's dark expression vanished into a warm smile. Swapping the guards was Shu's idea. She never even needed to beg you. You just found out about it, so you ran here to take the blame for her, didn't you? Speaking softly, Li Yan slowly walked down the stone steps. For a 9-year-old girl to think that far ahead is brilliant. Her empathy is a wonderful trait. I merely told the escort to watch out for the rough waves heading to Guangzhou and avoid government capture. I never breathed a single word about killing Lin Yuanfu. Little Shu just overthought the whole situation. Qiao Yi stared in pure disbelief. Are you seriously sparing him? Setting the kid's feelings aside, that old man lived on Lantau Island for ages. He knows our entire defensive layout inside out. He knows about the lion's roar technique. He knows about the fire cauldron lady. Worse yet, he holds the Red Flag Gang's internal power structure in the palm of his hand. Clenching his fists, Qiao Yi continued. Forget you, even I want to end him. If a man like that refuses to be our shadow tactician, we absolutely cannot release a tiger back into the mountains. Waving his hand dismissively, Li Yan ignored the desperate warnings. I am not killing him. My hands stay completely clean. Fast forward to the very next day. A lone figure rowed a small wooden boat through the mist. Pointing toward the horizon, a ruthless, bloodthirsty glint flashed in the man's eyes. Meanwhile, old man Lin was enjoying a deep slumber. His weary eyes slowly fluttered open. Waking up to find a strange man holding a cold blade to his face, he gasped. Are you here to kill me? The shadowy figure smirked. Kill you. Hearing that dark tone, the terrified old man could only gulp in absolute dread. The scar-faced man's voice dropped to an icy whisper. Listen closely, old man. Someone told me to pass on a message. While the rich let meat rot behind red doors, true justice walks among the common people. With a sharp thud, he plunged his dagger right into the wood next to Lin's face. In a flash, he dove off the boat, transforming into a merman and vanishing into the depths. Left trembling in shock, the old man pondered his fate until his boat finally docked at the harbor. Later that night, sitting alone by the dim lamplight, Lin Yuanfu gripped that very same dagger. His mind raced, deciphering the scar-faced messenger's cryptic warning. Suddenly, a cloaked figure materialized from the shadows. Master, what are your orders? The old man stayed silent, using the sharp blade to meticulously carve something into his wooden desk. Watching this strange behavior unfold, the cloaked subordinate whispered, Master, what exactly are you doing? But Lin Yuanfu merely raised a finger, signaling for absolute silence. Slicing the final intricate line, the treacherous old man finally completed his secret masterpiece on the wooden surface. A wicked, scheming grin stretched across his face. This is the complete defensive terrain map of Lantau Island. You cannot hide paper, so I memorize every detail. Glancing at the figure behind the curtain, he commanded, Dispatch someone to copy this map immediately. But before the words even left his mouth, a horrifying spray of crimson painted the desk. Gasping for his final breaths, the old man choked out, Who are you? What are you doing? The terrifying truth hit him like a truck. The shadow hiding behind the curtain was never his loyal subordinate. It was the Grim Reaper, sent to collect his soul. With one devastating, merciless thrust of a blade, Lin Yuanfu let out a hollow groan before his life force completely faded into the darkness. The cloaked figure slowly peeled away their disguise, revealing a slender, beautiful silhouette. It was none other than Yana Zhu. Her eyes were dead cold, her face splattered with the traitor's blood. Shortly after, far away in the Nansen archipelago, deep inside the Grand Kai clan ancestral hall, boss Kai Chen was solemnly lighting incense. Suddenly, a quiet footstep broke the silence. Boss, the deed has been flawlessly executed. Yan Aju stepped forward, holding Lin Yuanfu's blood-soaked head. Here is the head, she smirked, still warm. Kai Qian calmly lit another stick of incense. Excellent, Kai Qian replied. That Lin guy caused some trouble during the Tianbo assembly panic. It was time to tie up those loose ends. But killing him means we just did Li Yan a massive favor for free, doesn't it? Kai Qian's glasses glinted with malicious calculation. On the day the great pirate Fulan arrived, Li Yan was a no-show. Instead, Old Gu delivered his message. In Kai Qian's memory during the banquet, Old Gu adjusted his bandana and spoke. The dragon head specifically said, On the 18th of this month, prisoners will be released at Chishui Port. Do not forget to pick up your family. Kai Qian firmly planted the final incense stick into the burner. However, Old Gu's haunting words still echoed in his mind. The 18th at Chishui Port. That message was not for Fulan. It was a direct threat to me. Kai Qian chuckled darkly. Fine. If the Red Flag Gang is not stressed, neither am I. Meanwhile, on Mage Island, the breathtaking Mazu Temple stood tall with its massive sweeping roof. Inside, Jia Xiaodao was whispering faintly. Did you actually kill Lin Yuan Fu? Days later, out on the vast ocean, the legendary spirit-forged ship, the Spirit Escort, sailed toward the horizon. Wiping his blade, Li Yan smirked. Only half right. Suddenly, the system interface flared to life. Azure Phoenix. Rare quality. Sharpness, 70. Special trait, Evil Shattering. Holding the Azure Phoenix, Li Yan beamed with triumphant pride. Wangzhou truly hides some top-tier loot, he thought. If Huanlong ever breaks this, Azure Phoenix will definitely be the most reliable weapon in my entire arsenal. I will use this until Huanlong is fully repaired. Jia Xiaodao murmured in a daze. That old man Lin was not actually a bad guy, right? Li Yan asked bluntly. So what? Hearing Li Yan's cold reaction, Jia Xiaodao could only force a bitter smile. Well. Li Yan just chuckled along dryly to break the awkward tension. Li Yan's expression turned serious. Oh right. I brought back some ancient texts from Guangdong for you. Your village's runes might find some crucial clues in them. Jia Xiaodao asked eagerly. When are you arriving? Li Yan replied with absolute sincerity. Tonight. Jia Xiaodao hesitated before admitting there is an issue. Zhao Xiaoyi went berserk this morning and tried to leave. I physically stopped him. Li Yan sighed. Let me handle this. If he wants to leave, do not block his path. Li Yan pondered the situation. The news of Granny Guo's death at the hands of demonic cultists must have triggered his desperate thirst for revenge. He was basically the last loyalist of the Black Flag Gang. For old time's sake, they should not push him into a dead-end corner. The demonic cultists had fled, but their massive power remained. The traitor, and Tianlu, still commanded an army of nearly 10,000 men. Leaving the Red Flag Gang now, Zhao Xiaoyi would achieve absolutely nothing. Night quickly fell over Mage Island, leaving only a single ship anchored in the dark waters. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed, "System alert. Gathering all 12 Yanfu fragments allows the activation of a specific Yanfu event. The 12 Yanfu fragments stacked together, radiating a blinding mystical light. This event could be shared with a faction companion. You have triggered a Grand Yanfu event. Participants Li Yan and Jia Xiaodao." The voice continued. This event was left behind by fallen Yanfu walkers. By gathering all fragments of a fallen walker, you only need to complete the event's next sequence. Succeed and you will claim the absolute grand prize. Commencing progress verification. Moments later, the Yanfu event's massive progress interface materialized before their very eyes. Survive the Heavenly Mother crossing the sea 1. Slay 36 Heavenly Mother mutations 1. Obtain and sacrifice the evil flood dragon scale 1. The above objectives were successfully completed by the previous Yanfu walker Mi Li. Your pending objective. Destroy all churches on Mage Island and expel every single colonial invader. 1 out of 1. Total progress is now 5 out of 5. You have conquered the Ocean Wish Heavenly Mother, the highest difficulty Yanfu event in this realm. Rating 90%. You have achieved the highest possible evaluation. Maximum purchasing authority unlocked. You have received the Mage Bureau's Yanfu Treasure Lottery ticket. High difficulty completion bonus rewards are as follows. Legacy, Mazu's Scripture, Legendary Relic, Heaven's Bag, Legendary Relic, Taoist Priest's Bandana. Since 5 Immortals-type legacies are inherently weaker, you are granted compensation privileges. Jia Xiaodao's Heaven's Chief Art falls under this category. The system relentlessly listed the perks. First, free access to high-level walkers' exploration logs for premium intelligence. Second, natural charisma boost toward all non-player characters. Third, high-level 5 Immortals, walkers, and their agents will shoulder specific Yanfu operational duties. The 5 Immortals agent will handle core responsibilities. Fourth, the Yanfu allows rank exchange principles, granting 5 Immortals walkers 1 ultimate opportunity. To make a free wish, warning, each walker gets only 1 chance in their entire lifetime. Even if legacies change, another wish cannot be granted. Inheritor of Heaven's Chief Art, please make your wish. Caught completely off guard, Jia Xiaodao turned to Li Yan. Should we not think this through before wishing? Li Yan shook his head. No need. You decide. Jia Xiaodao nodded with resolute trust. Fine. You earned this. Whatever you say goes. Taking a deep breath, Jia Xiaodao shouted with absolute conviction, I forfeit the event's legacy rewards. In exchange, grant Li Yan and me the permanent right to enter this Yanfu realm anytime. Instantly, the 12 fragments shattered into dust. The mystical light vanished, leaving them in stunned, suffocating silence. The two top-tier walkers just stood there staring at each other in complete shock. What just happened? Li Yan frowned in utter confusion. Why is the system dead silent? Meanwhile, in an unknown location, a woman's red-nailed fingers furiously clattered across a keyboard. She sat in a pitch-black, trash-filled room. With wildly unkempt hair, she looked like a madwoman bathed in the eerie glow of a desk lamp plotting her next move. I have absolutely no reason to refuse, she muttered darkly. But if I agree to his terms, the old man is going to lose his mind. Arthur's crew is definitely going to complain. In the end, we are the ones stuck in the middle, taking all the blame. The woman grumbling was Shirley. Munching on snacks with her clothes completely disheveled, she cursed her own stupidity. Why did she ever agree to become a system proxy? Shirley furiously hammered away at her keyboard. Meanwhile, the heavy silence between Blade and Li Yan shattered as a new message popped up on their system interface. It was from Shirley. Ahem, hello there. I am Shirley, a low-rank system walker possessing the Radiant Puppet inheritance. I will be handling your free wish request. Shirley typed away, her thick, heavy legs shifting under the desk. She sent another message. Please confirm these details. First, merging a walker with an avatar is an irreversible process. Reading this, Blade furrowed his brows in deep thought. Li Yan also frowned as he read the next line. Therefore, when the walker returns to reality, the original host within the instance will cease to exist. Hold on. Can you explain this synchronization phenomenon? Li Yan demanded. Shirley paused for a few seconds, then bluntly typed back, I do not have time for that, sweethearts. Blade and Li Yan were completely left speechless. Trying to brush off the embarrassment, Blade quickly replied, understood, please continue. Shirley continued typing. To avoid unnecessary paradoxes, the system deploys a dummy clone to replace your body and maintain your daily routine within the instance. This ensures a smooth transition for your next descent. For example, Mr. Li Yan holds an official title in the Linden instance of the Ming Dynasty. Once you return home, the system sends a clone to mimic you living out your days in the military camp. Naturally, to prevent complications, the clone strictly avoids intimate relationships. It exists merely as a background prop. Let us use Mr. Li Yan again. In instance 259, you share an extremely intimate bond with a female companion. Since the clone is just a hollow shell lacking the ability to fulfill your lover's desires, it chose to leave Hong Kong the moment you logged out. Li Yan offered a stiff, awkward smile. You guys sure are thorough, he muttered. Blade nervously chuckled along. Shirley resumed typing. Under normal circumstances, this proxy replacement service is completely free of charge. However, if you wish to establish a permanent portal, you must pay a maintenance fee for the clone and the instance itself. The cost scales by rank starting at roughly 1,000 points per year. I am referring to the Ninth World timeline. Are you two absolutely sure? The two exchanged a firm glance and replied in unison. Absolutely. Shirley typed back, understood. I will forward a document from System HQ. It is the official manual for sustainable instance development. It covers spatial teleportation, personal imprints, low-threat material inspections, and various codes of conduct. Please review it carefully and check your system inbox. Hitting enter, Shirley sent the files and logged off. She sat in gloomy silence before dramatically collapsing onto her desk. Capitalist exploitation, she wailed. Overtime. It is always endless overtime. Papers fluttered around her as her soul practically left her body. Meanwhile, Blade sighed with a hint of regret. That hurts my wallet. Li Yan chuckled dryly. You get what you pay for. Blade stroked his chin, deep in thought. That girl, Shirley. Her name sounds awfully familiar. A while back, a system walker caused a huge uproar by auctioning herself off. That had to be her. An image of a mischievous Shirley flashed across Li Yan's mind. Oh, so that was her. Brushing the thought aside, Blade asked, when are you heading back? Li Yan replied confidently. I brought the 100,000 tributes. The altar incense and rituals are all prepared. I will return tonight. Everything at the mountain is settled. Plus, splitting the 200,000 silver nets as 10,000 system points each. Licking his lips in pure excitement, Li Yan thought to himself. This haul is completely unprecedented. The biggest payday since I joined the system. Oh right, someone is waiting for you outside, Blade pointed out. Stepping out with a jug of wine in hand, Li Yan found a figure standing there. What do you want? He asked bluntly. Evan stared at Li Yan with a darkened, desperate expression. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees, but Li Yan's fast reflexes caught him mid-air. You taught me valuable techniques, Li Yan stated firmly. Just spit it out. No need for this. But Evan was fiercely determined. He pushed against Li Yan's unyielding grip, desperate to kneel. Overpowered, Evan spoke with devastating sorrow. Boss Li Yan, if you treat me with such respect, I cannot even voice my request. Sighing, Li Yan reasoned with him. If you kneel, my hands are tied. Tell me what you want first. The final decision is mine. Taking a deep breath, Evan finally revealed his plea. Boss Li Yan, lend me 5,000 men, 30 warships, and 20 cannons. I must rebuild the Black Flag gang. I will slaughter Anton and avenge brother Gary Lai. Yan's eyes narrowed dangerously. And what exactly do I get? I have nothing left, Evan cried out. If you do not mind, my life is yours. Hearing this, Li Yan effortlessly pulled the young man to his feet. I have one condition. Shoving the wine jug into Evan's chest, Li Yan declared with absolute authority. Guard Susie for a year. After that, I will lend you the forces to crush Anton. As for that demonic thief, you will handle him yourself. Deal. Evan hesitated, his mind racing. If I strike now, Anton's men are unstable and I can rally the survivors. But if I wait a year, that golden opportunity will vanish. Reading Evan's thoughts like an open book, Li Yan struck a nerve. Anton's crew are just suicidal thugs. But that demonic bastard Zane, what power do you have to defeat him? Your martial arts are exceptional, but if you master the ghoul's body refinement and the wolf sea technique, you will evolve into an unstoppable sea fiend. Even legendary warriors could not defeat you. With the 10 freaks dead, no one can brew the ghoul's potion. However, Susie is learning it from the Lin family. I can help you secure it. Think about it carefully. Evan plunged into deep, stunned silence, completely blown away by Li Yan's overwhelming foresight. Xiao Yi grasped the wine jug with trembling hands. Li Yan's word is absolute, he muttered. Meanwhile, under a pitch-black sky, the imperial capital slept in shadows. Yet, inside the majestic palace walls, the main hall blazed with midnight lanterns. Grand Secretary Zhao Yun watched over the restless capital. In the dead of night, he made his move. He urgently summoned the scholar Zhang Dong, the loyal disciple of Lin Yuanfu. Desperate for answers about the shifting tides, that very night Zhang Dong knelt before the emperor himself. The throne room fell completely silent. For the very first time, the legendary name of Li Yan echoed in the emperor's ears. The imperial court sharpened its invisible blades. They used Fu Lin as their ruthless pawn, dazzling the pirates with gold and high ranks. They masterfully tore the pirate alliance apart. Simultaneously, they accepted the East India Company's heavy tribute, securing Hastings warships at a massive discount. A terrifying new naval fleet was born. Enemies who once bathed in each other's blood suddenly became the closest of allies. The hypocrisy of this world was absolutely sickening. The once proud rebel Zhu Peng bent the knee, trading his fierce honor for a pathetic low-ranking military title. Lin Ajin was showered with noble titles. Even his late wife received imperial honors, bringing twisted glory to his clan, while the demonic pirate Zhang He was eagerly swallowed up by the royal army. Only the Red Flag fleet refused to submit. Their violent clashes with the Empire skyrocketed. The government saw them as a raging wildfire, a catastrophic disaster that had to be completely eradicated. Lin Yuanfu's closest ally Zhao Yun paced furiously. His voice echoed with dark frustration. The southern seas, he growled, have plunged into absolute uncontrollable chaos. Yet hidden beneath this terrifying geopolitical storm was a seemingly insignificant ripple in fate, a tiny detail that history almost forgot. After a month of mourning his late master, scholar Zhang Dong quietly took a bride. She hailed from the K family, a supposedly ordinary yet incredibly wealthy clan from Guangdong. The scene shifted to a dead silent night. The silver moon hung high in the sky. Hazy twisted on his bloody bed, groaning in sheer agony. Little Ashu stood faithfully by his side. Cold sweat drenched Hazy's pale face. His teeth ground together in a sickening crunch. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. He violently shot up from the mattress, gasping for air. The Heavenly Bureau. It's the Heavenly Bureau, he screamed. Ah Shu jumped, her heart leaping into her throat. Hazy wildly grabbed her trembling hands, spilling the water basin. I found them, he choked out. It was the Heavenly Bureau all along. Seeing his frantic, shattered state, Ah Shu let out a shaky breath. Brother Hazy, please, she whispered softly. You need to drink some water first. Hazy clutched his skull, screaming in phantom pain. My head. It feels like it's splitting apart, but then his gaze turned incredibly freezing. The assassin who targeted Brother Li Yan was Kai Qian's dog. I heard them call their leader Yan the Eighth. Back at the pleasure house, Hazy panted heavily. After Brother Li Yan slaughtered his attacker, he ordered Zhang Wei and me to stay behind. We were supposed to ambush anyone claiming the corpse, but we messed up. They spotted us. Tears of rage filled Hazy's eyes. Zhang Wei was butchered on the spot, and 10th Madame K, the second, used the bloody chaos to strike her down. The horrifying truth left Ah Shu absolutely paralyzed with shock. Meanwhile, across the dimensions, a cold mechanical system chime rang out, ding, current Yanfu event successfully completed. 5 additional Yanfu events cleared. Milestone reached. Total Yanfu events completed stands at 10. High above, on a jagged cliff edge, Li Yan sat in deep, powerful meditation. His aura pulsed with dominating rhythm. The system interface flared with brilliant golden light. Event rating Supreme Luck. Absolute Peak. Extraction items confirmed: the typing Celestial Scroll and the legendary Azure Phoenix Sword. Additional items: the Clear Water Reed Spear, the Fire Silkworm Soft Armor, and the Golden Durrani Sutra Shroud. A small system note blinked. Except for the Celestial Scroll, all items were plundered from Guangzhou. As the glowing system screen calculated his massive rewards, scattered fragments of memory flashed through Li Yan's mind. Waking up beside a mysteriously dressed woman, his intense fate-altering clash with Yan Ajiu, a grinning skull bathed in darkness, his heartwarming quiet moments protecting little Ah Shiyu, the horrific sight of a skeleton chugging toxic purple liquid, and 10th Madame drenched in sweat after their desperate battles. He saw the fierce Danyang draped in crimson, and that terrifying heavily tattooed woman, surrounded by a massive swarm of lethal poison bugs. One by one, these chaotic memories melted away into the void. Li Yan slowly opened his piercing eyes. "The Destiny Fruit's name," he muttered. "It's Ah Shu." Right on cue, the system voice echoed again. Yanfu mission officially concluded. Commencing final reward calculation. Reward permanent access granted to the Ah Shu reality node. Final rating Supreme Luck. Base points awarded 600. Purchasing authority boosted to a staggering 250%. Silver conversion complete. Added 10,000 Yanfu points to your massive fortune. Notice naval warfare mastery has fused with ancient martial arts. Combat effectiveness remains completely untouched. Skill fusion cost: 1,000 points deducted. The digital numbers spun wildly on his retina. After all, minor deductions. Current Yanfu point balance, 10,086. Unlock special clear reward. The system panel glowed with crimson intensity. You have earned 1 random pull for an artifact containing the legendary general's power. 6 separate Yanfu events cleared in this realm. 6 epic draws awarded. Li Yan's lips curled into a calculating smirk. 6 massive pulls, but patience is key. I cannot rush this. Let's check the rest of the epic loot first, he decided. Instantly, the holographic display expanded, displaying total harvest from the current Yanfu event. Category 1, Personal Enhancements, none. Category 2, Acquired Artifacts. First up, the Azure Phoenix Sword. Base Sharpness 70. Special trait, Absolute Evil Bane. Next, the Clear Water Reed Spear. Devastating Sharpness 85, followed by the Fire Silkworm's Soft Armor. Weightless as a feather, yet practically indestructible. Grants absolute immunity to physical weapons below 25 sharpness. Finally, the Golden Durrani Sutra Shroud. Continuous sleep use guarantees an extended mortal lifespan. And absolute immunity to all worldly diseases. Category 3, Hidden Rewards. You have unlocked the secret Yanfu Demon Cabinet. System rule: upon every successful dimension return, 1 random demonic artifact will refresh in the store. Current loot pool contains the following legendary items: the White Tiger Holy Spring of Immortality, the Xinghua Noodles of Endless Life, the Heavenly Consort's Pouch, the Taoist Master's Headband, and the Dragon Well Bronze Talisman. Current shop refresh. The Dragon Well Bronze Talisman. Item type: one-time consumable. Effect: can magically awaken any bizarre artifact from the Ah Shu dimension. Once awakened, the item completely synchronizes with a Yanfu Walker's aura. Cost to activate: a mere 7 Yanfu points. Li Yan's eyes gleamed as he scanned the insane stats. Without a second thought, his fingers smashed the purchase button. This must be the Supreme Peak Hidden Reward, he calculated silently. Magic-powered mechanical essence, the system declared. Type Supreme Essence. Quality ultra-rare effect boosts magical machinery mastery by a solid 5%. Price 100 points per crystal. Maximum limit 10 purchases. System warning: mastering rare specializations unlocks elite walker abilities. Furthermore, it is the absolute mandatory requirement to awaken the terrifying true power of certain ancient lineages. I am swimming in points this run, Li Yan smirked confidently. I will instantly max out all 10 mechanical essences. And that level 4 spear mastery essence, I am grabbing that too, no hesitation. He aggressively tapped the glowing virtual interface, buying out the stock. Let's check the updated combat specs. Ancient martial arts at a monstrous 98%. Firearms sitting at 38. Military tactics at 50. And magical machinery locked in at 50%. Next, Li Yan navigated to the dark curse category. A sinister, venomous voodoo puppet materialized in the air. To activate, write the target's name and 8 pillars of destiny onto a cursed slip of paper. Pierce the paper into the puppet's heart with a cursed needle. This dark ritual completely shatters the victim's mind and soul, turning them into a mindless, utterly loyal puppet. Warning: those with supreme willpower can resist this demonic curse. Please apply this to an ordinary human. The system deducted 500 Yanfu points. Next up was the Crimson Water Crystal, a consumable artifact capable of summoning a localized tsunami. This treasure cost a staggering 1,000 Yanfu points. Finally, the Nightmare Suppression coin appeared, the ultimate reward for achieving a peak evaluation. It was the 10th Madam's favorite artifact. The wearer gained absolute immunity to all voodoo curses. But beware, if your cultivation was too weak, the backlash would be devastating. Another 1,000 Yanfu points vanished. Li Yan let out a confident smirk. These artifacts were top-tier treasures. Not bad at all. Next, Li Yan opened the personal enhancement panel. The illogical 3 stances immediately caught his eye. A visualization-type skill. It only cost 10 Yanfu points per use. Thanks to Zhao Xiaoyi's guidance, the system heavily discounted the point cost. Qigong was a martial cultivation skill. At higher realms, it could unleash terrifyingly destructive blade auras. This cost him 300 Yanfu points. Next was the Supreme Peace Scroll Magic. For 500 Yanfu points, he could receive a random celestial scroll. Then there was the Primal Fire Cauldron, an item that boosted his Yanfu inheritance awakening by a massive 10%. The system issued a stark warning. This spiritual entity was a one-time consumable, and the price: a hefty 1,000 Yanfu points. The evil god 5th Madam Bloodline caught his attention. Activating this bloodline skill would grant a random divine ability from the 5th crone. However, the system flashed a massive warning sign. Bloodline skills were strictly exclusive. Forcing incompatible bloodlines could trigger a catastrophic bodily rejection. Acquiring this bloodline inheritance demanded 1,500 Yanfu points. Next was the Abyssal Wolf Sea Demon, a personal enhancement artifact. Consuming it granted the Abyssal Wolf Sea Demon state, but this terrifying enhancement required the 9 Heavens medicinal bath. The system urged him to return to his private sanctuary. The cost was an overwhelming 2,000 Yanfu points. Li Yan carefully weighed his options. He immediately discarded the Supreme Peace Scroll. The Qigong was practically useless to him, and the 5th Crone's bloodline, absolute trash. However, the Primal Fire Cauldron and the medicinal bath were absolute must-haves. Making his choice, Li Yan grabbed the Primal Fire Cauldron. It glowed like a crimson jewel. Without a second thought, he tossed the legendary artifact straight into his mouth. The system interface chimed wildly. The Phantom Bird Spirit's awakening skyrocketed to 66%. He was only 3% away from his second glorious breakthrough. Li Yan gripped the Dragonwell Bronze Talisman, his mind racing with possibilities. He decided to merge the Bronze Talisman with the Supreme Peace Scroll. The 2 divine items collided before violently shattering into dust. Disappointment washed over Li Yan's face. He stared at the useless fragments in his hands. Had the fusion utterly failed? But suddenly, blazing runic incantations erupted and swirled around his entire body. The system's mechanical voice echoed loudly. Dragonwell Bronze Talisman fusion complete. You have obtained the Awakened Supreme Peace Scroll, a hidden Yanfu treasure. Ancient demonic seals instantly etched themselves across Li Yan's entire arm. The system detailed the legendary item. It was the Grand Voodoo Ghost Compendium, forged from 306 dark arts, empowered by the Heavenly Mother's secret treasure and fused with a Yanfu Walker's cursed bloodline. This supreme artifact could evolve inheritance skills. However, the prerequisites for this evolution were absurdly strict. Miraculously, his phantom bird spirit met all conditions, but each inheritance could only be evolved once. Every upgrade demanded a staggering 1,000 Yanfu points, alongside the sacrifice of a dark art. It could even devour multiple dark arts at once. From the vast arsenal of 306, once every single dark art was consumed, this legendary compendium would vanish forever. A confident smirk crept across Li Yan's face. His phantom bird was no stranger to evolution. It had already devoured the 9 Phoenix Divine Talisman and the Corpse Sphere Arrow. But the Awakened Supreme Peace Scroll was on an entirely different level. Those earlier items were mere appetizers. This was the ultimate treasure, the very prize he had risked his life to claim. The system chimed once more. You were sacrificing dark arts from the Supreme Peace Scroll, consuming the Void, Shattering Blade, consuming the Azure Illusion Seal, devouring the King Spirit Sacrifice alongside 12 other shadowy arts, upgrading the Blood Slash Inheritance skill. 1,000 Yanfu points have been deducted. Blood Slash Evolution complete. The strike now inflicts devastating origin damage, tapping into the immense power of the 3 ethereal souls and 7 mortal spirits, harnessing the might of 2 souls and 6 spirits. Upon a successful Blood Slash strike, you can instantly detonate the Blade Aura, inflicting catastrophic soul-shattering damage directly to your enemy's spirit. This divine technique has 0 cooldown and absolutely no physical backlash. Furthermore, you can now unleash the Blood Slash upon 3 different enemies simultaneously, sacrificing the Phantom Stealth Art, devouring the Astral Watch and Azure Phoenix plus 7 additional dark arts, upgrading the Shadow Flight Inheritance. 1,000 Yanfu points deducted. Shadow Flight Evolution complete, revealing the new divine effects. Shadow Flight now drains drastically less stamina. Upon activation, the user summons an astral shield, completely nullifying incoming projectiles and deflecting all gunfire. Even better, Shadow Flight allows instantaneous teleportation, swapping places with the Phantom Princess projection anywhere within an 8-meter radius. Li Yan carefully analyzed his incredible new arsenal. The Phantom Bird possessed the 9 Phoenix power, along with the 2 souls and 6 spirits, and the heavenly astral alignment. His ultimate goal: secure more 9 Phoenix Divine Talismans or fully awaken the complete 3 souls and 7 spirits. If he could pull that off, the legendary final inheritance evolution would finally be within his grasp. Burning through 8,000 points was totally worth it. Li Yan's grin grew dangerously wide. This massive power spike was utterly unprecedented in his entire Yanfu journey. The remaining skills just needed time and brutal combat to master. His first priority was surviving the Abyssal Wolf Sea Demon's medicinal bath. Second was mastering the illogical 3 stances. He needed to perfectly synchronize with his explosive new strength. But suddenly, Li Yan froze in his tracks. He furiously racked his brain. What was he forgetting? Wait a minute, did I miss something crucial? The system gacha rolls. He had literally sacrificed the demonic ancestor inheritance, all to secure a River Lord power from the very same pantheon as his Phantom Bird. I have 6 damn chances. If I can't pull the River Lord inheritance, my luck is absolutely cursed. He had specifically targeted the River Lord to prepare for the upcoming apocalyptic event. His reasoning was brutally simple. His second inheritance had to synergize perfectly with the Phantom Bird. The 9 Phoenix power was unstoppable, but only in environments rich with water. However, the Phoenix Flame couldn't generate water itself. He desperately needed a water attribute inheritance straight from the ancient Chu pantheon, ideally a legendary 5 Immortals inheritance. This would skyrocket his Yanfu system authority to a completely new tier. Li Yan nervously scanned the system interface. Taking a deep breath, he slammed the gacha button. A piece of spiritual river bamboo materialized, an enchanted crafting material perfectly suited for an inheritance-type walker. Li Yan gripped the glowing bamboo, his mind racing with calculations. This wasn't what he needed. If the poles were garbage, he would just keep rolling. Roll, roll, roll again. Li Yan buried his face in his hands in absolute despair. 5 poles had already vanished. And what did he get? Absolute trash. Just a handful of slightly enhanced medicinal pills. Li Yan realized he was practically swimming through his rewards. First up was a pill granting underwater breathing. I have already consumed 3 Yaolin pills, he muttered. Underwater breathing is already mine. This thing is totally useless. But the instant refining grass pellet packed a serious punch. It cured all known terminal illnesses, regenerated lost limbs, and even healed mystical soul damage. Barely anything could resist its absolute healing power. Swallowing this pill was like returning to the Yanfu system for a completely free, full-body miraculous restoration. Xiang Feili boosts awakening by 3%. The Huanlang pendant adds another 5. Lord Walker, one final draw remains. Li Yan recalled M's intel. Inheritance draw rates were directly linked to performance ratings, usually resting between 10 and 20%. Moreover, with every Yanfu event conquered, the quality of the gacha rewards would skyrocket to the next level. His current rating had completely shattered the peak standards. Out of 6 draws, the odds of pulling a general tier inheritance were massive. Yet, when it came to pure luck, nothing was ever guaranteed in this chaotic world. Tension gripped Li Yan's face as his hand hovered over the draw button, bracing himself for the unknown terror or triumph ahead. Bam! The moment he drew, a spectacular ancient text burst from the screen. Item: Divine Chu Martial Record. Rarity: Legendary type, consumable. An unimaginably rare anomaly within the Yanfu realm. It unconditionally upgraded a walker's authority and status during missions, and if their authority was already maxed out, it could be exchanged for an overwhelming mountain of supreme rewards. They always say authors give their main characters crazy plot armor, Li Yan thought, turning fatal dangers into massive fortune-hidden encounters right at the final boss door. He racked his brain, anxiety swirling in his mind. Honestly, his previous garbage pulls could be completely tossed in the trash. But this final draw was a total jackpot. Every single wish had been instantly granted. Did I just pull off the ultimate underdog comeback? The realization hit Li Yan like a lightning bolt. A brilliant idea flashed through his mind. That is it. Let us check the auction house. He rapidly tapped the screen, searching for the Divine Chu Martial Record. System response: 0 results found. He furiously typed authority upgrade. 0 results. He kept searching desperately, but the system mercilessly spammed the same message. 0 results. 0 results. 0 results. Nothing at all. Li Yan sank into deep thought. An item of this god-tier caliber had literally never existed on the auction house before. Even the most mythical, insanely rare inheritance scrolls had at least some trace of successful transaction history hidden in the system archives. Even for a priceless legendary item, it is impossible that no one in the entire Yanfu world has ever snagged one right. Curiously, he dragged the item into the auction slot just to see if anyone would actually dare to place a bid. Dang, a jarring system prompt left him completely stunned. Lord Walker. The item, Divine Chu Martial Record you are attempting to auction, falls under the Supreme Special Supply category. 10 lords, please await contact from a specialist. Li Yan bit down on his cigarette, his brows knitting together in sheer annoyance. Special supply for the 10 lords. That meant these top-tier elites got VIP early access and ultimate priority purchasing rights. Looks like I really did flip the script this time. The Yanfu realm was infinitely vast, but the savage hierarchy between walkers was absolute. The intoxicating power of privilege poisoned every single corner of this world. Li Yan's mind raced. Deep down, he felt completely disgusted by this blatant, oppressive system of power and status. This record clearly held fatal attraction for the apex predators standing at the very peak of Yanfu. But for his current self, it was just a massively shiny, useless decoration. Perfect. I can use this Divine Chu Martial Record to barter for the exact inheritance power I actually need. Without hesitation, Li Yan thrust his hand forward, summoning his weapon. He gripped the slender Huanlong blade tightly, staring intensely at a repair cost that was literally 10 times higher than its original purchase price. Yet the blood-pumping thrill and flawless grip of this weapon were absolutely beyond words. Slashing the blade into a flawless defensive stance, he made a choice. If my funds fall short, I will upgrade Huanlong first, amplifying the devastating striking power of the gilded tiger head spear. Suddenly, a high-priority alert flashed. You have one new message. Lord Walker, one of your inheritances has reached an astonishing 69% awakening. You are now eligible to apply for the promotion trial. Target 9 luminaries Walker status. The Yanfu system will deploy an elite examiner within 2 months to test your worth. Upon survival and victory, the ultimate privileges of a 9 luminaries Walker shall be yours. Li Yan's eyes burned into the text. The core perk of a 9 luminaries Walker: free requisition of local native forces when entering a Yanfu event. This meant instant access to critical intel and massive operational support to crush missions. No more grinding for clues in the shadows. This privilege completely weaponized native factions, forcing them to unconditionally serve and assist him. An epic vision of commanding entire armies flashed in his mind. Lighting another cigarette, his eyes gleamed with absolute resolve. He slammed the apply button instantly. Application processed successfully. An Elite 8 Extremes walker will descend to conduct your trial. Please wait patiently. Li Yan coldly analyzed the shifting chessboard. He was bound to clash with Zhang He again. Against a 9 luminaries expert, I can crush them with ease, he smirked confidently. Besides, in less than 4 months, my hidden dragon tiger aura will hit the crucial 30-mark threshold. I will shatter my limits and ascend to the second peak. His eyes burn with battle lust. When that time comes, even if Boss Tai drops his disguise and unleashes his peak, 9 luminaries power, I swear I will utterly destroy him. Next time we cross paths, I am forcing out his true strength. Snapping out of his bloodthirsty thoughts, Li Yan glanced over at Xiao Dao, who was currently vibrating with pure, unadulterated joy. Hee, look at all this glorious loot. Li Yan turned around, sweeping his gaze across the crew. Ever since the Heavenly Mother crossing the sea incident, the 6-patterned gold coin had completely lost its magic. I was honestly terrified I could not bring Dan Niang back, he confessed internally. Looking at her, a wave of deep respect washed over him. Back then, she confidently claimed she had a method, and he had not dared to question her. Who would have thought she would actually manage to drag both the Black Knight Ghost and Old Man Bai back with them? Her mystical prowess was truly terrifying. Old Man Bai, lazily draped over the Black Knight Ghost's massive shoulder, let out a thunderous sneeze. Li Yan slowly approached Dan Niang. "How are you holding up?" he asked softly. "Any lingering backlash from the fire cauldron?" "I am perfectly fine now," Dan Niang whispered. But suddenly, a strange ripple of energy washed over her and her expression drastically darkened. A suffocating dead silence instantly crashed down between them. Without a single word, Dan Niang forced a chilling smile and slowly extended her delicate hand toward Li Yan. He froze in awkward confusion. What on earth was she asking for? Panicking slightly, Li Yan hastily unclasped the coin necklace from his throat. Dan Niang snatched at her brows, locking in furious suspicion. With a decisive flick of her wrist, she hurled the necklace straight into the sky. The cord erupted in a sinister blood-red glow high above. The hidden tracker violently materialized amidst a burst of scorching smoke, making Li Yan's blood run cold. The hovering entity, instantly engulfed in raging, furious flames, roared with demonic wrath. "Insolent fire cauldron! How dare you completely ruin my grand design!" Absolute shock blasted through Li Yan's mind. He recognized that monstrous voice. It was the Lu family skeleton from the Heavenly Mother incident, the one whose golden tentacle casually obliterated everything. Li Yan stared in pure disbelief. The tracking entity had been hiding inside the coin all along. He watched as the creature shrieked, engulfed in flames until nothing remained but ash. His eyes stayed locked on the remains as the coin string clattered to the ground. Bending down to retrieve it, a sudden realization hit him. The ancient coin system functions were active again. The tension in the air was suffocating. It was clear that Lord An was using his own terrifying strength to force his way out of an isolated realm. "Is this the ultimate ambition of a legendary incense god?" Li Yan asked, his voice laced with absolute awe. The entity inside was Lord An from the Heavenly Mother's Sea. Dan Niang nodded calmly. "Those were 2 of his tentacles," she explained. "Manifestations of his will, likely sent out to scout other realms. I have survived the Yanfu system for over 6 months now. Dan Niang crossed over from another realm into my reality." Li Yan cursed under his breath. "Damn it, if a monster like Lord An tracks me, he might invade my actual hometown." The bustling street stalls, the endless flow of traffic, and the towering modern skyscrapers. People complaining about wages and gas prices. That was my normal reality for over 20 years. But seeing those charred remains drop, the terrifying truth finally clicked. Gods and demons could freely cross between these dimensional realms. Every magic user, every mystical art, and my entire childhood world all existed on the exact same cosmic tree branch, the Heavenly Armor Sector 9. It is the only known realm that breeds Yanfu walkers. The higher a realm ranks on the cosmic list, the more massive its territory becomes and the more devastating its hidden energy is. However, the Yanfu system definitely hates border trespassers, especially alien anomalies like Lord An, trying to break the cosmic rules. Yet somehow the system tolerated Dan Niang. Li Yan stared deeply into her eyes. The massive difference between her and the monsters. A legitimate cosmic inheritance. His gaze never left her as the pieces fell into place. Dan Niang possessed an official Yanfu inheritance directly granted by the Grand Duke of Jupiter himself. Li Yan gripped the coin string and yanked hard. Instantly, the black flag ghost and the white-haired elder were engulfed in teleportation light, sucked right back into his artifact. Let me check on little Dao Li Yan muttered, glancing over. Wait a second, if you can freely enter and exit the Yanfu system. Danny Yang smiled gently. I can only cross realms by following your shadow. I do not trigger system events, nor do I get rewards. She let out a helpless laugh. Honestly, that makes me exactly like that rogue runaway Feng Yi, doesn't it? Little Dao stood there with a cigarette hanging from his lips, absolutely grinning ear to ear. We hit the jackpot this time, Li Yan smirked in approval. Looks like a massive loot drop, huh? Eager to show off, little Dao bragged. Wait until we get back, I will blow your mind. He took a drag. Oh right, I fished up some epic tier ingredients. I can finally cook up that legendary Buddha jumps over the wall dish. Let us meet up once we cross back. My kitchen setup is way better for that. Li Yan examined the glowing item in his hand, a knowing smirk crossing his face. With a flick of his wrist, Li Yan tossed the artifact through the air. Little Dao caught it perfectly. Take this yin to your supreme peace, scripture, Li Yan instructed. 306 mystic arts, I will never use them all alone. Little Dao's eyes went wide with shock. A god-tier item like this, I am definitely not saying no. He clutched it tight, looking absolutely ecstatic. Whatever happens, I definitely owe you big time for this. Li Yan waved him off, shouting back, we will talk about it when we return. But as Li Yan turned away, Dao's next question stopped him dead in his tracks. Oh, by the way, how is that River Lord inheritance coming along? 6 attempts at a 20% drop rate. Those are some pretty insane odds, right? When you brought me into Yanfu, you warned me the story jars were a massive scam. People burn tens of thousands of system points just to get a rune full of absolute garbage. I usually skip them, but I am feeling lucky this time. You want me to pull one for you? Li Yan frowned, his tone instantly shutting it down. Maybe next time. I am not risking it today. Morning broke on the 6th day back in reality. Li Yan stood brushing his teeth before the mirror. The white tiger spirit was barely awake, letting out a massive phantom yawn. Li Yan rinsed his face, chuckling at the synchronized timing. Boss Li is a natural-born genius, hee. Yet a wave of unease washed over Li Yan. The previous system walkers had vanished without a trace, whether doing the 9 Luminaries exam or the 10 Masters auction. His daily grind felt completely hollow now. Just endless firearms practice, shadow boxing, and soaking his body in expensive medicinal herbs to boost his stats. A heavy sorrow clouded his eyes. After surviving Yanfu's brutal death matches and betrayals, all he really wanted was to travel down to Nanyang and see Shu'er again. He gazed calmly at the sky. Since the time flow between the two realms was completely different, he could actually use a vacation there to heal. Nearby, Danyang held a laundry basket, her eyes suddenly locking onto an old cabinet. Pulling the doors open, a gasp escaped her lips. Hidden inside was a beautiful vintage phonograph. She turned to him, eyes sparkling. Hey, when exactly did you buy this music player? Li Yan barely looked up from his thoughts. I noticed you eyeing it back in the Yan capital, so I grabbed it. With the old man's funeral and the chaos, it completely slipped my mind. When we got back, I realized it was broken. I kept quiet because I wanted to get it fixed first. A warm, fluttery feeling bloomed in Danyang's chest as she gently closed the cabinet. I will go find a repair shop tomorrow, she offered brightly. Li Yan quickly stepped in. Let me handle it. Mechanics for these antiques are super rare now. He paused, taking in the whole room, hands resting on his hips. This massive countryside house could easily fit 6 or 7 people. With just him and Danyang taking up 2 bedrooms, more than half the property felt like a ghost town. Having way too much space was actually starting to feel depressing. Li Yan glanced over at her, shifting the topic. By the way, what did you think about my idea of moving? This village is too isolated and the commute is a nightmare. Moving into Binhai City would upgrade our living conditions drastically, but we would definitely have to downsize the apartment. Danyang smiled, answering from the bottom of her heart. Honestly, I love the wide-open space we have right here. Suddenly, a violent pounding echoed from the front door. Both of their auras instantly flared with high-alert tension. Li Yan silently approached, cracking the door open. Standing on the porch was Officer Shu, his gaze sharp and calculating. Good afternoon. You are Li Yan, correct? I am Officer Shu. Li Yan maintained a perfect poker face. Excuse me, officer. How can I help you today? The cop stepped closer, his tone dropping dangerously low. Nothing serious, but I am going to need you to come with me to the station. Li Yan's expression turned to absolute ice. He took a defensive step back, immediately shutting it down. I do not do undercover informant work, and if you want me for an investigation, sorry, I am completely booked. Officer Shu quickly held up a hand, changing his strategy. My apologies, that was way too blunt. I should have led with the main objective. Someone paid me to deliver a very specific message. The officer leaned in and whispered. The exact words were, "I finally secure the item." Those words hit Li Yan like a freight train. Later that night, beneath a cloud-choked sky, Li Yan stared blankly at his soup, totally lost in thought. Snapping out of it, Li Yan mumbled, "It is honestly a mystery to me. How do you never oversalt your cooking?" Danny Yang rested her chin on her hands, her eyes incredibly soft. "Is it not to your taste?" She teased him lightly. "You definitely were not this picky when we first met." Li Yan let out a highly awkward laugh, rubbing his neck. "Wait, no, I did not mean it like that. It is absolutely delicious." Dan Niang tilted her head in curiosity. "Was that messenger sent by someone like you?" Li Yan's gaze hardened. "I am heading out with him tomorrow. You stay behind this time." Li Yan smiled playfully. "By the way, give me some advice. The only one I can truly rely on is a mountain god like you." Dan Niang gently shook her head. "I have no wisdom to offer. Just like the old man said, compared to you, I am the one who knows absolutely nothing. You are always so cautious. Just stay on your guard." Li Yan stared at her, his heart softening. No one else in this world could bring him such absolute peace. Seeing her radiant smile, a thought struck Li Yan. "Right about moving houses. Have you made up your mind yet?" She pulled up a video of a girl playing the drums on her phone. Her eyes sparkled. "I want to master this instrument. Do we need to move to a bigger city for that?" Li Yan chuckled at the screen. "We have them here, but the instructors are garbage. If you are serious, I will track down a proper master." He pictured his elegant mountain god rocking out on a drum set. Hilarious. Dan Niang beamed. Then it is settled. The very next morning, a chopper tore through the sky toward their destination. Dust kicked up as the helicopter touched down on the isolated island. Officer Shu stepped out first. Li Yan followed closely, his sharp eyes scanning every shadow as Shu led the way. They navigated deep into the dense woods. Stepping onto a massive boulder, Shu called out, "This is the place." He stopped dead in his tracks. "I am not going any further." Before them stood the Northern Industrial Shooting Range. A woman named Li Qian stepped through the gates. "You must be Li Yan," he nodded coolly. "That is me." The heavy steel gates groaned open. Flashing a bright smile, she gestured forward. "Right this way." Li Yan matched her pace as she guided him deeper into the compound. In the courtyard, another woman was blasting targets with a heavy artillery cannon. Li Yan instantly recognized the military-grade weapon. He turned to his guide. "Miss, what is your family name?" "Just like you, I am a Li. I am Li Qian." Li Yan's curiosity piqued. "Mind if I ask you something? Are you stationed here permanently?" She waved her hand dismissively. "Oh no. I was just assigned to escort you. I am merely a guest at this range." Li Yan pressed on. "Then what is your actual profession, if you do not mind me asking?" Li Qian shrugged, completely unfazed. "There is no secret about it. I handle events and reception at a cultural center. I also teach business etiquette." She suddenly paused. "Wait, your accent. Are you from Kangju?" Li Yan nodded. "Exactly." Her eyes crinkled in delight. "Ha ha, my boyfriend is from Kangju too. You guys sound exactly the same." Li Yan smiled to himself. Beautiful, gentle, and utterly professional. Finding a pretty hostess in this era was easy. But finding one with such genuine warmth and tact, that was incredibly rare. "Uncle Zhao, I brought our guest," she called out. The old man Hong Shang chuckled warmly. "Ah, thank you, little one." "All right, Qian, run along now. I need a private word with our friend here." Li Yan stepped into the shadowy room where the legendary old man awaited him. Hong Zhang gestured to a seat. "Master of 10 Lord of Men, Zhao Jianshang, have a seat." Pulling back his chair, Li Yan smirked. "I figured you would pick a more secretive spot for our little chat." The old man did not even blink. "We aren't plotting a murder here. It is just business. Why hide in the dark?" He fired off a sharp look. "Is not that right? What kind of arrogant brat would sit right across from me, blind and fearless, like Cao Yuanzhao? So, are you trying to challenge my authority? You sat directly across from me. That was no accident." Hong Shang's aura suddenly grew heavy. "But between left and right, why choose the right seat?" Li Yan forced a laugh. "It was just the closest chair. The old man's brow twitched in absolute confusion. Closing his eyes, Hong Zhang burst into a booming laugh. Maintaining a humble facade, Li Yan bowed his head slightly. "Senior, I apologize for making you send someone to fetch me." Hong Zhang picked up a mahjong tile, cutting straight to the chase. "Li Yan, sole inheritor of the Guhuo Bird. Rank 9 luminaries. Given the vacant high-tier proxy seat and your flawless track record, your odds of claiming it are sky-high. Plus you were tied to Yu Shu. Even Jian Miaojin has her eyes locked on your potential." The old man kept digging into his psychological armor. "And let us not forget the legally registered mountain god by your side. Probably Yu Shu's backup plan." No, Li Yan's expression instantly darkened. A smug grin crossed Hong Zhang's face. He poked the bear on purpose. "Well, makes sense. She is breathtakingly beautiful with a pure, untainted aura. A hot-blooded kid like you surrendering to her charm, completely natural." Li Yan's brow furiously knit together. "Excuse my disrespect, but—" The old man interrupted, his face masked in pure cunning. "Lord of Men, Zhao Ji and Zhang." He pointed to the game board. "Study the tiles first. Feel their weight." Li Yan mentally mapped out the board. 13 tiles on all 4 sides. Forming a winning hand was mathematically impossible, but that was not the real point. Standard mahjong required 4 players with the dealer holding 14 tiles, yet this twisted setup had 13 across the board. The rules of reality had been broken. Without hesitating, Li Yan reached out and drew a single tile from the center row. He slowly flipped it over, exposing the hidden face. A digital interface flashed across the tile, named Zhang Mingyuan. Inheritance pupil of the enlightened beast. Birthplace Baotu Kangzhou. Backstory: mother passed away during childhood. Has 1 older sister. Current location: Baiquan Hotel, Guangzhou. A cold sweat broke out on Li Yan's back. The higher-ups were using everyday items to track their every waking breath. Hong Zhang casually explained. "The Yanfu system is absolute chaos at every level. That is why high-ranking walkers are forced to shoulder a fraction of its administrative burden. Think of it like managing realm portals, tracking inheritance clues, approving walker requests, or handling the aftermath of native realms. Us Yanfu walkers, we are nothing but mere insects. We cannot hold direct system authority, meaning we are bound to be completely assimilated by it. To survive, most walkers seal their authority into physical objects. Some use mahjong tiles. Others use junk computers. It all depends on the user's personal quirks." The old man's eyes gleamed with absolute dominance. "And within my grasp I hold the heavenly cycle of 9. Every single walker's data in this realm. Real-time tracking across the entire globe. No one escapes my sight. The delay is never more than 3 hours. Of course, if you abandon your inheritance to stay here or build a permanent portal, you fall outside my jurisdiction." Li Yan narrowed his eyes, his mind racing through the deadly possibilities. Li Yan raised a critical question. "Mark warned me before, never expose your true power to outsiders. If trouble breaks out publicly, cleaners will handle the mess. But for a steep price. That is the Yanfu system's absolute law. Or rather, your personal rule right." Li Yan's bold deduction amused Elder Red. A true leader indeed. The old man burst into booming laughter. "Ha ha, I am over a century old. Why would I waste my energy on this? You think I took this burden willingly?" Elder Red's expression darkened instantly. "You are remarkably disciplined. Even after becoming a Yanfu walker, holding life and death in your hands, you remain grounded. I highly respect that. But you know the dark truth. Not all walkers share your self-control." Li Yan voiced his inner theory. "If my guess is dead on. As Yanfu walkers, we don't just enforce the system's will. We also possess the authority to establish our own parameters. To put it bluntly, before you stepped up, the system had absolutely zero oversight over its walkers' right." "Spot on," the elder replied. Li Yan chuckled with cool confidence. "No worries, old man, relax. But forgive my blunt honesty. You really did not need to share this classified intel with me." The old man barked a laugh. "You speak with such sharp sarcasm, kid, but I actually like that fire." Li Yan smiled playfully. "Ha ha, another old-timer told me the exact same thing once." Elder Red's aura suddenly shifted to absolute seriousness. "Enough games. Let us talk business. What do you desire?" Li Yan froze, utterly confused. The elder laid out his terms. "Hand over your divine dance scroll. Name your ultimate price. I may not be filthy rich like James, but I will never let you suffer a loss." Li Yan radiated total confidence. Old man, a rookie like me knows nothing. What do you think I am lacking? The elder sighed deeply. You are one cunning little fox. Li Yan's mind raced with strategies. Forget squeezing out mere material benefits. Extracting prime intelligence from this veteran is the real jackpot. After all, he has studied the system for half his life. Pondering deeply, the elder spoke. You reached the 9th luminary rank, yet you lack a secondary legacy. Elder Red probed further. In your last mission, Mark altered the demon ancestor legacy into the River Lord. That was your specific calculated request. The River Lord and the Ghost Bird. You aim for the divine court path. Li Yan feigned a humble blush. Just a foolish ambition, please do not laugh. Internally, a revelation struck him. So this legendary route is called the Divine Court. Elder Red offered a grave warning. Take my advice seriously. The 5 spiritual immortals are not like common bugs. You cannot just discard them whenever you please. They permanently alter a walker's personality and potential, far beyond normal beasts. Choosing an immortal legacy requires extreme caution and absolute certainty. Furthermore, mastering only one legacy is the safest bet. As for becoming a legacy's true avatar, that is an entirely different beast. The elder presented his ultimate ultimatum. I offer you 2 paths. Path 1, I trade a high-tier scroll from the Chu Divine Pantheon in exchange for your divine dance record. Path 2, I give you that same legacy scroll. Plus, I personally guide you through the treacherous divine court path, and I will provide crucial clues about the ultimate inheritance. Finding the legendary sovereign of the East depends entirely on your own destiny. The elder narrowed his eyes. However, you must accomplish one crucial task for me. Li Yan shot back immediately. Rumor has it, old man. Absolutely 0 Yanfu walkers dare to walk this divine court path. There is basically 0 survival data to learn from. Li Yan slammed his hand on the table. Old man, give me some time. I need to process this heavy gamble. Elder Red remained stone-faced. Take all the time you need. Li Yan instantly exited the suffocating tension of the room. Leaning casually against a massive tree, he chewed a carrot, lost in deep tactical thought. Anna observed the scene outside. She turned and asked, Elder Red, is that guy outside really Li Yan? The 10th Lord, the human lord, Arthur Zhao. The elder nodded slowly. Exactly, that is Li Yan. Regarding my monumental offer, he claimed he needed time to deliberate. Anna tilted her head, her gaze locked onto Li Yan with intense curiosity. He is an absolute enigma. Anna crossed her arms, genuinely baffled. With your legendary centuries of cultivation, you cannot see through a kid in his early 20s. Elder Red maintained his calm aura. If the world were that simple, the phrase old and blind would not even exist in our vocabulary. If a fool tells you that living a century makes you an omniscient god, they are a total fraud. The old man smirked knowingly. But let me make a bold prediction. I guarantee he will reject my offer. Saying he needs time is just him saving my face. Right now, his brain is practically frying. He is scheming how to snatch that legacy scroll from my hands and make a clean getaway. Beyond the fence, military drills echoed loudly. Li Yan crouched under the leaves, battling his own thoughts. If I just march back and say I will not help hand over the loot and let me leave, that would be insanely awkward. Li Yan scoffed internally. Arthur Zhao's little proposal was a masterclass in subtle manipulation. I can already bet my life that his small favor is not a massive headache. Arthur Zhao is a majestic 10th Lord. He has armies of elite subordinates. Asking for my help is just a public broadcast to the Yanfu system, a declaration that I belong to his faction now. Li Yan collapsed onto the dirt. Honestly, working for Arthur is not the worst fate. He has the terrifying authority to suppress all Yanfu walkers, to maintain the system's delicate balance and order. Without a single doubt, Arthur Zhao is an absolute powerhouse among the legendary 10th Lords. Li Yan felt a conflicting surge of temptation. Otherwise, he could never command such absolute respect. Having the Zhao family's backing sounds like a dream, but Li Yan's paranoia flared wildly. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this ruthless world. The 8 hardships of the mortal realm, the 10 lords of Yanfu, even the absolute strongest peak-tier masters inside the system, they are nothing more than expendable pawns. Li Yan absorbed his surroundings. The refreshing breeze beneath the ancient tree felt genuinely peaceful. But when the nest falls, no egg survives. I may have been a clueless rookie entering Yanfu, but I have already survived multiple catastrophic death games. Given the current volatile climate, If I cannot foresee the incoming storm before it annihilates everything, I might as well gouge my own eyes out right now. Li Yan's mind flashed back to Elder Red's imposing figure. Even if Arthur Zhao possesses heaven-defying authority, even if he personally steps down from his throne to recruit me with profound respect, I must carve my own path. Joining Arthur Zhao's faction would only lock me in suffocating invisible chains. These chains would become lethal during Yanfu missions. The logic is brutally simple. An old man who voluntarily polices rogue walkers possesses an overwhelming sense of duty, and an even more terrifying thirst for absolute control. He bit into a carrot, frowning deeply. I have zero attachments. There is no reason to carry anyone else's heavy burdens. Li Yan hesitated briefly. If he flatly refused, would this old geezer ruthlessly manipulate the system to lowball him? Giving away that legendary inheritance eliminated a massive threat. Suddenly, Qing approached him. Got a quick minute to chat. And who exactly are you? Li Yan asked. She removed her glasses. The Guhuo Bird and Qing. The name triggered his memory instantly. Wait, Yu Shu and I are incredibly close, she introduced smoothly. Just call me Sister Qing. Li Yan shot up. Wait, isn't Yu Shu and Siphon? And Qing smirked playfully. Whoever made a rule that Siphon members cannot form alliances with system walkers? Her expression turned deadly serious. The old man hinted at a massive secret earlier. He backed off, but this information is absolutely crucial for your survival. Countless elite awakened beings are utterly terrified of that mountain god beside you. Old Hong Zhang summoned you to gauge your loyalty and offer a massive compensation. But the moment you realize how fiercely protective you are of her, and Qing continued, he immediately swallowed his words. Still, it is not an unmanageable crisis. Li Yan's aura flared arrogantly. Why exactly are they so terrified of her? Someone within Siphon completely dominated the 7 cities, and Qing stated bluntly. They shared Dan Niang's exact mysterious origin. Terrifying enough, Li Yan's mind raced furiously. Li Yan made his absolute demand. How about this? The old man gives me a clear path. If nobody touches Dan Niang, I will follow his orders. And Qing shook her head slowly. You deeply misunderstood me. That was never my intention. Most Yanfu walkers are entirely scattered. Nobody wants to play the absolute villain over a completely trivial grudge. Li Yan scoffed inwardly. Trivial, he turned his back entirely. Thanks for the deadly warning. If you can provide a safe escape route, I would be endlessly grateful. And Qing smirked. I can show you the path. Li Yan clenched his fists. He initially wanted to patiently observe, but since Dan Niang's safety was threatened, aligning with Zhao Jianzhong felt completely suicidal. He suddenly turned back. Sister Qing, forgive my extreme boldness, but what is the old man's connection to Zhang Miaojin? Just ordinary, she shrugged dismissively. He is far less irritating than Cao Yuanchao. A hidden smile tugged at Li Yan's lips. Perfect then. As they walked toward the massive exit, Li Yan suddenly slammed the heavy door shut, and Qing crashed right into it, left completely stranded outside. Are you completely insane? And Qing roared furiously from outside. Old Hong Zhang looked totally confused. I have made my ultimate decision. Li Yan presented a cryptic note. Old master, I have an extremely crucial item you absolutely must see. Hong Zhang's eyes widened in total shock. You have my respect. I owe you immensely. Li Yan stated his absolute terms. Obtaining this legendary map was purely destined. I already reaped the benefits, so I genuinely refuse to exploit anyone else. But honestly, I absolutely refuse to provoke the Realm Lord nor drag you into my deadly mess. Li Yan analyzed the hidden lore. Shui Zhao Mo meant water beauty. Before dying, Mi Li ordered a walker to deliver this strictly to Anqing. They were star-crossed lovers. Li Yan pieced the bloody puzzle together. Handing the legendary map directly to Anqing would have been profoundly suicidal. Her mysterious ties to Zhao Jianzhong were far too deep. If he casually revealed that Zhang Miaojin utterly betrayed Mi Li, it would be absolute perfection if Anqing quietly plotted her ultimate revenge. But what if she recklessly confronted Zhang Miaojin head-on? The situation would explode into a bloodbath, dragging Zhao Jianzhong into the utter chaos. Zhao Jianzhong would turn against him entirely. Anqing might magically survive, but he would be utterly sacrificed in their deadly game. Old Hong Zhang slammed the cryptic note down. I owe you my gratitude. Demand what you desire. Li Yan narrowed his cold eyes. Then I will speak honestly. My status in Yanfu is basically nothing. Reaching for massive cosmic power now guarantees my absolute death. If you need my combat skills, ask, but I thrive alone. Also regarding the absolute safety of my companion, Hong Zhong instantly interrupted. System walkers must completely settle their deadly grudges inside the brutal Yanfu events. His heavy voice dropped dangerously low. I will officially act as your absolute shield, but overriding the massive system takes extreme effort. I need crucial time, but I have one absolute condition. Until I grant you official system clearance, you absolutely cannot bring her into any future Yanfu survival events. The scene shifted. Li Yan gave a knowing nod. Old man Hongzhong stood up, his back turned, his silent message crystal clear. Once the system validates the Yanfu event, the ancient inheritance scroll is yours. It may not belong to the Five Immortals tier, but it suits your battle style far better than Xiangjun wielding both Xiangjun and the Guhuo Bird. Does harnessing the power of two holy maidens not bother your pride? Li Yan bowed respectfully, an ambitious gleam in his eye. I humbly accept this absolute gift, venerable master. Remember this, the old man's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. This Yanfu Walker event is overseen by both the Earth Lord and the Ghost Lord. Keep your mouth sealed. The truth about me, Li, cannot escape these walls. Hand on the doorknob, Li Yan paused to catch the elder's final warning. Our business here is finished. With a swift nod, Li Yan vanished into the shadows. Only the suffocating silence remained, leaving old man Hong Zhong entirely alone. Slowly, the elder laid his weathered hand on a mysterious deck of cards. He flipped the first card, then a second, then a third. A chilling aura filled the room as destiny revealed its hand. Every single card he pulled was exactly the same. Old man Hong Zhong collapsed in shock. His trembling hand hovered over the piece of paper. Me, Li. Clutching his forehead in absolute agony, the old man cried out, "My son." Meanwhile, late at night on the desolate train tracks of Kangju, a system prompt flashed. You have received the legendary Woziki bloodline heritage. Honorable Envoy, confirm your acceptance to claim this incredible power and pay its destined price. Yanfu Envoy Li Yan confirmed the transaction. To inspect your heritage details, please visit the Black Cassia Hall inside the Yanfu tree. Li Yan stared thoughtfully at the water bottle in his hand. The Woziki bloodline. He squeezed the plastic bottle tightly, shaking it vigorously. Taking a long, deep gulp, Li Yan muttered, "This would definitely taste much better, ice cold." Draining the last drop, Li Yan fell deep into thought. Zhao Jianzhong told me to lay low. Honestly, I am just as surprised at my own restraint. Since awakening this Yanfu system power, why have I been so damn peaceful? He pulled out his phone. Daozi, I made my choice. I am moving to Xinhai in a few days. His mind drifted. From cold glares and ruthless ambitions to endless arguments and apathy, nothing in this mundane world could easily shake his core anymore. Across from him, a girl giggled happily at her glowing screen. A faint smile touched Li Yan's lips. Maybe that was exactly why living in this modern era was not so bad. He gazed out the window. Of course, a peaceful life was always better. Back at the Li family's old manor in Kangju, Daniang held up an item. I really like this one. She shyly clutched the small box. Bring it with us, Li Yan replied instantly. He stood there, analyzing the situation. Finding a spacious place to practice martial arts in Xinhai was going to be tough. If he really wanted to stretch his limits, he would have to use the portal to Mount Desu or head to Mage Island facing the vast South Sea. Holding a heavy clay pot, Daniang made her executive decisions. We can leave behind the small stuff like toothbrushes and wash basins. But this earthenware pot comes with us. I had it custom made by a master craftsman. You cannot buy this kind of quality anywhere. Hauling a heavy moving box behind him, Daniang suggested, we should bring the wooden training dummy too. It is a rare antique. Li Yan shook his head. Too bulky. Forget it. The dummy was essential for his combat training. But you use it to practice your strikes every morning, she argued. High-quality martial arts gear is incredibly hard to find in this era. Defeated by her logic, Li Yan rubbed his neck awkwardly. Fine, pack it up. Daniang suddenly looked worried. Wait, will we have to go through security checkpoints? There is absolutely no way your deadly arsenal of weapons will pass inspection. I will handle the logistics, Li Yan replied calmly. Daniang stretched her tired arms. Finally, everything is boxed up. Behind her, Li Yan massaged his aching shoulders to relieve the stiffness. A bright idea sparked in Daniang's eyes. Would not it be easier to just hire a moving truck? We are relocating an entire armory, Li Yan explained. A normal driver would run for the hills. A few days later, at their brand new home in Xinhai, Li Yan casually walked downstairs. Seeing Daniang glued to the couch, he frowned in surprise. She usually slept around the clock, whether in reality or inside this six-coin artifact. Yet today, she was wide awake. Approaching her, he asked, "What is going on?" She pointed a trembling finger at the television. "Look at this." The news anchor reported a breaking story about a brutal assault. A devastating incident just took place at a local Xinhai restaurant with confirmed ties to vicious underground syndicates. The assailant remains at large. Li Yan's eyes narrowed sharply. The suspect was Daozi, on the run. How is that even possible? Meanwhile, Daozi sat calmly in a chair on his phone. "Hello." Li Yan peeled an apple as he casually asked, "Care to explain what I am seeing on the news?" Daozi replied without missing a beat, "Just a little personal business. Do not worry about it, the trash has been taken care of." Li Yan realized his friend had finally settled a massive blood feud. Maintaining his cool, he simply said, "All right. We meet tomorrow." "Wait, hold on a second," Daozi frantically yelled through the receiver. On the other end of the line, he let out an awkward forced laugh, carefully choosing his words. "I was going to tell you in person, but I will drop the bomb now. You and Daniang have to handle the next Yanfu event without me. I triggered a solo quest." Li Yan pinched the bridge of his nose and let out a heavy sigh. He had just promised Zhao Jianzhong he would not bring Daniang into the next Yanfu instance. Now Daozi was bailing on him too. In the blink of an eye, the mighty main character had become a completely solo commander. He glanced hesitantly at the white tiger artifact. His dragon and tiger aura was running dangerously low. Maybe he should feed the tiger some energy and check on the Sudu situation. Flashback to Daozi. Gripping a wicked blade, he backed a bald thug into a dead end. "Time to punch your ticket to the afterlife." The bald man sobbed in absolute terror. "I have done terrible things my whole life, but at least let me die knowing why. Did Zhao Baoshan send you because I spat water on him?" The thug wildly guessed he was a victim of the violent Yufeng real estate demolitions. With bruised eyes darting in panic, the thug stammered, "Or is this about my son? That girl already took the hush money and transferred schools." Daozi clenched a cigarette between his teeth, smirking coldly. Eyes blazing with killing intent, he growled, "Figure it out in hell." The bald thug collapsed into total despair. Cut to Daozi's dingy rented apartment, where he silently kicked the front door open. Just as he hung up his blood-stained jacket, his phone buzzed violently in his pocket. A new notification lit up the screen. Daozi quickly unlocked it to read the message. "Unknown number, 4:19 a.m. The price for the bald guy was 2,000, but cleaning up this mess costs 4,000. Daozi instantly texted back, "I am only paying 1,000. The unknown number replied at 4:20 a.m. with a smiley face, "Thank you for your patronage." Later, at a bustling diner, Li Yan casually greeted him. "You do not look dead today." Dagger sighed. He originally planned to host them at his own restaurant, but after yesterday's absolute chaos, his place was a complete war zone, so this local spot would have to do. The beef meatballs here are legendary, perfectly chewy and bursting with flavor. Since you guys traveled to Xinhai, I am playing host today. This feast is entirely on me. Do not even think about touching your wallets. Li Yan cut straight to the chase. "When will the Buddha jumps over the wall dish be ready?" Dagger raised an eyebrow. "I can make it today." "Why the sudden rush, man?" Li Yan slowly slammed his chopsticks against the table. His gaze turned deadly serious. "We have been through hell together. Cut the nonsense and tell me the truth. What exactly went down yesterday?" Dagger let out a heavy sigh, finally caving. "Just a ghost from my past. I wiped them out completely yesterday. Left absolutely zero loose ends. Otherwise, you really think I would sit out in the open like this?" Dagger casually tossed the meatballs into the bubbling, roaring broth. Dan Niang narrowed her eyes with suspicion. Was he the villain, or were you? Dagger simply stood up to grab some dipping sauce. "Let us just say my conscience is crystal clear." Dan Niang slid the spice tray across the table. "Just testing the waters, do not take it personally." Dagger gave a curt nod, but a flicker of deep suspicion flashed across his face. "Actually, I have been dying to ask. How exactly did you two cross paths? The dynamic between you and Li Yan? It definitely does not feel like a master and servant bond. Forgive my bluntness, but I have been around the block. I have seen walkers dragging along spirits from other realms, but your aura, it is on a completely different level entirely." Dan Niang puffed her cheeks in utter annoyance. "Hemph! At first, I actually thought Li Yan was a great vice-general of the Ming dynasty. Plus, he was traveling with some mysterious woman in a black trench coat. Dagger's jaw hit the floor. Wait, there was another woman. Li Yan kept his face frozen like solid ice. Yeah, that happened. Desperate to dodge the impending cross-examination, he violently waved his hand. Excuse me, miss. We desperately need some more broth over here. Dagger viciously slurped his noodles. Tease K tisk, tisk. A terrifying aura of pure jealousy erupted from his body. He glared daggers at Li Yan. This lucky bastard actually bagged two beauties. Meanwhile, Dan Niang just blinked, completely clueless. Li Yan and Dan Niang watched in stunned silence as Dagger worked his culinary magic. Finally, Dagger slammed the bowl down. It is officially done. System notification. Consuming this legendary dish boosts a walker's awakening rate by 5%. Warning, it only works for those under 69% awakening. Li Yan carefully picked up a tiny morsel with his chopsticks. His eyes twitched. Is that seriously it? I could literally swallow this in a single gulp. Dagger immediately chimed in, rolling his eyes. Listen, if this supreme delicacy does not fill your stomach, I will just drag you to a cheap beef hot pot joint later. Each serving gives exactly 5% anyway. Honestly, I have relied on your strength plenty of times before. There are 5 portions total. You take 3, and I will take 2. Li Yan shifted gears, his eyes narrowing. You mentioned soloing your next system event. What exactly are you walking into? Dagger's expression turned incredibly fierce. I am targeting the absolute #1 ranked prime dimension. That specific world is fascinating. In that realm, culinary masters are basically treated like living gods. During my first run there, I secured an ultra-rare Great Fortune rating, which means I gained a golden ticket to re-enter. This time, I am going all in. I need to dramatically spike my combat power and snatch up some epic loot. Li Yan fell into deep thought. Uncle Yu had secretly handed him a mysterious key to an unknown dimension, but his warning echoed in Li Yan's mind. Do not activate this key right away. Once more time passes, my next mandatory system event will trigger. That will be the absolute perfect window to use the key. A smug grin crept onto Li Yan's face. With an epic item that lets me select my destination, I will definitely exploit this loophole and warp straight back to Hong Kong. The very first survival trial he had ever faced. The memories rushed back. Sweating bullets, Li Yan nervously shot a sideways glance toward Dan Niang. Dan Niang caught his stare, her eyes flashing with sudden irritation. What are you staring at? Cold sweat drenched Li Yan's back as he awkwardly scratched his head. Oh, absolutely nothing, but deep down his resolve hardened. One day I will absolutely conquer that dimension once more. But patience was key. No need to rush into death. Li Yan deliberately placed his chopsticks down. Dagger blinked in utter confusion. Hey, why did you stop eating? Feeling an unsettling pulse, Li Yan reached deep into his inventory pocket. Instead of the general item, his fingers wrapped around the legendary water demon. I thoroughly inspected this relic earlier. Surprisingly, that old fox Zhao Jianzhong did not rig it with any deadly traps. In fact, the mythical rank of this water demon, it terrifyingly surpasses even the general's power level. Li Yan stared intensely at the glowing stone resting in his palm. System scan complete item, the blood of the mystic water demon, an ancient spiritual essence containing boundless aquatic wrath. Suddenly, a vivid illusion of jagged white teeth and razor-sharp golden claws crashed onto a spiritual shoreline. A monstrous phantom towered nearly 50 feet high into the stormy sky. It crouched in a primal ape-like stance, yet its terrifying eyes remained tightly sealed. It radiated an eerie aura as if trapped in an eternal coma. Toxic saliva and mystical rivers of tears poured from its terrifying visage. A suffocating stench of ancient depths made it absolutely unapproachable. Then, in a heart-stopping moment, the colossal beast stretched its cursed spine. Its eyes snapped wide open. Blinding, catastrophic light erupted from its pupils, like divine lightning strikes. System data log unlocking entity origin verified, the great water demon of ancient legends. Current restoration rate stands at a staggering 9%. Warning. A walker's soul and their chosen divine inheritance are fundamentally bound together. By grinding this restoration rate to the max, the host's physical stats and overall lifespan will skyrocket exponentially. Achieving complete mastery grants double your natural lifespan. Plus, the host unlocks a permanent unbreakable spiritual armor buff. The ancient spiritual essence instantly fuses with the host's bloodstream. Congratulations, your innate ability to manipulate water vapor and atmospheric moisture has been supercharged by 90%. This god-tier passive skill violently alters the very flow of moisture in the air. Even better, it completely bypasses dimensional restrictions. When combined with advanced hydrokinesis, the catastrophic potential is off the charts. The ultimate disaster combo is officially unlocked. Legends say the water demon's awakening always triggers apocalyptic floods. Through their very pores, the walker can now absorb and stockpile devastating amounts of liquid pressure. Current internal storage capacity, a mind-bending 90 tons of pure water. System warning. In the hands of a true genius, this power can casually drown entire cities. However, if acquired by a total weakling, you will basically be reduced to a glorified leaky garden hose for the rest of your pathetic life. Let us break down the lore of this absolute monster. Fact 1. It is a devastating ancient river god that terrorized the mythical eras. Fact 2. Historical scholars actually theorize this very demon was the original inspiration for the legendary Monkey King himself. Li Yan casually shifted his gaze back over to Dagger. Sure, this demonic bloodline was technically classified under the beastly five vermin category. It lacked the divine prestige of the immortals. But honestly, that did not matter at all. Dagger's old man was already flexing an immortal class inheritance anyway. By sacrificing those early VIP perks, he traded up for supreme system authority. Once he hits the prestigious 9 Luminaries rank, he can invade the brutal 10 Capitals exam for rookies. Li Yan's tactical mind spun into overdrive. This also meant gaining VIP access to elite underground networks. He could finally cross paths with mythical hidden walkers. At least Dagger's father deemed this demonic path somewhat useless for his build. And frankly, I have zero regrets about passing up the immortal route. With a decisive grip, Li Yan mercilessly crushed the crystal core in his palm. Boom! A blinding explosive aura erupted into the room. Ding! The system interface violently shattered his vision. Congratulations, you have successfully assimilated the legendary water demon bloodline. In that exact millisecond, the colossal beast materialized deep within his mindscape. The demonic ape crouched menacingly over a roaring spiritual ocean. Suddenly, the terrifying phantom of his nine-headed bird shrieked from the heavens. An apocalyptic gravitational pull instantly dragged the ape into his soul core. Assimilation reaches 100%. Li Yan stood frozen, utterly mind-blown by the sheer efficiency. Holy crap. I absorbed it just like that. The fusion speed was absolutely terrifying. This was radically different from his agonizing first encounter with the nine-headed bird. His physical body felt almost zero demonic rejection this time around. Dagger leaned forward, eyes wide with anticipation. Well, did the fusion actually succeed? Li Yan blankly stared down at his trembling, power-infused palms. His mind raced, desperate to test what kind of catastrophic magic this water demon had gifted him. Li Yan narrowed his eyes, pushing his focus to the absolute limit. Behind Dagger, a massive pot of boiling soup violently levitated off the stove. Scalding broth aggressively spiraled into the air. Li Yan nervously chuckled, waving his hands in a panic. Whoops, my bad, totally a misfire. The spilled puddle on the floorboards began to slither and dance like a living serpent. Li Yan was manipulating the liquid with pure mental commands. Dagger crossed his arms, looking completely unimpressed. So this is the legendary water demon. Where is the world-ending attack power? Storing 90 tons of water sounds completely epic. But can you actually summon a tsunami to drown enemies? A tiny puddle will not scratch a boss. Now dropping all 90 tons straight from the sky, that sheer impact would instantly crush them into bloody paste. Li Yan condensed a tiny water droplet, replying, I can't pull that off. My 90-ton water limit only pulls from my immediate surroundings. As for its destructive power, he casually tossed the bead of water. Little Knife bit his cigarette aggressively, stepping up to test it. Li Yan launched the droplet like a bullet. A swift blade sliced the tiny projectile apart. Little Knife sat comfortably, effortlessly cleaving the splash into nothingness. Little Knife scoffed. Honestly, that power is garbage. With your current arm strength, throwing a random street rock would hit harder. Li Yan smirked confidently. I wouldn't be so sure. Guhuo Bird, power of the 9 Phoenix, Li Yan chanted. Little Knife panicked as Frost pinned his arm to the table. Behind him, a massive water current surged forward. Little Knife purposefully slipped and fell, dodging the blast. The water froze into jagged ice spikes, piercing the wall before melting and dumping freezing water right onto his head. Soaking wet, Little Knife shivered. Still feels too weak. If someone else didn't have your 9 Phoenix to combo with, how would this inheritance even be useful? Li Yan replied with absolute confidence. With an awakening rate of only 9%, you can't expect miracles. Honestly, I'm pretty satisfied with this Wuzi key power. Wu Zhiki controls the water and Guhuo Bird turns it to ice. That synergy is incredible. Having both offense and defense makes this incredibly practical for real combat. Staring at the premium Buddha jumps over the wall dishes, Li Yan calculated his odds. The Guhuo Bird was bottlenecked. Even using these items, its awakening couldn't surpass 69%. That 5% boost would be totally wasted. Meanwhile, he had successfully hoarded 30 grams of dragon and tiger aura. To trigger his bird's second breakthrough, he dumped the 15% boost from the 3 premium dishes straight into Woziki. The system chimed, awakening rate spiked from 9 to 24%. Power surged through Li Yan's veins. His maximum water capacity exploded to 240 tons, instantly elevating his combat capabilities to a whole new level. His hydrokinesis felt flawlessly natural now. He then sacrificed the Crimson Curse, the Plague Insects, the Phantom Flesh, and 12 other dark arts from his ancient texts. He initiated the Wuzhiki Bloodline Enhancement. This ultimate upgrade consumed 1,000 Yanfu points, all his dark arts, and his spirit inheritance to evolve the Disaster Wave skill. The synchronization rate was absolutely perfect, triggering a massive system rank-up. The Disaster Wave Enhancement finished, revealing its terrifying new effects. All 240 tons of normal water could now transform into devastating calamity water instantly. However, this deadly conversion carried an agonizingly high stamina cost. The system warned him to use it wisely. Li Yan grinned at the glorious stat boost. Little Knife nodded. You're maxed out for now. Take a breather until the next Yanfu event drops. Noticing Dan Niang was nowhere to be found, Little Knife's expression shifted into a sleazy smirk as he leaned in to whisper, I know a legendary entertainment spot downtown. How about we hit it tonight? Li Yan turned his back and waved him off. Pass. Go by yourself. I still have unresolved business. My blade is damaged and my auction house repair request is still pending. No replies yet. Plus, it's day 9. The demonic ocean beast's medicinal bath should finally be ready. Outside in the cool night breeze, Dan Niang sat lost in thought. Her gentle smile made Li Yan's heart skip a beat. Let's go, Li Yan asked softly. What are you staring at? Following behind him, Dan Niang hesitated before murmuring. It's nothing. Shall we head home? Then Li Yan gently grasped her hand. She softly agreed. Later submerged in a boiling medicinal bath, Li Yan closed his eyes to focus his aura. A phantom image of the Heavenly Mother descended from above. Li Yan's eyes snapped open, glowing with an intense otherworldly light. Gripping the tub, he stood up. The oceanic demon, the mother's guard. The demon ancestor's blessing gathers all surrounding moisture. Near fresh water, his body would become weightless as a swallow, completely invulnerable to mortal weapons. And if he fought near the open ocean, he would forge an indestructible divine soul. Even supreme true flames and legendary artifacts wouldn't leave a single scratch. He cheered internally. Unlocking Wujiki's power was incredibly timely, but drawing his longsword he frowned. The Huanlong sword's sharpness had dropped from 15 to 13. Its legendary power was actually regressing. After surviving countless life-and-death battles, the blade had sustained critical structural damage. It was practically falling apart. Stepping out of the bath, sorrow washed over him. This sword had perfectly matched his combat style. It had blocked devastating fatal strikes more times than he could count. The weapon was a true war hero. Towel drying his hair, he realized swapping to the newly acquired Cyan Phoenix sword would drastically lower his combat efficiency. Anxiety gripped him. The demonic weapon crisis was approaching fast. Meanwhile, back in his apartment, Dan Niang was bending over to clean. Picking his teeth, Li Yan shamelessly admired the view without blinking. Yeah, things are definitely getting urgent. Washing dishes, she glanced back. Didn't you promise to take me to meet that drum instructor this afternoon? Li Yan scratched his head awkwardly. Totally forgot. Next time I promise. He puffed out his chest to brag. Speaking of which, this teacher is legendary. There aren't many top-tier drummers in the country, but she is absolutely #1. I specially hired her from Liang City. Her tuition costs more than our entire rent. I literally sold gear just to afford it. Dan Niang sighed internally. Is it really that serious? She had actually secretly eavesdropped on his phone call earlier. Hello, yes, look, forget about skill levels. The instructor absolutely must be a woman. Li Yan's tone turned serious. Right, the guy I met last time is one of the 10 masters. He warned me that many elite walkers hate seeing you fighting by my side. Dan Niang frowned. Is it because my aura matches that person named Feng Yi? Li Yan nodded reassuringly. Don't worry, I've already handled the political fallout. It'll all blow over soon. But I have to ask you to lay low. For a while you can't join me in the Yanfu realm to gather intel. Understood, she replied instantly. Li Yan chuckled awkwardly. I've worked with these guys a lot. They're reasonable. I wasn't trying to make decisions behind your back, it's just the current situation. Looking at him with absolute trust, she smiled. I never felt like you were controlling my choices. Even though I wasn't there, I can completely imagine how much trouble those masters gave you just to protect me. It wasn't that bad, he laughed it off. Leaning closer, she revealed her true wish. Just promise me one thing. If you ever return to the Great Ming Dynasty, you have to take me with you. Not a problem, he agreed without hesitation. Her eyes curved into a sweet smile. In that case, skip the drum lesson today. Go focus on your important business. Danica skipped away, teasingly asking, the instructor is a woman anyway, right? The door clicked shut behind Danica. Li Yan exhaled a heavy sigh. Slumping into his chair, dread crept in. What absolute nightmare would the next Li Yan event bring? In this realm, an awakened strength relies on three core pillars. First is the divine inheritance, a bizarre, unfathomable power defying all human logic. It devours massive resources, yet serves as the absolute foundation for every elite walker. Second are the 4 expansion skill slots. These require minimal effort to maintain. You can buy them with system points, but they lack true roots. To Li Yan, these expansion slots felt like borrowed authority merely leased out by the Li Yan system. What the system grants, it can effortlessly strip away. The third pillar, specialized mastery and self-awakened skills. Even the almighty system cannot force a bottleneck breakthrough here. The power level varies wildly, but this strength is absolute. It is forged from personal enlightenment. For Li Yan, this was the ultimate key. It pushes an awakened past their absolute limits. His current prowess already transcended human boundaries, yet its foundation remained rooted in raw, relentless weapon combat. Simultaneously, Li Yan grasped a critical revelation. The true path to power lay in mastering his divine inheritance and his self-awakened abilities. A colossal tidal wave surged forward, plunging his spear into the water. Li Yan sensed the tremor. Brows furrowed, his senses dialed to maximum overdrive. The roaring wall of water was crashing down. Unleashing a freezing aura, Li Yan forced the raging tide to a dead stop phantom stance. 3 arts perfectly fused into one dragon claw strike. Gripping his spear horizontally, he executed the raging torrent stance. Suddenly, a system prompt flashed. Honorable Walker, the Li Yan event is initiated. You are bypassing the standard entry protocol. Upon event completion, you will be forcefully extracted. You will return directly to your origin point, bypassing this current dimension. Li Yan tossed a metallic object in his palm. A sniper rifle trigger. A smirk played on his lips. There are no free meals in this cruel world. Titus definitely had an ulterior motive for gifting this. But backing down now, that would bring absolute shame to the Harlan faction. Closing his eyes, he issued the mental command. Initiate awakening sequence. System warning. Honorable Walker, do you confirm using this artifact to breach a designated realm? Forced entry will trigger unprecedented hostility and catastrophic anomalies. However, extreme danger guarantees astronomical system rewards during final evaluation. Confirmation granted. Processing your reckless request. Destination locked. Dimension number 262. Critical warning, this realm has already been conquered and claimed by another Walker sovereign named Chimera. System override accepted. Forced entry will proceed. Honorable Walker, engrave these survival rules into your mind. This dimension contains 0 test subjects. Consequently, this survival trial will not contribute to your official milestone progression. Without explicit authorization from the sovereign Chimera, tracking this realm's coordinates is strictly forbidden. A conquered dimension rejects all paradox effects. Any unauthorized entity breaching this world faces Chimera's withering curse. You will materialize without warning. Li Yan's eyes snapped open. The wind roared. He was completely free falling from the sky. What the hell? This sickening sensation. Li Yan's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Below him stretched an alien wasteland, a barren hellscape completely choked by violent sandstorms. A damn desert. Dusting off his tactical coat, he instantly summoned his status panel. Name Li Yan. Class status Phantom Spirit Abyssal Demon. Ancient Martial Mastery 98%. Firearms capability 38%, tactical warfare 50%, magitech engineering 50%, divine phoenix inheritance awakening 74%, primordial ape bloodline 24%, absolute inheritance skills phantom blood slash, calamity blossom, expansion arsenal soul shatter tactical scan, forces the user into absolute hyper-focus, granting a strategic chance to instantly expose enemy weaknesses. The Divine Phoenix manifestation requires 20 grams of Dragon Aura. Once activated, it summons an apocalyptic Phoenix familiar for devastating combat support. Alternatively, the user can consume it instantly, boosting the Phoenix Awakening by 9%. Bloodlust, Shockwave, critical strikes carry a high probability of completely paralyzing the target. Warning: ineffective against Supreme-tier Crimson threats. Phantom Dash grants explosive velocity that aggressively decays to 0 within 2 seconds. Self-awakened arts, Tiger's Pounce, Piercing Swallow, Roaring Dragon Strike. Remaining Dragon Ore Reserve 25.5 grams. Li Yan System Points 1656. Loadout Vampiric Dragon Blade for true damage output. Golden Tiger Spear for absolute destruction. Mountain Peak Bracers enhancing raw wrist power and sniper accuracy. Snowforge Reflex Gear for massive vitality regeneration. Ballistic Mesh Soft Armor. Tactical Smith Coat loaded with limitless rations. Unyielding Dragon Scale Boots guaranteeing perfect traction. Special Inventory Ancient Gold Currency. Hexagram Dragon Banner. Obsidian War Axe of the Ming Era. Golden Summoning Medallion. Venomous Voodoo Puppet. Crystal Binding Chains. Cursed Bronze Talisman. Purified Water. Reed Piercing Spear and the Azure Phoenix Blade. Li Yan pushed fiercely against the howling gale. A blazing determination burned in his eyes. Temporal Coordinates, Year 1988, Year 43 of the Long Winter. Location Sector B24, the A dictator's supreme ambition had finally dragged this world into the abyss. Global warfare had violently erased civilization. Thousands of nuclear warheads had rained down a symphony of absolute destruction. When the apocalypse ended, the surviving remnants slowly crawled out from their subterranean vaults. They were greeted by a desolate wasteland. Blistering ultraviolet radiation scorched the earth. Groundwater ran thick with deadly isotopes. A never-ending nuclear winter starved the soil, completely pulverizing the last remaining shreds of human dignity. But the most soul-crushing tragedy, the radioactive fallout, permanently sterilized humanity. Waiting for background radiation to finally decay to survivable levels would require an agonizing 1,000 years. Li Yan braced himself against the suffocating sandstorm. This was a realm ruled by pure chaos, primal violence, and brutal survival. Staying alive was the ultimate human obsession. Those wielding superior firepower held the only flickering hope of tomorrow. Flesh was merely a bartering tool. Ammo and medicine were the supreme currency. Armored mechs, war zeppelins, and heavy tanks violently crushed the weak. Meanwhile, the relentless toxic radiation had utterly corrupted human genetics, spawning grotesque and deadly mutations. A system note left by Chimera flickered. I absolutely love this hellhole. Consider this my personal blood-soaked backyard. Whoever you are, grab some loose scrap and get the hell out of my territory. Primary Li Yan Event Directive initiated. Locate the hidden Oasis Park facility. Upon completion, immediate extraction is permitted, or you may endure this wasteland for a maximum of 1 month. Li Yan intensely surveyed the hostile perimeter. A memory surfaced. I have an abandoned stronghold at Oasis Park. The master key is that sniper rifle trigger I handed you. If you actually survive the Trek pillage, whatever gear you find. Sign Uncle Arthur. Li Yan stood completely still in the howling storm, replaying Arthur's cryptic message. A hidden armory waiting at Oasis Park. The true key is that Barrett trigger I gave you. Whatever loot you find there, just take it all. Hearing this, Li Yan lazily scoffed. Sounds simple enough. Suddenly, a mysterious shadow brushed right past his leg, catching him completely off guard. In the distance, a heavily armed soldier came charging aggressively toward Li Yan. Spotting his target, the enemy sneered, well, a wild prey. But the soldier quickly realized this opponent was no ordinary civilian. A wave of unease hit him. This guy was way too calm, and his gear was absolutely spotless. Gripped by suspicion, the soldier barked, "Are you from the Black Star Syndicate?" Unfazed by the sudden interrogation, Li Yan kept his deadpan expression. "Yeah. The second those words dropped, the soldier unleashed a barrage screaming glory to the medicine Buddha, but as the deadly projectile tore through the air, its trajectory mysteriously warped. Li Yan merely tilted his head effortlessly, dodging the lethal shot. Witnessing this absolute flex, the enemy soldier gasped in pure disbelief. Wait, how did that miss? While the grunt stood completely paralyzed, Li Yan instantly dashed forward. Closing the gap, our main character calculated his next move. I need to keep this trash alive for interrogation. Panicking, the soldier scrambled backward, abandoning his heavy rifle in the dirt. He desperately drew dual pistols, unleashing a frantic hail of bullets straight at Li Yan. Yet despite the relentless crossfire, Li Yan remained completely untouched. Pure terror consumed the soldier as his mind violently screamed, "Why the hell can I not hit him?" Unstoppable, Li Yan continued his explosive charge. Right before the bullets could pierce his flesh, an invisible barrier forcefully deflected every single round. Though completely unharmed, Li Yan clicked his tongue in annoyance. What a nuisance! Activating his wind-step technique, he bypassed the barrage and delivered a devastating punch, launching the enemy dozens of meters away. The raw impact was so catastrophic that the soldier shattered straight through a reinforced steel fence. Realizing he used way too much force, Li Yan cursed, "Oh crap." Glancing over at the now utterly lifeless corpse, our protagonist sighed in deep frustration. Yeah, I definitely overdid that one. Moments later, Li Yan systematically looted the fallen enemy. He scored a heavy grenade launcher and several fresh ammo magazines. Grabbing the discarded pistol, he smoothly loaded the chamber. Fully geared up, he summoned his glowing system interface. He accessed the exploration logs, eager to uncover what intel previous dimension walkers had left behind here. The data logs instantly synchronized. Anonymous records flooded his screen. The Broken Fang Syndicate, the Black Star faction, and the Vanguard military. This is all the crucial data I managed to gather. Any updates on the dominant factions in this realm? The local survivors rigidly worship a totally obscure religious cult. I think they call it the Medicine Buddha. Next was a classified message from Mountain Ghost. Let me share some incredibly juicy intel. Every major powerhouse here is secretly developing diverse genetic serums. They boost physical strength, enhance vision, grant explosive combat power, and even trigger rapid cellular regeneration. Stacked with awakenings, the effects simply double. Nameless quickly chimed in, "Honestly, I am completely unsure. Does this wasteland hide supernatural artifacts? Because I have never faced such a horrifyingly accurate sniper before." Beyond the human threats, the brutal environment and toxic radiation are severely lethal to Dimension Walkers. But there is one critical detail you absolutely must remember. The supreme rulers of this apocalyptic world, including elite mining executives and powerful military corporations, are already fully aware of us, underworld walkers. In this doomed era, they only care about violently exploiting our ultimate value, like conducting horrifying live dissections. Damn it all. Suddenly, a mysterious user named Inheritance logged on. Ignore the other threats. But if anyone witnesses the glorious projection of your awakening, you must silence them permanently. Scrolling through the system warnings, Li Yan threw a highly suspicious glare at the fresh corpse. The dead man's tactical mask suddenly slipped, exposing a disturbing sequence of runic tattoos permanently branded into his neck. However, our protagonist had already turned his back and walked far away, completely oblivious to the sinister ancient markings silently warning of impending doom. Scene transition to a barren wasteland. A massive mechanical beast violently tore through the brutal sandstorms. It was Li Yan, dominating the dunes on a hardcore, futuristic motorcycle, casually munching on a random carrot like an absolute boss. Out of nowhere, a bizarre structure looming ahead captured his fierce gaze. Revving the engine to the absolute limit, Li Yan blasted straight toward the heavily barricaded quarantine zone. A horrifying swarm of mutated insects aggressively patrolled the perimeter. Without a single ounce of fear, Li Yan violently crashed through the iron gates, executing a flawless power drift before coming to a dead stop. He cautiously inspected the rusted outpost sign, boldly displaying the numbers 024. Suddenly, a devastating explosion erupted right behind him, violently launching a nearby wrecked vehicle into the sky. A terrifying giant mutated arachnid violently burst forth from the shattered earth. Its demonic, multifaceted eyes locked onto Li Yan with absolute malice. But strangely, the beast instantly retreated cowardly, burrowing itself deep back into the burning sands. In mere milliseconds, the colossal nightmare vanished, leaving only the tip of its razor-sharp leg exposed before completely sinking away. The desolate wasteland fell utterly silent once more. Glancing back at the mutated horrors, Li Yan let out a massive sigh of relief. Man, I am finally out of that hellish desert. If my awakened senses were not so incredibly sharp and my battle aura so insanely fast, those freaks would have definitely devoured me alive. Shaking off the morbid thought, he casually spat out his half-eaten carrot. He then aggressively chugged his canteen, thanking his past self for his absolute genius. Good thing I heavily abused my creation skill to stockpile exactly 240 tons of pure water. I made sure to specifically gather pure drinking water instead of absorbing random toxic seawater. Every puddle in this wasteland glows with deadly radiation. Clean water must be rarer than gold in this doomed timeline. Analyzing the dire situation, Li Yan solidified his next crucial move. I need to track down some surviving locals first. Only then can I finally extract the exact coordinates of the Water Pearl Sanctuary. Kicking his engine into overdrive, Li Yan vanished into the dust. Meanwhile, deep within a ruined concrete graveyard, a withered human skeleton swayed hauntingly in the toxic breeze. The rotting bones violently rattled against the metal, acting as a grim reminder of this world's utter cruelty. Below the morbid wind chime, a terrified mother desperately shielded her crying infant, her eyes wide with absolute panic. A ruthless gang of scavengers aggressively closed in on her position. Trembling with fear, she frantically screamed, "Stay the hell back!" Her tear-filled eyes darting down to the fragile life shivering in her embrace. Pushed to the absolute brink, she raised a rusty firearm in pure desperation. "My husband is an elite commander for the Black Star Syndicate. If you scumbags, just help me right now." Before she could finish her empty bluff, the savage gang leader let out a psychotic laugh. "Bitch, you are nothing but fresh prey." Horrified, she shrieked at the top of her lungs, "Take one more step, and I swear I will end you." But the illusion shattered when a lackey mocked, "Do not sweat it, her gun is completely empty." This cruel truth drained all hope from the terrified mother. Just as a horrific bloodbath was about to unfold, an overwhelming sonic boom shattered the tension. Both the desperate mother and the savage raiders snapped their heads toward the blur. Enter Li Yan, making his legendary high-speed debut. Ignoring their stunned expressions, Li Yan asked, coldly, mind pointing the way. "How do I get to Aqua Pearl Park? I won't ask for free. I have clean water." Only then did Li Yan scan the crowd behind them. The brutal thugs glared back, their eyes burning with pure murderous intent. Seeing Li Yan as her last lifeline, the desperate woman screamed, "I know the way." Hearing this, the enemy boss instantly ordered their execution, but in a flash, a bullet pierced his skull. Just like that, the leader dropped dead before Li Yan's smoking barrel. The woman froze in absolute shock, and even the ruthless henchman stood completely paralyzed by fear. The terrified woman desperately rushed toward Li Yan. "Please save me," she begged. But before she could even get close, his lethal muzzle was pointed dead at her face. Li Yan's voice was absolute ice. "Saving you requires zero effort on my part, but I absolutely despise being treated like a fool. I will give you exactly one more chance." "Do you actually know where Aqua Pearl Park is?" Trembling violently, she stammered. "Please just save me, my husband is—" Li Yan ruthlessly cut her off. "It seems you know absolutely nothing." His deadly words shattered her last hope. Panicking, she frantically pulled out a glowing vial. "I can pay you. Please just save my life, I'm begging you." The crimson liquid was a Tier 1 awakening potion. Name Twin Gun Savior. Type consumable. Quality perfect grade. System effect. An 80% chance to awaken as a Tier 1 ability user upon consumption. The Twin Gun Savior class temporarily boosts all firearm mastery by a staggering 70%. Furthermore, it unlocks the rare expansion skill Fearless. This massively overclocks the user's physical limits for a short duration. His reaction speed maxed out instantly. Firearm attack speed boosted by 150%. Then another system alert flashed before his eyes. In this brutal world, when the first winter struck, genetic mutation serums were entirely monopolized by global superpowers like America, Russia, and Germany. Western elites hoarded all awakening abilities. The frozen wasteland was completely ruled by megacorporations led by the Grand Arsenal conglomerate. That was until the Twin Gun Savior serum emerged. Sure, it was just a Tier 1 awakening potion, and yeah, the side effects were deadly. But out of 30 early genetic serums, its dirt-cheap production costs made it an absolute game-changer. Even today, it remains the most affordable path to power. The genius behind this miracle, Lin Sanyuan, one of the legendary founders of the Black Star Chariot faction. The Black Star Chariot lived by one core philosophy: Even a single spark can start a prairie fire. Back in the present, the desperate woman gripped Li Yan tightly, her tear-filled eyes begging for salvation. Skimming through the system interface, Li Yan made his choice. Get in the truck now. Seeing their prey escaping the pursuing wasteland, scavengers completely lost their minds. Li Yan did not hesitate. He aimed his weapon, unleashing a terrifying wave of bloodlust. The sheer pressure of his aura alone sent the thugs stumbling back in absolute terror. The moment they secured themselves inside the vehicle, Li Yan locked his sights onto the raiders. A red-haired psycho roared furiously. "Those two are our property." "Congratulations, idiot. You just won the main character's first bullet." In a split second, the loudmouth's head snapped back, sending him straight to the afterlife. As Li Yan slammed the gas pedal and tore through the wasteland, the surviving grunts finally found their courage. "You bastard, this is not over. Start the engines and hunt them down." Miles away, the frantic escape finally paused. The woman wiped the wasteland grime from her trembling hands while her fed baby slept peacefully in the corner. She desperately tried to clean the toxic ash off her clothes. Trembling, she pulled out a glowing vial of genetic serum. Catching the movement in his rearview mirror, Li Yan asked coldly, "That trash has side effects, doesn't it?" She did not sugarcoat it. "If your physical stats are too low, your body will literally explode." Unfazed, Li Yan jammed the syringe into his neck, draining the mysterious power before casually tossing the empty vial aside. Witnessing his raw confidence, the woman bowed deeply in ultimate respect. "Sir, thank you for saving our lives." Li Yan seized the moment to gather intel. "Are there any major survivor settlements around here?" In this apocalyptic wasteland, settlements were the only safe havens for humanity. Eager to repay her debt, she pointed a finger. "Head north for 50 kilometers. There is a massive fortress there." Then curiosity got the better of her. "Sir, which megacorporation issued your hunter license? Was it the Ryan Brothers Syndicate or the Mad Mustang faction?" But Li Yan just shot her a deadpan glare. "What the hell are you even talking about?" Her jaw dropped before she quickly explained. "The Ryan Brothers and Mad Mustang are elite weapons manufacturers operating under the Grand Arsenal conglomerate. All the minor survivor camps out here will only open their gates for wasteland hunters carrying official corporate badges." Sensing a crucial questline, Li Yan immediately demanded to know how to acquire one. Stunned by his total ignorance, she answered cautiously, "You have to complete lethal bounties for the Arsenal corporations." Unable to hold back anymore, she voiced her deepest suspicion. "Wait, are you completely new to the wasteland then? How on earth did you get military-grade weapons and a reinforced rig?" Li Yan suddenly lost his cool edge. "Well, you see," he smoothly dodged the question. "Just show me where the licensing branch is." Scanning the desolate highway, reality suddenly struck him hard. "Hold up. We need to scavenge for some fuel first." We passed a graveyard of wrecked cars, but not a single drop of gasoline in sight. Then our main character realized a glaring plot hole. "By the way, I never actually got your name." Her face brightened instantly. "You can call me Alpha Phi." But mid-sentence, the color drained from her face. A terrifying cloud of dust was approaching fast. It was an entire convoy of raider vehicles. "The scavengers tracked us down," she screamed in absolute panic. But Li Yan was already cocking his dual pistols, his eyes burning with battle hunger. The bloodthirsty raiders howled like wild beasts as they closed the distance. This was no ordinary scouting party. They came riding heavy armored assault rigs, bristling with steel spikes and mounted heavy machine guns. With a sharp whistle, the raider boss signaled the execution order. A storm of hot lead rained down upon Li Yan and Alpha Phi. Our protagonist held his ground, returning fire with lethal precision. Amidst the chaos, the raider boss locked his twisted gaze onto a specific target. Alpha Phi felt a sickening chill crawl up her spine under his predatory stare. Then sheer horror struck her as she realized he was looking right at her helpless child. Panic overriding logic, Alpha Phi sprinted for the driver's seat. "Li Yan, get in, we have to run." But to her absolute shock, Li Yan aimed his smoking barrel right between her eyes. "Touch my steering wheel, and I will blow your head off." Alpha Phi froze, her mind completely short-circuiting. As Li Yan recklessly emptied his clips into the approaching convoy, she completely snapped. "Are you insane? At least let them get into effective range first." But fate is a cruel mistress. Click, click, the dreaded sound of empty chambers echoed loudly. Alpha Phi trembled. You actually ran out of ammo." Li Yan stood there sweating bullets. Cold sweat drenched his back. This was definitely not part of the plan. Seeing the death squad revving their engines for the final strike, Alpha Phi let out a blood-curdling scream. "They are literally going to crush us." She dove behind the armored doors. Are you going to just stand there and die? The raiders burst into maniacal laughter at her desperation. You killed our brothers, now you are going straight to hell. But his villainous monologue was cut brutally short. In a flash of savage ingenuity, Li Yan sent him straight to meet his maker. The driver next to him slammed on the brakes, absolutely flabbergasted. Are you kidding me? His partner was dead, killed by an empty pistol embedded violently into his skull. Did this madman really just throw his weapon, like a damn shuriken? Standing victorious, Li Yan dusted off his hands and fully unleashed his main character trash talk. Twin gun savior, what a joke. These toys are nowhere near as satisfying as my Fengzi. Grinning like a demon, he wound up his arm with his second empty gun. Perfect timing to test out my newly awakened expansion skill. Boom. The second heavy pistol shattered the sound barrier, rocketing straight toward the terrified driver's face. Seizing the exact moment of chaos, Li Yan tapped into his inventory. The mythical spear Fengzi materialized in his grip. Clenching his signature weapon, he blasted forward, slicing through the air like a human torpedo. With absolute zero fear, Li Yan charged straight at the roaring spike-covered death machine. He slammed his spear tip directly beneath its heavy chassis. Activating his martial aura, the Tiger Leap technique exploded, launching the massive war rig right off the ground. With veins popping, he hurled the multi-ton metal beast over 30 feet into the air. The armored vehicle crashed violently into a crater, violently ejecting the bruised and broken raiders from the cockpit. Watching this absolute display of monstrous strength, Alpha Phi stopped breathing. Her mind blanked completely. Is he a wasteland war god? Did he actually consume a legendary Tier 3 evolution serum? Staring at the lone man radiating an apocalyptic aura, the word war god slipped unconsciously from her lips. As she watched Li Yan effortlessly obliterate the bandit crew, her entire understanding of the world shattered. A typical Tier 1 or Tier 2 awakened could barely survive the wilderness. But this man, he was a walking force of nature. From Tier 3 to Tier 4 forces dispatched for massive resource wars over fuel and water down to the iconic bear model tanks. Her gaze fixed on Li Yan. Could he be the legendary existence and mythical Tier 5 warrior, something absolutely no one had ever witnessed? These were the military remnants before the apocalypse hit. Mutated radiation and genetic serums had permanently merged humanity into a brutal new power system. As an elite Tier 3 assault unit, the Phantom Ranger was the sharpest blade forged by the Heavy Arms Syndicate. Sweeping through the wasteland, they possessed horrifying strength to tear apart mutant beasts, boasting a ghostly speed that cleared 100 meters instantly. Equipped with fully automated weaponry, the Phantom Rangers were infamous worldwide. Just thinking about their absolute power made Alpha Phi sweat profusely in sheer terror. Staring at the overturned wreckage, panic consumed her. Any major faction's wasteland purge would deploy an elite squad of at least 1 to 3 Phantom Rangers. However, this devastating frost aura was far beyond a Phantom Ranger's genetic capability. Who exactly was this guy? Meeting Li Yan's eyes, Alpha Phi concluded that a superior high-tier gene had completely crushed the lower ones. Therefore, this monster definitely possessed a second Tier 3 genetic serum, a legendary dual-gene warrior. This terrifying realization sent shivers down her spine. Such powerhouses in Zone B-24 could be counted on one hand. Even the notorious Ryan brothers would bow. Meanwhile, the frenzied thugs shouted, refusing to retreat. Fleeing solo would only make them easy prey. Suddenly, a mystical water barrier materialized across the barren desert sands. To be exact, Li Yan unleashed his Azure Wind domain, summoning a massive ice wall to block the incoming bullet rain. Every single enemy strike shattered uselessly against Li Yan's absolute defense. As the bandits closed in, he seized the opening and mercilessly pierced the driver's skull. The out-of-control vehicle violently crashed into the dunes, but the surviving thugs readied their explosives, with one desperately winding up to throw a grenade at him. The fuse burned dangerously low, yet the thug remained completely paralyzed in place. At that moment, Li Yan simply glared at him, chanting "Blood cleave." His overwhelming killing intent instantly obliterated the bandit. The runaway car plummeted forward before violently detonating into a blazing inferno. Out of nowhere, a sniper round pierced the air. Slipping through a tiny crack in the ice wall, it targeted Li Yan. Regaining his deadly composure, he quickly calculated. The trajectory perfectly exploited the sole blind spot of his water-to-ice mastery. This was no coincidence. A master sniper was lurking. Spotting a distant shadow, the enraged assassin, realizing he failed to kill, Li Yan aggressively floored the gas. Terrified of Li Yan's pursuit, he pushed his engine to the absolute limit, yet Li Yan just stood calmly before turning his back entirely. Seeing this, the fleeing sniper was utterly shocked. Wait, he actually is not chasing me. But the moment he looked back, the towering black banner demon suddenly materialized. With a single devastating punch, the spectral entity effortlessly crushed the elite sniper. The overwhelming impact sent him flying skyward, literally knocking the wheels off his vehicle. Crashing brutally into the dirt, the sniper instantly scrambled back into a combat stance. He unleashed a frantic barrage of bullets at the demon, but every single shot was completely useless. After the chaotic crossfire, the towering specter remained totally unscratched. Witnessing this absolute nightmare, the soldier's jaw dropped in sheer terror. Falling to his knees, he desperately pleaded, "I surrender." His terrified underlings immediately followed suit, crying out, "We surrender, take our food, vehicles, and weapons." Li Yan effortlessly claimed the massive loot, while a cold thought crossed his mind. These wasteland scavengers blindly explored deadly bug-infested zones just to loot scrap food, tainted water, functioning vehicles, and basic survival necessities. They slaughtered lone refugees only to get wiped out by even stronger violent syndicates. Then they would drag their diseased, mutilated bodies back to the ruins to eventually die. Staring at them, Li Yan felt a flicker of genuine pity. Over 40 years after the catastrophic nuclear war, this endless winter era had practically wiped out all of humanity worldwide. These survivors were born with severe genetic mutations rendered completely infertile and highly aggressive. They bitterly called the purebred humans living safely inside massive sheltered bases mere livestock. Breaking his silence, Li Yan coldly commanded, "Drain all the fuel and hand it over." They obediently surrendered every drop. Hearing him say, "Get lost," they instantly sprinted away. Only then did Li Yan calmly inspect his newly acquired tribute. His eyes locked onto a pile of electronic scrap. A sudden realization hit him. "Heck yeah, I remember now, I can totally build something with this." He immediately started crafting. Confused, Alpha Phi curiously asked, "What are you doing?" Once fully assembled, the device displayed its system stats. Basic radio transmitter. Despite its clunky design, it incorporates several highly advanced splicing techniques completely unknown to this apocalyptic world. Standard radio functionality. Due to your unique expertise, your magic motive technology buff is currently operating at 50% efficiency. With sufficient scrap, you can freely modify electronics, firearms, or even heavy industrial machinery. However, results are unpredictable and catastrophic failures might completely destroy the item. Thrilled, Li Yan excitedly activated it. Alpha Phi watched cautiously as a voice suddenly echoed from the salvage speaker. "All bases and survival shelters, please pay attention. This is the Black Syndicate broadcasting. This morning, our intel confirmed that rogue refugees brutally murdered our Tier 1 scout in the desert sector. Master Ling Ying has officially ordered a total eradication sweep in Zone B24. All unaffiliated faction personnel must immediately retreat to your safe zones to completely avoid friendly fire during the purge." Seeing the gadget work, Alpha Phi cheered in awe. "That is awesome." The machine then aggressively looped its previous warning. "This is the Black Syndicate." Suddenly, heavy static disrupted the frequency. Right before dying, it transmitted one final chilling whisper, "Long live the Medicine Buddha." Hearing the system alert, Li Yan's expression darkened. "A sweep," he muttered. Ahafai panicked, screaming, "We need to get into a shelter right now." But Li Yan remained completely unfazed. "Calm down," he reminded her. "You said it yourself. Without a permit, the shelter won't let us in." Frustrated, Ahafai pleaded, "Then let's just find some cover first. Those thugs from the Dark Rider gang are absolute psychopaths." Before she could finish, Li Yan cut in. "Besides, the Dark Rider gang and the Black Star Syndicate despise each other, right?" He casually reassured her. "In a wasteland this massive, how would they ever find us? We just need to steer clear of the ruins where those thugs are lurking." Suddenly, Li Yan turned to her. "Are you really with the Black Star Syndicate? Those guys weren't just random wasteland scavengers." Hearing this, Ahafai nodded firmly. "I'm not lying. My husband is a first lieutenant in the Black Star Syndicate. His name is Qiao Xing. I am a core researcher for them." She tossed Li Yan a metallic necklace. "This is my official ID." The pendant bore Ahafai's name alongside official serial numbers and an authentic military seal. Strange ancient runes were carved into the bottom edge. Suddenly, the baby in her arms burst into tears. Pulled from his intense focus on the pendant, Li Yan glanced at the crying infant. "Is that your child?" he asked curiously. Ahafai defensively shielded the baby and replied coldly, "Yes. Shrugging it off, Li Yan turned away and changed the subject. Where can we get a shelter permit? The Wild Mustang Outpost, she answered quickly. I know the way. Hearing this, Li Yan began walking forward. He glared at the kneeling soldier. I told you to scram. Why are you still here? Beside him, his summon the Black Flag ghost telepathically suggested keeping the man alive for interrogation. This sudden advice shocked Li Yan. In the past, his connection with the Black Flag ghost only allowed for the most basic commands. Just simple orders like block, defend, or kill. Everything else was pure instinct. Since when did this summon develop its own independent consciousness? To make things weirder, Elder White, who had been sleeping in his consciousness, suddenly stretched and let out a loud, lazy yawn. Li Yan was absolutely speechless. He quickly sent a mental command back to the ghost. Next time, just kill. I will tell you if I need a captive. The phantom respectfully bowed. Its duty done, the spirit vanished back into Li Yan's ancient coin bracelet. Li Yan then locked eyes with the trembling soldier. Give me one good reason to let you live. This soldier was Sambu, a Tier 2 combatant, a rover-class wanderer, and a highly skilled sniper in guerrilla warfare. Using the last of his strength, Sambu coughed and begged, it saves you a bullet. Is that reason enough? Li Yan was genuinely surprised by the sheer audacity. He chuckled softly. You're pretty funny. His terrifying calmness only made Sambu sweat harder, his body shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, Li Yan turned away and began walking. Funny people are a rare breed in this messed-up era. Both Sambu and Ahafe were completely baffled by his words. Li Yan hopped onto his heavy motorcycle and signaled her. Let's go. The engine roared to life. Before speeding off, he tossed Sambu a parting good luck. The soldier sat utterly stunned as Li Yan's lone motorcycle tore across the vast, desolate wasteland. Riding on the back, Ahafe couldn't contain her curiosity. Sir, no offense, but which faction do you actually belong to? She leaned forward excitedly. You definitely aren't a wild scavenger. I have never seen a Tier 3 wild hunter with dual genetics in my entire life. Her eyes practically shine with absolute awe. The funding required to awaken someone of your caliber must be over 800,000 credits. That's enough money for a family of 3 to live luxuriously in the safe zone for decades. You don't have to tell me if it's classified, though. She was rambling so much that Li Yan sighed helplessly. If I tell you, won't believe me. Putting on a perfectly serious face, he lied. I have amnesia. Probably a side effect from some unstable genetic serum. I was separated from my unit. I don't have a single piece of ID on me. The only words I remember are Water Pearl Park. That is why I need to get there. Internally, Li Yan was laughing. Man, my acting skills are absolutely flawless. But Ahafe just gave him a totally deadpan look. Do I look like an idiot to you? She judged silently. Still, she played along cheerfully. Water Pearl Park, never heard of it. But my husband might know where that is. Besides, any organization capable of raising a Tier 3 super soldier is extremely rare. It won't be hard to find. Li Yan suddenly shifted the conversation. I've heard a lot of new names on the road. The Black Star Syndicate, the Ryan Brothers, the Wild Mustangs, the Medicine Buddha, the Dark Rider Gang. Since we have time, educate me. No problem, Ahafe agreed instantly. Her mind was racing with calculations. Whether his amnesia story is real or completely fake, it doesn't matter. The truth is he genuinely knows nothing about this wasteland, yet he wants to know everything. If I give him real intel, he can escort me to my husband while searching for his park. It is a win-win. Smiling at her perfect plan, she began her lecture. The Ryan brothers are a massive local arms corporation. They deal in heavy submachine guns and special-grade ammo. Their underground influence is absolutely terrifying. The Wild Mustangs control massive oil fields and iron mines in Sector B, backed by Tane Industries. They use those resources to clash constantly against the Ryan brothers. She paused for dramatic effect. Both of those factions are native to this region. Continuing her world-building, she said, then there is my faction, the Black Star Syndicate, alongside Vanguard Munitions and Tania Industries. Together, we are the 3 Winter Kings. Our territory covers almost the entire human survival zone during the harsh winters. But honestly, inside Sector B, even we struggle against the home field advantage of the Ryan brothers and the Mustangs. As for the Medicine Buddha, that is a crazy local cult. Their full name is the Pure Land Crystal Medicine Buddha. They preach that this apocalyptic suffering is divine wrath. They brainwash people into thinking dying for the Buddha guarantees a spot in paradise. Ahafe sneered with absolute disgust. Ha, they are all delusional maniacs. Everywhere you look in District B, the apothecary cult is swarming with desperate homeless refugees. Even the most strictly disciplined military factions, they have been infiltrated by these fanatics. Their entire foundation is rotting from the inside out. They devolve into mindless zealots worshipping the apothecary god. Alpha Faye's voice trembled with blazing fury as she spoke. Factions like the Black Vanguard are everywhere. Combined with intense radiation, this world is plagued by unimaginable anomalies, she continued. I took a chopper to an abandoned safe zone for field research. The place was crawling with rotting undead. Their fangs and claws dripped with a highly infectious virus. I even spotted colossal beast skeletons, like pre-winter dinosaurs. These mutated creatures lack intelligence, but their berserk aggression is terrifying, especially in the spreading frozen wasteland. The brutal reality is, humanity's livable territory is rapidly shrinking. Realizing she had been rambling, Alpha Faye offered Li Yan an awkward smile. Sorry, I got a bit off track. No worries, I am paying close attention, Li Yan replied. His curiosity piqued as he asked, but Faye, tell me, what does the Black Vanguard usually deploy to sweep out refugees? Without hesitation, she answered, probably armored rovers, infantry, and standard firearms. Li Yan's eyes narrowed as he pressed further. Would they ever deploy heavy bombers? Hearing this, Faye let out a nervous chuckle. Are you kidding me? Who would waste such massive firepower? Li Yan simply pointed a finger toward the sky. Then tell me, whose monstrous flying death machine is that? Looming above was a Tier 4 aerial unit, the Dark Idol Heavy Fighter Jet. Owned by the Black Vanguard, it boasted 30mm semi-automatic rotary cannons and 500-kilogram cluster bombs. This steel behemoth was forged from lost pre-winter Russian blueprints, seamlessly merged with modern apocalyptic tech. Originally a Tier 4 Pompeii bomber, the Black Vanguard bought it for a fortune, heavily modifying it into the dreaded Dark Idol. Suddenly, Li Yan's expression darkened. Wait, it is not just one, he scowled at the overwhelming odds. Damn it, how am I supposed to solo an entire bomber squadron? He slammed the throttle. Faye clung to him for dear life as the death swarms circled above. The system locked onto their coordinates. The enemy radio crackled to life. Calling Dorada, calling Dorada. This is Veravana, lone refugee spotted. Requesting permission to engage. This is Dorada. Eliminate the target immediately and regroup. Copy that. The jet aggressively banked toward them, assuming they were just unlucky wasteland hunters. Sensing the lethal threat, Li Yan shouted, hold on tight. The bombers locked on, unleashing a merciless storm of heavy artillery. Thanks to Li Yan's god-tier driving skills, they barely dodged the explosive barrage. Just as Faye exhaled a breath of relief, hoping the enemy had retreated, Li Yan gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. The roaring jet performed a sharp U-turn. It rained down an inferno of incendiary rounds right in their path. These bastards were not letting them go. Li Yan drifted flawlessly through the jagged canyons, using the rocky wasteland terrain to finally vanish from their radar. Target lost. Target lost. But the cold-blooded pilots operated on a kill-all policy. They carpet-bombed the entire sector. The earth shattered as the landscape was brutally leveled. Li Yan's vehicle could not outrun the devastating shockwaves of their ruthless hunt. Faye was violently thrown from the bike, plummeting toward the abyss. Save me, she screamed in terror. Ignoring her cries, Li Yan completely floored the throttle, launching up the cliff at blinding speed. System skill activated Shadow Flight. His vehicle's speed broke the absolute limit. The Shadow Flight enhancement effect kicked in, allowing instant positional swapping with the Phantom Empress projection within a 10-meter combat radius. This broken skill turned his bike into a literal aircraft. He drove on thin air, soaring from the ground to the sky like a falcon. A glowing defensive aura materialized around him. Li Yan skyrocketed into the heavens, gripping a razor-sharp spear to tear the bomber apart. But the jet was encased in reinforced spiritual steel. Lethal electric currents repelled any physical contact. Even his Shadow Flight mastery could not pierce that defense. Though he heavily damaged the thrusters, both he and his ride went into a freefall. Mid-air, the jet's targeting laser locked onto him. Warning, freefall detected. Target lock confirmed. Facing certain death, Li Yan triggered another ability. System skill. Activated Blood/Enhancement effect engaged. Blood/ inflicted absolute true damage, attacking the target's very soul and spiritual core. Instantly after, Li Yan chained his Shadow Flight, diving like a meteor to catch Faye. Her eyes widened in pure shock. Mid-air teleportation. Even falling to her death, she had to ask, just what kind of absurd power is this? How does a nomad even do that? Li Yan ignored her, coughing as phantom pain pierced his chest. Faye panicked. Are you badly hurt? He brushed it off. Just an adrenaline rush, that is all. In truth, the shadow flight enhancement granted an invisible aura of pure combat energy. It offered absolute immunity against heavy ballistics and projectiles. Li Yan paused to process the system notification, then quickly urged Faye, "We need to move now." Out of thin air, his bike materialized before them. Even Faye gasped in awe. A magical inventory bike. The duo finally escaped the lethal kill zone. By now, dusk had completely swallowed the wasteland. They talked as they cruised through the ruins. Faye seemingly had an endless amount of lore to share. She chattered the entire ride while Li Yan silently navigated and listened. Only top-tier megacorporations issue official hunter licenses. It is a badge of absolute authority, given only to those who prove their worth. A hunter must clear specific system quests to earn one. The stronger the faction, the more hellish the mission difficulty becomes. From surveying deep-level mana veins, to exterminating radioactive armor bugs in dead cities or even assassinating rival guild masters, the quests are ruthlessly brutal. Holding a license from an elite megacorp is not just a massive status flex, it grants you VIP access and official backing along with the support of Tier 3 nomad allies. Getting a permit from the Arms Syndicate was nearly impossible. Li Yan processed this chilling reality. They had just survived a brutal clash with a heavy assault chopper, and now they stood in a wasteland that looked straight out of an apocalypse. Despite possessing highly advanced technology, this world was nothing but a desolate, ruined wasteland completely stripped of human civilization. Their journey was abruptly cut short when a heavily armed guard locked his rifle sights right on them, barking a harsh warning. "Freeze right there." Tension thickened the air as their fate hung in the balance. In the middle of this absolute nowhere, why was a lone sentry blocking their path? Towering over them with a hulking physique and a murderous glare, this guy radiated pure hostility. Negotiating with a brute like him seemed absolutely impossible. Forced to a dead stop, the duo stepped out of their vehicle. "We are only here to secure a permit from the Mad Cavalier faction." The guard completely ignored their plea, viciously snapping back, "There are no commissions for you, street rats here, get lost." But Li Yan and Alpha Phi stood their ground, whispering urgently to each other. Li Yan questioned Alpha Phi, "Does the Mad Cavalier faction actually possess combat aircraft?" She cut straight to the chase, "No, in all of Sector B, only the Black Crow and Arms Syndicate have that kind of firepower." After all, this was merely a frontline outpost for the Mad Cavalier. Seeing their stubborn refusal to leave, the guard's patience snapped. He raised his weapon and ruthlessly opened fire. But those bullets were a mere joke to Li Yan. Exploding forward with terrifying speed, he grabbed the brute barehanded and slammed his skull straight into the dirt. Alpha Phi watched from the sidelines, almost pitying the fallen guard. Good grief, he passed out just from that. However, their victory was incredibly short-lived. Li Yan had stepped right into a deadly trap as countless red laser sights locked onto his body. Glancing upward, his eyes met a horrifying sight. Dozens of heavily armed snipers had taken up positions in the towering ruins above, every single barrel pointed directly at his head. He was the ultimate prey, surrounded by a pack of wolves. Standing at the very top, Wei Dan aimed her rifle dead at Li Yan, her voice echoing with a chilling warning, "Let him go." As Li Yan slowly released his grip, a smirk crossed her face before she mercilessly pulled the trigger. Miraculously, Li Yan dodged the fatal shot with lightning reflexes, leaving her staring at an empty spot in pure shock. Where did he go? Before she could even process his impossible speed, her squadmate screamed, "Wei Dan, he is rushing right at you." Panic flashed in her eyes at Li Yan's explosive counterattack. She desperately threw herself backward. Li Yan almost crushed her ankle with a deadly swipe, but she narrowly slipped from his grasp. The fierce game of cat and mouse instantly began. The gunfight instantly morphed into a brutal close-quarters brawl. They traded devastating blows, crashing through the ruined floors from top to bottom. Yet no matter how fiercely she fought, she simply could not match his overwhelming physical strength. In a flash, Li Yan pinned her securely to the ground, a cold blade resting dangerously against her throat. Surprisingly, a thrilling smirk danced on Wei Dan's lips as she chuckled. "Not bad at all." Ignoring her arrogant praise, Li Yan furrowed his brows and delivered a stern warning. "I do not want any bad blood here. I simply need to acquire your syndicate's permit. Whether it is completing a dangerous commission for you or doing a direct trade, I will accept any reasonable terms. Suddenly, a terrifying cracking of knuckles echoed from above as Jun Xiong stood there burning with rage. He absolutely rejected Li Yan's peaceful proposal. We do not negotiate with nameless stray dogs. If you crawl away right now, I will generously pretend this little stunt never happened. Even under this crushing pressure, Li Yan kept his cool to force a peaceful negotiation. My origins will become clear in due time. We might even become valuable allies. What do you say? Seeing Jun Xiang's face darken with deadly silence, Alpha Phi boldly stepped forward. We are not some shady drifters. We belong to the Black Star Chariot faction and we have run into some serious complications. We are not begging for your charity, we just demand a fair transaction. She then turned and signaled to Li Yan, "Toss me my identification badge." He immediately tossed the metallic token to her. Holding it high as absolute proof, the emblem flashed. Jun Xiang's eyes widened in sheer shock as he gasped. The Black Star Chariot, the intimidating commander, finally leaped down to negotiate properly. Please hand that over so I can verify its authenticity. This imposing man named Jun Xiang was actually a feared Tier 3 Special Forces operative. His physical enhancements were on a completely different level than the dual-gun savior Yu Chen, and he definitely did not rely on those standard mass-produced genetic serums. Crafting such a legendary specialized serum required critically endangered radioactive beasts, exceptionally rare cosmic minerals, or completely unpredictable mutated compounds. Thus, a Special Forces operative was the absolute definition of rarity and overwhelming power. Fearlessly accepting his challenge, Alpha Phi tossed the badge directly into his massive hand. After meticulously inspecting the emblem, Jun Xiong's heavy voice rumbled, "Yes, this identification badge is absolutely genuine. On behalf of the Mad Cavalier faction, I offer my sincerest apologies to you both. I guarantee this unfortunate hostility will not happen again. Now would you mind releasing my subordinate first?" Li Yan naturally agreed without hesitation. He pulled Wei Dan back to her feet, then turned his sharp gaze to Jun Xiang. "So can we finally discuss this permit business now?" Sensing Li Yan's urgent desperation, Jun Xiang could not help but ask, "Does elite personnel from the Black Star Chariot really need a humble Mad Cavalier permit to navigate this chaotic Sector B? Aren't your own faction's permits granted universal access across all 6 major war zones?" Li Yan's eyes narrowed instantly, recognizing the dangers probing in Jun Xiang's words. This hulking commander was no fool. Stepping up to face the immense pressure, Alpha Phi intervened. "Let me handle this explanation." She stood tall before the giant, speaking with unwavering resolve. An unforeseen disaster struck. We currently lack our Black Star permits, and there simply was no time to fall back and retrieve them. But Jun Xiang was incredibly sharp. He delivered a crushing verbal counterattack. Fall back. There were 4 Black Star Chariot strongholds in Sector B, 2 advanced research labs, and even your main headquarters. Every single one of them has already fallen to enemy forces. Your surviving comrades are currently being ruthlessly hunted down by the Medicine Buddha faction. Where exactly do you think you can run? Alpha Phi's heart pounded in devastating shock at his brutal intelligence gathering. She never imagined the Mad Cavalier's information network would be this terrifyingly fast. The worst part was that he had completely exposed their desperate situation. Playing the authority card was officially a dead end. Her mind raced furiously for a way out. Suddenly, a brilliant spark of strategy flashed in her eyes as she flipped the script. "It does not matter where I can go. What truly matters is who the Mad Cavalier believes will claim ultimate victory in this apocalyptic war. Will it be the Medicine Buddha faction or the Black Star Chariot?" Jun Xiang pondered heavily before stating his truth. "Personally, my money is on the Black Star Chariot. However, I cannot make that monumental decision for my entire faction." Alpha Phi struck while the iron was hot. "We do not need you to pledge your faction, we just need that single permit." Li Yan stood like a silent guardian in the background, his piercing gaze locked on the tense negotiation. Despite laying all their cards on the table, Jun Xiang's final response was maddeningly elusive. "Give me some time to think." The heavy silence left a crushing question hanging in the air. Could Li Yan and Alpha Phi actually pull off this impossible negotiation to secure the Mad Cavalier's permit? The future remained shrouded in absolute mystery. Jun Xiang's vague promises and shifting attitude left our heroes walking on a razor's edge, unsure of what deadly twist awaited them next. He was their one and only beacon of hope in this wasteland. Meanwhile, Wei Dan snatched up her rifle, tilting her head with a bloodthirsty grin as she locked eyes with Li Yan. If we get the chance, let us have a real deathmatch next time. Guan Xiong hoisted the unconscious man Li Yan had just crushed over his shoulder. Watching Li Yan hold the baby, he smirked. All right then, let's go. Once they left, Li Yan shot Alpha a cold, piercing glare. Flinching under his intense aura, she stammered, I wasn't hiding the Black Star Chariot situation from you. I didn't lie. I was just terrified of those thugs. Handing the baby back to Alpha, Li Yan let out a dark, mocking chuckle. Do you honestly believe I lost my memory? Whatever, none of that actually matters. But let's get one thing straight. If I save your skin, you owe me big time. Li Yan smiled outwardly, but his mind raced with cold calculations. This girl claimed to be a Black Star Chariot researcher, yet she was a complete desperate mess. A mother and child wandering into a refugee slum for food with an empty gun. And then the Black Crows broadcasted a ruthless purge of this exact sector. They even deployed a terrifying Tier 4 powerhouse like the Black Buddha, just to slaughter innocent survivors. Connecting the dots, Li Yan frowned deeply at Alpha. It was blatantly obvious. This woman was dragging a mountain of lethal trouble right behind her. Her words were just a pathetic trap to drag him down with her. Still, her survival instincts weren't completely garbage. Plus, if he ditched her now, his only lead to Aqua Pearl Park would vanish into thin air. Alpha looked at Li Yan with desperate sincerity. I know this sounds incredibly naive right now, but you have to trust me. The friendship of the Black Star Chariot is worth more than you can imagine. The Medicine Buddha faction just ambushed us. Once we regroup, those bastards don't stand a chance. Li Yan remained completely unfazed. I only care about finding Aqua Pearl Park. Moments later, a viciously scarred man stepped out to address them. Boss Guan just contacted the higher-ups. The Mad Drachma faction agrees to grant permits to exile Black Star personnel. He paused, his expression darkening. But this protection won't come cheap. Hearing this, Li Yan's eyes gleamed with dangerous caution. Inside the massive hall, countless survival tents and ration crates were tightly packed together. A tactical map covered the central table. Guan Xiong lit a cigarette, sizing them up. This girl is Alpha. What's your name, kid, and what exactly is your relationship? Li Yan crossed his arms, stated his name, and fell dead silent. Forced to answer, Alpha blurted out, we are colleagues. Guan Xiong exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, completely unimpressed. I just got off the comms. The top brass says you can buy a Mad Drachma permit using raw supplies or credits exactly like any other wasteland hunter. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a serious growl. But let me make this crystal clear. To us, you two are just average scavengers. We haven't heard a single damn word about any Black Star Chariot. Li Yan sneered mockingly. Are you really that terrified of the Black Crows or the Medicine Buddha faction? Guan Xiong took a long drag. Nobody wants to provoke a bunch of absolute psychopaths. Besides, he pointed at the gritty laborers working in the distance. Do you seriously think we harbor Medicine Buddha cultists here? Alpha nervously followed his gaze, her heart pounding. Seeing her fear, he smirked. Relax. The Mad Drachma faction doesn't want the Black Star to fall. We'd never sail on the same sinking ship as those Medicine Buddha zealots. Your whereabouts are absolutely safe with us. Finally getting to the point, Li Yan demanded, so what's the exact price for this permit? Guan Xiong answered casually, 3 options. Pick your poison. 1 random Tier 2 gene potion, 20 vials of Twin Gun Savior, 15,000 paper credits from the Tania Corporation, or you grind out enough bounty missions. Alpha quietly whispered to Li Yan. Some surviving zones still accept the old empire's currency from before the winter. Others treat it like useless toilet paper. The megacorporations are ruthlessly pushing their own currencies, now refusing to recognize anyone else's money as legit. Because of this chaos, heavy firepower and gene-enhancing potions have become the true undisputed currency of this wasteland. Li Yan suddenly shifted the topic. What's the going rate for pure water here? Looking slightly confused, Guan Xiong replied, we have purifiers, but the radiation levels are still heavily monitored. Since you have a baby, you need Tier 1 zero radiation water. I'll give you a friendly discount, 50 credits per kilogram. Li Yan shook his head with a smirk. No. You completely misunderstood me. Guan Xiong blinked in confusion. Pointing his finger at an empty cup, Li Yan materialized a stream of crystal-clear water. I meant, how much do you buy water for? Guan Xiong's jaw practically hit the floor. Was this guy a terrifying Tier 3 telekinetic user? Someone with a massive dimensional storage space? That made him an unimaginably valuable and powerful logistics asset, Guan Xiong instantly flicked away his cigarette, dipped a finger into the cup and tasted it. His eyes widened in absolute disbelief. This is top-tier premium water. Slamming the cup back onto the table, he looked at Li Yan with newfound respect. But our absolute max buying price is 2,000 credits. Unfazed, Li Yan leaned back. Then let's talk about those bounty missions. Specifically, the ones worth 13,000 credits. Guan Xiong's aura instantly grew serious. No offense, but what exactly is your tier and ability? Li Yan answered with absolute confidence. A Tier 3 Wanderer. And a Tier 3 telepath. Commander Hayes thought to himself, absolutely paralyzed by shock. Wait, the explosive solo combat of a Wanderer combined with a telepath's flawless support. This was the most magnificent genetic duo to ever walk this winter wasteland. Valued at nearly 1 million credits, honestly only a colossal faction like the Black Star Syndicate could breed such terrifying super soldiers. Forcing down his shock, Hayes led the way. All right, I actually have a massive commission for you. But the sun has set, we will talk tomorrow. I will get your accommodations sorted. Suddenly he paused. Wait, one room or two? Li Yan raised 2 fingers, but Fei instantly cut him off. Just one. Hayes nodded, throwing a glance at Li Yan. If your pockets are heavy, hit the 4th floor. Grab a Y-series rifle from the Ryan brothers. It is worth every single penny. Once inside their room, Fei broke the silence. The Medicine Buddha cult rules Sector B. Before this endless winter, they were nothing compared to the Black Star Syndicate. But now, the cult has violently uprooted almost every syndicate outpost in the sector. Sorrow washed over Fei as she gazed at the infant in her arms. My husband, Kale. He was a military general escorting VIPs during the bloody retreat. He evacuated Sector B half a month ago. We were assigned to different research labs. When the brutal war finally erupted, we were completely separated. Our last communication was right before his unit collapsed. Through the static, he desperately begged me to keep our child alive, to wait for his return. Li Yan remained completely stoic. Tossing his heavy coat aside, he muttered, I am taking a shower. Leaving Fei, weeping silently on the bed. Behind the curtain, icy water pounded against Li Yan's bare skin. His spatial artifact could hold 240 tons of pure water, but sadly, heating was not included. Seeking comfort, Fei downed an entire bottle of liquor. When Li Yan finally stepped out wearing nothing but pants, his chiseled 8-pack abs were on full display. Towel drying his hair, he opened his mouth to ask if she wanted to turn, but instantly she slammed him aggressively against the wall. Her face was flushed crimson. The heavy stench of alcohol hit him alongside his shattered bottle on the floor. Li Yan sighed heavily. I completely understand your terror and grief. I know I am your only lifeline right now. But honestly, you are severely overestimating my self-control. Fei merely clung tighter, her hazy eyes swirling with chaotic desire. I have never overestimated men, she whispered. Leaning in, her hot breath brushed his ear. Just do not wake the baby. Li Yan froze, completely caught off guard. But then he firmly gripped her shoulders and pushed her back. I am not in the mood. Grabbing his coat, he added, and neither are you. Rejection hit Fei like a truck. Where are you going? She stammered. Pushing the door open, Li Yan smirked. Going to check out some high-tier firepower. Glancing back, his expression softened slightly. Do not force yourself. Surviving is not as impossible as you think. Left alone, Fei stood frozen, hot tears cascading down her cheeks. Out in the cold hallway, Li Yan stared at the closed door. As he walked away, frustration bubbled up. Was sacrificing herself to him really that agonizing? Damn it, do I look like a guy desperate for women? Back in Hong Kong, top-tier beauties were throwing themselves at me. Luxury yachts, sports cars, the absolute works. Did I not have them all totally obsessed with me? Whatever I am, just a simple guy anyway. Hitting the chaotic bar, Li Yan dropped into a seat beside a stunning woman rocking a skin-tight red dress. She purred playfully, new around here, handsome. You could say that. Li Yan replied smoothly. Pulling his empty pockets inside out, he chuckled. I wanted to buy you a drink, but it seems I am completely broke. Leaning dangerously close, her intoxicating scent washed over him. No problem at all. The drinks are on me. Li Yan offered a charming, polite smile in return. Setting her glass down, her fingers traced his collarbone. Her eyes practically devoured him. Rumor has it, a rogue Tier 3 wanderer just walked in. Is that you? Bam! A heavy barrel slammed onto the table right between them. Vera glared at the woman with pure hostility. Scram! Li Yan just chuckled at the sudden interruption. I will catch up with you later, Li Yan winked. Frustrated, the woman stormed off. Vera leaned back against the counter, shooting Li Yan a look of pure disgust. 3 credits a night. She is absolutely pathetic. Why are you even here? Li Yan shrugged nonchalantly. Hayes mentioned the firepower here is elite. Told me to browse. Vera scoffed mercilessly. You cannot even afford a cheap drink to impress a girl, and you expect to buy high-tier weaponry. Talking about money just ruins the romantic vibe. Li Yan deflected playfully. Vera crossed her arms. The Ryan Brothers Y-Series is 3,000 credits. No cash, no tour. I am completely broke, Li Yan admitted, pulling a small box from his inventory. But what about pure penicillin? Vera's eyes widened momentarily before her frown returned. Still not enough. Li Yan kept his breezy smile. This is my entire life savings right here. If that cannot even buy me a glance at the merch, then whatever. I will just treat this as a free drink. Which you are buying, by the way. Vera grabbed her rifle, hesitating for a split second. Just follow me. Li Yan grinned triumphantly. But suddenly, a suffocating aura caught his attention. 3 men were glaring at him, led by a fiercely scarred powerhouse. Li Yan subtly nodded toward the beastly man. That is Abanaima, Vera muttered darkly. Elite guard from the Central Command. He just rolled in today. Li Yan raised an eyebrow. Is he obsessed with you or something? Vera shot him a deadly glare. Hell no. He is a fanatic of the medicine Buddha cult. She leaned in closer. Listen carefully. Tomorrow's commission is a massive operation. Headquarters spent 6 months planning this. Both outsiders and inner circle elites are joining. Since you two arrived on the exact same day, expect to be squad mates. Oh, is that so? Li Yan locked eyes with the towering brute. Catching his gaze, Abanima mocked him with a brutal throat-slitting gesture, sticking his tongue out like a psycho. Unfazed, Vera issued one final warning. Long story short, when hell breaks loose tomorrow, you better watch your own back. But when she turned around, Li Yan had already vanished. She let out a frustrated sigh. Across the room, Li Yan ruthlessly kick-flipped Abanima's table, sending all 3 men crashing to the floor. Murderous rage erupted in Abanima's eyes, but Li Yan just stood there, an overwhelming, terrifying aura exploding from his body. Who the hell told you to point at me? The entire cultist squad froze in absolute shock. Snapping back to reality, a freckled underling roared in fury, launching a massive bone-crushing punch straight at Li Yan's face. Suddenly, trouble sparked. The main character casually flicked his leg, sweeping a hostile thug completely off his feet. Without hesitation, he delivered a crushing stomp straight into his gut. The freckle-faced thug was launched through the air like a ragdoll, crashing violently into a table. Watching this, a heavy-set gang member cursed in blinding rage, drawing a hidden weapon. Li Yan snapped his head around and spat a mouthful of water directly into his ugly face. Dripping with the protagonist's disrespect, the thug lost his mind and roared like a beast. You are dead meat. But in a flash, a silver soup spoon sliced through the air. With terrifying precision, Li Yan hooked the spoon perfectly behind the trigger of the drawn gun. With one vicious yank, the weapon was instantly snatched away. The explosive force of the main character's pull ruthlessly twisted the thug's entire arm until the joints snapped. A blood-curdling scream tore from the man's throat. Argo. His trigger finger was completely shattered, with crimson drops of blood splashing endlessly onto the diner floor. Li Yan balanced the captured handgun perfectly on the handle of his spoon, spinning it through the air. The long-haired thug trembled violently, glaring at him with helpless rage. The protagonist casually toyed with a deadly weapon, with one hand flashing a mocking grin. I gave you the gun, and you didn't even use it. His spinning accelerated until the spoon handle struck a sensitive mechanism. Li Yan barely glanced at the weapon before. Bang! A rogue bullet blasted straight into the ceiling lights, raining debris everywhere. The explosive noise shattered the bar's atmosphere. Every single patron froze, snapping their heads to stare at the unfolding chaos. Li Yan abruptly stopped spinning the gun, his jaw dropping slightly. It actually fired, he thought to himself. That was a close call. Without a second thought, Li Yan tossed his spoon and gun straight into the dirt. Suddenly, the surrounding mob swarmed them, roaring in unison. Beat the living crap out of him. Are we really scared of a 3-on-1? A one-eyed thug crossed his arms, grinning with excitement. Let us rush him together. Beside him, a braided brute took a fighting stance, ready to strike. Wei Dan stood on the sidelines, Her piercing golden eyes suddenly shifted, sensing a deadly intent from behind. Out of nowhere, a vicious flying blade hurled straight toward their direction. But the sneak attack was child's play for Li Yan. He casually spun around and snatched the blade barehanded. Standing tall, he locked eyes with Abanima and mocked. "Did you skip breakfast or something? You really thought this butter knife could kill me?" Enraged Abanima, a Tier 3 night wanderer, furrowed his brows and lunged forward with explosive speed. Two blades drawn. Only one would walk out alive. Abanima unleashed a lethal slash at Li Yan, but our protagonist smoothly dashed backward, evading the fatal strike. Refusing to back down, the assassin swung a relentless follow-up attack, but Li Yan easily deflected it with his forearm. Driven by sheer rage, Abanima unleashed a flurry of chaotic stabs, aiming right for his heart. Li Yan raised his gaze, analyzing his opponent's reckless moves. "If I let these scumbags live, they will ruin tomorrow's mission," he calculated. "Better to cripple them right here and now." Working solo beats, carrying dead weight. With his mind made up, the main character reached into his coat and drew out a gleaming combat dagger. In a blur of motion, Li Yan slashed a precise line across Abanima's face, drawing first blood. Boiling with humiliation, the assassin thought to himself, "If I do not crush him now, my reputation in this wasteland is finished." In retaliation, a sharp blade grazed past Li Yan's face, leaving a stinging shallow cut right across his cheek. The real deathmatch had officially begun. Both warriors dropped into their fighting stances, killing intent overflowing. Pushing off the ground, they charged at full speed, their deadly blades clashing directly in a shower of sparks. Standing outside the kill zone, Wei Dan casually rested a heavy rifle on her shoulder. Her beautiful face remained utterly calm as she silently analyzed the protagonist's combat prowess. "His dagger mastery is actually pretty impressive," she noted. Meanwhile, Li Yan and Abanima locked into a devastating close-quarters brawl, trading lethal strikes. Steel sang against steel in a deafening symphony of destruction. Suddenly, the locked blades violently broke apart. Moving faster than the wind itself, a devastating counter-slash tore through the air. A bright crimson arc painted the air as blood violently erupted from Abanima's arm. The thug stumbled back, utterly bewildered by the blinding speed. Staring at his own blood, dripping from Li Yan's blade, Abanima broke into a cold sweat. He is a master-tier short-blade user, he realized. His attack speed enhancement completely overpowers my explosive acceleration. Desperate, he launched another frenzied assault, pointing his blade straight at the protagonist. Abanima closed the distance in a flash, executing a vicious upward thrust, but Li Yan flawlessly dodged the fatal blow. Without losing momentum, the assassin followed up with a brutal horizontal slash aimed right at his head. Yet our hero simply ducked, weaving through the danger effortlessly. Seizing the opening, Li Yan swung his arm upward, delivering a surgical strike precisely on his enemy's wounded arm. Without missing a beat, he brought the blade crashing down, carving a second devastating gash into the exact same spot. Abanima's entire body threatened to collapse. Before he could breathe, Li Yan drove a skull-crushing knee right into his gut, forcing a violent spray of blood from the thug's mouth. Reality hit Abanima like a truck as he realized his fatal mistake. It is over. His legs gave out, crashing onto the dirt. Leaping from behind, Li Yan plunged his dagger mercilessly into the assassin's back, sending blood splattering everywhere. A pathetic gasp escaped his throat. Showing zero mercy, the main character violently twisted the embedded dagger back and forth, shredding flesh and causing an absolute bloodbath. Finally, he ripped the bloody blade out. Trembling in pure agony, Abanima let out a soul-piercing, agonizing scream. Li Yan looked down at the broken man, coldly calculating his next move. With this level of tissue damage, he is definitely sitting out tomorrow's commission from Q Dafu, he mused. No, wait. Glory to the medicine Buddha. Disgusted, he tossed the blood-drenched dagger aside. Without even sparing a backward glance, he ordered Abanima's terrified lackeys, "Drag this trash to a ripper dock before he bleeds out." Suddenly, the freckle-faced grunt snatched the fallen blade from the dirt. Pointing it with shaking hands, he barked, "Stop right there." Li Yan slowly tilted his head, shooting him a death glare. His icy gaze narrowed to a deadly slit sweeping over to the side. Meeting those predator-like eyes, the long-haired thug began trembling uncontrollably, stammering in pure dread. I. Dismissing the coward, our protagonist dropped a chilling question. "Can your weak back carry two bodies at once?" The thug froze in horror. Ignoring the warning, the freckled fool charged forward with his gleaming blade. Fluid as water, Li Yan's foot hooked perfectly under a heavy wooden stool. With a whip-like kick, he launched the solid furniture, flying straight into the freckled idiot's face. Before the stunned grunt could even process the pain, he looked up to see Li Yan dashing at him like a phantom. The protagonist delivered a bone-shattering roundhouse kick directly to his dagger-wielding arm. The weapon was kicked entirely out of his grip, spinning wildly into the air like a silver frisbee. Locking his crosshairs on the vulnerable target, Li Yan launched himself into the air. He drove a devastating flying knee square into the guy's jaw, sending him crashing through a wooden table. Landing gracefully, Li Yan flipped backward to create a safe distance. Across the room, the freckled thug's neck was snapped at a horrifying angle, grotesquely wedged against the table edge. But terrifyingly, a glowing green healing liquid began to ooze around his shattered spine. Li Yan's brows knitted together in deep suspicion. His sharp eyes locked intensely onto the miraculous glowing neck. A blue system window instantly materialized, name Liquid. Class Tier 3, Frankenstein. Status, Salamander form. Note, a highly classified biological weapon engineered in the multi-billion-dollar labs of the almighty Kin Megacorporation. The Frankenstein Potion. A twisted biological serum directly inspired by the classic horror novel from British author Mary Shelley. This terrifying drug grants humans the ungodly strength of an ant, the explosive jump of a flea, aquatic breathing, and even the biological immortality of a jellyfish. Its enhancement branches are absolutely game-breaking. The twisted body violently spasms, struggling to sit up before collapsing back into the dirt like a broken puppet. Li Yan smirked inwardly. Your body might regenerate indefinitely, but your shattered consciousness sure does not. Closing his eyes, he meticulously evaluated his options. I definitely need to secure a custom enhancement potion for myself in this wretched town. That Frankenstein salamander variant actually looks like top-tier loot. Dusting off his coat, Li Yan strolled over to Wei Dan. Trash taken out, he smirked. Where to next? She spun around, marching briskly toward the gloomy bar exit. Just keep up with me. Propping up Abanima's battered body, the long-haired lackey screamed at our protagonists, retreating back. You piece of garbage, listen well. The law of this new era is not decided by savage street duels. Bored out of his mind, Li Yan casually covered his mouth and let out a loud yawn while walking away. Seeing this supreme disrespect, the furious thug kept barking like a rabid dog. Your flashy little martial arts will not save you out there. Step into the real battlefield and you will not be acting so damn arrogant. He cursed until his throat bled, but the protagonist did not give him a single ounce of attention. Grinding his teeth in absolute humiliation, the helpless thug could only watch in despair as Li Yan and Wei Dan faded into the shadows. Meanwhile, inside a dimly lit basement armory, a woman's voice echoed, "Meet the new king of the Gaia 107 series." Wei Dan expertly handled the massive long-barrel weapon as she spoke, a semi-automatic sniper rifle. It fires 30mm high-explosive armor-piercing rounds, features a 5-round magazine and a dual-chamber muzzle brake, along with a detachable spiked bipod. It utilizes a Tier 3 standard accessory rail equipped with the latest optical targeting system from the Fire Shield military. Li Yan offered a sheepish smile. Could you dumb it down a little? Wei Dan shot him, a look of pure disdain, silently mocking his ignorance. Hoisting the heavy rifle, she explained again. The core design concept, total annihilation of armored tanks, missile launchers, and even low-flying combat aircraft. Within a 2,000-meter range, this beast can effortlessly pierce through 50mm of specialized combat steel. Right now, countless factions are combining modern infantry with exoskeleton mechas, attempting to create Tier 5 super soldiers. With a heavy thud, Wei Dan slammed the massive rifle onto the table. She flashed 2 fingers and a wicked smirk. This bad boy right here. It will blast those arrogant bastards straight into the afterlife. Li Yan shoved his hands into his pockets, eyeing the deadly arsenal. How much? Wei Dan casually waved her hand. 68,000 for the base model. Ammo is extra. The system interface flashed before his eyes. Item YRS-107 Anti-Material Sniper Rifle. Theoretical range 2,000 meters. Compatible with various rounds including armor-piercing and high-explosive grenades. Deals devastating critical damage to armored units, ideal for solo raids against Tier 4 bear-type tanks. Prerequisite 90% firearms proficiency. Warning, devastating recoil, nowhere to hide. Li Yan turned his head, flashing her a sly smile. Just out of curiosity, where do you guys actually stash Goliath-class weapons like this? Wei Dan's brow twitched. Are you planning a robbery? I suggest you never make a joke like that again. The protagonist rubbed his neck, chuckling. Hey, you're the one teasing me with impossibly expensive toys. She simply walked ahead, continuing her pitch. The RS-107 is a masterpiece of the Y series. Extreme range, pinpoint accuracy, overwhelming firepower, and versatile ammo. Its overall performance is absolutely flawless. But that 90% firearms proficiency requirement, he thought to himself, that is a nearly impossible threshold for me to reach. Li Yan closed his eyes, his mind racing. Hitting 90% mastery in modern firearms is an insurmountable bottleneck at my current level. Basic proficiency is easy enough to grind on the field, but breaking past the ultimate limit, there are zero shortcuts, not even a clear, practical path forward. My ancient martial arts only reached 90% in the God King battlefield through sheer luck and sudden enlightenment. Li Yan snapped his eyes open, looking at Wei Dan. Got anything with massive firepower that's actually easy to handle? Any alternative class is fine. Hearing this, Wei Dan fell silent, her eyes darting in thought. Finally, her gaze landed on a different row of heavy weapons. Try these 3 models. The protagonist grabbed a long-barreled jet black rifle, analyzing its weight. He hoisted it up, testing his firing stance. Before dropping it back onto the rack, the balance feels completely off. Li Yan analyzed internally. I already have plenty of ambush tactics. Range doesn't matter. All I need is pure, unadulterated, destructive power. His brow furrowed deeply. In this twisted world, everything is wrapped in impenetrable steel shells. Trying to crush a tank with a massive, unwieldy cannon will just shatter my own hands. A devastating heavy impact weapon. Something designed purely for tearing apart thick armor is exactly what I need. Suddenly, his eyes widened, locking onto a bizarre relic ahead. System prompt: crazy shot, weapon class, shotgun. Rarity rare, but critically damaged. A monstrous 7-barrel design. With 2 barrels, completely shattered magazine capacity, 12 custom shotgun shells. Upon firing, every single round erupts simultaneously, capable of inflicting fatal damage to any known metallic armor. Warning: even in pristine condition, the explosion risk is astronomically high. Note: this chaotic masterpiece was forged by the wildly imaginative designer Shot, the future chief designer of the Y series, built on the very night he became a man. However, the Thunder Eagle brothers rated this weapon as absolute garbage. Accuracy: non-existent. The recoil is suicidal, the range is downright laughable, the muzzle load is incredibly unstable, guaranteeing it breaks after just a few uses. Thus, production was permanently abandoned, leaving this ancient relic completely busted. Boss, guess what inspired this insane design? The system quoted Shot. Li Yan smirked, lifting the rusted monstrous barrels. This is perfect, he whispered. Wei Dan crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. Honestly, that chaotic junk suits you. You can take it for 800, but don't say I didn't warn you. That thing is utterly broken. It won't fire a single shell. The protagonist simply grinned at her. Do you guys have a station to dismantle parts? Wei Dan stared at him. We do. Lathes too. Crafting custom parts isn't the issue, but we absolutely don't have the time. Li Yan cradled the massive shotgun, his smile widening. Don't worry about it. I'll forge what I need myself. Just lead the way. Soon, countless weapon components cluttered the workbench as blinding sparks and the fierce screech of welding metal filled the room. Behind heavy safety goggles, our main character's eyes were locked on his masterpiece. 4 hours later, the dismantling room still echoed with the harsh buzzing of electrical tools. Wei Dan leaned heavily against the cold corner wall. She had her eyes shut tight, trying to catch a brief moment of rest. Li Yan finally completed the weapon in his hands. He raised it, locking the final piece into place with a sharp click. The mechanical snap jolted Wei Dan awake. She stared at the imposing firearm in his grip. Is it finally done? The weapon in Li Yan's hands was the modified Frenzy Shot System Classification shotgun. Rarity level: rare. Its magazine boasted an insane capacity of 108 high-explosive rounds. One pull of the trigger unloads the entire magazine simultaneously. It packed enough devastating firepower to completely obliterate any known heavy armor. But the legendary recoil was an absolute nightmare. Its current effective range was a mere 15 meters. The system noted it as an immature creation, blindly chasing absolute destructive power while completely ignoring all logic and common sense. Yet this simple, otherworldly enhancement completely transformed the weapon. Li Yan aimed the barrel forward. This was the ultimate flesh-shredding cannon, the Black Buddha strike. Suddenly, a harsh reality hit him. Wait a minute, blowing things to dust is easy, but getting into striking range is going to be a total pain. He turned around to settle the bill. Wei Dan shrugged, stating the materials cost an extra 3,400 credits. Just loot some decent garbage on your next run to cover it. Our main character casually stretched his arms, heading straight for the exit. Thanks for the upgrade. I need to crash and recover my stamina first. Wait a second, Wei Dan suddenly called out. Li Yan glanced back, raising a confused eyebrow. Is there something else? She closed her eyes and let out a heavy sigh. Never mind, it is nothing. Crossing her arms, she gave him a wry smile. I actually planned to sleep with you, but grinding all night completely ruined my mood. Leon pointed at her in surprise. I thought you were Vivian. She shook her head. Nope. He rubbed his chin, clicking his tongue. Not bad up close, though he smirked inwardly. Leon's gaze swept over her figure before he turned away. He threw a wink over his shoulder. Maybe next time. She smiled flirtatiously. Sure. Meanwhile, Vivian stood in the background, flipping him the bird. What a waste of my time, she grumbled. Strolling out the door, Leon was feeling pretty pleased with himself. A true ladies' man. He shoved his hands into his pockets, walking down the dimly lit corridor. Suddenly, someone blocked his path. Hayes stood there, arms crossed and eyes narrowed with heavy killing intent. I need an explanation. Completely unfazed, Leon met his deadly glare and dropped 3 casual words. I got drunk. Hayes' expression darkened like a thundercloud. Manpower is critically low right now. Why else would we hire outsiders? You crippling Abanama puts me in a terrible spot. Leon's icy calm remained. I will take over his share of the mission. Deal. Hayes glared at him. The commission was absolute purge, the central zone of Great Demon Lake in the ruined city. Before the long winter, that wasteland was a top-secret superpower military base. Now it was ground zero for relentless enemy bombardments. The radiation levels were absolutely lethal. Even Tier 3 awakened soldiers could not afford to be careful. He fed Leon the mission intel. Headquarters armored convoy arrives at 9:80 elites led by 3 Tier 3 specialists. This is the core vanguard and I am in it. You are grouped with 19 others. Your squad mixes guards and wilderness hunters split into 10 perimeter sweep teams. Intel confirms the ruins are utterly swarming with mutated zombies. These monsters shrug off heavy machine gun fire. They are an absolute nightmare to deal with. Just purge your designated sector and your commission is complete. Hayes locked eyes with him. Any problems? Leon met his gaze flawlessly. None at all. The next dawn broke, casting harsh rays over the shattered city skyline. Inside his shelter, Leon washed his face, speaking to the woman behind him. I will be gone for a few days. If I die out there, tough luck for you. But in this cursed era, everywhere is a living hell anyway. Staying at the Iron Mustang's frontline base is still better than dying in the wastelands. He grabbed a towel, wiping his face as he glanced back at her. If anyone causes trouble, find Vivian. The girl with the buzz cut. Do not worry, she is straight. Abby stood there, cradling her baby boy as she watched him. You disappeared for so long yesterday. Where did you end up sleeping? Leon answered casually, I was just drinking upstairs. Abby averted her gaze, her eyes lowering. But the rumors say you left with a woman named Vivian. Slipping into his combat jacket, Leon replied coldly, so what if I did? Abby shook her head. Nothing, never mind. She bowed her head, suddenly blushing. I just worried you might not have rested well. Stepping slightly closer, she whispered, I drank a bit too much last night. If I was too aggressive and made you uncomfortable, I am truly sorry. Leon ruffled his hair indifferently. Do not sweat it. He leaned in close, examining the infant in her arms. I keep forgetting to ask. What is the kid's name? Abby gently rubbed the baby's stomach. His nickname is Precious, but his biological father never gave him a real name. Leon pointed at the baby with a faint smile. I actually like this little guy. If you do not mind, let me be his godfather. Suddenly, the infant cooed happily, his big eyes sparkling with innocent light. Abby looked down lovingly. I think he agrees. Leon pulled a fresh carrot out of nowhere. He used it to playfully tease little Precious, grinning. Then it is settled. As the sun climbed higher, a massive convoy of military vehicles lined up perfectly. A formidable battalion of armed soldiers gathered at the main gates. Rows of elite troops stood ready, fully equipped with heavy artillery and tactical gas masks. Leon analyzed the squads. Even the weakest were Tier 2 rovers, and there were at least 20 Tier 3 phantoms. A strike force this powerful could easily wipe out major refugee settlements. They could even conquer rival military corporations guarding precious water and mineral veins. Sweeping his gaze over the army, he realized the Iron Mustangs were taking this purge incredibly seriously. Standing nearby, Hayes was glaring daggers straight at Leon. Suddenly, a booming voice shattered the silence. "Attention!" Hayes stepped forward, radiating absolute authority as he barked out his final orders. "I will say this once: memorize your tactical maps. Once you completely eradicate the mutant horde in your assigned sectors, fall back to the transports. Wait for the vanguard's return. Do not cause trouble, and absolutely do not stick your noses into other teams' business." With a final roar, he signaled the march. A mysterious man with a jagged scar watched them from the shadows. As the massive convoy rumbled to life, Leon was the last to board. Sitting among the mercenaries, he quietly calculated their combat power. These hired guns were all Tier 3 Awakeners. Besides the Phantoms, some were pumped full of Tier 3 gene serums manufactured by Apex Corp. He tilted his head. They were called Iron Skulls. Just like the name suggested, their brute strength and terrifying defensive capabilities were nothing to scoff at. Leon's sharp eyes caught something in the corner. Resting heavily on the floorboards was a legendary sniper rifle. He instantly recognized the YS-107. Leaning back, Leon closed his eyes. Must be nice having deep pockets, he mused. Their destination was Great Demon Lake, a desolate wasteland transformed into a colossal military fortress. But after suffering endless atomic bombardments, the entire region was completely pulverized. Legend had it that from the winter until now, the horrifying radiation in the central zone could literally melt a man alive. In this apocalyptic winter, extreme toxicity triggered nightmarish mutations in everything it touched. Swarms of grotesque abominations rose from the ashes. They thrived in this realm of absolute despair, systematically wiping out the last remaining havens of humanity. But it was not just flora and fauna. Even human survivors began to undergo grotesque biological mutations in this unforgiving toxic wasteland. Those early human mutations became the foundational blueprint for creating genetic enhancement serums. Despite endless wars and a hellish environment, humanity stubbornly refused to be erased by the endless winter. Yet some ancient nightmare zones remained untouched. These were absolute black zone forbidden areas that even massive factions like Titan Mining and the Black Star Vanguard dared not provoke. Those dead zones harbored unknown radioactive entities or perhaps apocalyptic unclassified viruses from the old world. In this brutal winter era, the ultimate rule of the game was pure survival, not playing heroic explorer. Fools who dared to uncover the deadly secrets of this barren wasteland were always swallowed whole, leaving absolutely zero trace behind. And the Great Devil Lake was undeniably a death trap just like that. Near the Great Devil Lake Research Facility, heavy tires tore through the muddy terrain. A massive convoy of armored green transports finally ground to a halt just outside the danger zone. The crew in the back leaped down, instantly stretching out their stiff muscles. Jun Xiong stared at the chaotic group lounging on the dirt, sighing internally. These rogue mercenary hunters lack total discipline. Can we even trust them? He threw a sharp glare over his shoulder, projecting his voice. I have already laid out all the mission briefings and strict rules. Your tactical maps and anti-radiation gear have been fully distributed. Of course, if you arrogant fools want to die, feel free to leave the suits behind. The Mad Armor faction only cares that you complete your assigned tasks. Soon after, a fleet of 5 rugged vehicles veered off, charging fiercely into the unknown. A lone military jeep sped down the broken path. Someone frowned at Li Yan's system profile. Wait a second, why is his mission history completely blank? There are absolutely zero past commission records here. Zheng Hao, an elite operative of the Mad Armor, tapped the data pad with a heavy scowl. Rumor in the underworld says he is an exiled elite from the Black Star Chariot. Is that actually true? Sitting beside him with eyes closed, Jun Xiong replied coldly. The upper brass makes their own moves. I am kept in the dark. Just keep your theories to yourself. Why interrogate me about it? Zheng Hao snapped his head back, glaring intensely at the glowing file. Well, my mind is completely blank. How on earth did a Tier 3 Ranger and a telekinetic completely obliterate 2 enemies of the exact same rank in just 20 breaths? That is barely 2 minutes of combat. Jun Xiong slowly tilted his head, giving the anxious rookie a side glance. If I unleashed my full aura, I could easily slaughter an average ranger and a salamander state falcon in minutes. Besides, if he really is a Black Star Chariot veteran, displaying that kind of terrifying power is basically expected. Zheng Hao stared him down fiercely. Jun Xiong, I know you deeply respect the Black Star Chariot, but how can you be so absolutely certain that this guy actually belongs to them? That Alpha Phi woman actually showed solid proof of her identity, but what evidence does this guy have? The driver casually glanced back with a smirk. How? Your paranoia is working overtime. Maggio, another elite operative of the Mad Armor, chimed in lazily. District B is currently plunging into absolute chaos. Nobody in the higher rings has the time to monitor our little operation. And even if he is a spy, a mere Tier 3 ranger, throwing himself into this deadly mess is just a moth diving into a raging bonfire. He is basically begging for a swift death. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes suspiciously. How can you be so sure his power is capped at Tier 3? Ma Ju sighed and turned toward Jun Shang. Boss Jun Xiang, what should we do? Look at the only living saint of our Begrim sector worrying again. The 4 heavenly kings of the Black Chariot are descending on us soon. Jun Shang barely cracked an eye open. Just focus on driving and drop the dramatic nonsense. He shifted his gaze back to the desolate wasteland outside the window. Even if he has zero ties to the Black Star Chariot, we cannot casually interrogate a terrifying Tier 3 powerhouse about his hidden origins. It is a death wish. Besides, the probability of him being a veteran is incredibly high. Listen to me, Zheng Hao. Look at the 10 wild hunters who accepted the Mad Armor Commission. Are not their backgrounds equally shadowed in absolute mystery? In this frozen winter era, literally everyone is burying dark secrets to survive. Water that is too pure breeds zero fish. As long as these mercenaries act as our meat shields and absorb the pressure, that is a victory. Zheng Hao was still stubbornly refusing to drop it. I firmly suggest we assign one of our own Tier 3 elites to shadow his every single movement. If we monitor him constantly, we can crush any hidden plots before they bloom. We can still eliminate the threat right now, even if it causes a minor headache. His voice flared with aggressive determination. Losing face is nothing, but letting a hidden viper live is suicidal. If you are too soft to make the call, I will step into the shadows and play the absolute villain myself. Jun Xiong simply closed his tired eyes, masking his deeper thoughts with complete indifference. How? I respect your tactical mind, but you have been sitting safely at headquarters for years, completely blind to how frontier bases truly operate. I have been bleeding in this god-forsaken wasteland, surviving ruthless factions for decades. Just trust my battlefield instincts. Defeated by logic, Zheng Hao finally gritted his teeth and yielded. Fine, have it your way. Hand over the tactical grid. I will brief everyone on the immediate strike plan. A sharp flick of a lighter echoed through the cabin. Li Haifeng, another brutal veteran of the Mad Armor Squad, leaned deep into the back seat. He casually exhaled a thick cloud of premium cigar smoke, instantly suffocating the tight space. Zhang Hao whipped around, his eyes blazing with pure annoyance. Put out that toxic garbage right now. Beside the smoker, Rozo stretched her limbs, letting out a loud yawn. Seriously, how much longer until we hit the drop zone? From the front seat, Zhang Hao continued barking his lungs out. Are you completely deaf? I ordered you to crush that cigar. Ignoring the tension, Rozo playfully kicked her boot against his seat. Oh, come on, little Hao, entertain your big sister for a bit. Zheng Hao instantly stiffened, his aggressive aura collapsing into stuttering panic. Stop it, do not touch me. Ma Jiu threw a jealous side glance at the back. Boss Feng, pass me a smoke too. My spirit needs a massive buff. Zheng Hao completely lost his mind, screaming at the top of his lungs. I said absolutely no smoking in this damn vehicle. The heavy transport quickly dissolved into a chaotic symphony of childish bickering, torturing Jun Xiang's ears. That premium stash we looted last raid is completely empty. Stop lying. Boss Feng, I know you hid some. Hey little Hao, why don't you just become my boyfriend? I swear, stop touching me right now. He could not take it anymore. He screamed, just shut up. Outside, their vehicle kept tearing through the dangerous wasteland. Military trucks rumbled in a tight convoy. Dust and smoke choked the rugged path. Inside, Li Yan sat quietly in the corner. He rested his head with his legs crossed. Suddenly, a military truck slammed its brakes. Soldiers opened the heavy back doors. They ordered Song Zuo and Liu Yixi to step out immediately. Song Zuo stood up to leave. The others stared in pure shock. Liu Yixi panicked, looking outside. It reeks of blood. That irradiated mutant mule is highly contagious. Damn this awful luck. Song Zuo walked away in complete silence. He jumped down from the truck. Liu Yixi quickly followed him. Suddenly, Liu Yixi froze in terror. A cold gun barrel pressed against his face. Song Zuo aimed straight at him. I do not trust strangers, he growled. You have two choices. First, get off and follow me inside to die. Second, stay on this truck and your fate is not my problem. Staring down the barrel, Liu Yixi sweat bullets. You have 5 seconds, the old man sneered. Raising his hands, Liu Yixi quickly surrendered. No need to think, go ahead. The truck drove off, leaving Song Zuo behind. He walked into the danger zone alone. Liu Yixi exhaled deeply. Another untouchable madman, he thought. Suddenly his eyes widened in sheer dread. Something felt dangerously wrong. Li Yan was glaring piercingly at him. Then Li Yan silently closed his eyes, ignoring him entirely. Liu Yixi lowered his head, shivering and grinding his teeth. The truck sped away into the distance. Then a system alert rang out. Li Yan, Anima, get off. Someone muttered from the side. Where are these guys heading? Li Yan received his orders. Once the cleanup was finished, he had to rendezvous at the marked map coordinates. Good luck out there, they said. Li Yan raised his hand, shielding his eyes from the glare. Suddenly, the system interface flashed red. Warning, you have entered a highly radioactive danger zone. Without a second thought, he leaped forward into the ruins. Surveying the desolate wasteland, he tilted his head up. The scorching sunlight burned his skin like invisible blazing needles. Staring into the endless horizon, Li Yan pondered. Do these zombies actually fear the sun? He glanced back at the desolate path. Well then, let the hunt begin right here. Shaking off his thoughts, he silently ascended a crumbling staircase to scout the area. Reaching the top floor, a strange room caught his eye, freezing him right in his tracks. Peering cautiously through the doorway, he spotted a rusty pot boiling furiously over an open wood fire. He stepped inside, his senses on high alert. Fresh traces of human activity. His sharp gaze locked onto a dusty radio. Snatching it up, he wondered. A working broadcast. Without hesitating, he hit the power button. A harsh voice crackled through the static. Stop messing with us. Don't get cocky and inflate your own ego. Stop threatening us or you'll play with fire. The radio continued its aggressive warning. If the enemy dares to take the risk, come test our absolute power. He won't ever dare to try again. Go ahead and test us. Suddenly, a chilling aura spiked behind him. Li Yan snapped his head back. A deadly presence was closing in. A glowing system window popped up. Target identified, Class Y radioactive zombie. Originally a lucky survivor of the nuclear holocaust, lethal radiation mutated them into mindless ghouls, driven only by low intelligence and primal hunting instincts. Attributes: heightened senses, extreme agility, and explosive strength. The system note flashed. Based on the incomplete data logs extracted from the Guangzhou archives, this is the lowest and most common infected monster found within the Great Devil Lake. Power level rating Class Y. Physical agility and reflexes are equivalent to a fully grown vicious hunting hound. An ordinary human with a firearm stands a chance to kill them. However, Class Y zombie blood contains extreme radiation. They hunt in ravenous packs, making their threat level incredibly high. The beast lunged fiercely at Li Yan, but with a fluid sidestep he dodged it completely. His sharp eyes locked onto the mutant as it stumbled awkwardly from the missed strike. Seizing the opening, he delivered a bone-crushing kick, sending it crashing into the wall. Surging with killer intent, Li Yan dashed forward and slammed a devastating blow into its skull, driving its head straight into the concrete. With the threat neutralized, he stepped forward. Examining the lifeless corpse, he noticed military dog tags around its neck. This mutant was a soldier before it died, Li Yan realized. This is completely different from the mindless zombies I expected. Judging from the creature's combat behavior, it actually predicted his movement patterns. It waited for the perfect blind spot before launching its vicious ambush attack. These things were leagues deadlier than the slow, brainless walkers from old movies. Suddenly, the crushed corpse twitched. Li Yan narrowed his eyes, analyzing the anomaly. These monsters are more like cunning, ferocious wild wolves. He stood frozen amidst the ruins, his mind racing with disturbing theories. A mutant that eats cooked food and knows how to listen to music. How the hell is this considered low intelligence? A sudden memory flashed through his mind, bringing a chilling realization. That's right. I ran into that guy, Mo, earlier. Could he have explored this forbidden zone and discovered these evolved mutations? Shaking off the thought, Li Yan lifted his boots from the expanding pool of gore. He aggressively stomped his feet, trying to shake off the glowing, sticky residue. Damn, this mutant blood reeks. He shifted his gaze back to the bubbling pot of stew. Crouching down beside the makeshift hearth, he muttered with a smirk, "Looks like I just broke into your cozy home. My sincere apologies for the intrusion." Ding. The system interface suddenly materialized. Alert. You have triggered a hidden Yanfu event. The ancient primordial master demands an investigation into the illicit experiments at the Great Devil Lake Research Center. Mission requirement: secure a minimum of 3 superior genetic samples. Please note, this specific Yanfu event was directly issued by the legendary Qi. Under standard protocols, the Yanfu system will not intervene. For the specific reward payout, the walker must transport the required genetic samples to the Shuzhou Park sector. Deliver them to Qi to claim your legendary compensation. A sinister rustling noise shattered the silence. Li Yan sprinted out to track the source. He hit the brakes instantly. A massive horde of radioactive zombies was swarming forward. Stunned, he immediately dropped into a defensive stance. The system's deadly warning echoed in his mind. Their bodily fluids contain lethal radiation toxins. If I use a gun, that toxic blood will splatter everywhere. But I don't want to ruin my blade on them either. What a tricky situation. Playing it safe, he tactically retreated a few steps. In a flash, he summoned his heavy weapon, the frenzied Sirocco. Leaping into the air, he aimed the barrel at the horde, unleashing a massive blast that lit up the entire sky. The recoil sent him skidding backward across the floor. This is the very first time firing this beast, he thought. The destructive power is absolutely insane. The explosive shockwave blew a massive gap between him and the advancing swarm. The horde paused, screeching at the smoke. Li Yan stood his ground on the opposite side. Glaring at the grotesque monsters, he cursed internally. Their blood is packed with lethal radiation and reeks of death. This is giving me a serious headache. His eyes drifted toward his razor-sharp blade. If I summon Woziki's ice blade to slaughter them, the resulting water will become highly radioactive. I wouldn't be able to retract it safely into my system. Plus, I have to ensure perfect headshots. Who knows how many thousands of mutants are waiting further down the road. If I can conserve my ultimate skills, I definitely should. Knowing his sword was temporarily out of the question, Li Yan frantically scoured the ruined building. He rummaged through every dark corner, praying to find some sort of functional makeshift weapon. Dust choked the air as he searched the decaying room amid the crumbling, shattered debris. He spotted a small rusted hammer. Way too light to crush a skull, he muttered. This definitely won't work. And this flimsy mop is a total joke. He then picked up a heavy gas-powered chainsaw, but a drop of sweat rolled down his face, just imagining the messy aftermath. This thing would turn the hallway into a radioactive bloodbath. He noticed another battered door at the back of the room. Kicking it open, he peered inside. Leaning against the cracked wall was a massive sledgehammer. Now this has potential. He hoisted the heavy tool to inspect it. The wooden handle was severely rotted and barely holding on. Glancing across the dusty shed, his eyes locked onto a coil of thick industrial rope hanging from a hook. A spark of genius hit him. He violently kicked off the decaying wooden handle, leaving only the solid iron hammerhead. Binding the heavy rope tightly around the metal, he gripped the loose end securely in his left hand. With his right hand, he spun the iron block, building momentum until it whistled through the air. With a fierce battle cry, he hurled the iron weight straight into the concrete wall. Boom! A deafening crash echoed through the room. Dust poured from the massive crater he had just carved out. He smirked at the sheer destructive force. The impact damage is incredible, but a hit like that would definitely splatter mutant blood everywhere. Deciding to refine his technique, he tried again. He twirled the deadly pendulum, but this time he shifted his center of gravity, alternating the momentum from left to right to perfectly control the heavy impact. Extending the rope's reach, he launched the makeshift weapon for a second strike. The resulting dent was much smaller, far more precise and contained. Yet the perfectionist in Li Yan was still not completely satisfied. I can't just rely on brute strength. This requires absolute finesse. I need to shatter their bones internally without causing them to literally explode. His mind was made up. This would be his main weapon against the horde. Item unlocked: the homemade meteor hammer. No magical engineering applied. Quality rank common tier. The demonic shrieks grew louder. The bloodthirsty zombie swarm had nearly breached his position. Armed and ready, Li Yan stood fearlessly, calmly watching the sea of monsters flood the hallway. A lone imposing shadow blocking the path of the undead. Springing high above the ravenous swarm, he swung the meteor hammer and activated the phantom tiger leap. He smashed straight into the zombie horde. Li Yan wildly slaughtered the approaching undead monsters. Swinging his massive hammer, Li Yan spun like a deadly tornado. He obliterated the zombies effortlessly. His precise strikes shattered their rotting skulls. Low attacks met low sweeps. High strikes met crushing blows. He spared absolutely none. The zombie swarm charged relentlessly. Their crushed corpses piled up, forming a bloody trail behind him. Mastering his weapon, Li Yan controlled the heavy hammer perfectly. He crushed zombie heads with brutal ease. Struck by his immense power, the monsters died instantly without a fight. Their crushed bodies twitched before perishing completely. A sickening rotten stench rose from the slaughtered undead horde. In a flash, Li Yan completely wiped out the horde. He casually walked out unopposed, yet his expression remained cold and profoundly disappointed. Li Yan muttered, "Damn it, not a single piece of loot." Stepping outside, he checked his map for Devil Lake. Finding directions in this cursed wasteland was a nightmare. Looking around, he had to expand his search radius forward. Along the treacherous path, Li Yan obliterated countless more terrifying zombies. Standing before a gas station, he frowned. "I have endless water but zero gasoline." Before him stood a ruined shack. Its interior was packed with dead zombie carcasses. Scanning the room, he spotted a flashlight in the dirt. Li Yan picked it up and clicked the button. It still pierced the darkness. He smiled, relieved it still worked. Finally, some decent loot. Grabbing his gear, Li Yan marched on. He trekked through the scorching, bone-dry desert heat. His heavy footsteps marked the endless sand. Li Yan cursed furiously. "What kind of devil lake is this? I cannot even find a damn puddle of water here." Night quickly descended over the barren wasteland. A massive mountain gate loomed ahead. This dark entrance likely hid a deep, mysterious cave. Entering the cave, Li Yan found heaps of slaughtered zombies. He theorized that Devil Lake's zombies were basically vicious, bloodthirsty, carnivorous beasts. Like most creatures in this apocalyptic era, they despise ultraviolet sunlight. Thus, they naturally swarmed together. They hid deep inside these dark, abandoned structures. Inside deep caves or dark underground facilities, shadows offered safety. Stepping into the dark guaranteed encountering massive, ravenous zombie hordes. Just like finding snails on bricks after a heavy rain. After fighting all day, he cleared 1/3 of Jun Shan's target zone. His custom hammer dripped with foul zombie blood. Suddenly, a red-eyed zombie lunged at him. It snarled, aiming for his throat. Li Yan dodged with lightning-fast reflexes. The beast tore the ground with its claws. Gathering power, it launched a second deadly strike. Instantly, Li Yan summoned a sturdy frost shield for defense. The unlucky monster was frozen solid in his ice. Li Yan ruthlessly smashed his hammer into its face. The ice shattered and its skull violently exploded. Li Yan roared furiously at the corpse. "Pure trash, you cannot beat me, filthy sneak attacker." Just as he claimed victory, a terrifying sound caught his sharp attention. He whipped around just in time. Muzzle flashes erupted from the darkness. Bullets whistled past Li Yan. The barrage instantly shattered his thick defensive ice shields. Li Yan quickly took cover, raising his heavy hammer. "Wait, are there more of them?" A dual-wielding zombie monster appeared. Its firearm mastery reached an insane 79% boiling. With rage, Li Yan charged forward. "Damn it, another cowardly sniper shooting at me." The Guhuo Bird illusion materialized above the zombie. Li Yan leaped into the air. He forcefully smashed his flashlight straight into the back of its head. He blasted its face with the blinding beam. The holy light vaporized the beast instantly. Li Yan landed safely on the ground. Staring at the massive crater from his strike, he pondered deeply. "The deeper I go, the stronger they become. Unexpected mutant variants are already spawning. This intense threat will definitely slow down my clearing speed." Setting aside his combat strategies for now, "I will rest in this cave tonight. I will set out at dawn tomorrow." Lighting a warm fire, Li Yan drifted into deep thought. "Uncle Yu wants me to find Shuju Park. Kyungchi is also lurking there. What kind of hellish place is Shuju Park anyway?" Sitting by the flames, his curiosity spiked. Junshang hinted that Devil Lake is infested with zombies, yet it hides a massive secret. Even Guangzhuoma and major winter factions are desperate to explore it. This gave him a massive headache. Perhaps it holds research data or terrifying weapons. Considering the Yanfu event details, I am absolutely certain Guangzhuoma desperately wants that legendary super gene sample. To claim it, I must fight highly intelligent zombies. I also need to prepare for a deadly clash against Guangzhuoma. Right now, the insane risks far outweigh the rewards. Li Yan sighed helplessly, exhausted by these complex schemes. He crossed his legs, rested his hands behind his head, and finally drifted into a deep sleep. "We will take it one step at a time. If they get it first, fine. But if I claim it, and they try to steal it, all mercy goes out the window." Quan Hung told him to handle his own cleanup zone. "Yeah, right." Li Yan closed his eyes to rest, but a sudden chilling gust of wind violently flickered his campfire. The gale grew fierce, nearly snuffing out the flames. Li Yan snapped his eyes open instantly on high alert. How could there be a breeze deep inside a sealed cave? Gripping his makeshift hammer, he ventured deeper into the abyss to track the wind's source. He immediately summoned his dodo bird familiars to scout ahead. The avian scouts vanished into the drafty dark. Clicking on his flashlight, Li Yan followed their path. With every step, the eerie howling wind only grew stronger. His beam sliced through the shadows, revealing the wind's origin. A bizarre heavy door stood slightly ajar. Pushing it open, Li Yan stepped into a deeply mysterious chamber. His scout birds fluttered back to their master. Li Yan silently counted his flock, and his expression instantly darkened. One of his familiars was completely missing. Without warning, a sniper bullet tore through the air. Reacting with inhuman speed, he activated his hidden flight skill, manifesting a powerful energy barrier just in time. The high-velocity round slammed into his aura shield. Crushed by the sheer force of the impact, the mangled metal casing clattered harmlessly to the ground. Sensing immense danger, Li Yan immediately channeled his body protection aura, reinforcing his unseen armor. Suddenly, a menacing shadow dropped from the high rafters above. In the pitch-black space, twin spotlights locked onto Li Yan and his airborne attacker. The mysterious figure dual-wielded pistols, unleashing a relentless storm of bullets at him. Fortunately, Li Yan's aura shield flared to life. The protective barrier completely deflected the incoming hail of bullets. A merciless storm of lead rained down on Li Yan, yet not a single shot pierced his defense. The deflected rounds piled up harmlessly at his feet, many crushed completely flat. Unscathed, Li Yan stood his ground like a mountain. The shadowy sniper above had emptied the entire magazine. Tossing the cracked clip to the ground, the assailants swiftly slammed a fresh magazine into their weapon. With warped bullets scattered all around Li Yan's feet, the truth finally dawned on him. This relentless attacker was none other than the legendary undefined combat class. As the dust settled, revealing his undead attacker as Jack, Li Yan could not help his old playboy habits. Even in a life-or-death battle, he shamelessly admired the view. This mutated zombie girl actually has a fantastic figure. Suddenly, the overhead lights flickered violently. With a gun in hand, the undead warrior launched herself straight at Li Yan's throat. Li Yan swiftly retreated, narrowly dodging the devastating strike. A tense silence fell as the two locked eyes, glaring with killing intent. Boom! The deathly quiet shattered as the zombie girl unleashed another deadly volley of gunfire at him. Gripping his makeshift hammer, Li Yan weaved through the bullet storm with absolute mastery. The flickering spotlight above seemed to dance with them, tracking their high-speed choreography across the battlefield. It was time to counterattack. Li Yan swung his rugged hammer with explosive force, but the undead assassin possessed superhuman agility, leaping backward to perfectly evade his crushing blow. Locking onto his target, Li Yan brought his hammer crashing down toward her skull. Panic flashed in the monster's eyes as she desperately raised both arms to block the brutal impact. The overhead lights suddenly flared to maximum brightness. The sheer impact force had completely shattered Li Yan's makeshift hammer into countless pieces. Staring at a massive crater in the wall and the enemy's discarded dual pistols, Li Yan frowned. He was absolutely certain that hit had connected. Opening the system interface, he inspected the dropped weapons. Item name TT-33. Emergency modification variant. Rarity level common. Weapon type handgun. Effective combat range approximately 300 meters. Magazine capacity 5 rounds. Maximum fire rate 1 round per second. Ammunition type rifle bullets. A specialized sidearm custom modified by Jack to force rifle ballistics through a pistol chamber, sacrificing all stability to guarantee devastating range and absolutely overwhelming firepower. Li Yan picked up the shattered remnants of his trusty hammer, a heavy wave of bitter disappointment washing over him. He then analyzed the terrifying ammunition that had nearly ended his life. 39 rounds of 5.45 steel core bullets, emergency modification variant. System note: loading a handgun with rifle rounds is as insane as putting a motorcycle engine inside a sports car. Li Yan stared deeply at the blasted wall crater, pondering. Emergency modifications. This had to be Jack's unique class ability. It made sense for radiation-soaked zombies to mutate into brutal, intelligent monsters. That was standard apocalyptic logic. But an undead possessing active genetic abilities. That completely shattered every piece of world-building lore Alpha had fed him. Genetic mutation serums were humanity's greatest post-winter invention. The devastating nuclear winter radiation had forcibly mutated the entire human race's DNA to varying degrees. The mule classification was just one evolutionary path. The standardized method allowed normal humans to consume genetic serums, awakening into various types of unstoppable super soldiers. Their awakened powers strictly depended on the specific serum consumed. But here lay the ultimate paradox. The undead were infected right as the long winter began. How could they possibly possess advanced genetic skills? Pacing around the desolate laboratory, the spotlight tracked Li Yan's every move. "This underground facility is massive," Li Yan muttered to himself. "Fully operational power, purified water systems, and even perfectly maintained air circulation." Yet the automated weapon terminals were intentionally destroyed by human hands. Pushing open a heavy metal door, Li Yan stepped into an utterly trash office, debris scattered everywhere. Scanning the ruins, his tactical mind raced. No bedding, zero personal hygiene supplies, and not a single classified document left behind. This wasn't the chaotic aftermath of a sudden nuclear strike. The clues pointed to a highly organized, massive-scale evacuation protocol. An entire legion of troops and elite scientists must have been stationed here. Upon receiving a top-secret retreat order, they stripped the base of all valuables and completely sabotaged the defensive grid before vanishing. Li Yan's piercing gaze landed on a faded propaganda poster clinging to the wall. Its bold message read, "No more war." He theorized that nuclear hellfire had rained down shortly after their escape. Scouring the apocalyptic ruins with hockey precision, his patience finally paid off. Buried in the dust was a handwritten journal entry. Li Yan brushed off the ash and deciphered the frantic handwriting. "Regarding the true origins of this apocalypse, you fools know absolutely nothing. We naively believed the Big Ben Research Initiative would end the global conflict. God help us, it was the very catalyst that sparked the war." A jolt of realization struck Li Yan like a thunderbolt. The Big Ben Research Institute. That legendary name had almost completely slipped from his memory. The miraculous activated blood crystal that cured his terminal leukemia gifted by Mac was manufactured by this exact institute. His eyes widened as he noticed dozens of similar notes scattered across the floor. "Oh, great leader, I refuse to believe you would align with that actual demon. This choice will bring total annihilation upon mankind." Another blood-stained note read, "A pity about the endless dream. In the end, I failed to perfect it. Only these prototypes remain." Piece by piece, the horrific truth was coming to light. "I would rather die than trust that man's so-called good intentions. I am destroying the prototypes." Li Yan's brow furrowed tightly as the puzzle pieces finally snapped into place. The terrifying implication behind these frantic scribbles was clear. The Big Ben Laboratory, or this mysterious man, had secretly manipulated the superpowers into starting World War III. Even though global leaders seemingly uncovered the conspiracy before the war erupted, fate was inescapable. The catastrophic nuclear winter descended anyway. This was a world-shattering conspiracy designed to wipe humanity off the map. Li Yan casually tossed the shocking documents back into the dust. He had zero interest in playing savior to dead history. Following Uncle Ray's advice, he used the system key to access this wasteland instance. Even if he didn't secure a massive haul of gas and water, he could accept a moderate loss. But to risk his own life just to play the tragic hero? Absolutely not. He refused to drag himself into such a foolish death trap. Whether the nuclear winter was the darkest era in history, he didn't care. But judging by those wasteland raiders tearing through the savage desert, and the ruthless megacorporations monopolizing the apocalypse, nobody wanted a meddlesome outsider. Besides, he had only awakened in this dimension a dozen days ago, while these survivors had endured the bitter winter for over a decade. If a mastermind truly engineered this eternal winter, and elite veteran factions like the Arsenal Gang or Black Star Vanguard remained completely clueless, then Li Yan certainly wasn't going to paint a target on his back. This abomination definitely deserved to be eradicated. But those scattered letters, the handwriting felt dangerously familiar. Li Yan frowned, muttering under his breath. This screamed of a Yanfu walker's handiwork. The names flashed through his mind: Yu Shu, Uncle Yu, Qiang Qi, and Mo. Finding zero valuable loot in this wasteland, Li Yan had no choice but to leave. The paper was filled with absolute garbage. The only exception was the Endless Awakening project, hidden within this underground base. It was directly tied to his current survival quest. Damn, this was getting annoying. Li Yan froze in his tracks. His eyes locked onto the metal door ahead. A massive, violently torn hole ripped through it, dripping with fresh, thick blood. The crimson puddles hadn't even congealed yet. Slipping through the breached door, Li Yan stepped into a completely different realm surrounded by high-tech, futuristic laboratory equipment. Li Yan scanned the wreckage. This cultivation pod had been completely obliterated. Could this shattered tank actually be the legendary Subject 017? The reinforced glass was violently smashed. Attached to it was a torn data file displaying the profile and photo of a mysterious subject with striking platinum hair. A massive black ink stamp completely redacted the core stats. Li Yan stood silently before the shattered pod, his mind racing as he analyzed the scene. Aside from Subject 017, every single file on the other cultivation pods had been heavily censored and blacked out by the system. Li Yan connected the dots. According to the Yanfu system archives, the previous apocalyptic nuclear war had driven humanity to the absolute brink of extinction. Putting the puzzle pieces together, the surviving scientists definitely hid in this bunker. They relentlessly pursued the Endless Awakening project. These pods held incomplete super soldier prototypes, but for some unknown terrifying reason the military top brass scrapped the entire project. These forgotten, unstable prototypes were sealed away in the dark, abandoned by history. Then the nuclear fallout hit. The radiation penetrated the base, forcing these test subjects to awaken from their slumber, mutating them into bloodthirsty, irradiated zombies. Li Yan's gaze snapped to a metallic lockbox on the desk. Unlike the decaying ruins around it, the surface was completely free of dust. It had just been cracked open. Li Yan instantly dashed out, sprinting in hot pursuit. He plunged into a massive abyss-like cavern. He pushed his agility to the limit, cursing internally. Damn it all, that mutated female zombie actually possessed high intelligence. She must have been lurking in the shadows of this facility for ages. Li Yan skidded to a halt. A dead end. The escape route was completely crushed and sealed off. His mind raced. She knew her combat stats were lower. She wrecked the terminals, erased all quest clues, stole the legendary items, and blew up the exit, an absolute tactical retreat. He had completely underestimated this mutant boss. Her strategic execution was flawless, displaying a level of ruthless calculation that put ordinary human survivors to shame. Li Yan scanned the walls, his danger sense violently spiked. Staying in this kill zone was pure suicide. If she was insane enough to trigger a self-destruct sequence, he'd be buried alive. He immediately summoned his dodo bird familiar, commanding it to scout an alternate escape route. The spectral dodo bird launched into the air, rapidly mapping the dark terrain ahead. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of daylight pierced the gloom. Following his familiar's path, he burst out of the suffocating cavern. Li Yan exhaled sharply, wiping the cold sweat away. Dawn broke over the desolate, mutated mountain range. He checked his system map. He had officially crossed out of the beginner grinding zone and entered a high-level danger area. Without warning, an agonizing burning itch crawled up his skin. What the hell was this? Ripping back his sleeve, he found his forearms covered in horrific, pulsating red radiation blisters. System alert, severe nuclear radiation detected, passive skill activated. Thanks to the abyssal sea wolf bloodline, the lethal effects have been reduced to a minimum. In mere seconds, the terrifying blisters dissolved into healthy flesh. A confident smirk crossed his face. This epic genetic enhancement was entirely worth it. He casually pulled out his signature carrot. Firing up his battered motorcycle, he sped into the wasteland. Meanwhile, in a forgotten sector, a squad of heavily armed mutant zombies launched a brutal ambush on human survivors. A towering, monstrous Goliath zombie crushed the battlefield. It violently stomped a smaller mutant's vehicle into scrap metal. This beast was operating under the fearsome gene destruction state. This desolate ruin was once the Great Devil Lake, a paradise of majestic mountains and emerald waters, once teeming with diverse wildlife from tigers to antelopes. But humanity's relentless expansion and apocalyptic nuclear fallout turned it into hell. Constant toxic radiation permanently shattered the genetic stability of all living creatures. In just a few months of twisted evolution, harmless rabbits mutated into bloodthirsty zombie beasts hunting hyenas. Even wild leopards evolved to walk upright on two legs. In this chaotic apocalypse, extreme radiation triggered terrifying genetic mutations. Those unable to handle the power suffered genetic breakdown, rotting away in mere days. The survivors morphed into horrific, superpowered monsters. Such extreme, brutal environmental shifts had become the chilling new normal of this endless winter. Ironically, the powerful Pangbei Arms Syndicate deployed top-tier researchers every single year to carefully observe and log these apocalyptic mutations. Rumor had it this combat data accelerated their gene potion development. Even rival factions like Black Star Chariot and Tanya Corporation had started copying this ruthless strategy. Back on the battlefield, the Goliath zombie began devouring its own kind. Unleashing terrifying shockwaves, it sent the lesser mutants flying into the air like ragdolls. Its massive fists hammered the earth, shattering the bedrock. A colossal cloud of dust erupted, looking exactly like the aftermath of a miniature nuclear strike. Crouched silently atop a rusted bus, Li Yan analyzed the chaos. He gulped. The combat power of this absolute beast easily surpassed a standard Tier 4 bioweapon. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he gripped the metal roof. A direct clash with even a Tier 3 was a death sentence. He'd stand zero chance without a heavy-caliber anti-tank sniper. Right on cue, a supersonic crack echoed through the wasteland. Out of nowhere, an armor-piercing round instantly vaporized a nearby mutant's skull into mist. Li Yan flinched violently. What the hell? A sniper who was hiding in the shadows. Squinting through the dust, he rapidly calculated the angles. The sniper had intentionally kited the boss here to wipe out the lesser mobs in one clean strike. A classic trap. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Shifting his gaze upwards, he spotted the mysterious marksman. It was the bandaged old veteran from earlier. Navigating that underground cavern had dropped Li Yan right into the old man's kill zone. That guy up there was Trent. Li Yan's pulse quickened. Was he being hunted? He could not even tell if the sniper had spotted him yet. Crouching low inside the abandoned car, Li Yan locked his eyes on the high-rise. Plumes of smoke still curled from the barrel of a sniper rifle. A cold sweat broke out on Li Yan's neck. If that crosshair was aimed at his skull, he would be dead before he could even chug a healing potion. Running out now was pure suicide, but sneaking up there might just trigger a bloodbath. Up on the roof, Trent had his sights locked dead on Li Yan's general direction. Beside the sniper sat a mountain of heavy ammunition. With terrifying precision, Trent fired, ejected the shell, and smoothly chambered another deadly round. A horde of undead wandered right into his kill zone. Bang! A deafening shockwave ripped through the street, blowing the zombies to absolute bloody pieces. Click. Clack. Another round ready. A flawless headshot tore through a massive mutant's shoulder. The beast collapsed, its limbs completely severed by the sheer force. Trent casually cracked some peanuts, tossing them into his mouth like this was a game. Meanwhile, Li Yan knew camping in this wreck was a death sentence. He was way too close to the slaughter. The choking stench of burnt gunpowder mixed with rotting zombie blood was making him gag. Scavenging around, Li Yan found a bizarre little megaphone. His fingers quickly traced over its mechanical gears. Ding, the system chimed. Special trait activated. Magic Tech Engineering is now operating at 50% efficiency. With enough scrap, you can modify any weapon or machine. Note results may vary wildly. Item created. A basic low-tier Magic Tech megaphone. The item description read, even a high schooler could make this. Yeah, right, most kids these days have not even seen the inside of a physics lab. But this was the power of the system's magic tech. Li Yan lifted the rusted megaphone to his mouth, ready to negotiate with the crazy sniper up top. Trent's gruff cough echoed through the makeshift comms. The deafening static practically blew Li Yan's eardrums out, forcing him to violently rip the speaker away. Damn, that was loud, Li Yan yelled into the mic. Hey, rooftop sniper, you are Trent, right? The name is Li Yan. Like you, I am working for the Wild Mustang Guild. I come in peace. I just accidentally stumbled into your kill zone, but I swear I am leaving right now. But first, you need to step away from the ledge. As soon as you lower that rifle and come downstairs, I promise I will vanish like a ghost. Before Li Yan could even take a breath. Bang! A bullet smashed right into the concrete beside him. So much for peaceful negotiations. Rage boiled in Li Yan's veins as he roared, "Are you freaking kidding me?" But the comms went completely dead. Not a single word from Trent. Glancing up, Li Yan realized the sniper was gone. Something was horribly wrong. Trusting his gut, he sprinted straight toward the building to investigate. Looking up from the street, Li Yan's jaw dropped. Trent was literally blasted out of a window. Even while free-falling, the crazy old man kept blasting wildly into the shadows above. Crash! Trent slammed brutally onto a parked van, rolling off to hit the pavement with a sickening thud. Cautiously, Li Yan stepped out to check on him. Coughing up blood and fueled by pure survival instinct, the battered sniper whipped out his sidearm. Without warning, he fired point-blank at Li Yan. Swish! Li Yan's body twisted with superhuman reflexes. The lethal round grazed his clothes by mere inches. His newfound stats had just saved his life. That was way too close. Before Li Yan could even process the shock, the old man bolted, fury ignited in Li Yan's eyes. You shoot me twice and think you can just run. Trent limped into a dark alleyway, cursing under his breath. Just my rotten luck. But Li Yan closed the gap in an instant. A swift sweep of the leg sent the sniper crashing hard into the dirt, ending his little escape attempt. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Trent finally surrendered. Defeated, he slumped against the wall as Li Yan loomed over him, demanding to know why he fired. Suddenly, death descended from above. A terrifying mutant dropped down, its razor-sharp blades slashing right for Li Yan's throat. But in a flash of motion, Li Yan hurled his weapon, pinning the monster straight to the brick wall. Trent's eyes widened in absolute shock. Was that spatial summoning or some kind of telekinesis? Trembling, the old man pointed his shaking finger. "Kid, you better look behind you." Li Yan did not even flinch. "I am talking to you. Why did you pull the trigger on me?" Clutching his bleeding ribs, Trent staggered to his feet. "If I told you it was a massive misunderstanding, would you believe me?" "Seriously, buddy, just look over your shoulder." A chilling growl echoed through the alley. A massive pack of bloodthirsty undead had finally caught their scent. The rotting horde charged forward with terrifying speed. Trent gripped his weapon tight, tossing a warning to the kid. "Do not underestimate these freaks. Their combat style mirrors the wandering spirit mercenaries. They are armed with lethal close-quarter weapons. Just like the low tiers, the only way to drop them is by completely crushing their skulls. But worst of all, their tactical coordination is off the charts. You are fighting veteran wasteland warriors trapped in rotting corpses." Panting heavily, Trent continued. "These stalkers do not breathe, and they have zero body heat. They are the ultimate silent ambush predators. I was so distracted, aiming at you, they completely blindsided me up there." Li Yan frowned. "Where is your heavy sniper?" Trent spat on the ground. "Left it in the building. If I tried to save it, I would be monster food right now. Do not sweat it, though. I rigged that RS-107 to explode. Even a Tier 3 hunter would not survive touching it, let alone these brainless freaks." The undead swarm closed in from all sides. Working together, Li Yan and Trent unleashed absolute hell-shattering skull after rotting skull. Li Yan carved a bloody path through the front line while Trent provided deadly covering fire, but normal body strikes were completely useless. Only a brutal strike to the brain could drop these monsters. Even though body shots were basically useless, Li Yan danced effortlessly through their lethal strikes. Suddenly, the system flashed before his eyes and a cold smirk crept across his face. Ding scan complete. The beast glaring at him was a B-rank radioactive mutant, once a tragic survivor of the Great Nuclear Fallout. The lethal radiation had twisted it into an elite abomination. It retained all the tactical genius from its past life, fueled by an absolutely terrifying physical power-up. Its body had mutated to mirror the effects of a high-tier gene serum. According to the Wild Mustang Guild's database, these elite horrors guarded the core of Demon Lake, officially classified by the Afterwinter Agency as a deadly Class B threat. Their life force mirrored Tier 1 and Tier 2 mutations. Occasionally, anomalies matching Tier 3 military strength would spawn, but with terrifying radiation coursing through their veins, and the undead rule of requiring a completely destroyed brain, they were far deadlier than standard bioengineered soldiers. Li Yan frowned deeply. Tier 3 variants appearing at random, these dozen Suhan iron fists were just as threatening as Abanima. The rotting horde of zombies lunged relentlessly toward Li Yan. His blade danced with deadly precision. With a single spinning slash, Li Yan decimated the incoming wave, bathing his sword in crimson. Meanwhile, Song Zuo watched the slaughter in awe, frantically searching for an escape route. It was a perfect defensive choke point, but an absolute dead end. Firing a few suppressive shots, Song Zuo screamed for Li Yan to break through the front line. Enemy reinforcements were swarming and Song Zuo's precise sniper fire blew a walker's head clean off while Li Yan's heavy blade shattered multiple undead skulls into dust. "We need to break this siege now," Song Zuo panicked, "or they will tear us to shreds." Li Yan's eyes turned cold. "Do you really think I do not know that?" A mutated claw reached for his throat, only to be severed instantly in a spray of black blood. Within seconds, a mountain of mangled corpses piled up beneath his feet. Yet the seemingly dead monsters kept rising, dragging their blood-soaked bodies forward. As long as their brains remained intact, these nightmares simply refused to die. And the most terrifying mutant of them all was still standing strong against Li Yan's onslaught. Charging forward with explosive speed, he analyzed the Yanfu system's power scaling. These freaks possessed close combat mastery reaching a staggering 80%. Aside from the head, they had zero weaknesses. Only his superior high ground and long-reach weapon kept the first wave at bay. Leaping into the air, his masterful aerial slash eradicated another cluster of horrors. Stomping the ground, Li Yan sprinted with insane agility. A devastating sweep kick sent a horde flying through the air. He finally backed into a corner, watching the undead army suddenly retreat en masse. They were actually running away. But pursuing them was suicide. If even a few gun-wielding elites lurked in the shadows, the outcome would be catastrophic. Suddenly, as the final zombie turned away, it tossed a metallic sphere right at them. Li Yan and Song Zuo's eyes widened in sheer horror as the grenade landed at their feet. A throwing range of 30 to 40 meters, a lethal blast radius of 35 meters, with a terrifyingly short fuse and devastating yield. This was the infamous Glory Bomb. "Son of a bitch," Song Zuo shrieked in absolute terror. "Damn it all to hell," Li Yan cursed furiously. Song Zuo desperately dove behind a heavy iron door for cover. Then an apocalyptic explosion shattered the silence. Blazing hellfire consumed the entire corridor. Trapped in the epicenter, Li Yan was forced to manifest a protective ice barrier to survive the blast. The grenade-throwing mutant peeked from the shadows to confirm the kill. It stumbled back in disbelief as Li Yan emerged from the inferno completely unscathed. He aimed his smoking gun directly at its skull. One merciless trigger pull sent its soul straight to the underworld. Trembling Song Zuo finally crawled out of his hiding spot only to see Li Yan standing victorious over the elite beast's corpse. Li Yan glanced at him. "It seems the undead in your territory are a hell of a lot tougher than the ones in mine." Pointing a shaky finger forward, Song Zuo replied, "That towering ruin over there, that is their main breeding nest. It holds countless biological samples abandoned by the superpowers before the long winter hit. We are standing in the very heart of Devil Lake." Meanwhile, a man relaxed on a plush sofa, smirking at the female zombie leader Zhu Ziedong. "No offense intended, my respected Iron Lady, but I do not see a single Tier 4 soldier here." His name was Jakob. He arrogantly continued his assessment. "Besides, my army is perfectly holding the line. If the outer perimeter gets breached, it is completely irrelevant to our grand plan." Suddenly, Zhu Ziedong's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Sensing a murderous aura, she whipped out her gun and fired blindly at a shadow behind Jakob. The assassin lurking in his blind spot was Jojo. Her lethal blade was inches from taking Jakob's life, but the Iron Lady's sharp instincts ruined the perfect execution. Jakob spun around in shock. "What the hell are you doing?" Zhu Zedong's relentless gunfire shattered the blade right out of Jojo's grip. Forced to abandon the mission, Jojo desperately dodged through a literal rain of bullets. Triggering a blinding flashbang, Jojo rocked the entire room with a deafening blast. The shockwave sent the massive crystal chandelier violently swinging from the ceiling. The heavy fixture plummeted straight toward Zhu Ziedong's skull, but with terrifying agility, she leaped to safety. Securing her escape, Jojo burst out of the compound, gasping for air as her heart hammered in her chest. Clutching her bleeding arm where a bullet had grazed her, Jojo ground her teeth in furious resentment. "That bitch actually dared to shoot me." Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from above. "Sister Jojo, I told you we should have just stormed the place and slaughtered them all. Looks like you took a loss this time, huh?" The voice belonged to a cyborg, lounging on an armored vehicle. Beside him stood the driver, Zhang Hao, and the imposing Jun Shang. Jojo fiercely flipped him off, spitting out, "You vulgar bastard." Back inside, the leaders surveyed the smoking ruins of their meeting room. Glaring at the newly arrived intruders, Jakob hissed, "You dare try to assassinate us? Who the hell are you people?" Stepping forward with arms crossed, Jun Shang announced proudly, "We are the Mad Horse Syndicate." His elite squad fanned out behind him. Jojo smirked at the female mutant. "So you are the puppet master of Devil Lake, the legendary A-rank radiation zombie vanguard. You do look pretty intimidating." Zhu Zedong's eyes gleamed with dark malice. "Is that right?" Suddenly, another massive wave of armed fighters flooded the area. Leading them was Li Han Haifeng. He calmly lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag as his snipers locked onto their targets. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Li Han Haifeng gave the deadly order. "Enough talking, slaughter every last one of them." Cutting back to the bloody battlefield, Li Yan curiously asked his companion, "If we hand this research data over to Mad Horse, how much cash are we looking at?" Kneeling to inspect the loot, Song Zuo muttered 10,000 credits just to look at the goods. "The real payout depends on the biological sample, but for lowly wildland hunters like us, our asking price means absolutely nothing. The big bosses dictate the final value." Suddenly, Song Zuo shot Li Yan a deeply suspicious glare. Honestly, I thought you were some elite spy sent by a rival faction to steal the Mad Horse Syndicate's hard-earned prize, but seeing how clueless you are, yes, I was wrong. Li Yan feigned confusion perfectly. Are you saying I do not look like a bioengineered super soldier from a mega corporation? Inwardly, he was thanking the heavens. If he had shown too much excitement over the biological samples earlier, his cover would have been blown. Oblivious Song Zhuo simply brushed off Li Yan's sarcastic question. No, you fit the bill perfectly. Spotless clothes and completely unremarkable weapons. Your speech and combat style give it away. Only those spoiled brats from the megacorporation's safe zones would take on a garbage mission while wasting high-grade alloy to rebuild an obsolete trash-tier firearm. Leon's sweat dropped, staring at his custom-modded gun. He was completely speechless. Trent smirked and continued, I've survived in these wastelands for years. My eyes never deceive me when judging a man, especially a pretty boy with pale skin like yours. No mutations, fine. You might be a Tier 3 genetically modified warrior, but you can't fake the lack of ultraviolet radiation damage. You've clearly never lived a day in the wasteland. What kind of garbage tier spy are you anyway? Trent turned back to Leon. Hey, your combat skills are pretty solid. Let me take a wild guess. You're from a major Eastern corporation, Black Star X. They're in deep trouble lately. Or maybe Cloud C Pharmaceuticals. Yeah, definitely. They're Y Sector. They recruit wanderers and telekinetics, plus Y Sector is full of eccentric maniacs obsessed with bizarre weapons. Leon simply smiled, thinking to himself, this old man's imagination is absolutely wild. Suddenly curious, Leon asked Trent, why would you tell me about the research specimen inside that building? You went through so much trouble and the zombies are practically wiped out. Are you seriously offering me a slice of the pie just because I saved your life? Trent stood up, reloading his ammo magazine. First of all, we are completely even. Remember, when you spoke through the loudspeaker, I took a shot then. He glared at the ruined building. Second, if I fought this undead horde alone, I'd never secure the item inside. Leon froze in shock. Even who exactly did you shoot at? Trent ignored the question, stabbing a terrifying syringe right into his own arm, injecting a mysterious substance. Finished, Trent casually tossed the syringe away. Leon's eyes widened in horror. The once white tube had turned as crimson as fresh blood. I've never seen anything like that, Leon probed. Some new hallucinogenic drug. It's synthetic blood marrow, Trent grunted. My body is suffering from something like severe sepsis. Leon immediately mocked the old man. Shooting up that much, are you actively trying to get yourself killed? Using drugs at your age isn't shameful. Why deny it? Trent growled back fiercely. This is a branded genetic serum developed by the Big Ben Corporation. Pompeii Munitions doesn't sell cheap drugs. Leon pressed further. So how did you know about the research specimen inside that building? Trent tossed a worn-out notebook at Leon. Found this diary after clearing out one of the lower rooms. Natasha, you probably don't grasp the scale of our current project. When I was transferred here from Unit 717, I was absolutely furious. Unit 717 was researching dropship combat efficiency. It was the highest level operation I'd ever seen. But you wouldn't believe what happened next. 6 Jack units in total, tens of thousands of specimens, but only 6 successes. The codename Jack probably means they burned enough cash to fund an entire Jack fighter jet fleet. I don't even know the main lab's coordinates. Visited twice, completely blindfolded both ways. All I know is, it's underground. Guess who I ran into? Dr. Lincoln from Big Ben, researched the Cardinal of Genetics. Leon finished reading and flipped the notebook, his mind racing. This really confirms it. A piece of the untested research specimen is hidden somewhere inside that massive structure. Plus, those gun-wielding zombies prove this place holds terrible secrets. The truth struck Leon like lightning. When the old man fired earlier, he was actually targeting a high-powered sniper zombie that had locked onto Leon. The undead horde was split. Snipers were aiming to blow my head off, while the heavy gunner zombies were assigned to annihilate this old veteran. During our negotiation, he accidentally spotted that undead sniper in the shadows and instantly pulled the trigger to save me. But that shot exposed him to the heavy gunners. Because the timing was so suspiciously perfect during that deadly crisis, he thought I was using the zombies to assassinate him. Leon cast a meaningful glance at Trent. Everything finally clicked into place. It was all just a massive, deadly coincidence. Night quickly devoured the sky. A blood-cold moon illuminated the rotting ruins of the ancient building. Whoosh, a rogue bullet shredded the air, followed by an earth-shattering explosion that unleashed a roaring inferno. Leon stood perfectly unfazed, blade in hand, casually watching the fiery destruction. High up in the distance, a lurking zombie sniper held its breath. Its crosshairs were deadlocked onto Leon, who was strolling below like he owned the place. Bang! A deafening countershot struck the undead sniper. Half of its rotting skull instantly exploded into crimson mist, sending its loaded bullet flying harmlessly away. It was Trent positioned on the rooftop. He secured the kill. He muttered angrily, "Is this crazy kid seriously just strutting around in the open? Fine, just grab the payload. I'll cover your blind spots." Trent constantly shifted his sniper scope, providing absolute overwatch for Leon. Leon walked casually through the burning ground floor, his grip tightening around his legendary spear. Standing directly in his path was a masked mutant zombie dual-wielding handguns. The system interface flashed target class B irradiated zombie. Status genetic collapse triggered by an unknown foreign entity. This abomination had survived genetic deterioration for nearly 2 brutal years. Its research value was astronomically high, far surpassing any old-era specimen. The monstrous creature slowly lifted its mask, revealing a nauseatingly decayed face framed by sparse, sickly green hair. It twisted its grotesque mouth and spoke. "Hunters hired by Mad Horse Company. You fools understand absolutely nothing." Hearing a zombie actually speak, Leon's expression turned stone cold. Leon knew immediately. This enemy was profoundly dangerous. He tightly gripped his spear, his mind reeling. Since when do low-tier zombies possess human speech? It even exposed my identity. Whoosh. Without warning, a silver bullet tore through the air, screaming straight toward Leon's face with lethal precision. A fraction of a second before impact, Leon effortlessly raised his spear shaft to block clang. The violent clash of metal erupted into a brilliant shower of sparks. Channeling immense aura into his legs, he launched himself forward like a cannonball, instantly closing the massive gap. The mutant panicked as Leon seemingly teleported, but its combat reflexes remained razor-sharp. It aimed its gun straight at him, but Leon was already within striking distance, ready to unleash his awakened skill. A split second later, a towering pillar of solid ice erupted from his stance, completely engulfing the mutant. Caught off guard, the undead beast flinched back. As Li Yan stabilized himself on the icy pillar, 2 crimson glints flared from the opposing building. 2 more armed zombies lurked in the shadows. Gripping their assault rifles, they silently waited for the perfect moment to strike. But before they could pull the trigger, 2 high-velocity rounds pierced the air, instantly executing them. Hearing the gunshots, Li Yan smirked. Glancing back toward a distant towering tree, he spotted a flickering golden muzzle flash. Perched in the branches was a heavily armored figure wearing a bamboo hat, tightly gripping an assault rifle. White smoke trailed from the barrel. This was Song Zuo, the masterful sniper behind those lethal shots. Suddenly, a rogue bullet screamed through the air directly toward him. Relying on pure instinct, he dodged just in time. Song Zuo scowled, tracing the bullet's trajectory. Locking onto the enemy's position, he instantly spun around and racked his bolt. He calibrated his scope with deadly precision. Aiming at a distant high-rise across the ruins, Song Zuo pulled the trigger without a second of hesitation. The supersonic round obliterated the enemy sniper's skull, ending its wretched life. Meanwhile, down below, Li Yan was locked in a brutal deathmatch with his own armed target. The monster hurled a mysterious object at him. Without skipping a beat, Li Yan relied on his combat reflexes, swinging his spear to bat the projectile away before impact. As Li Yan touched down on the ruined floor, the beast retreated into the shadows. When the dust finally settled, all that remained before him was a chaotic pile of shattered concrete and debris. The creature had completely vanished. Staring intensely at a crumbling doorway in the distance, Li Yan calculated his next move. Gripping his spear tightly, he fearlessly stepped over the rubble and advanced toward the threshold. Up in the canopy, Song Zuo watched through his scope, thinking his support mission was finally over. But suddenly, a deadly projectile blitzed toward him from behind. The bullet ricocheted off a nearby building, altering its trajectory to strike him from a blind spot. Pure shock washed over the veteran sniper's face. The round tore through Song Zuo's flesh, spraying crimson blood into the air. Meanwhile, Li Yan tracked the beast's footprints, finally cornering his elusive prey. Suddenly, a massive explosion engulfed the entire floor in raging flames. The undead stood in the haze, aiming its rifle through the thick smoke and burning debris. Seeing Li Yan charging at godlike speed, the monster raised its weapon and unleashed a frantic hail of bullets. But the bullets were completely useless. Shrouded in a glowing crimson aura shield, Li Yan dashed through the storm of lead without taking a single scratch. Before the beast could even react, he delivered a devastating strike directly to its chest. The sheer impact made it vomit black blood as it was sent flying backward. Wasting no time, Li Yan gritted his teeth, channeled his explosive aura, and hurled his heavy spear with all his might. The spear tore through the air, piercing the creature's body and pinning it violently against the concrete wall. As the structure cracked from the force, he drew his handgun and closed the distance. His expression cold as ice, Li Yan pressed the barrel right against the pinned beast's skull. He interrogated, "How did you know the mad horned horse sent me? Speak now or die a second time." Despite his lethal threat, the undead creature showed zero fear, struggling desperately to yank the spear out of its cursed flesh. It mockingly thought, "Ordinary bullets cannot pierce my reinforced skull." Losing his patience, Li Yan pressed the gun harder. "I do not have time for games." The beast sneered with arrogance. "Neither do we, you pathetic winter insects." Just then, a sinister clicking sound echoed from the darkness behind him. Glancing back, his eyes locked onto multiple grotesque hairy legs creeping out from the shadows. To his horror, it was not just a few monsters, but a massive undead swarm. The system interface immediately popped up. Target identified Class B radioactive undead Vladimir, a twisted pre-war relic from Rowley's notorious canine head-splitting experiments. The pioneer of this horrific organ transplant was Vladimir Demikov. These mutated radiation-infected hounds had become the ultimate secret bioweapon for the Devil Lake survivors. A system note read, "Demikov's greatest regret was failing to get recruited by the legendary Big Ben Research Institute. Ironically, that failure spared him from eternal infamy." The mutated dog swarm slowly cornered Li Yan, trapping him completely against the crumbling wall. The alpha beast growled, "None of you will leave this place alive." Unfazed, Li Yan stood tall with a dominant aura. Click! He cocked his handgun with absolute confidence. Without even glancing back, Li Yan kept his gun pressed against the pinned zombie's skull and pulled the trigger. A deafening bang echoed through the apocalyptic ruins. The monster's head exploded like a crushed watermelon. Cutting back to Song Zuo, the wounded sniper clenched a medical bandage in his teeth, his rifle and medkit resting on his lap. Frantically patching up his bleeding neck, the veteran wheezed, "Phew. I really thought I was stepping through death's door that time." Bright crimson blood oozed from a secondary wound on his ribs, trailing down the tree trunk before dripping rhythmically onto the ruined soil below. Touching his freshly bandaged neck, he closed his eyes as a distant memory surfaced. In an emergency room, a doctor in green protective gear brandished a scalpel over his hospital bed. The doctor stated, "The poison has deeply infected your bloodstream, causing your flesh to rot, but it will not claim your life today. However, your plasma protein level is 160 times higher than a hemophilia patient. Arteriosclerosis, arterial blockage, cerebral infarction, and heart failure are imminent." "Old man, how in the world are you still breathing?" Pinned to the operating table, Song Zuo remained utterly speechless, paralyzed by his grim fate. Grabbing the veteran's arm, the surgeon prepared to cut. Inspecting the gruesome rotting wounds, he clicked his tongue in disbelief. "Tisk, tisk, tisk, your flesh feels exactly like jelly. Truly a medical miracle. Can you even be saved?" As he carefully lowered the scalpel, the doctor mumbled, "These days, incurable mutations are far more common than natural plagues. Megacorporations are funneling all their massive wealth into military bioengineering. Who actually gives a damn about curing a sickness like this anymore?" While the legendary Big Ben Institute created a drug called hematopoietic cell enhancer S. A massive dosage could theoretically suppress your horrifying condition. But be warned, your heart is already pushed past its absolute limit. Without your robust Tier 3 military physique, you would have perished long ago. Tragically, abusing this god-tier medicine has inflicted irreversible, devastating damage to your heart. His pulse would steadily drop until his body simply gave up. His son had taken a fatal dose. The doctor paused, noticing Trent's remaining arm violently shaking. Realizing the danger, the medic wisely shut his mouth. "My apologies." Trent lay on the hospital bed, his complexion turning ghostly pale. His eyes rolled back as violent tremors ravaged his entire body. Blinding surgical lights pierced his vision. This damn winter. Snapping back to reality, Trent jammed a syringe into his neck, his cold gaze shifting toward the heavy rifle resting nearby. Trent gripped the sniper rifle, aiming the barrel at a blazing inferno atop a distant building. Peering through the scope, he spotted a shadowy figure standing within the raging flames. Man or monster? He calculated for a second. Not him. The sniper barrel shifted methodically, sweeping across every floor of the ruined structure. Finally, his crosshairs locked onto an infected mutant. It was aiming a sniper right back at him. Beside it stood another undead sniper weapon, locked and loaded. Trent was dead focused on his scope, completely oblivious to the lethal red laser dot currently resting right on his forehead. Bang, 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 gunfire shattered the silent night. Glass fragments rained down from the enemy stronghold as the two crimson mutants screeched in pure agony. Meanwhile, Leon gripped his weapon, eyes burning with lethal intent. He unleashed his blood slash 5 consecutive times. Wiping out 15 monsters had severely drained his stamina. Heavily wounded and gasping for air, Leon analyzed the battlefield. He had to avoid their highly radioactive blood at all costs. Only his blood slash could safely execute these Vladimir mutants. Before he could catch his breath, another wave of infected leaped through the air, diving straight for Leon's throat. His razor-sharp gaze tracked them. Another blood slash erupted. After a brutal slaughter, the Vladimir corpses littered the bloody floor. Leaving the nightmare behind, Leon turned and walked away. He kicked open the emergency exit, stepping out with chilling calmness. Before him lay a desolate wasteland of ruins echoing with distant sinister noises. Seconds later, a fresh horde of monsters crawled from the shadows. Completely surrounded, Leon just stood in the center, casually smoking a cigarette. Suddenly, his expression darkened. Gritting his teeth in blazing fury, Leon readied his blade. Are they never ending? He slammed his hand into the ground, summoning a massive ice wall to block their path. Exploding forward like a missile, he crashed into the horde. Liam thrust his spear upward with devastating force, piercing a mutant straight through the jaw and sending it flying. With lightning reflexes, he grabbed the monstrous corpse mid-air, instantly using its thick body as a fleshy meat shield. He drove his weapon straight through the vanguard, tearing down multiple enemies. But suddenly, a terrifying two-headed beast ambushed him from behind, its massive jaws snapping wide open. Sensing the killing intent, Leon whipped around, but he was a split second too late. The dual-headed abomination sank its fangs deep into his arm. Ignoring the searing pain, Leon delivered a bone-crushing kick, launching the beast into the ceiling. The heavy monster crashed violently into the dirt while our protagonist sprinted fiercely onward. Escaping the kill zone, Leon glared at his bleeding arm. His legendary healing jujubes were running dangerously low. This survival game was getting way too close. Right at that moment, an insane sight unfolded behind him. Someone launched a high-speed motorcycle straight out of a skyscraper window. Startled, Leon rushed to the ledge, watching the crazy rider land flawlessly and speed off. Was this a trap to lure him out? Whatever. High risk means high reward. Elsewhere, Trent was perched on a thick tree branch, gritting his teeth as he patched up a gruesome foot injury. The agonizing pain made his entire frame shudder. In the shadows, a mysterious stalker in crimson armor locked eyes onto his back. Suddenly, an earpiece transmission crackled for the red-masked hunter. Drop the surveillance on Trent. The icy voice commanded, hunt down that motorcycle rider carrying the cargo box. Receiving his new orders, the armored assassin immediately shifted his deadly gaze. He leaped into the abyss, dropping directly onto the speeding biker. Meanwhile, back to Leon. Our hero stood before a massive gate guarded by automated heavy artillery. Even his ice barriers would shatter under that insane firepower. With a quick hand gesture, Leon summoned his spirit companion Siren, a mesmerizing beauty with flowing blue hair. Leon mentally commanded her to advance. Siren dashed forward like a phantom wind. Detecting the threat, the defense systems instantly unleashed a devastating hellstorm of bullets and explosives. Siren fearlessly charged straight into the terrifying barrage. Taking advantage of the distraction, Leon calmly reloaded his heavy weapon. He counted down coldly. 5 seconds. Up ahead, Siren gracefully absorbed the onslaught. Every single bullet phased harmlessly right through her ethereal body. Seeing the opening, Leon finally made his move. Using his insane agility, he flashed across the battlefield. With the turrets completely locked onto Siren, he effortlessly bypassed the death zone, raising his arms just to block some stray shrapnel. Ignoring the minor cuts, Leon focused entirely on his true goal, breaking the gate. He aimed and unloaded absolute hell onto the massive steel doors. The heavy gunfire didn't even leave a scratch. Realizing guns were useless, Leon smirked and swapped his inventory. Time for the spear. He channeled his aura and smashed his spear into the gate. The steel completely shattered, sending debris flying everywhere. Inside, a legion of mutants stood waiting. They glared at Leon like a fresh piece of meat. Seeing this ambush, Leon just let out a cold, mocking laugh. Out of options, aren't you? Let's make a deal. I grab my loot, ask a few questions, and leave. That way you monsters get to live. Think it over carefully. The mutant leader slowly drew a rusted sword, gently running his fingers along the blade. Before the winter hit, a German tried to make us bow. We said no. After the winter, some Eastern European punk demanded our absolute loyalty. We gave him the exact same answer. Today, our answer remains unchanged. The undead warriors raised their weapons, locking their deadly killing intent entirely onto Leon. Seeing their hostility, Leon sighed. So, no negotiations. In the blink of an eye, a bloodbath ensued. Moments later, every single mutant lay completely decimated on the cold floor. Brushing back his hair, Leon calculated his stats. Fighting this many mutants was pushing his radiation toxicity to the absolute limit. Even his sea ghost barrier couldn't fully protect him now. His premium healing items were almost completely drained. Bandaging his fresh wounds, he glanced at the slaughtered horde. Looks like I'm stuck, relying on basic topical ointments and regular bandages for now. Suddenly, he noticed one survivor clinging to life. Leon crouched down, his voice chillingly calm. I don't care about the German, but give me the name of that Eastern European punk, and I promise you a quick death. When the creature stayed silent, Leon leaned in closer, his aura suffocating. Let me guess. His name is Hillergas, isn't it? The mutant's eyes widened in absolute horror, confirming everything. Having got his answer, Leon stood up tall, aimed his heavy gun down at the trembling creature, and uttered one final word. Thanks, I get it now. He glanced back at the absolute devastation behind him, where top-secret documents lay scattered across the ruins. He walked away completely unfazed. Blood-stained ledgers and forbidden research papers littered the floor. They detailed horrifying theories on Tier 5 supergenes and the catastrophic devil gene collapse phenomenon. He found the 65th deduction report from the Jack archives. It outlined the bleak overview of human survival during the brutal post-winter era of the second quarter. A heavy safe had been ripped apart, its metal screws violently shredded. His voice echoed in the dark. These mutated zombies were actually conducting research. Despite their terrifying monstrous appearance and their innate bloodthirsty instinct toward normal humans, their radiation levels were surprisingly lower than standard beasts. But the terrifying intelligence they displayed and their mastery over this ruined base proved they were a highly organized species with a strict social hierarchy. Selling these rare documents could easily net over 100,000 credits, even on the black market. Reaching inside the ruined safe, he dragged out a heavy briefcase. Popping the latches, Li Yan found a pristine glowing red test tube nestled inside. Grabbing his ultimate prize, a wicked smirk crossed his face as he analyzed the item. The system scanned it, thundered Jack's supergene sample. The tragic lore dated all the way back to 1939, right before the Eternal Winter began. Facing severe local crises amidst massive political chaos, the desperate Jiaodu government secretly established the infamous Devil Lake Research Facility. They appointed academician Li Senki from the Big Ben Institute as the chief architect of the Endless Jack project. He swore to engineer an unstoppable super soldier to end the Great War. But fate was cruel. Right up until the terrifying eve of the winter apocalypse, the Endless Jack initiative failed to produce a single viable result. Yet, due to some incredibly dark and unspeakable political secrets, Li Senki mysteriously retained his position as the supreme director. Whistleblower scientists were ruthlessly silenced by the secret police, and when winter finally fell, tens of thousands of super gene samples funded by citizens' blood money vanished without a trace. Li Yan stepped deeper into the trashed laboratory. Equipment was smashed to pieces. Inside a surviving preservation tank floated a horrifying, severely mutated human head, an unknown supergene carrier with god-tier regeneration. Li Yan's expression turned incredibly dark. It was the severed head of Liu Yixi, an elite member of Quang Jinma's personal guard. As he stood silently in the massive chamber processing the horrifying truth, the air pressure suddenly plummeted. A crushing gravitational force slammed heavily against his legs. A split second later, the containment tubes violently detonated right in front of him. Shards of glass rained down like shrapnel as he quickly raised his arms to shield his vitals. Once the blast faded, Li Yan crouched down, casually tossing aside a severed robot arm. You will not be needing this anymore, so I will take it, he muttered. While scavenging the debris, an archaic phone suddenly rang. Beep, beep, beep. He strolled over to the ringing device and hit the receive button. Dead silence filled the line for a painfully long moment, broken only by a single raspy cough. Annoyance flared instantly across Li Yan's face. "What the hell is this? Speak up, or I am hanging up," he snapped. Slamming the receiver down, he calmly pulled the pins on several high-explosive grenades. He casually tossed the live explosives over his shoulder. With pure badass swagger, he slowly walked away as the entire underground base erupted into a magnificent sea of flames behind him. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed location, a slender hand gently set a phone down. "The entire Bondarev base has likely been wiped off the map," a soft voice echoed. Jacob crossed his arms, his eyes shut in deep, grim thought. "Two pathetic rogue mercenaries actually managed to annihilate an Outer Rim facility," Jacob growled. "They can keep Thunder, but we absolutely cannot let Autumn fall into their filthy hands." Did Bondarev not already evacuate the base with Autumn? Where are they right now? The pink-haired girl known as Supersense, Jack offered a chilling, mysterious smile. "I am still getting used to this newly awakened ability. Let me try," she whispered. Jack closed her eyes, falling into a deep trance. Pressing two fingers to her forehead, she activated her psychic powers. As the horrific visions of the ruined base flooded her mind, her playful expression vanished and her brows knitted together. Seeing her distress, Jacob demanded, "What is the problem?" Swinging her legs off the table, she stared blankly at the ceiling. "Bondarev is completely dead, and Autumn has been stolen. It was not a two-man job, there were three of them. The ruthless hunter who executed Bondarev wore pitch-black armor with a white dwarf perched on his shoulder." Jacob visibly flinched, completely blindsided by this terrifying new intel. Furious, he roared his ultimate command. "Hunt them down and bring that item back immediately." Jack bowed respectfully. "Understood." Cutting back to Li Yan, he had already vanished into the perilous wilds outside the base. Li Yan's eagle-like vision instantly caught a bizarre anomaly in the canopy. Channeling his aura, he leaped high into the branches, landing right next to a pool of fresh, sticky blood. Fresh blood up here. Could Song Zuo already be dead? He thought grimly. Suddenly, his eyes went wide as his hunter's intuition screamed of an ambush. Without hesitation, he unleashed his piercing ice lightning strike. His devastating technique triggered an absolutely massive earth-shattering explosion. As the blinding shockwave rapidly dissipated, elemental remnants poured down like a violent freezing rain. Peering through the smoke at a nearby watchtower, Li Yan locked eyes with his attacker. Standing there, aiming a loaded gun directly at his chest, was none other than the treacherous Song Zuo. Li Yan's brow furrowed. He grabbed the comms. "The hell are you doing?" A betrayal. Carter stayed silent. He crushed a peanut between his teeth, pure rage radiating from his eyes. Without a second of hesitation, Carter pulled the trigger, but the bullet grazed past Li Yan, striking the empty air behind him. The devastating impact snapped a massive tree entirely in half. Carter clicked his tongue in pure frustration. His gun remained locked on Li Yan as he roared a deadly threat. "Where is the item?" Li Yan did not even flinch. He spoke calmly into the comms. "Let us talk this out. Do I really look like the guy who stole your loot?" Carter reloaded his weapon with a sharp click. "You are a telekinesis user. I do not trust you at all. You blew the entire underground to pieces. Why should I blindly believe your version of the story?" Li Yan's eyes narrowed as his combat senses flared. Being locked on by a sniper sent violent chills right down his spine. I knew his warning shot was not meant to kill. Li Yan analyzed the deadly standoff. "But right now, his crosshairs are resting right on my heart. If he pulls the trigger, Phantom Wing's teleportation skill will not be fast enough to dodge." Fury finally bubbled over. "If that was your logic, why let me solo the dungeon in the first place?" Regaining his icy composure, Li Yan lit a cigarette, staring right down the barrel. Puffing a cloud of smoke, Li Yan spoke into the comms. "The mutant samples are gone. Another guild got here first and completely wiped the vault clean. You saw that heavy motorcycle speeding away earlier, did you not? But I sent someone after it. Once they returned with the item, we split it evenly." Song Zuo was losing his cool. His voice trembled with raw aggression, his gun still aimed dead at Li Yan. "If that is true, why did you blow the place up?" Li Yan replied with a chilling calmness. "The base had an active self-destruct system. I barely made it out of there alive." The suffocating tension vanished in an instant. Li Yan knew Song Zuo had no real intention of pulling the trigger. He barked into the radio, "Let us be clear. I need this specimen, but I will give you a discount. Did you not say one piece could fetch 100,000 credits from Mad Horse? I will pay you the 100,000 credits right now. The item stays with me." Fair enough. Internally, he realized this area was not even the true core of Devil Lake. If I want to dive deeper, I need to pacify him first. His sniper skills are still useful. Song Zuo was visibly stunned by the bold offer, his resolve already crumbling. Sudden static crackled through the air. The main loudspeaker had completely malfunctioned. After a tense pause, a voice pierced the static. "This is Mad Horse. I am Hao, a Tier 1 operative from HQ." Both men froze in absolute shock. They knew Hao was part of the elite Vanguard squad infiltrating Devil Lake. The grim broadcast echoed relentlessly through the wasteland. "If you are hearing this recording, it means the Mad Horse assault operation has ended in absolute catastrophic failure. Our 80-man armored Vanguard 10 Tier 3 special units and myself, we have all been wiped out. Any surviving foreign operatives must evacuate Devil Lake immediately and report this nightmare back to HQ." Li Yan's eyes widened at the devastating intel. Across from him, Song Zuo's psychological defenses finally shattered. Gritting his teeth, the sniper's finger hovered over the trigger. Meanwhile, Li Yan sat completely unfazed in the corner. He gripped his radio calmly, blowing a stream of cigarette smoke. As Li Yan processed the system-level threat, a dark silhouette approached. It was Song Zuo stepping out of the shadows. Slinging his rifle bag over his shoulder, Song Zuo loomed over him. "What is your plan now?" Li Yan casually waved him off. "I have not decided yet." Knowing Li Yan's fearless nature, Song Zuo scoffed internally. Bullshit. He just does not want to retreat. A second later, he spoke up. "I actually know that guy Hao from the broadcast. A Tier 3 special unit. A heavy artillery scholar. His firepower is basically a walking mortar, and he is a tactical genius. He definitely pre-recorded this as a fail-safe. Whatever lies in the abyss of Devil Lake right now is completely beyond our imagination. A fully geared armored battalion was slaughtered in there. They were miles out of our league." Stashing his radio, Li Yan's aura shifted. "It is an old recording. The true battlefield conditions are still unknown. Do you really think Mad Horse sent idiots just to become zombie sashimi?" He laid out his tactical analysis. If HQ sent them, they had a winning strategy. The odds of a mutual destruction scenario are incredibly high right now. Think about it. If we crawl back just to deliver a message, will Mad Horse not demand to know exactly what wiped their squad, or worse, send us right back in? Song Zuo realized the terrifying logic. Both are highly possible. Li Yan stood up, resting a hand on his hip, projecting absolute confidence in his read of the system. "Mad Horse gave us the outer perimeter map. That proves they have already run scouting missions here before. Even if we plan to bail, now is not the time. We need to see what kind of monster annihilated the core squad. Better intel means a better payout, right?" Song Zuo stayed silent. Suddenly, his survival instincts flared as someone was eavesdropping. He spun around, rifle raised in high alert. A crimson shadow violently leaped out from below. The figure crashed down on an off-road bike, carving deep skid marks into the dirt. Li Yan immediately raised a hand to block Song Zuo's aim. "Stand down, he is an ally." "You call that human?" Song Zuo gasped in utter disbelief. Before them stood the dark wraith, clad in majestic crimson samurai armor. Gripping a deadly spear, its mask radiated pure, suffocating bloodlust. A massive smoking puncture wound marred the legendary armor. It looked like it had barely survived a devastating clash of titans. Li Yan narrowed his eyes. "I thought the wraith's kinetic immunity armor would make this a total mismatch, but clearly the enemy was packing something far more dangerous." His expression darkened with concern as he demanded, "What the hell happened to you?" The dark wraith silently presented a mysterious suitcase. The target was exceptionally formidable. Li Yan stared at the case, rendered completely speechless. As Li Yan took the case, a system prompt appeared. "Summon entity Dark Wraith. Symbiote Old Man White. Status Moderate Damage. Spear Mastery 83%. Dark Magic Mastery 60%. Passive Skills, Kinetic Damage Nullification, Soul Stealing Aura, and Weapon Enhancement. Active Skills, 5 Crones and Minor Dark Arts. Current System Rating, 9 Luminaries. Growth Limit, 7 Palaces." Li Yan was thrilled by the summon's rapid evolution. The growth cap had already reached 7 palaces. Surviving in this winter zone had undeniably leveled him up. He immediately asked, "Can your armor regenerate? Speak freely here." The wraith's deep voice rumbled, "It will take 4 hours." Li Yan rubbed his chin, lost in deep tactical thought. 4 hours, huh? With 4 hours you will be back at peak condition before 8 a.m. tomorrow. The dark wraith slammed a fist against its chest, radiating absolute loyalty. Feeling like a third wheel in this intense exchange, Song Zuo forced a loud cough to interrupt them. Gesturing toward the towering samurai, Song Zuo demanded, "Care to introduce your friend?" Li Yan casually patted the wraith's imposing armor, selling the ultimate bromance. "This is my sworn brother from District B. He is a Tier 3 special unit who specializes in shadow reconnaissance. He was just keeping an eye on you earlier, no hard feelings." Song Zuo glared suspiciously at the wraith, cautiously pressing for a name. Li Yan smoothly clapped the sniper's shoulder. "My bro is a man of few words, but absolutely reliable." The veteran pondered this, muttering, "I have heard rumors about the extreme survival conditions out here in the winter zones. Endless plagues have birthed all sorts of insane cults and tribal worship. Maniacs who weld iron buckets to their heads for life or spray chrome paint across their faces. But a full historical armor setup like his, that is a rare breed." Still dripping with paranoia, Song Zuo probed. "Which pickup truck was he hiding in earlier? I never spotted him." Li Yan remained perfectly calm. "Like I said, his class abilities are highly unique. That is exactly why you missed him." Carter remained highly suspicious. "Are you talking about Tani Anya's Ghost Soldier protocol from last year?" Li Yan smirked confidently. "Not quite, but you are on the right track." After negotiating, Li Yan popped open the heavy case retrieved by the Black Knight. Resting inside was the S-rank Autumn Gene. He held the glowing vial with pure greed. "This is the real prize." A vibrant neon pink aura radiated from the legendary sample. Li Yan calculated its massive worth. Storing this mutated blood is a nightmare. The military faction used thermal-sealed capsules just to safely extract these drops. Plus, without the system's official research logs, its market value drops drastically compared to other S-rank materials. Whatever. The entire city is crawling with infected anyway. Hearing this, Carter grunted over the comms. "That trash is not worth 200,000 credits. Does our deal still stand?" Securing the glowing vial back into its case, Li Yan replied, "Yeah, I will still take my 100,000. Internally, a sly grin crossed his face. He was secretly hoarding the actual research logs. If he sold those in this apocalyptic economy, he would easily pocket another 100 grand. Suddenly, the silver-haired phantom riding the Black Knight snapped into a combat stance. Sensing the danger, Li Yan demanded, "What is it?" Through the thick fog, footsteps echoed. Hostiles approaching, the phantom warned. Scene change deep within a grimy bunker. It had been exactly 5 hours since the Mad Horse Guild's elite armored division was entirely wiped out at Devil Lake. Inside the guild's ruined stronghold, a drunken thug kicked a metal door with savage force. "Open the damn door. You think you can look down on me?" His violent rampage continued without pause. "You think I am out of credits? Open up, you piece of trash." Behind the battered iron door, Faye desperately braced her body against the frame, shielding a fragile newborn baby in her arms. The drunken thug's vile curses echoed endlessly. "Open the door right now. The hell are you looking at?" Scram. Faye bit her lip until it bled, suffering in absolute silence. But then, the violent bashing abruptly stopped. Dead silence fell. Faye froze in pure confusion. Suddenly, a calm voice pierced the quiet. "Open up. It is me, Vera." Outside, Vera stood like an absolute boss right over the trembling drunk. A massive wave of relief washed over the terrified mother. Forcing her panic down, Faye used the doorframe to pull her trembling legs up, clutching the infant tight to her chest. Still shaking, Faye carefully peeked through the cracked door. Vera was standing there with her hands on her hips, shooting her a reassuring look. Vera scoffed at the trash on the floor. "This idiot is clearly blackout drunk. He actually dared to bark at me." Faye felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. "I am so sorry for dragging you into this again." As Faye locked the heavy door, Vera waved off the apology. "You are under the Black Star Syndicate's protection. Keeping you safe is simply part of the job. Next time some punk bangs on your door, just aim a shotgun right at his skull. Act crazy. It works every time." Faye's sweat dropped at the brutal advice, but the baby giggled, reaching out for Vera. Faye gently pulled the tiny hands back, a bittersweet smile forming on her lips. "Without your guild's absolute protection, we would have been dead meat out here." Vera flashed a confident badass grin. "Do not sweat it. These low-level thugs have no brains, but no one messes with Black Star affiliates on my turf and lives to tell the tale. This sector is a literal ghost town. You are off the grid. The Medicine Buddha faction will never find you here. I practically grew up in these ruins. Honestly, if the Black Star Guild goes under, staying hidden in this bunker is your best survival strat. Plus, you still have him looking out for you." Faye shook her head with absolute certainty. The Black Star Syndicate will never go down without a bloody war. Vera sighed, surrendering to her stubbornness. Whatever you say. But frankly, as one of the Winter Region's top 3 factions, getting chased out of Zone B by those Medicine Buddha creeps is an absolute embarrassment. Suddenly, the iron door was violently shoved open. A scout burst into the room, panting heavily with a look of pure dread. Vera, you need to get to the 3rd floor now. Something terrible has happened to Quinn. Both women froze in their tracks, cold shock washing over their faces. Vera dashed out like a bolt of lightning. Left alone in the dim room, a suffocating dread gripped Faye's heart. She clutched her baby, terror filling her eyes. Did something happen to Li Yan too? Scene transition back at the shattered ruins of the Mad Horse Guild. Deep inside the crumbling architecture, surviving guild members gathered for an intense emergency war council. The atmosphere was completely suffocating. Dead silence hung in the air, hinting at a crisis of apocalyptic proportions. Surrounded by desperate, demanding faces, the battered hunter had no choice. He finally cracked, shouting the brutal truth. The rumors are 100% true. The Mad Horse Guild's main assault force has been completely annihilated. The revelation dropped like a literal bomb. The entire room gasped in sheer disbelief. But looking at his pale, trembling face, everyone knew this was not a joke. It was a massacre. Overhearing the chaos, Faye stepped forward with her heart pounding. Panic crept into her voice as she demanded, "Then what happened to the mercenary hunters? Did any of them survive?" Seeing the girl's reaction, the hunter shot her an icy glare. "I have no idea," he muttered coldly. "But if you are strong enough, you will survive." The group gathered around the long conference table in heavy silence. Only the hunter stood up, slamming both hands onto the table. "My part of the deal is half done. What now?" Ah Fai slowly raised his hand, his expression entirely unfazed. "Just wait. We need to hear from headquarters first," he replied calmly. Suddenly, the tense silence shattered. A man burst into the room, his face pale with pure terror, screaming at the top of his lungs to deliver urgent news. Trembling like he had just seen a ghost, he stuttered, "It is a call from headquarters." Hearing this, Wei Dan immediately rushed forward. She grabbed the receiver, her knuckles turning white as she picked up the call. She quickly reported the grim situation. Jun Xiong could not have died that easily. This wild hunter must have fled the battlefield and lied to escape the blame. He is here with us right now. I will detain him for the time being. What are your orders, superiors? The voice on the other end replied with chilling calmness. I am aware. But honestly, that does not matter anymore. I am calling to inform you of something else entirely. Stunned, Wei Dan snapped back. Not matter, do you even hear yourself? She stood utterly frozen, completely, refusing to believe her own ears. How could such devastating news be brushed off as nothing? The receiver crackled to life as headquarters immediately shot back a chilling response. Veda, listen closely because your life depends on this. Their elite forces will arrive in exactly 10 minutes. Stand down immediately. Pile every single lethal weapon right where they can see them. Veda froze, completely paralyzed by the sheer weight of the command. Sensing her shock, the brass at headquarters relentlessly pushed forward. One more thing. Hand over every remaining file on Devil Lake that Commander Quinn left behind. Fury blazed in her eyes. Veda slammed her trembling fists onto the table, knuckles turning entirely white. The devastating rage in the room was practically suffocating. Surrender our gear. Have you completely lost your damn mind? Just who do these invaders think they are? Her explosive temper was totally off the charts. To her, this surrender order was nothing but pure suicide. But ignoring her blazing wrath, the cold voice on the radio barked back immediately. I will repeat this exactly once. Do not engage the enemy. And just when it seemed the nightmare was over, Command dropped another devastating bombshell. Compile a registry of every medicine Buddha cultist in your base. Hand the list over, then tell those poor souls to run for their absolute lives. Just follow my exact instructions. This is a direct military order. The official encrypted files are already on their way to you. Veda was absolutely shaking with pure wrath. Her blood boiled relentlessly, but military hierarchy forced her into helpless, agonizing submission. Defying command simply was not an option here. With the grim call finally disconnected, Veda slowly dragged her heavy steps back into the tense briefing room. The instant she walked through those doors, every single eye locked onto her. The crushing suspense in the air was thick enough to cut. Radiating a terrifying aura of bottled-up fury, she gritted her teeth. With cold precision, she delivered the unthinkable order. Drop your weapons in plain sight. Do it right now. Chaos immediately erupted across the entire room. Just like Veda, her squad felt completely betrayed. Outraged shouts echoed as reality violently crashed down on them. What the absolute hell? Where is Commander Quinn? Damn it, did they not even leave behind any corpses? Despite their burning protests, the iron will of the central system forced them to bitterly comply. Underneath an incredibly suffocating ash-filled sky, the warriors reluctantly surrendered their gear. These were not basic firearms, but devastating relics capable of absolute obliteration. Glancing back, Vita locked eyes with Afari. Reading the utter desperation etched into her face, Afari's voice trembled slightly. Vita, are we actually going to survive this? Afari remained frozen perfectly in place, while Veda bravely stepped forward alone, bracing herself to face whatever horrors were marching toward them. Right as the tension reached a boiling point, a blaring siren shattered the silence. A sudden alarm sent a jolt of pure terror through everyone. They are here. The invasion force has finally arrived. Looming over the dead horizon, a massive armored convoy roared aggressively toward their defenseless position. Leaning out from the lead tactical vehicle, an elite scout tracked them through high-tech binoculars. His deadly gaze promised absolute and unforgiving destruction. Meanwhile, a grim broadcast echoed through an executive's office. At exactly 9:12 last night, the borderlands of Sector B and Y were decimated. The massive survival camp had completely fallen. Chairman Leon was flawlessly executed on sight. Horrific footage of the absolute bloodbath flooded the secure network with apocalyptic dread. By the stroke of midnight, massive aerial bombardments rained down upon any faction openly worshipping the legendary medicine Buddha. The sky itself burned with wrath. The cult's entire ground defense grid was completely pulverized into dust in exactly 10 devastating minutes. The elite Sky King squadron was routed. Even their legendary leader retreated straight into the highly toxic radiation zones. The Black Star System's 5th Army had officially breached Sector B. They flawlessly crushed over 12 independent armed legions. Corporate mercenaries and local militias alike were slaughtered, giving the Empire absolute dominion over the sector. As dawn broke over the shattered wasteland, a terrifying global broadcast was transmitted. The Black Star Command Center issued their final decree to the Asian continent. Salvation is no longer an option. This massive blood debt will only be paid in absolute carnage. The magnitude of this devastating news sent absolute shockwaves everywhere. Back at Afari's humble shelter, a modest but precious feast sat before her. Simple luxuries like an egg, a small fish, and some tofu graced her dining table. Staring quietly at her food, haunting realization washed over her. She used to pray every single night for the Black Star Army to descend like heavenly saviors. The dark memories of that ancient cataclysm resurfaced, reminding her of the countless lives lost. Now her so-called saviors had finally manifested, granting her ultimate wish. But this brutal reality was far from a beautiful dream. It felt exactly like a terrifying repetition of that cursed day. The cruel irony of fate was simply astounding. Once a weak survivor needing salvation, she was now burdened with the impossible duty of protecting others. Meanwhile, 3 captured criminals were forced to their absolute knees. Bruised and heavily bound, they looked completely pathetic. Standing over them like a god of war was Black Star General Lance. A chilling mix of arrogance and deadly seriousness covered his face. So which one of you rats is going to tell me exactly where Lady Terra hid the absolute remaining data files on Devil Lake? Good heavens, the mighty Veda had actually been completely captured, suspended by brutal chains. Her battered body was covered in devastating wounds. Dripping fresh blood, her life force flickered like a dying ember. Receiving absolutely no response from the stubborn captives, General Lance let out an exaggerated sigh. Refusing to cooperate just makes my bloody job significantly more entertaining. Suddenly, his dark gaze snapped right over to Afori. Comrade Afori, you look absolutely dreadful right now. Is there something you wish to share? Clutching her child tightly, she met his terrifying glare. Your methods are nothing short of absolute barbaric slaughter. These people have absolutely nothing to do with the cult. They never even attempted to resist. Your savage tyranny makes you no better than those madmen. Against all odds, she bravely shielded Veda's squad. At her words, he slammed his fists onto the desk, but instead of raging, he shockingly uttered, I am sorry. I am a soldier on the battlefield. Sometimes my instincts take over. Feigning guilt, his gaze instantly sharpened. Now who's going to hand over the Devil Lake data? He glared down at the captives. With gun barrels pressed to their temples, the room fell into a dead silence. Taking in their pathetic state, the general shifted his gaze to her with a mocking smirk. Ha ha, Comrade Afe. Your way of thinking is far too rigid. Unfazed by his arrogant display, she stepped right into his personal space. "General Liang Wei, I suggest you take my words seriously." His eyes locked onto hers with cold intensity. "I am taking you completely seriously. Otherwise, the bitch hiding behind you would be a corpse. Finding Devil Lake is absolute priority. Comrade of Phi, do not dare interfere with my mission." Unyielding defiance flashed in her eyes as she gritted her teeth in absolute frustration. "You have your orders and I have mine. This researcher is a goldmine of data. I am escorting her to my private quarters right now." Without waiting for permission, she shielded Wei Dan right in front of the tyrant. Unbothered, the general merely shrugged. "Fine by me. Be my guest." As they turned, he suddenly raised a hand with a fake smile. "Fei Jiao Xing and I go way back. If you ever need a favor, just ask." Halting in her tracks, she shot him a look of absolute disgust. "You know, my husband actually mentions you quite a lot." A flicker of panic crossed his stoic face. "Oh, and what does he say?" Walking away, she dropped a final verbal bomb. "He says paths that do not cross cannot forge an empire together." Leaving that heavy philosophical blow hanging in the air, she vanished down the hall, leaving the mighty general frozen in deep thought. A dark shadow crossed his features, his pride clearly wounded. A scholar with a fiery temper. "I get the picture loud and clear." He whipped his attention back to the shivering hostages cowering on the floor. All traces of mercy vanished, replaced by demonic cruelty. "Now spill it. Where is the Devil Lake data hidden? Answer me right now." Even faced with such brutal interrogation tactics, the captive trembled violently, but kept his mouth completely shut. Meanwhile, Afai finally reached the safe house with Wei Dan. The researcher was practically clinging to life, forcing Afai to carry her exhausted body the rest of the way. Seeing her life force draining away, guilt crashed over Afai as she whispered an apology. But Wei Dan simply offered a serene smile. "You truly have the heart of a saint. I thought I possessed enough power to repay my debts, but it seems I overestimated my own worth. Now my only prayer is that Li Yan remains safe from this chaos." The next morning, within a massive central hub, utter peace blanketed the lively streets. This was the absolute sanctuary for the followers of the medicine Buddha. Their spiritual anchor, supreme leader Luo Mu Jiao, had reigned over this divine realm for generations. Cloaked believers roamed the district completely ignorant of the outside world's slaughter. Over 10,000 devoted souls called this haven their permanent home. They had even erected a breathtaking temple spanning over 5,000 square meters. Thousands of uniformed disciples knelt together, raising their hands in absolute unwavering reverence. Pristine white walls supported gleaming golden roofs. Sacred murals and towering monuments surrounded endless rows of prayer wheels, radiating a majestic soul-cleansing aura. Gripping traditional Tibetan prayer beads, every single follower pressed their palms together, chanting with eyes closed in pure spiritual bliss. From wide-eyed youths to weathered elders, inner peace flowed through their very veins, until suddenly an old man's eyes snapped open in sheer unadulterated terror. The sacred tranquility was instantly shattered to pieces. A catastrophic explosion violently ripped through the divine sanctuary. The Black Star chariot had officially descended, tearing through the crystal blue sky. A massive armored helicopter roared into view. The elderly abbot adjusted his thick glasses, a terrifying glint flashing in his supposedly blind eyes. Above him, the chopper blades slashed the wind with explosive speed. Diving from the heavens, the metal beast plummeted straight toward the temple courtyard. Even the elite guards stationed by the abbot gasped in absolute disbelief. Instantly snapping out of their shock, the guards and the monk threw up their heavy weaponry, locking onto the airborne threat. The hovering behemoth finally stabilized. A shadowy silhouette leaned out of the open cabin door, slowly revealing a dangerously intimidating face. Pale lips and a sharp jawline pierced through the dust storm. Leaping gracefully from the cabin, the figure landed with a heavy thud and marched forward. What an overwhelming presence! Trailed closely by a massive bodyguard, the man approached. Recognizing the aura, the Grand Abbot immediately bowed his head in submission. Radiating a mountain-like pressure, the stranger scanned the area. Breaking the suffocating tension, he finally offered a deceptively polite greeting. "Greetings to you all. I am Liang Zhangyon." Swallowing his pride, the old monk bowed even lower to introduce himself. "This humble servant is Xu Mo." As the words left his mouth, the helicopter roared back into the clouds, leaving the black-clad titan standing alone. The legendary Liang Zhangyon, Lieutenant General of the Black Star Chariot, the youngest combat committee member in history, rightfully feared as the Southwest Fierce Tiger. Adjusting his military cap, he cut straight to the kill. "Let us skip the pleasantries. You hold devastating secrets about Luo Mu Jiao. So why summon me here? You better not use the words Devil Lake to play me for a fool. Towering over the tiny monk, his aura was suffocating. Shu Mo calmly replied, "Of course not, Comrade Liang. I simply calculated that the Black Star Chariot's investigation had completely slammed into a dead end at Devil Lake. That is my only reason for reaching out." Liang Zhengyong's eyes narrowed into terrifying murderous slits. Glaring down at the monk, he hissed, "Do me a favor and call me Mr. Liang." Feeling the icy sting of death approaching, the wise monk immediately folded his hands and bowed. "As you wish, Mr. Liang." Suddenly, a sinister glint ignited in Shu Mo's eyes. "When it comes to the mysteries of Luo Mu Jiao and Devil Lake, I know infinitely more than Ren and Kuang Sima." The sheer weight of that revelation made Mr. Liang freeze in his tracks. Quickly suppressing his shock, he leaned in and commanded, "You have my attention. Keep talking." Tu Ma blinked at the man's overwhelming impatience. He raised a hand in shock. "We are doing this right here." A suffocating silence dropped over them. The envoy brought merely 2 guards, while Liang Zhiong commanded an entire armed line. "I believe we require a more private location." Hearing Tu Ma's request, Liang Zhiong's expression instantly froze over. His aura turned completely glacial. "My time is extremely valuable." Tu Ma's jaw literally dropped at that sheer arrogance. Stunned into silence, he could only stammer out his next words. "Mr. Liang, perhaps to you, we look like absolute clowns daring to challenge a supreme authority. But listen closely, Luo Mu Jiao planned to sacrifice us from the very beginning. That monster has enough firepower to threaten the Black Star forces and even the remaining 2 supreme factions." Provoked by this blatant threat, a flash of genuine anger crossed Liang Zhiong's eyes as he snapped back. "Empty barks will not save you from Black Star's military tribunal. I will give you time for exactly 1 more sentence." Good heavens! Is this how supreme authorities negotiate? The tension is suffocating. Furious but completely powerless, Tu Ma swallowed his pride. He could only bow his head in absolute submission. In stark contrast, Liang Zhiong stood there looking utterly unbothered and impossibly cool. Everyone watching was paralyzed by sheer terror and awe. Breaking the silence, Liang Zhiong finally spoke. "Luo Mu Jiao's weapons are currently locked onto the guests at Shuzhou Park." Hearing this critical intel, Tu Ma kept bowing in endless gratitude. A deeply satisfied smirk crept across Liang Zhiong's face. Patting Tu Ma lightly on the shoulder, he declared, "Excellent. Let us move somewhere else to chat." Turning his back with an overwhelming predatory aura, he tossed out one final vow. "If you are not just bluffing, then I guarantee you this. You and your family will be completely erased from the purge list." Tu Ma nearly wet himself in pure terror. His limbs violently trembled, absolutely frozen in place. Mr. Liang operated on an entirely different dimension of power. As the 2 figures departed, a deadly heavy silence swallowed the entire city. Meanwhile, in a forgotten alley, 2 men crouched in the shadows. They looked like homeless drifters, but clearly fate had something twisted planned for them. One man glanced at the older veteran. "My instincts are screaming. Something just shifted." Song Zhuo firmly nodded, sensing the exact same invisible pressure. "Humans marching right into a zombie nest and forcing them out. Yeah, the rules just changed." The man's eyes narrowed with a razor-sharp, murderous glint. "Not just that, Mad Zhuoma's reaction time was way too sluggish compared to ours. Even the zombie horde reacted faster." Suddenly, a massive armored tank ground to a halt, instantly locking his full attention. Pure combat reflex kicked in. Song Zhuo instantly raised his weapon, aiming straight for the target. Through his sniper scope, he tracked a mysterious vehicle slowly approaching. The vehicle suddenly stopped, but its blinding headlights stayed fiercely illuminated. Out of nowhere, an eerie decal appeared, 2 crimson roses, a phantom hand, and a gun radiating an incredibly mysterious aura. Zooming in with his scope, Song Zhuo instantly recognized that cursed rose gun emblem. It belonged strictly to Mad Zhuoma and the Warlord Arsenal. Looks like those rumors were complete trash. Honestly, it makes 0 sense. District B was supposed to be completely primitive before the long winter hit. Its geographical location offers absolutely 0 tactical value. Yet somehow, this place is packed with massive abandoned megastructures, high-speed rails, and even a top-secret government laboratory built right here. Why in the world? Years before the Grand War erupted, right after the Valley Treaty was signed, terrifying global anomalies began occurring. Endless auroras swallowed the night skies, and heaven-shaking tremors echoed from the cosmos above. These apocalyptic phenomenons completely shattered all modern science. Even the highest-tier research authorities were left totally blind and clueless. Wild theories exploded everywhere: doomsday protocols, zombie viruses, divine religious judgments, and deep space meteor strikes. Looking back now, it was a literal prophecy of doom. The most famous saying was that a great flood would swallow the earth. District B, hailed as the roof of the world, was the highest ground left. Naturally, elite bankers and absolute warlords flocked here to survive. They rolled in driving armored green jeeps, rocking custom alligator leather belts, puffing premium cigars while hauling briefcases stuffed with cash and ammunition. They flooded the locals with imported cars, liquor, and luxuries through winding mountain routes and bullet trains. These elites ruthlessly seized territories, hunting for sport and crushing ancient temples. Even when the catastrophic global war erupted and the twisted banner of destruction brought hellfire to every corner of the planet, those wealthy foreigners kept flooding this high-altitude sanctuary like rats escaping a sinking ship. But who could have predicted it? The ultimate destroyer of humanity was humanity itself. Remembering this dark history, his face twisted in pure agonizing rage.